Remove his upper garment. Wu Liang barked, and Pan Shi's shoulders trembled in fright. What are you standing there for? He had already opened his needle pouch and pointed at the short, stocky man on the bamboo couch. Take off your husband's coat and bare his chest. If they delayed any longer, not even Hua Tuo risen from the grave could save him. Only then did Pan Shi come to her senses and rush frantically to the bedside. She wore a rough cotton dress washed nearly white with no powder or rouge upon her face, yet her brows and eyes were gentle by nature. In her flustered haste a few loose strands of hair clung to her cheeks, making her seem all the more fragile and pitiful. Wu Liang glanced at her twice and silently praised her beauty, yet his hands did not pause. Wu Da's face was ashen gray, his breathing broken and uneven, his pulse as faint as a spider's thread in the wind. Wu Liang placed 3 fingers upon the pulse. A moment later he drew out 7 silver needles. His wrist turned again and again, the shadows of the needles flashed, already landing upon vital points at the chest, throat, and abdomen. Pan Shi crouched nearby, so tense she scarcely dared to breathe. Dr. Wu, my husband. Why cry? He is not dead yet. Though Pan Shi and Wu Da shared surnames with 2 famous figures from old tales, their characters were utterly different. Wu Da might have been plain in appearance, but Pan Shi loved him wholeheartedly. Husband and wife were deeply devoted to one another. Wu Liang pried open Wu Da's mouth, poured in half a bowl of dark medicinal decoction, then struck his chest with a firm palm. Wu Da's body jerked, a strange sound rising from his throat. Then he turned his head and expelled a mouthful of dark foul fluid. He is awake. My husband is awake. Pan Shi rushed to the bedside, tears spilling at once. Wu Da opened his eyes in a daze when he saw his wife. His lips moved faintly. Pan Shi held his hand and wept until words failed her. The despair that had weighed upon her heart finally dispersed. A crisp chime rang in Wu Liang's mind. He had completed his daily good deed and received a small white reward. 10 copper coins had been issued. Wu Liang felt his sleeve grow a little heavier, and the mysterious composure on his face immediately sagged. 10 coins again. After all that work, it might not even cover the herbs he had used. Pan Shi wiped away her tears and rose as if to kneel. Dr. Wu, for saving his life, I don't kneel. I don't like seeing that. Wu Liang helped her up and smiled in passing. If you truly wish to repay me, bring me a table of good wine and dishes another day. Food made by Madame's own hands is surely no poor fare. Pan Shi understood the playful edge in his words. Her cheeks flushed faintly, yet she did not grow angry and only answered in a low voice. Just as the couple were about to leave, 2 farmers burst in from outside, carrying a door plank with a thin old man lying upon it. Miracle Dr. Wu, save him. The 2 men dropped to their knees, faces streaked with tears and mucus. Wu Liang glanced over. 5 taels of silver. One man's face turned bitter. Even if we sold everything, we couldn't gather 5 taels. Do you have land? 2 mu of dry fields. An ox. It died of sickness last year. Chickens or ducks then? 2 chickens, but we still need them for eggs. Wu Liang frowned as he listened and waved his hand. Carry him in. Put the 5 taels on account for now. After the autumn harvest, bring 10 sacks of grain. If 1 sack is missing, I'll come ladle rice from your pot myself. The 2 men froze for a moment, then kowtowed again and again. Thank you, Miracle Dr. Wu. Thank you, Miracle Dr. Wu. Miracle Dr. Wu truly has the heart of a bodhisattva, worthy of being the famed merciful young healer for 100 li around Guyu City. Enough of that. You're blocking the light. Wu Liang grumbled under his breath, yet his hands had already taken out the silver needles. This time no prompt sounded in his mind. His daily good deed quota had already been used. Even if he saved the man, there would be no reward. But since the man had come to his door, how could he stand by and watch him die? Half an hour later, the old man's breathing finally steadied. Wu Liang tossed several packets of medicine to the 2 farmers, explained how to decoct and take them, then ordered his servant to harness the carriage. He still had to attend a banquet at Zujiazhuang outside the city that day. Since Wu Da's home lay along the way, he simply brought the couple along. The carriage swayed out of Guyu City. Wu Da was still weak, yet sitting on the shaft of the carriage he kept thanking him. Pan Shi sat to one side of the carriage compartment, gratitude filling her eyes. Dr. Wu is clearly kind-hearted, yet insists on acting so fierce. Kindness cannot fill one's stomach. Wu Liang leaned against the soft cushion and glanced at her lazily. In these 3 years I have saved over 1,000 people for free, and all the system ever gave me were worthless plain rewards. If I keep being so charitable, Huachuntang will sooner or later have to become an almshouse. Pan Shi did not understand what he meant by a system, and took it for more nonsense, covering her mouth as she smiled. But Wu Liang was not speaking nonsense at all. 3 years ago he had crossed into this world, and during those 3 years, to complete that cursed daily good deed task, he had helped at least 1,000 people without taking payment. And the result? The system's rewards had been worse than the last, nothing but plain white entries. Like today's petty profit, after half a day's labor it had given him only 10 copper coins, as if tossing scraps to a beggar. Had the novice gift not yielded the Qing non-classic, and had he not learned how to be flexible, he might have starved on the streets long ago. After struggling cautiously for 3 hard years, he had finally saved a little capital and bought Huachuntang, becoming its proprietor. The past was truly unbearable to recall. Seeing Pan Shi's smile grow ever more lovely, Wu Liang immediately perked up. Madam, do not forget the wine and dishes you promised earlier. I will not forget. Dr. Wu saved my husband's life. We husband and wife shall remember your kindness forever. Good. I have a picky appetite. The dishes must be fragrant, the wine must be fine, and the cook must be pleasing company. Pan Shi understood his meaning well enough. Blushing, she chided softly. Dr. Wu, you are far too forward. This is honesty. Wu Liang laughed heartily. After seeing Wu Da and his wife off, the carriage continued towards Zhujiazhuang. Zhu Yuanwei had long been waiting at the gate. When he saw Wu Liang descend, his wrinkled face bloomed with a smile, and he pulled him inside at once. Brother, do you still have that medicine? Wu Liang gave him a sidelong glance. How was its effect? Zhu Yuanwei leaned closer, lowered his voice, and beamed with delight. Astonishingly effective. The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter together. The banquet had already been prepared. After several cups of wine, Zhu Yuanwei had his newly taken concubine sit in the warm pavilion and play the flute for the guests' pleasure. The young woman was delicate and pretty. Holding the bamboo flute behind the pearl curtain, she played a winding, graceful melody and truly possessed some skill. Wu Liang reclined upon the soft couch, listening until his thoughts began to wander toward the musician's art of breath and rhythm. Just then from outside came a thunderous crash that shook the heavens. Boom! The earth shook violently, beams cracked, and tiles rained down. Wu Liang sprang from the couch, seized the stunned young musician, and led her crashing through the window. No sooner had they rolled outside than the warm pavilion collapsed behind them. The young musician was pinned partly beneath a fallen beam and cried out in pain. Wu Liang cursed under his breath, turned back, lifted the beam, and dragged her free from the rubble. Your leg is not broken, only surface wounds. Crawl forward on your own. Still shaken, the young musician scrambled toward open ground. Only then did Wu Liang turn his gaze toward the rear of the estate. Beneath the night curtain, a vast stretch of mountains had somehow lost a huge section, as though erased by an invisible giant hand. Dust surged into the sky, stones tumbled down, and from the distance came the successive cries of swords and thunder. Wu Liang stared in utter astonishment. In the 3 years since arriving in this world, he had heard storytellers claim countless times that a first-rank grandmaster could sever rivers with one sword and split mountains with another. He had always thought it nonsense, pure bragging. After all, he had asked many people, and everyone said they had never seen anyone so powerful. But now he believed it. The rumors were actually true. Once his fear ebbed away, wild joy and excitement surged through his entire body and rushed straight to the crown of his head. Who would not wish to soar through the heavens and vanish through the earth? Who would not wish to send frost across 19 provinces with a single stroke of the sword? Wu Liang stared at the collapsed mountains, his heart itching like a cat was scratching at it. He paced in place twice, but in the end could not suppress his curiosity. Lifting the hem of his robe, he stole toward the mountain forest. The closer he came to the range, the quieter the woods became. He had only just stepped carefully into the outer woods when, bang! Without warning, a person fell from the sky and slammed into a pile of dead leaves not far away. Wu Liang shuddered in fright and instantly held his breath. After waiting a while, there was no movement from that side. Dead. He lifted his foot lightly and had only edged half a step closer before he could see clearly when a chilling gleam flashed suddenly. Swish! A long sword was already laid across his neck, its blade so cold that goose flesh rose over Wu Liang's skin in an instant. He froze where he stood, his gaze following the sword downward until it met a pair of clear, murderous eyes. Then Wu Liang finally saw her face and was stunned once more. Could such a beautiful woman truly exist beneath the heavens? Her beauty was almost beyond reason. Save me. Or dot. What the hell? What kind of attitude is this? Who begs for their life with such arrogance? Wu Liang could barely believe his ears, yet despite his inner curses, the icy sensation against his neck was all too real. He dared not move a muscle, forcing an awkward grin as his voice turned soft and placating. Miss, please calm down. There's no need for weapons. We can talk this through. Enough. Jiang Qinghuan snapped, pressing her wrist down slightly. Instantly a thin line of blood welled up. A sharp, piercing pain shot through his body, and Wu Liang's scalp went numb as his soul nearly fled in terror. No. Please don't. Impulse is the devil, miss. Look around, we're in the middle of nowhere, and I'm the only one here. If I die, who's going to take care of you? I can tell your breathing is weak and your qi is in disarray. You've suffered a serious internal injury, haven't you? So please don't get worked up. His lips moved a mile a minute, but his eyes were equally busy hastily taking in the woman before him. What he saw made his heart skip a beat. Beautiful, truly breathtakingly beautiful. Even with blood and grime smudged on her face, she possessed a striking, heart-stopping allure. Her brows were like painted strokes, her nose elegantly straight, and her lips, though pale from blood loss, were perfectly shaped. Yet in her stunning eyes at this moment dwelled nothing but wariness and killing intent. Glancing at her attire, her garments were torn in multiple places, revealing skin marred with crisscrossing wounds and bloodstains. Combined with the thunderous crash and her unexpected arrival from the sky, Wu Liang understood. This girl was almost certainly one of the parties involved in the earth-shaking battle that had just taken place in the rear mountains. Whether she had escaped victorious or been sent flying here, he couldn't yet tell. But one thing was certain: she was a master. A supreme master. Perhaps even a grandmaster of legendary status. Shut up. Jiang Qinghuan cut him off coldly. Wu Liang instantly clamped his mouth shut. Take me away from here at once and find a secluded place. Her voice was clearly growing weak, and mid-sentence, she frowned deeply, forcibly swallowing the blood that surged to her throat before continuing. If you manage to do this, you will be richly rewarded. Of course. Rest assured, miss, I've got this. Wu Liang agreed, readily nodding like a pounding pestle. The moment the words left his mouth, a sharp clatter rang out as the sword dropped to the ground. Immediately after, Jiang Qinghuan's body went limp, collapsing to the ground without a sound. Wu Liang stood frozen, then slowly exhaled a long, pent-up breath, finally relaxing. He stared at the unconscious woman on the ground. A surge of fury welled up inside him, and he raised his foot to kick her. But mid-swing he froze. Wait. What if she's faking it? A grandmaster capable of splitting mountains and damming rivers. Who knows what kind of hidden trump card she might hold? Wu Liang sheepishly lowered his foot, crouched down carefully, and extended a finger to poke her shoulder. Miss, wake up, eh? No response. He shook her harder, but still nothing. Finally relieved, Wu Liang gritted his teeth and muttered curses under his breath. Damn it, you think you can scare me? You dared to threaten me with a sword. I swear I'll have my way with you, then kill you. And do it all over again. Ding. Daily good deed quest triggered. Accept decline quest. Save Jiang Qinghuan. Quest reward 5 colored affix. 3 huh? Wu Liang was stunned for a moment, instinctively glancing up at the sky. Had it already passed midnight? The next second, as if struck by lightning, he leaped to his feet, his face overcome with ecstatic joy, his entire body trembling beyond his control. 5 colored affix. I didn't hear that wrong. He hastily summoned the system in his mind, and there it was, unmistakable in faint, glowing text. 5 colored affix. 3 years. Wu Liang's lips trembled, his voice cracking. 3 full years. All white rank. I've never even seen a green one. How could this be? 5 colored. And 3 of them. I've hit the jackpot. Back when he first bound this lousy system, it had told him affixes come in 5 ranks: white, green, red, gold in color. White was the lowest color, the highest. But over 1,000 days and nights, he'd never even caught a glimpse of a green affix, let alone a 5-colored one. The higher the affix rank, the more incredible the reward. That was plain common sense. How could he not be thrilled? Wu Liang felt like his heart was about to leap right out of his throat. Yes. Accept the damn quest right now. Wu Liang screamed inwardly. Ding. Quest accepted. Save Jiang Qinghuan. Wu Liang clenched his fist and punched the air fiercely, nearly shouting out loud. Forcing himself to calm down, he looked down at the unconscious Jiang Qinghuan and snorted coldly. Fine, since you're so beautiful, I'll save you. With that, he took hold of her wrist. It was smooth and icy to the touch, like holding a piece of fine mutton fat jade, truly skin of ice and bones of jade. He held his breath and placed 3 fingers on her pulse. Sure enough, her pulse was faint and erratic, her chi flowing in reverse. A severe internal injury. She was barely holding on through sheer willpower alone. Wu Liang pulled a small porcelain bottle from his robe, poured out 2 vermilion pills, and roughly pried open Jiang Qinghuan's mouth, forcing them in. His fingers followed, pushing the pills down her throat with a few clumsy swirls until they were swallowed. Wu Liang grinned to himself, thinking how soft and smooth it was. A delightful sensation indeed. He gave a few more squeezes just for good measure. Let that be a lesson for holding a sword to me. These pills were crafted from the Qingnan Canon the system had provided, named the Omnipotent Reversal Pill. As the name suggested, once you took this pill, even the enforcers of the underworld would have to be beaten back first. It was remarkably effective for treating internal injuries. And when it came to healing, the Qingnan Canon was the real deal. In 3 years, every patient Wu Liang had taken on had recovered without exception. Hence the nickname, Merciful Saintly Hands Young Master of Medicine, had spread far and wide. After finishing, he didn't dare delay. Bending down, he hoisted Jiang Qinghuan onto his back and set off. After 2 steps, he paused, turned back, and picked up the sword from the ground. The blade was cold to the touch, with a faint luster flowing along it. Clearly no ordinary steel. For Jiang Qinghuan to trigger a 5-colored affix, she was certainly no simple figure. Which meant her sword was bound to be worth a fortune. How could he waste such treasure? Tucking the sword into his belt, Wu Liang carried Jiang Qinghuan and plunged into the deep darkness of the night. He had no intention of returning to Zhu family manor. Instead, he headed straight for Guyu City. Carrying Jiang Xingwan stumbling through the rugged terrain, it took him nearly 2 full hours. Dawn was almost breaking before he finally reached the back door of Huichun Hall. Exhausted beyond measure, he kicked open the door, staggered inside, and dumped Jiang Xingwan onto the bed like a sack of grain. He tossed the pilfered sword onto the bed with a loud clatter. "Damn, I'm dead tired." Wu Liang gasped for air, lunging toward the table, grabbing the teapot, and tilting it up to pour tea down his throat. The moment the cold tea touched his lips, his body went rigid. The tea he'd just poured spilled from the spout all over his face, trickling down in drips. With a clatter, his hand shook and the teapot crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. Wu Liang didn't dare move a muscle, his throat dry as he forced out a few raspy words. "Empress. You're awake, I see." Wu Liang's entire body stiffened, not daring to move an inch. He now only wanted to slap himself hard across the face. Wu Liang, you are such a goddamn fool. Don't you know she's a formidable master? Are you afraid you won't die fast enough, so you threw that broken sword on the bed? Would it kill you to throw it outside the door? Who are you? Miss, please don't get excited. Don't get excited. Wu Liang quickly raised both hands. I'll turn around, first look carefully, I mean no harm." As he spoke, he cautiously turned around slowly. Jiang Xingwan leaned half against the headboard, her face pale as paper, breathing unsteady, yet her hand held the sword firmly, its edge pressed against his neck. Wu Liang squeezed out a smile he thought warm and harmless. "This is my home, the Huichun Hall, in Guyu City. I promised to find you a safe place, and since you were severely injured, I feared something might happen to you, so I went through great trouble and carried you back in the dark. I walked a full 2 hours, my legs are about to break. Miss, how do you feel now?" Jiang Xingwan remained silent, her gaze sweeping over his face and the room. "How far is this place from Beiyang City?" "Beiyang City." Wu Liang paused. "Not far, about 300 li or so. Are you heading to Beiyang City? What's it to you?" Jiang Xingwan's eyes turned fierce. Right, none of my business, just asking casually, miss, don't get excited." Wu Liang swallowed, forcing a smile. "I'm really not a bad person. Think about it, miss, earlier in the woods you had fainted dead away. Wouldn't it have been easier for me to just walk off? Why would I exhaust myself bringing you back and cause myself trouble?" She stared at him for a long while, the wariness in her eyes seemed to fade a little, but her tone remained stiff. "You may leave, I need to rest." "But miss, your injury can't." Wu Liang grew anxious, his task wasn't done yet. The 5-colored inscription. No matter what, he had to save this girl. "Don't bother yourself." Jiang Xingwan's face darkened, her voice cold. "Get out." "Damn." Wu Liang cursed inwardly, this girl bites the hand that feeds her. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, his smile, unchanged, even more sincere. "Miss, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Liang, the resident physician of this Huichun Hall. I have some small fame within 300 li of Guyu City, earning the nickname Merciful Saint Hand, Little Lord. Earlier I took your pulse. Your internal injuries are severe with damaged meridians and reversed qi and blood. Although I fed you 2 revitalizing pills to temporarily stabilize your vital energy. But if not treated promptly, the longer it's delayed, the greater the consequences. It may damage your foundation." Jiang Xingwan raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. "You know medicine?" Wu Liang puffed out his chest, looking proud. "Within 100 li of Guyu City, anyone who mentions Wu Liang says I'm good." "You're quite confident." Jiang Xingwan snorted lightly. "Damn, she looks down on me." Wu Liang was so furious he nearly ground his molars to dust, but he had to keep a smile on his face. Another few breaths of suffocating silence. Clang. The sword finally moved away from Wu Liang's neck, casually tossed by Jiang Xingwan to the inner side of the bed. She seemed to have exhausted her strength, leaning back, closing her eyes, her voice quieter. "Then treat me. Today. Your help will be duly rewarded in the future." "How thick?" Wu Liang blurted out almost instinctively. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it, wishing he could slap himself. "You and your big mouth. This girl's temper is like a firecracker ready to explode at any touch. Why do you provoke her?" Sure enough, Jiang Xingwan suddenly opened her eyes, casting a cold glance at him, her gaze like a knife. 10,000 taels of gold, is that enough?" Wu Liang gasped, his eyes instantly brightened, unable to hide his joy, nodding like a pecking chick. "Enough. More than enough. 10,000 taels of gold. My dear mother. This girl's identity is truly extraordinary, throwing out 10,000 taels of gold, so damn generous. This 5-colored inscription quest is worth taking." Seeing his money-grubbing expression, Jiang Xingwan frowned instead. "You trust my promise so easily." "Of course I do." Wu Liang's face turned serious, speaking firmly. "Your dress and demeanor are extraordinary, radiating nobility, and you possess a heavenly beauty. A divine figure like you must keep your word. How could you be someone who goes back on their words, treacherous and dishonest? Though I am a nobody, I have this bit of discernment." These words weren't empty flattery. Earlier in the woods with dim moonlight, he only thought she was beautiful, But now with bright candlelight, Wu Liang truly saw Jiang Qingluan's appearance clearly. She had features as beautiful as a painting, skin like congealed fat hair piled like clouds, a pair of peach blossom eyes with upturned corners shimmering with water-like radiance, as if holding misty autumn water and moonlight on a cold pool. This girl's temper may be terrible, but her face is truly impeccable. She was breathtakingly, heart-stoppingly beautiful. It even carried a hint of aggression. If forced to compare, she was like a blend of Li Jiaxin's radiance and Zhou Huimin's coolness. Having lived 2 lives, Wu Liang had never seen such a beautiful woman. Jiang Qingluan listened, snorted coldly, and didn't retort, only saying lightly, "You're not too stupid." "Rest assured, Jiang. I always keep my word, a promise is gold." Wu Liang secretly sighed in relief, while cursing inwardly, "Suspicious ghost. If not for that 5-colored inscription, I would have dealt with you long ago." He grinned brightly, rubbing his hands. "Miss, your precious body needs urgent care. We must not delay. Let's begin the treatment right away then." Miss, please remove your armor." "Remove what?" Jiang Qingluan raised her willow-like eyebrows, puzzled. "Oh," Wu Liang said, seriously smiling. "I mean, please undress, take off your clothes." Clang. A cold light flashed, his neck turned cold. A stinging sensation came again. Jiang Qingluan was murderous, her voice squeezed through clenched teeth. "What did you say?" "Miss?" "Misunderstanding. Huge misunderstanding." Wu Liang raised both hands above his head, quickly explaining, "A physician has a parent's heart. This is for treatment. I have no intention of disrespect. Please don't act impulsively. Impulsiveness is truly a devil." 10,000 alpacas rushed through Wu Liang's mind. He was so angry his lungs were about to burst. 3 times. This is the 3rd damn time. FCK, FCK, FCK. I, Wu Liang, swear to heaven. Today's humiliation, I will repay it in the future. I will harshly spank you together with my brothers, harshly spank you. Slap your face. Yes, slap your face. Until it's swollen. Miss, please listen to my explanation, miss. Wu Liang's lips trembled, tears in his eyes, looking at Jiang Qingluan with deep emotion. That was truly sincere. Absurd. Jiang Qingluan's slender brows shot up in fury, the veins on the hand gripping her sword standing out faintly. "I have never heard that healing requires removing all one's garments. You lecher, how dare you use this as an excuse to defile me?" Wu Liang watched her, both ashamed and enraged, as if she had suffered the greatest defilement. The pent-up anger that had been simmering inside him surged up to his crown in a flash. "Are you a pig's brain?" Wu Liang erupted without warning, roaring back at the top of his lungs. Jiang Qingluan was utterly stunned, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. You dare to curse me? So what if I curse you?" "I'm cursing this stubborn donkey that is you." Wu Liang showed no fear, jutting out his chin and pointing at her nose, spittle flying. "Do you have any idea how severe your injuries are? Your internal organs are displaced, your meridians in complete chaos. The best method is to use golden needle acupuncture to guide the chaotic true qi within you and unblock the clogged meridians." "How can I locate the acupoints without removing the clothes? If I pierce wrongly through the fabric, who's to blame? Your short life or my ruined reputation?" Wu Liang grew angrier with each word, his chest heaving violently. "I kindly saved you, carried you back from the wilds in the dead of night, exhausted like a dog. And you time and again threatened me with your sword at my neck. Now you dare to question me, to insult my sacred integrity as a healer." He slapped his chest, feigning heartfelt pain. "In my eyes, Wu Liang's patients are neither male nor female, only the dead and the living. What's so special about removing clothes? If you avoid treatment out of shame, you might as well not be treated and just wait to die." This torrent of scolding left Jiang Qingluan completely dumbfounded. Who was she? The 9th princess of the great Zhou dynasty. Since childhood, she had been a delicate golden branch and jade leaf. Those around her dared not even breathe loudly, let alone be scolded. Yet today a physician from a remote small town was pointing at her nose and calling her a pig's brain. "Fine, you won't undress. I'm not going to serve you anymore." Wu Liang sneered, turned around decisively, and strode toward the door. "Where are you going?" Jiang Qingluan called out instinctively. "I'm not saving you. I can't afford to serve a grand Buddha like you. The gate is over there, you can leave." Wu Liang didn't look back, walking with long strides. Seeing him actually reach for the door latch, Jiang Qingluan panicked. Her injuries were severe, time was pressing, and she was a stranger in this solitary locust city. Whom could she find in the dead of night? She bit her lower lip so hard it nearly bled, finally forcing out from her throat, "You stop." Wu Liang paused in his steps, but didn't turn around, his tone stiff. "My mind is made up, miss. You'd better rest early and find your own way out." With that he made as if to step over the threshold. "I'm sorry." A soft, slightly humiliated voice came from behind. Turning his back to her, Wu Liang's mouth curled into a wild grin, barely suppressing a laugh. He took a deep breath, forcing down the ecstasy on his face. "I misunderstood you, sir. Please forgive me." Jiang Qingluan lowered her posture, her voice somewhat dry, then asked with a hint of urgency, "May I ask, if you use acupuncture, how long will it take for my injuries to heal?" Wu Liang turned around, still wearing a cold expression. 3 days to normal, 10 days to full recovery. Jiang Qingluan's pupils contracted sharply. She knew how severe her injuries were. She had thought she would have to lie in bed for at least a few months, but this man claimed she could recover most of her strength in just 3 days. The current situation was extremely urgent. She could not afford a single moment's delay in the capital. She had to meet the Prince of Beiyong as soon as possible. Jiang Qingluan took a deep breath, her gaze becoming resolute. "In that case, please proceed with the treatment, sir. In the future, I will surely present 10,000 taels of gold to repay your life-saving grace today." Wu Liang's heart was blooming with joy, but his face remained cold and detached. He snorted coldly. "Let me make it clear beforehand. Acupuncture requires piercing 36 major acupoints throughout the body, especially the key points along the conception and governor vessels. Therefore, you must remove all your clothes. I simply cannot needle through fabric. I am not deliberately trying to take advantage of you. Think it over carefully before you decide." Jiang Qingluan's sharp gaze swept across his face, and Wu Liang met her eyes calmly. The room fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of the candle flame. After a moment, Jiang Qingluan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Turn around." Wu Liang's heart leaped, and he immediately turned. Jiang Qingluan's long eyelashes trembled violently. Gritting her teeth, her slender fingers untied the torn outer robe. The outer robe slipped off, followed by the middle garment. Finally, only an apricot-colored belly band and a half-foot-long silk undergarment remained, barely covering her hips. Jiang Qingluan's heart pounded like a drum. She slowly lay down, closed her eyes, and whispered, "Come." At the sound, Wu Liang immediately turned around, his eyes nearly popping out. A jade-like body lay before him, candlelight flickering. Her skin was fair as snow, glowing softly in the dim light. The bruises and injuries only served as a cruel ornament. The curves of her figure were breathtaking. Full where they should be, slender where they should be, and the sudden heaving of her full bosom created a powerful visual impact. So beautiful. Her skin was even finer than the finest mutton fat, jade, dazzlingly white, with a waist that was perfect without a single inch of excess, and long straight legs. Wu Liang felt his mind go blank, blood rushing up and boiling. "Brother, calm down, don't get excited. Good brother, cool it." The hands behind his back fiercely pinched the soft flesh of his lower back, desperately controlling his facial expression to avoid revealing a lecherous grin. Jiang Qingluan's cheeks were now red enough to bleed. She kept her eyes tightly shut, her hands gripping the bedsheet beneath her. "Ahem, wait a moment, miss." Wu Liang cleared his throat, theatrically turned to the cabinet, and took out an exquisite sandalwood needle case. Then he lit several more oil lamps, illuminating the bed completely. Just as he turned around, Jiang Qingluan suddenly opened her eyes on the bed, her gaze fixed on Wu Liang's back, a cold, murderous intent flashing deep in her pupils. "Reward you with 10,000 taels of gold, then kill you with a single sword stroke. That doesn't seem to violate my Jiang Qingluan's promise of 1,000 gold." Wu Liang was still unaware that he had already been marked for death. He washed his hands, opened the needle case, revealing silver needles of varying lengths, as fine as ox hair. He picked up a long needle, passed it over the lamp flame to sterilize it. "Relax, don't resist with your qi. I'm about to begin." He had to admit the medical skills granted by the system were truly formidable. Once Wu Liang entered the zone, his movements were fluid and effortless. He pinpointed acupoints with precision, inserting the needles steadily and deeply. With each insertion, Jiang Qingluan's body would tense slightly. When the needle tip entered certain sensitive acupoints, an abnormal sensation of soreness, numbness, and swelling made her unable to suppress a soft moan from her breath. Soon it was the turn of the Danzhong acupoint on the chest. That spot was completely covered by the belly band. This belly band, TSK, apricot colored with gold embroidery, soft in texture with 2 embroidered koi fish. The curves rose and fell, making them appear vivid and lifelike. These 2 koi fish were truly magnificent. Wu Liang paused his movements, examining for a good while. "Miss, the Danzhong acupoint is very important. It's the pivot for qi circulation." Jiang Qingluan responded softly with her eyes closed. "The belly band is in the way," Wu Liang stated flatly. Jiang Qingluan, with her eyes closed, clearly stiffened. Wu Liang subconsciously stepped back 2 paces, his gaze locked onto the sword on the bed. He had already put distance between them. Even if she drew the blade, it should not threaten him. But this time, Jiang Qingluan did not move. She was silent for several seconds before forcing a trembling voice through her clenched teeth, "Take the sword and cut it open." Wu Liang's heart instantly blossomed with joy. Damn it, when he carried that little lady on his back, just now she felt light as a feather. Maybe just over 100 caddies. But who would have thought that beneath her clothes she was so generously endowed? A slender branch bearing abundant fruit, truly convincing through reason. Finally, he could behold the true face of Mount Lu. Wu Liang desperately suppressed the wild excitement pounding in his chest and reached for the sword on the bed. But the moment his hand touched the hilt, Jiang Qingluan said coldly, "Cut a hole," exposing the Shanzhong acupoint. The smile on Wu Liang's face froze instantly. Damn! His heart sank with disappointment, but he had no choice and dared not act rashly. With a grim face, he used the sword to pierce a small opening, revealing snow-white delicate skin and a fragrant aroma. Wu Liang grinned, taking a gentle deep breath. Fragrant. How wonderfully it smelled. All of this was completed in the blink of an eye. His hands never stopped moving, and he directly inserted a needle. Nearly half an hour later, the acupuncture finally ended. Wu Liang pulled over a silk brocade quilt covering Jiang Qingluan's infinitely beautiful form and let out a long breath. It's done. Jiang Qingluan also exhaled deeply, and her tightly clenched hands finally relaxed. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Wu Liang furiously wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He looked utterly exhausted, panting heavily. How do you feel now? Wu Liang gasped roughly. Is your qi and blood flowing much smoother? The meridians don't hurt as much, right? Jiang Qingluan secretly circulated her inner energy, and indeed found that all the stagnant death acupoints in her body had been unblocked. She nodded slightly, and her gaze toward Wu Liang became extremely complicated. She never imagined that in this remote backwater little town there could be such a young divine physician thoroughly versed in the art of healing. Wu Liang took out a small porcelain bottle from his bosom and poured out a pale golden pill. This is the 9 Revolutions Restoration Pill. It strengthens the foundation and nurtures the origin and also regulates the newly repaired meridians in your body, helping you recover. He walked to the table, poured a cup of warm water, and returned to the bedside. Jiang Qingluan was propping herself up on her elbows, trying to sit up with difficulty. Don't move. Wu Liang was quick-witted. He pressed her shoulder firmly, pushing her back onto the pillow. The needles have just been withdrawn, and your qi and blood are reshaping. You absolutely cannot move, or everything will be lost. Wu Liang put on a stern face, brought the cup to her lips, and said, "Open your mouth. I'll feed you." Jiang Qingluan's eyes instantly widened, and she opened her mouth to scold this audacious scoundrel. You? Shut up. Wu Liang's roar stunned her. You are a patient now? You must listen to me. Jiang Qingluan was momentarily frozen. Are you deaf? I said open your mouth. Wu Liang held the cup towering over her, glaring down. Jiang Qingluan stared back at him, her eyes wishing she could slice him into 1,000 pieces. Wu Liang met her gaze without flinching. What? Don't you want to recover quickly and go to Beiyang City? Those words struck Jiang Qingluan's soft spot. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the humiliation and killing intent in her heart, and slightly parted her tempting cherry-red lips. Wu Liang promptly slipped the pill in his fingers, unavoidably brushing against her soft lips. Then the teacup touched her lips, and Jiang Qingluan was forced to drink the water in small sips from his hand. That's more like it. Wu Liang smiled with satisfaction, placed the cup back on the table, and said, Rest well, and don't move. In 8 hours I'll come back to give you the second round of acupuncture. After saying this, he turned and walked out, closing the door behind him. The dim room fell into dead silence. Jiang Qingluan lay in the bed, her gaze fixed on the beam above the ceiling. In those peach blossom-like eyes, murderous intent surged. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily act of kindness, treating Jiang Qingluan. Obtained 5-color talisman longevity scripture. Effect: inner energy self-generates prolonged combat without fatigue. Cultivation progress is stable and swift, unaffected by inner demons. Qi and blood are abundant, slowing aging and extending lifespan. Vitality never ceases, withered trees bloom again. Obtained 5-color talisman heaven-defying comprehension. Effect: understand at a glance, learn with ease, martial epiphanies come far ahead of others. Obtained 5-color talisman 1,000 miles a day. Effect: inner cultivation advances extremely fast, training yields twice the results with half the effort, and cultivation level grows day by day. All talismans have been distributed. Wu Liang had just returned to his own room, and hadn't even sat down when a series of system prompts rang in his mind. Holy crap! Longevity scripture. Heaven-defying comprehension. 1,000 miles a day. Wu Liang was overjoyed, trembling with excitement. Then an ocean of information erupted in Wu Liang's mind. He quickly sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and inspected it. After a long while, Wu Liang slowly opened his eyes, and they were filled with nothing but fervor. The system's forceful infusion service was really thorough. This originally obscure longevity scripture was now engraved in his bones. He knew it inside and out, as familiar as could be. The circulation routes, meditation methods, everything was now clear. Wu Liang grinned from ear to ear, showing his teeth. This technique was a divine skill. It was not only an inner cultivation method integrating practice, combat, and healing. Once cultivated, the true qi within him would be inexhaustible, and it could even delay aging and increase lifespan. The most crucial point. This technique was extremely stable with no worry about going overboard and causing a chi deviation. As for the heaven-defying comprehension and 1,000 miles a day, those went without saying. They were essentially cheat codes. With these two, there would be no bottlenecks in future cultivation. The martial path would be smooth and unobstructed, and his power would advance rapidly, far ahead of others. Truly worthy of being a 5-color level talisman reward. Wu Liang's whole body trembled with excitement. Heaven knows how he had endured these 3 years. Ever since he learned that this world had martial arts, he dreamed of getting his hands on an inner cultivation manual to experience the thrill of being a master. But he had tried every possible means, investigated countless times, and hadn't even touched a hair of inner cultivation. The only reason Guyu City was too remote, a border town sparsely populated with no decent martial arts masters to be found. The most skilled people in the city were just the escorts for merchant caravans and the martial arts instructors for wealthy households. These so-called masters practiced nothing but external boxing and kicking techniques, relying entirely on brute force and muscle when fighting. Inner cultivation. They were utterly clueless. But now it was different. He not only had inner cultivation, but also a training cheat. From now on, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts was within sight. Wu Liang was so excited he could barely contain himself, feeling his blood boil. He couldn't wait another moment. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes to calm his mind, and placed his hands in a mudra on his knees. Focusing on the lower dantian, his breathing gradually slowed, lengthened, and thinned. He imagined that with each breath, the faint, spiritual energy between heaven and earth was slowly drawn into his body. At first he felt nothing. Only darkness, silence, and the numbing ache of his legs starting to fall asleep. Time passed little by little. Suddenly, deep in his lower dantian, there was an extremely faint, gentle twitch, like a seed buried deep in the soil, tenderly awakened by a spring breeze. A chi sensation, thinner than a spider's silk worm, and almost imperceptible, clumsily and timidly sprouted from that point. Then it began to crawl slowly along the memorized circulation route. Faint, rough, slow as a snail. But in that instant, Wu Liang's entire mind was completely flooded with incomparable ecstasy and satisfaction. True chi. It was true chi. I've cultivated true chi. Although it was only a negligible thread, although it moved haltingly, this door to another world had indeed been pried open a crack by him, using the key of the longevity scripture. The light streamed in. When Wu Liang opened his eyes once more, the sun had already drifted toward the west. Good heavens! He had sat there from dawn all the way into the afternoon. He stretched lazily, his joints crackling softly. Though he hadn't slept a wink, he felt not the slightest trace of fatigue, only an indescribable sense of ease and vigor coursing through his entire being. That heaven-defying comprehension and 1,000 miles in a single day were truly formidable. The art of eternal life had 9 layers of cultivation, and in just half a day's time, he had already mastered the first layer. He could now sense with remarkable clarity the transformative changes his body had undergone. Not only had he become considerably lighter on his feet, but his 5 senses had sharpened beyond anything he had ever experienced. He could even discern the faint rustle of falling leaves in the courtyard with perfect precision. Wu Liang could no longer contain himself. Bursting with excitement, he leaped straight off the couch and snatched the long sword hanging on the wall. That slab of iron was something he had picked up for a single tael of silver on a whim, hanging at home purely for show and self-defense, occasionally taken down to wave about when the mood struck him. Striding briskly into the courtyard, Wu Liang drew a deep breath and attempted to channel his inner force, guiding it along his meridians down into his arm. With a flick of his wrist, he executed the move, Spirit Serpent Spits Its Tongue. He did possess some martial skill, having once saved an escort captain and learned a thing or two from the man. Shhhk. An incredibly shrill sound of air being split burst forth, and a flash of cold light blazed through the air. Wu Liang's eyes lit up brilliantly, his face flooding with unbridled elation. He could feel with absolute immediacy the chasm between this strike and everything he had done before. The thrust was faster, crueler, and more ferocious. The sheer force and velocity utterly beyond comparison to his old soft, pathetically flailing turtle swordplay. He swung his arm in a reverse arc, slashing toward the bluestone table at the center of the courtyard. With a crisp crack, the hard stone corner was sheared off cleanly like a piece of tofu tumbling to the ground. And the hand gripping the sword barely felt any resistance at all. Holy crap! Wu Liang was overjoyed. It was true. With inner force backing you up, everything was different as hell. Even the most common, most unremarkable technique could have its power multiplied several-fold. He eagerly began practicing that mediocre sword form in the courtyard. Though the movements were utterly ordinary and devoid of any grace, fueled by inner force, they still whistled with vigor, radiating cold light in every direction, giving him a rather impressive bearing befitting a master. Wu Liang was thoroughly delighted, his satisfaction reaching its zenith. As he practiced, he happily schemed, once I cultivate this art of eternal life to a higher realm and get my hands on some truly formidable sword techniques, won't I be striding through this chaotic world however I please? Just as he was lost in his fantasy of striding as he pleased. TCH. The sound was curt, dripping with contempt. Wu Liang froze mid-motion and turned his head. Jiang Qingluan had risen at some point, arms crossed as she leaned against the doorframe, watching his wild flailing with cold eyes. The mockery and disdain on her face were utterly undisguised. Yet Wu Liang showed not a trace of annoyance. Instead, he calmly sheathed his sword and turned to her with a radiant smile as warm as a spring breeze. In his eyes, this woman was now a walking dispenser of multicolored word fragments. A veritable golden benefactor. He had to pamper her, cater to her, and under no circumstances let her get riled up and leave. Wu Liang had made up his mind. He was going to latch onto this woman, find a way to stay by her side, and trigger more quests from her. One quest yielded 3 multicolored word fragments, so if he took a second quest, a third quest, wouldn't he practically ascend to the heavens? His path to the pinnacle of martial arts depended entirely on this woman. Haha, my paltry three-legged cat, Kung Fu certainly isn't worthy of your esteemed gaze. You must be amused, Wu Liang said with a chuckle as he walked over, then asked with concern, so how's your recovery coming along? Jiang Qingluan paid no heed to his pleasantries, replying coldly, when is the next acupuncture session? Judging by how strong and vigorous you sound, it seems you've recovered quite well, Wu Liang said with a wry smirk. Jiang Qingluan's brow furrowed slightly. It was plain that she found such evasive, trivial chatter utterly distasteful, and her gaze grew several degrees colder. Though he needed to stay close to his golden benefactor, he couldn't be too obsequious either. Wu Liang smoothly slid his sword back into its sheath with a swoosh, turned, and ambled off toward the kitchen. Where are you going? Jiang Qingluan demanded coldly from behind. What's it to you? I haven't had a single bite or drop all day, haven't even gotten a hot meal. I'm going to rustle up some food, of course. Wu Liang waved a hand dismissively without looking back. No sooner had the words left his mouth than, grrrl, an unnatural flush of crimson crept across Jiang Qingluan's stunningly beautiful face. She too hadn't had a proper meal in a very long time, and with the severe internal injuries she'd sustained compounded by the acupuncture that had dispersed her congealed blood, her physical strength had been drained enormously. By now her stomach was already screaming with hunger. She stood at the doorway staring at Wu Liang's retreating figure, stubbornly biting her lower lip as she hesitated. And hesitated. In the end, her hunger triumphed over her pride. She took a step forward and silently followed after him. Wu Liang was a man who, aside from his one weakness for beauty, never shortchanged his own appetite. He stayed loyal to both his brothers and his stomach, so the pantry at Huichuntang was always well stocked. Before long, he had prepared a full table of hot pot. When Jiang Qingluan walked in, the copper pot at the center of the table was bubbling with a rich, gleaming red broth, steam rolling upward. With the simmering of various spices, a dense, mouth-watering aroma permeated the entire room, making one's appetite impossible to resist. Jiang Qingluan couldn't help but swallow her saliva, then pressed her lips together. So fragrant. Wu Liang turned his head, and his eyes widened in surprise. Ah, miss, what brings you here? If I knew that prissy little thing couldn't resist. She's taken the bait. Jiang Qingluan's expression froze, and she stood there awkwardly, both embarrassed and thoroughly annoyed. Isn't it bloody obvious? Why do you think I'm here? Don't you know I haven't eaten for a whole day and night either? You idiot. You wretch. Wu Liang kept looking at her, and when she didn't reply, he asked with a smile, Miss, why aren't you saying anything? Jiang Qingluan grew even more mortified, her peach-shaped eyes narrowing dangerously as she fixed her gaze on Wu Liang. Playing coy with me again, are you? Fine, watch how I tame you. Even a golden benefactor needs to learn to behave. Wu Liang snickered, then audaciously turned around, sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and began dropping meat into the pot. He stirred his dipping sauce, added some chopped spring onions. It looked like he fully intended to eat without paying Jiang Qingluan any mind. Hey, Jiang Qingluan was stunned, and her fury mounted. How dare he ignore this princess? How dare he make this princess stand here and watch him eat? This was utterly outrageous. Beyond audacious. Jiang Qingluan's delicate brows knitted as she glared ferociously at Wu Liang, but he showed no reaction whatsoever. He had already started eating. He picked up a slice of meat from the pot, dipped it into that yellowish paste, and only then brought it to his mouth. Immediately after, a look of pure bliss bloomed on his face. It really looked delicious. Jiang Qingluan quietly swallowed again, her nostrils flaring slightly. It really did smell divine. So she clenched her fists tightly and glared at him with all her might. I'm hungry. Wu Liang looked up and nearly burst out laughing. Jiang Qingluan wore a fierce expression on her face, yet her voice moments ago had been soft, timid, and pitiful. The contrast was utterly amusing. Wu Liang smiled. Oh, you're hungry too. Jiang Qingluan's fists clenched tighter. Are you deaf? Did this princess not just say so? Yet you keep asking. Wu Liang smiled at her without a word. Jiang Qingluan had no choice but to give a slight nod, barely audible. Ha ha ha. Wu Liang laughed heartily and gestured warmly. Then what are you waiting for? Sit down and eat. I've prepared plenty of ingredients. Even if another whole pig showed up, there'd still be enough to go around. Are you calling me a pig? Jiang Qingluan's eyes turned icy, radiating murderous intent. Oh no. Wu Liang hastily shook his head while inwardly delighted. Miss, please don't misunderstand, I was merely making an analogy. Are you not hungry? Then sit down and eat. If the meat is cooked too long, it won't be as fragrant. Come, eat up. Humph. Jiang Qingluan sat down with indignation, staring at the copper pot before her that bubbled with red oil froth, her delicate brows twisted into a knot. What kind of meal was this? Greens, meat slices, awful. All manner of assorted ingredients thrown into one pot, like a hodgepodge stew. Utterly unfit for a proper table. After boiling, one fished the food out and dipped it into that yellowish, sticky mud-like paste in the bowl. Just looking at it was enough to ruin one's appetite. What vexed her most was that, judging by the setup, she'd have to share the same pot as this lecherous lout across from her. How utterly revolting. She was a princess of noble birth, raised on a full table of delicacies at every meal with dedicated palace maids even to serve her dishes. When had she ever shared a pot with anyone? Wu Liang glanced up and read her mind. Hot pot indeed wasn't elegant, but it was undeniably delicious. The taste is genuinely quite good. Give it a try. Jiang Qingluan sat ramrod straight-faced, cold, not even touching her chopsticks. Fine then. Don't eat if you don't want to. Wu Liang didn't bother with more persuasion. He picked up a large piece of lamb cooked to perfection, swirled it through the sesame sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing, with rich juices dripping. Then he raised his cup and took a small sip of wine. Pure bliss. The aroma drifted with the steam straight into Jiang Qingluan's nose. Grr. Waves of hunger surged from her stomach and her mouth treacherously began flooding with saliva. Jiang Qingluan's cheeks flushed, her throat bobbing. Hold on. Once my injuries heal, I'll kill him and silence him forever. No one will ever know what happened here today. Having steeled her resolve, she finally forced herself to pick up the chopsticks, suppressing her disgust, to lift a thin slice of meat from the bubbling broth. Without even glancing at the yellow paste, she put it directly into her mouth. Her teeth closed, and she chewed twice. Jiang Qingluan's peach blossom eyes went instantly wide as saucers. Omega to omega. Delicious. The meat was tender and succulent, and the spicy, numbing, aromatic flavor exploded on her tongue, instantly dispelling the chill from her body. She couldn't resist. Reaching out with her chopsticks, she fished another slice from the pot and put it in her mouth. Truly delicious. Wu Liang glanced at her sidelong, without changing expression, laughing inwardly. The law of it smells good never fails. Some people just need a taste of their own medicine. Suppressing his amusement, he gestured with his chopsticks toward the bowl of sesame sauce before her. Dip it in that. Coat it thoroughly, it's even more delicious. Jiang Qingluan paused, eyeing the yellow goop with disdain. What is this? My exclusive secret formula sauce. Wu Liang raised an eyebrow, his tone utterly confident. Try it dipped. If it's not good, you can hit me. Jiang Qingluan, seeing how certain he was, and recalling the already extraordinary taste from moments before, wondered, could this stuff really make it even better? Half doubting, she picked up a piece of lamb, gave it the lightest dip in the yellow paste, and put it in her mouth. The next second, Jiang Qingluan froze completely. How could such a delicacy exist in this world? Those so-called master chefs in the imperial kitchen, everything they made was nothing but bland, watery garbage. From that moment on, the ninth princess of Great Zhou's refined dining etiquette completely collapsed. Her chopstick movements suddenly accelerated, one piece after another flying with lightning speed, eating until sweat beaded on her forehead, and her red lips were slightly swollen from the spice. In no time at all, the once full copper pot was reduced to nothing but a pot of red broth. Hey, no need to rush. Wu Liang watched her devour food like a starving ghost and smiled, lifting the nearby plate. There's more here. I'll add some for you. By now, Jiang Qingluan had abandoned all pretense of pride. She even proactively picked up the greens on her side and helped add them to the pot. And so the two of them sat in that dim little kitchen, separated by the rising steam, cheerfully fishing meat from the pot together. At the height of their feasting, Wu Liang casually picked up an empty cup, poured her some wine, and slid it over. This is a medicinal wine I brewed myself, infused with herbs that promote blood circulation and dispel stasis. Drink a little, it'll help your wounds heal. Jiang Qingluan paused, raising her head to look at him. One who eats is obliged. This time her attitude was markedly better than before. She softly hummed an acknowledgement, lifted the cup, and took a sip. Setting down the cup, she turned her face away with a slightly forced expression and added stiffly, "Thank you. I'll think nothing of it." Wu Liang waved his hand dismissively and said with a grin, "Miss has already promised me 10,000 taels of gold. What is a mere meal compared to that?" At that reminder, Jiang Qingluan's expression, which had just softened, hardened slightly. She said nothing, only lowered her head, and continued, eating in silence. Wu Liang sighed inwardly with regret. He'd hoped to ply her with good food and loosen her tongue, but this woman's lips were tighter than a clam's shell. Still, he wasn't worried. Haste makes waste. His gaze drifted casually over Jiang Qingluan's bloodstained tattered clothing, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Given her current condition, she'd have plenty more occasions to need his help. There was no rush. After the feast concluded, he returned to his room. Thanks to last night's frank encounter, Jiang Qingluan was mentally prepared today and cooperated readily. Wu Liang turned his back, and behind him came the soft rustling sound of clothing being removed. A moment later, Jiang Qingluan lay flat on the bed, her voice chilly began. Wu Liang turned around and glanced. The view was exactly the same as yesterday. Skin as fair as frost and snow, a tall and gracefully proportioned figure, and of course that embroidered bodice with the hole torn through its chest by a sword. With practiced ease, he opened the sandalwood needle case, took a deep breath, and concentrated on applying the acupuncture. Over half an hour later, the treatment was complete. Wu Liang wiped the feigned sweat from his brow and poured another 9 cycles restoration pill from the porcelain bottle. Seeing him approach with cup in hand again, Jiang Qingluan hurriedly propped herself up. I feel much better today. No need to trouble yourself. I can manage on my own. No way. Wu Liang's face turned stern as he pressed her back under the blanket, his tone severe. After acupuncture, you must not move. Your qi and blood are being restructured through your meridians. Absolute rest is mandatory. Do you want to ruin everything? Jiang Qingluan had no choice but to open her mouth again resentfully. Just like yesterday, Wu Liang placed the pill on her tongue and helped her wash it down with water from the cup. All right, rest well. Wu Liang didn't linger. He turned and left the room without hesitation. Back in his own chamber, he kicked off his shoes, sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and eagerly began circulating the longevity art once more. The sooner he built up his internal energy, the better his chances of self-protection. At that same moment in the room, just beyond the wall, Jiang Qingluan lay beneath the brocade blanket, staring motionlessly at the pitch-black ceiling. Her mind flickered between images: Wu Liang's insufferable rogue grin, his fierce scolding of her as a pig-headed fool, and that bubbling hot pot. On her exquisite face, her expression shifted continuously, tangled with complexity beyond measure. The next morning, as dawn broke, Wu Liang was still sitting cross-legged on his couch, immersed in the pleasant sensation of true energy circulating through his body. Suddenly, the door was knocked on with a loud bang. Wu Liang, came Jiang Qingluan's cold voice from outside. Wu Liang quickly gathered his energy and shuffled over in his slippers to open the door. When he pulled it open, he found Jiang Qingluan standing there with an expressionless face, her sword still in hand. Holy crap! Wu Liang was startled and instinctively jumped back a full step. What in the world are you doing this early in the morning? Seeing his cowardly demeanor, a mocking smile tugged at Jiang Qingluan's lips. My injuries have healed by about half. Jiang Qingluan sheathed her sword and got straight to the point. I plan to depart immediately for Beiyang City. However, I am unfamiliar with this area, so escort me part of the way. As compensation, I can add another 100 taels of gold to your payment. Wu Liang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. So urgent. I have urgent matters to attend to. I cannot afford to delay even a single day. Ding. Daily act of kindness quest triggered. Accept or decline. Escort Jiang Qingluan to Beiyang City. Quest reward 2 colored traits. Wu Liang's heart instantly burst with joy. As expected, this woman is a genuine high-rolling patron. Colored traits again. But why only 2 this time? Could it be that the system calibrates rewards based on the nature and difficulty of the quest? Wu Liang pondered silently. Last time, it was saving her life, but this time it's essentially just being a guide and traveling physician. Never mind, 2 is still 2. Far superior to those worthless blank traits from before. Wu Liang mentally screamed, accept, over a dozen times, but outwardly he deliberately scrunched up his brow, putting on an extremely reluctant, bitter expression. The distance from Guyu City to Beiyang City is a full 300 li. The journey is fraught with treacherous mountains and hostile terrain. You'll have to cross ridges and trudge through deserts. And the most alarming part is that bandits and ruthless villains lurk along the way. Too dangerous, far too dangerous. Hearing his endless complaints, Jiang Qingluan's eyes flashed with irritation. What are you unwilling? Wu Liang rubbed his fingers together and grinned. Need to add more money. A hint of disgust flickered in Jiang Qingluan's eyes. This greedy scoundrel. 100 taels of gold was enough for an ordinary person to squander for a lifetime, and he still thought it was too little. I'll add another 100 taels of gold. Jiang Qingluan said coldly. You already saved my life, and I promised 10,000 taels of gold afterward. You'd best know when to stop. Don't be so greedy. Wu Liang bristled, sticking out his neck as he retorted indignantly. Miss, it's true you promised. But think honestly. Since I carried you back here have I seen so much as a single copper coin from you. Not only did I personally provide precious herbs for your treatment, but I also covered your food and lodging. That hot pot last night. You ate even more than I did. How can you baselessly smear my reputation and call me greedy? Jiang Qingluan was momentarily speechless, her chest heaving with anger. Didn't you swear last night that you trusted me? And besides, who ate more than you? Nonsense. I do trust you. Wu Liang nodded, his expression utterly sincere. But I truly haven't seen a single coin. Does that contradict anything? Jiang Qingluan was utterly at a loss for words. Arguing with this rogue was a pure waste of breath. 1,000 taels of gold. She interrupted him impatiently, her voice cold. Escort me to Beiyang City. Excellent. You're too generous, boss. No problem. Wu Liang changed his tune faster than flipping a page, agreeing with remarkable enthusiasm. Jiang Qingluan snorted and turned her face away. Prepare me a set of clothes. New ones. No problem. Hurry up, don't waste time. With that, Jiang Qingluan didn't even spare him a glance and turned back into the room. Wu Liang pursed his lips and ambled over to the front hall. He called over the young apprentice, sweeping the floor, tossed him a string of copper coins, and said, Listen, I'm planning a trip to Beiyang City to visit an old friend. Huichun Hall will be closed for a few days. Go home and rest up. After dispatching the servant with a few words, Wu Liang locked the clinic door and returned to the back courtyard. You want me to wear your clothes? Jiang Qingluan asked in disgust, holding up the cyan gray robe. These are clothes I've washed clean. We're about the same height. Why wouldn't they fit? But it's men's clothing. Jiang Qingluan raised her voice. As the 9th princess of Great Zhou, wearing a country physician's worn clothes was one thing, but men's clothing. You should wear men's clothing. Wu Liang retorted without hesitation, his tone turning serious. Miss, take a look in the mirror. You're so beautiful. If you set out like this with no disguise, you'll attract endless trouble along the way. Besides, Wu Liang paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. I may not know what you're heading to Beiyang City for, but the earth-shattering battle that erupted at the back mountain of Gua Family Manor the night before yesterday speaks volumes about how terrifying your enemies are. If they couldn't kill you on the spot, do you really think they've stopped hunting you down? Wearing men's clothes is the most basic disguise. Jiang Qingluan fell silent. Her reason told her that Wu Liang's words were entirely sound. She stopped arguing, snatched the clothes, and turned back into her room. A moment later, the door opened again. Wu Liang glanced over casually and froze on the spot. Jiang Qingluan had changed into the cyan cloth robe. The loose garment concealed some of her feminine curves, and her long black hair was tied back simply with a matching cloth strip, her face bare of makeup. Yet far from diminishing her beauty, it accentuated a different kind of clean, sharp, androgynous elegance, like a handsome young master from a noble family who had sneaked out to explore the world. Wu Liang stared, completely dumbfounded. Inside, he cried out, good heavens, she's so beautiful, she'd look stunning even in a sack. Seeing his dazed, slack-jawed expression, a hint of satisfaction flickered in Jiang Qingluan's heart. She raised her chin proudly and scolded coldly, Pervert, move it already. All right, let's go. Wu Liang snapped out of it, laughing. He hurried to the back courtyard, opened the gate, and drove the carriage, officially setting out on the road to Beiyang City. Urging the horse-drawn cart onward, Wu Liang headed northward. As dusk began to cast its shadow, the cart swayed into a mountain hollow. Wu Liang pulled on the reins, bringing the vehicle to a halt with a gentle command. He jumped down from the shaft, stretching his stiffened lower back, and called toward the carriage. That's enough for today. We'll spend the night here and resume our journey at dawn. The curtain was abruptly flung aside. Jiang Qingluan furrowed her brow and rejected the idea without hesitation. No. We continue on. Wu Liang rolled his eyes and gestured at the pitch-black mountain path ahead. You think this is a stroll through the city temple fair? I've heard from head escort Chin back in town. Once we pass the Calabash Gorge up ahead, there won't be a soul within 100 li, let alone an inn to rest at. In this pitch darkness with these treacherous mountain roads, how can we possibly push on? If we go tumbling off a cliff, we'd make quite the pair of ill-fated lovers, wouldn't we? Jiang Qingluan was left speechless by his retort, both indignant and frustrated. Wu Liang took a few steps closer, unharnessing the horse as he inquired in a deliberately casual tone, speaking of which, I still don't know the young lady's honorable name. What should I call you? In truth, throughout this entire journey, Wu Liang had been mulling over Jiang Qingluan's identity. What in the world was this woman's true background? Yet Guyu City was so remote that scarcely any news from the outside world ever reached it. He only knew that roughly 300 years ago, 9 kingdoms waged war across this continent, tearing at each other like mad dogs, until gradually the conflict settled into a 3-way division of power: the Great Zhou, the Great Qian, and the Great Liang, each commanding the Central Plains. To the north, in the bitter hinterlands of the desert, lay a grassland regime known as the Great Yuan Empire. Their iron cavalry swept across the steppes, unrivaled in mounted archery, their military might so formidable that all surrounding tribes bowed in submission. To the west sprawled foreign territories, and it was said that the kingdom of Lulan among them produced breathtaking beauties. Beyond these dynasties, countless martial arts sects and factions flourished across the Jianghu. This world was simply too vast. A mere name like Jiang Qinghuan gave him nothing to deduce from. Jiang Qinghuan, still nursing her displeasure from his earlier rebuttal, had no intention of engaging with him at all. She acted as if she hadn't heard him, coldly snapping the curtain shut and retreating into the carriage. What's there to be so haughty about? Wu Liang muttered at the hanging curtain under his breath, vowing silently that he'd get to the bottom of her mystery sooner or later. Afterward, Wu Liang gathered some dry twigs and hay, kindled a campfire, and fished out some dried rations from his pack. He toasted them over the flames and filled his stomach well enough. Having eaten and drunk his fill, he found a sheltered spot and sat down cross-legged, beginning his meditation cultivation practice. The night passed in perfect stillness. The next morning, as the first hint of pale light broke on the eastern horizon, Wu Liang snapped his eyes open. Uncontainable joy surged within him. The inner strength in his dantian had swelled to twice what it was yesterday, flowing ceaselessly without end. Overjoyed, he grabbed the long sword lying nearby and swung it vigorously in the morning light, with great flair, gradually calming himself down. He banked the fire from last night and skewered some meat and dry provisions with a branch, roasting them over the flames. He planned to enjoy a hot breakfast before continuing on the road. Before long, Jiang Qinghuan emerged from the carriage. As soon as she stepped down, her gaze locked onto the sizzling, glistening chicken leg in Wu Liang's hands. Wu Liang caught her glance from the corner of his eye, but paid her no mind. Pretending not to notice, he tore off a large piece of meat and chewed loudly with a look of pure bliss. Jiang Qinghuan stood there, grinding her teeth in frustration. Partly because she was ravenous, and partly because this bastard hadn't even performed acupuncture on her last night, too absorbed in his own cultivation. She took a deep breath, suppressing her growing irritation, and walked up to stand before Wu Liang. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her parched lips and forced out stiffly, "My name is Zhoujior." Wu Liang paused mid-bite. Zhoujior. Huh. This cunning woman was so wary that she'd conjured up a fake name to deceive him. He jerked his head up and feigned a look of great surprise, eyes wide. Huh. You're awake. Oh, Zhoujior, what a lovely name. Jiang Qinghuan's face instantly darkened. This acting was far too fake. Even a blind man could tell he was putting on a show. Wu Liang didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. On the contrary, he obnoxiously brandished the golden, crispy roasted chicken leg in his hand and said with a grin, "Ms. Zhou, you have to admit this chicken leg is roasted to perfection, absolutely divine." With that, he took another bite, chewing with relish. Jiang Qinghuan's chest heaved violently. This bastard, he was definitely doing it on purpose, deliberately tempting her. She refused to beg this scoundrel for a morsel of food, but the cravings in her stomach simply wouldn't obey. She stiffened her face and said flatly, "I'm hungry." Wu Liang felt a surge of amusement, just about to tease her a bit more when, ding, daily good deed quest triggered. Accept quest, resolved Jiang Qinghuan's hunger. Yes, no quest, reward rainbow trait 1. Holy shit. An enormous wave of excitement crashed through Wu Liang's mind, nearly making him laugh out loud. Feeding her breakfast could net a rainbow trait. Fine, then I know exactly how to play this. Accept, accept, accept now, Wu Liang shouted inwardly. At the same time, the mockery on his face vanished without a trace. Beaming from ear to ear, he sprang to his feet and thrust the chicken leg toward her with both hands. "Oh dear, why didn't you say you were hungry earlier? Here, this one's freshly roasted. What flavor do you prefer? We've got spicy and we've got cumin. Or should I just sprinkle both on? Come, have a bite to tide you over. I'll roast a few more for you. Humans are iron and food is steel. A proper breakfast is essential." This sudden 180-degree reversal completely stunned Jiang Qinghuan. She dumbly accepted the roasted chicken leg he shoved into her hands and watched him bustle about with eager attentiveness, her mind utterly unable to process what was happening. This man, is he mentally unhinged? Still enticed by the irresistible aroma, even knowing he'd taken a few bites already, she couldn't help but sink her teeth into it. Crispy on the outside, tender and juicy within. Absolutely delicious. As Jiang Qinghuan nibbled daintily, watching Wu Liang hunch over the fire, energetically roasting more food for her, the intense disgust she'd felt toward him miraculously began to fade. Actually, looking at him more closely, he wasn't so detestable after all. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the daily good deed, resolving Jiang Qinghuan's hunger quest. Reward received, rainbow trait, startling swan, wandering dragon steps. Effect graceful as a startled swan, agile as a roaming dragon. Steps leave no trace, moving shadows leave no trail. Evasion swift as lightning, treading on snow without a sound. Trait has been issued. Wu Liang dug his right hand hard into his own thigh. Ecstatic. Absolutely ecstatic. This was a movement technique, a lightness skill, and it was of paramount importance. Not only could it be used in combat, but it was also perfect for escaping danger. Truly an essential skill for sneaking about and plundering. Indeed, it was exactly what he'd been lacking. Miss Jiu here, have another chicken. Oh no, I mean have another chicken leg. Thank you. The setting sun bled like crimson, and just before the last rays of daylight vanished, the carriage finally limped into the small gray town of Fonlay. A single main street ran through the dusty settlement. The only inn on the street bore a faded sign reading Fonlay, in which looked rather shabby in the twilight. Wu Liang tied up the carriage and led Jiang Qingluan into the main hall. Inside, the place was lively. Several tables were crowded with merchants and porters, some drinking, some boasting, some complaining about the rough roads. A cacophony of voices that made it feel like a bustling marketplace. Jiang Qingluan frowned, uncomfortable with the noise. Wu Liang, however, appeared at ease. He found an empty table against the wall, sat down, and called to the waiter, 2 superior rooms, and bring us some of your best dishes. Hurry, I haven't eaten all day. The food came quickly: a large plate of braised beef, a steaming bowl of lamb soup, 2 dishes of seasonal vegetables, and several plain steamed buns. The aroma was tempting. Jiang Qingluan, already famished, raised her chopsticks to take a bite. Wait. Wu Liang suddenly grabbed her wrist. She looked up at him, puzzled. Without a word, Wu Liang quickly tapped each dish with his finger, examined his fingertip, and then said, "Go ahead." Only then did Jiang Qingluan notice the silver needle, as fine as a hair, pinched between his fingers. He was cautious, seeming like a seasoned traveler. In truth, Wu Liang was a greenhorn in the martial world, but he was not lacking in worldly experience. After all, before his transmigration, he had watched countless historical wuxia films. Even if he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. In the dangerous world of the Jianghu, one must never lower one's guard. Then they both began to eat. After a hearty meal, they went upstairs, entered their room, and closed the door. Acupuncture time. Jiang Qingluan had grown accustomed to turning her back to him, removing her outer robe, leaving only her undergarments, lying down and closing her eyes. Half an hour later, after removing the final needle, Wu Liang let out a long breath, his forehead beaded with fresh sweat. This task was mentally draining, more exhausting than a day of driving the carriage. He casually grabbed the teapot that the waiter had brought earlier, tilted it to his lips, and gulped down several mouthfuls to soothe his dry throat. The moment the tea went down, his face changed drastically. Something was wrong. The longevity true qi that had been flowing smoothly in his dantian suddenly slammed into an invisible wall, its circulation visibly slowing, becoming sluggish and heavy, while a faint numbness crept into his limbs. Damn, there was something in the tea. Wu Liang's heart skipped a beat as he cursed his own carelessness. He had guarded against the food, but not the tea on the table. Fortunately, the system's Qingnong Jing covered a vast range of knowledge, not only for healing, but also for identifying and countering many bizarre poisons. He fumbled in his pocket, pulled out a small porcelain bottle, and tipped out a single emerald green pill. This was the Qingxin by Du Dan he had made himself according to the Qingnong Jing. The ingredients were hard to come by, and he only had a few. He hadn't expected to use one today. Without a second thought, he swallowed the pill and simultaneously forced the longevity art to circulate, using the combined power of the antidote and his qi to suppress the strange obstruction. Though his qi flow was not smooth, the balanced and gentle nature of the longevity art, aided by the pill, managed to barely contain the poison spread. On the bed, Jiang Qingluan was about to put on her inner robe when she sensed something wrong with his breathing. She turned and saw his pale face and cold sweat. What's wrong? Shoo! Like a startled cat, Wu Liang sprang over and clamped his hand over her mouth. Jiang Qingluan's eyes instantly widened in fury. This lecher dared to. Before she could react, Wu Liang pressed close, his warm breath against her ear, his voice barely a whisper. Someone poisoned the tea. Jiang Qingluan's pupils contracted sharply. The next moment, Wu Liang released her mouth and spoke rapidly. Quick. Get dressed. Grab your things. We can't stay here. The sudden crisis stunned Jiang Qingluan, and her movements slowed by a fraction. Oh, you're hopeless. Wu Liang snatched the outer robe from her hands and draped it over her roughly, his fingers inevitably brushing against her smooth shoulders and arms. He grabbed her sash and tied it for her, his movements clumsy and frantic. Jiang Qingluan stiffened, trembling with rage, her cheeks burning with shame and fury. Never in her life had she been touched by a man like this. But in this life-or-death moment, she could only bite her lower lip and swallow the angry rebuke that rose in her throat, allowing this bastard to bundle her up like a piece of luggage, utterly disheveled and humiliated. Let's go. Wu Liang grabbed the bundle on the table and pulled her toward the door. With a thunderous crash, the door was blasted into flying splinters. The hallway outside was packed with black-clad masked figures, their gleaming steel blades reflecting the dim corridor light, radiating murderous intent. Holy shit. Wu Liang's bladder nearly gave way. Even after 2 lifetimes, he had never faced such a situation. A sharp, clear sword cry rang out like a thunderbolt from the heavens, shattering the oppressive silence. Jiang Qingluan's sword was already drawn. The seemingly ordinary blade burst into blinding cold light the moment it left the scabbard, dazzling the eyes. Without a word, she moved like a ghost, her sword becoming a frigid blizzard that swept toward the first few black-clad attackers. Countless solid sword chi like blooming snowflakes or a hailstorm billowed out in all directions. The three leading black-clad figures didn't even have time to raise their blades before they were caught in that terrifying net of sword chi. Mists of blood burst. No screams were heard. They were instantly shredded into pieces by her ruthless sword chi. The narrow corridor turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. Jiang Qinghuan's sword was like a rainbow, carving a bloody path through the black-clad crowd from the room to the stairway. Everywhere she passed, severed limbs flew and blood painted the walls and floor. What about Wu Liang? Amid the fierce battle, she stole a glance behind her. That glance chilled her heart. Wu Liang hadn't even drawn his sword, let alone followed her to help. Instead, his footwork turned bizarrely agile like a slippery loach, dodging left and right through the flying swords and spurting blood, barely avoiding every attack. Then, spotting an opening, he didn't even call out. With a loud crash, he smashed through a window at the other end of the corridor. Wood splinters and glass shards flew, and he leaped without hesitation into the thick night, disappearing instantly. He had run away. Just like that, he ran away. Jiang Qinghuan stared at the broken window, her sword arm faltering almost imperceptibly. All that talk of a physician's benevolence was complete bullshit. Kill. Already burning with fury and now abandoned, Jiang Qinghuan cried out, her sword intensified by 3/10, recklessly forcing her unstable internal energy. Sword chi crisscrossed frost filled the inn. She was like a goddess of slaughter. Her sword became a scythe of death. Each swing unleashed a 10-foot-long ice blue sword chi so sharp that the tables, chairs, and pillars of the inn were as fragile as tofu before it. A black-clad man tried to block with his heavy saber. Jiang Qinghuan's sword chi sliced through the saber and split his body in two. "Stand in my way and die," she shouted, her form like lightning leaping from the second-floor railing. Mid-air, she swung her sword in a move called Frost Moon Sweeps the Sky. A huge crescent-shaped sword chi howled forth like a giant guillotine, sweeping across the entire first-floor hall. Screams erupted. "Ah, my leg. Ow." At least 7 or 8 black-clad men were killed or maimed by that single sword chi. Severed limbs flew through the air, blood sprayed like water, turning the once clean floor and walls of Feng Lei into a dark red mess. She fought her way through the first floor, stepping on corpses with every stride. The majesty of a half-step grandmaster was awe-inspiring and terrifying. She kicked open the inn's rickety front door and burst out onto the main street, drenched in blood. At the end of the street, a sea of torches suddenly appeared, footsteps drumming like rain. Another batch of black-clad men, more numerous than those in the inn, surged forward like a black tide, silent and swift. Surrounded from the front, no retreat behind. With a violent cough, she spat out a mouthful of dark, clotted blood laced with black threads. The suppressed injury combined with excessive internal energy use now rebounded fully. Jiang Qinghuan spat out a mouthful of dark red blood, which seemed to contain some black threads. Her vision darkened, her chi and blood churned wildly in her meridians, her sword-wielding hand trembled uncontrollably, her legs weakened, and she could only lean on her sword to keep from collapsing. Her face was pale as paper. She looked up at the cold moon, half hidden by dark clouds, and smiled bitterly. Was she, Jiang Qinghuan, really going to die here tonight? "Father, I am unwilling to accept this." The black-clad figures surged forward, their ferocious faces clearly visible in the torchlight. Behind her, the cries of battle echoed, yet Jiang Qinghuan's heart grew calm. She held her sword at an angle, the tip trembling violently, the blade's gleam intensifying. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, but she remained oblivious. Her peach blossom eyes brimmed with murderous intent. "You want my life? Then we die together." Jiang Qinghuan prepared to self-destruct. At that critical moment, a burst of urgent hoofbeats tore through the night, like thunder erupting from the other end of the street. Approaching rapidly from afar. "Get on the horse." A familiar yet strange roar pierced through the clamor of battle. Jiang Qinghuan snapped her head to the side. Under the clear moonlight, Wu Liang, riding a sorrel horse, galloped wildly toward her. He leaned low, one hand gripping the reins, the other stretched out to her, his expression frantic and contorted. But in Jiang Qinghuan's eyes at that moment, that figure split the darkness of despair like a god descending to earth. Her eyes, once dull and hopeless, suddenly burst with an unbelievable light of joy. Without a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth, surged her internal energy, and with a light push of her toes leaped gracefully, tracing an arc through the air, and grabbed Wu Liang's outstretched hand. Wu Liang pulled with his arm, lifting her up. Jiang Qinghuan used the momentum to swing her leg over and landed steadily behind him on the horse. "Hold on tight," Wu Liang shouted without looking back, cracking the whip fiercely on the horse's plump rump. The horse in pain let out a long neigh and surged forward even faster like an arrow from a bow, charging straight at the black-clad figures blocking the way. Meanwhile, Wu Liang's adrenaline spiked. Sword in hand, channeling his internal energy, he hacked and slashed wildly in front of him. He didn't care if he hit anyone, just swung indiscriminately, a mad sword dance attacking everything. Bang! Crack! Ow! Screams, the sound of bones breaking and the thuds of bodies being flung into the air mixed into chaos. The sorrel horse forced a bloody path through, carrying the two, and plunged into the deep dark night beyond the town, leaving behind the cries, the firelight, and the small town of Fenglei as a distant memory. The rapid hoofbeats echoed across the silent wilderness, growing fainter. Wu Liang lay sprawled on the horse's back, trembling. The wind howled past his ears, his mind buzzing. He had killed people. Not just one or two. Like chopping vegetables, blood spurted out as if it were free. It was warm, a bit fishy, and had splattered onto his face. Now it had dried, pulling at his skin. Exciting. Damn exciting. But what lingered more was the aftertaste of fear. A chill ran from his tailbone up his spine, making his scalp tingle and his body shake uncontrollably. After the adrenaline rush, all that remained was the exhaustion of having survived, and nausea. He didn't dare stop or turn back, just kept whipping the horse's rump, focused solely on getting as far away from that accursed place as possible. He forgot all fatigue and pain. One word dominated his mind: run. He galloped for who knows how long. Maybe half an hour, maybe longer. The sorrel horse beneath him began to breathe heavily, its speed visibly dropping. Wu Liang grew anxious and whipped it twice more, but the horse couldn't go faster. Eventually it snorted and just trotted in place, refusing to move on. Giddy up. Giddy up. Don't stop, you damn beast. Just then a weak cough sounded from behind. Cough. Stop whipping, the horse is exhausted. Let's find a place to hide first. Jiang Qingluan's voice sounded faint. Wu Liang snapped back to reality, reined in the horse, and looked around. The moonlight was fairly bright, revealing rolling hills and dark patches of forest. In the distance, Fenglei town was no longer visible. He gritted his teeth, pulled the reins, and steered the weary sorrel horse into a dense part of the woods nearby. Only when the branches completely blocked the moonlight, and only insects and wind could be heard, did they stop. The moment they halted, a dull thud came from behind. Jiang Qingluan had slid off the horse and collapsed to the ground. Wu Liang was startled, turned around, and quickly dismounted to help her up. Her skin was ice cold, her face pale as paper, her lips bloodless, her breathing rapid and shallow. Wu Liang's heart sank as he grabbed her wrist to check her pulse. As he felt the pulse, his brow furrowed. The pulse was even more chaotic than before. Her internal energy was rampaging through her meridians, clearly a backlash from her injuries aggravated by the forced use of qi in battle. He quickly pulled out a porcelain bottle, shook out a life-sustaining pill, and popped it into Jiang Qingluan's mouth. Though the medicine was administered, her breathing remained erratic, and Wu Liang grew frantic. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. The longevity art. Wasn't the true qi of the longevity art, imbued with healing and nourishing effects? Wu Liang adjusted Jiang Qingluan, his expression unusually serious. I'll use my internal energy to coax your qi, see if we can stabilize your injuries. Jiang Qingluan's half-closed eyes snapped open, looking at him in surprise. You have internal energy? Tisk, don't underestimate me. Wu Liang didn't explain further. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind and summoned the longevity, true qi from his dantian. A warm stream of air slowly flowed out from the Laogong acupoint in his palm, carefully probing into Jiang Qingluan's meridians. At first, Jiang Qingluan's body instinctively resisted. But soon she sensed that this incoming true qi was exceptionally gentle, pure, and brimming with vitality. Wherever it passed, it was like spring rain nourishing parched earth, bringing a soothing coolness to her damaged, burning meridians. Her turbulent qi was gradually calmed and guided. It was actually working. Jiang Qingluan was deeply shocked. What kind of cultivation technique was Wu Liang practicing? The nature of this inner energy was so peculiar. The vital force it contained was more direct and gentle than many of the top-grade healing elixirs she had seen. Not only did he possess remarkable medical skills, but he also had such extraordinary internal cultivation. Who was this person? The healing session lasted a full hour. When Wu Liang withdrew his hand, he collapsed onto the leaf-strewn ground like a drained man gasping for breath. Jiang Qingluan's injuries were finally stabilized for the moment, but Wu Liang's dantian was completely wrung dry. Not a drop of internal energy left. He could only slowly accumulate it over time. Seeing his pale, exhausted state, Jiang Qingluan's gaze grew complicated. After a moment of silence, she said softly, "Thank you. I didn't expect you would come back to save me." Wu Liang perked up instantly at her words. He forced himself to sit up straight, flashed a mouthful of white teeth, and puffed out his chest with bravado. "What are you saying? I promised to escort you to Beiyang City, so I must keep my word. Go ask around. Within 100 miles who doesn't know that I, the merciful Saint Han young master, am a man of my word and upright character. He spoke with conviction and righteousness. But in truth Wu Liang was panicking inside. In both his lifetimes he had never witnessed such a bloody gory scene firsthand. Whenever he closed his eyes the image of Jiang Qinghuan wreaking havoc in the inn, limbs flying, blood splattering the walls, replayed in high definition in his mind. Just thinking about it made his legs tremble and his calves cramp. So his first instinct had been to run. His doggy life was more important. Fortunately, the startled swan wandering dragon step he had just comprehended was incredibly effective. On its first use the footwork was as slippery as a loach spirit, extremely fast and agile in turns. Besides, the assassin's target was Jiang Qinghuan, and no one paid attention to him, so he managed to slip away completely unscathed. But after escaping the cold wind sobered him up and he regretted it. Jiang Qinghuan was a walking generator of colorful word strips. If this big patron died, where would he go to harvest colorful word strips in the future? How could he ever reach the pinnacle of martial arts and roam the world? After a moment's thought, Wu Liang gritted his teeth and sneaked back. Jiang Qinghuan, listening to his self-praise and watching him pretend to be calm despite his lingering fear, unexpectedly curved her lips into a faint smile, a rare occurrence. The merciful Saint Han young master, truly deserving of the name. Today's life-saving grace Zhou Jiuer will never forget. Wu Liang waved his hand, dismissively ruining the mood. Easy, easy. Just remember to add to my pay. Jiang Qinghuan's smile froze instantly. She looked at this fellow with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Call him a coward. He dared to return alone to save her. Call him loyal. He couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning money. But on reflection, no one is perfect. It was only natural for someone who scraped by in the streets to love money. Jiang Qinghuan sighed helplessly and nodded seriously. A life-saving grace is worth 10,000 taels of gold. Whoa. Wu Liang was overjoyed and immediately started counting on his fingers. Boss is generous. So Miss Nine, you now owe me 10,000 for saving your life, 1,000 for escort, and 10,000 for saving you again, just now. That totals 21,000 taels of gold, right? Jiang Qinghuan looked at his money-grubbing expression and nodded helplessly. No mistake. He. Wu Liang couldn't help but laugh, rubbing his hands together as if he could already see mountains of gold and silver beckoning to him. He suddenly looked up at Jiang Qinghuan and blurted out, Miss Nine, you should smile more often. Huh? Jiang Qinghuan was taken aback. Why? Because you look beautiful when you smile. Wu Liang said it, as if it were obvious. You always keep such a stern face, like someone owes you 800 coins. Smiling like you did just now, that's much better. Jiang Qinghuan's face instantly darkened, freezing the just relaxed atmosphere. She fixed a cold stare on Wu Liang, her voice returning to that icy tone. If you hadn't just saved me, you'd have a few more holes in you by now. Wu Liang curled his lip. She's like a dog, turning on him in a flash. Who knows who'll be poking whom in the future? Just wait until I master my divine art. See if I don't poke you. Wu Liang chuckled and brushed it off with a laugh. I'm a straightforward person, no hidden agendas, speak my mind. Don't take offense, Miss Ninth. Well, we're comrades who faced life and death together now, aren't we? Can you tell me? No. Jiang Qinghuan cut him off coldly before he could finish. Knowing too much will do you no good. Fine. Wu Liang knew better than to press. He changed the subject. Well, I saw you fighting in the inn, Miss Ninth. Your sword chi was so sharp it was awe-inspiring. Amazing. Miss Ninth, what cultivation realm are you? Surely you can reveal that. Let me feast my eyes. Jiang Qinghuan glanced at him and said flatly, second-rank minor grandmaster. Only second-rank minor grandmaster. Wu Liang was surprised. He had seen the scene in the inn with his own eyes. The sword chi swept across like laser beams, cutting through everything, shattering solid wooden tables and chairs. Such terrifying destructive power, and it's only second rank. Not even a grandmaster. Jiang Qinghuan seemed to see through his thoughts, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile curved her lips. Only second rank is already the peak of mortal martial artists. One can establish a school, dominate a region. Was it that powerful? Wu Liang pressed further. Miss Ninth, can you tell me how the martial cultivation realms are divided? I'm quite curious. Jiang Qinghuan's opinion of Wu Liang had improved considerably, and she was more patient. After a brief pause, she began, martial arts in this world are first divided into 9 ranks. Ranks 9 to 7 are the lower 3 ranks. Tempering bones, muscles, and skin considered the entry level. Ranks 6 to 4 are the middle 3 ranks. Internal energy begins to emerge and techniques become refined. Ranks 3 to 1 are the upper 3 ranks. Internal energy is abundant and can be projected outward to injure enemies. However, from rank 9 to rank 2 all are within the scope of mortal martial artists contending in strength and skill. Second rank is the pinnacle. already a supreme master in the mundane martial world enough to establish a school. Wu Liang listened with fascination and asked, "What about the first-rank grandmaster?" A flicker of awe and longing crossed Jiang Qinghuan's face. She said slowly, truly entering the hall, stepping into another realm. That is the first-rank state. That is the absolute peak of human martial arts. Extremely rare, not appearing once in 100 years. Hey, I've heard those storytellers ramble saying that a grandmaster can split a river with one sword stroke and cleave a mountain with one slash. Is that true or false? That's too incredible. Jiang Qinghuan glanced at him, her eyes distant with a wry smile, tinged with bitterness. That night. Didn't you see it? Wu Liang's heart leaped. Excitedly he said, that night was really a battle between grandmasters. I thought. It was you, miss. He had originally guessed that Jiang Qinghuan was the one fighting, but it turned out to be someone else. Miss Ninth, then that grandmaster. Was he secretly protecting you? Wu Liang had a bold guess. Wasn't that how those TV dramas always went? But Jiang Qinghuan let out a soft sigh. All dead. 3 words light as air. Wu Liang's hair stood on end. 2 grandmasters. Annihilated each other. His mind raced. One of them must have been protecting Jiang Qinghuan. To protect her, a supreme grandmaster, the pinnacle of the mortal world, chose to die with the enemy. Who exactly is this Jiang Qinghuan? To cause 2 grandmasters to perish together. Her background was probably far more terrifying than he could imagine. The forest fell into silence, only the rustle of night wind through leaves and the chirping of distant, unknown insects. The 2 leaned against their respective tree trunks, gazing at the night sky shattered by branches and leaves. Neither spoke again. Daybreak just barely dawned. Wu Liang opened his eyes from meditation, exhaling a long breath of stale air. When he looked up, Jiang Qinghuan was already awake, leaning against a tree trunk in a daze, lost in thought. Wu Liang felt his flat bundle and sighed. All the snacks he had brought were left on the carriage. Now all that remained in the pack were a few rock-hard, unleavened flatbreads. Just make do with these. Jiang Qinghuan didn't mind as she took one and nibbled it slowly. Wu Liang turned to look at the gray, hazy mountain forest in the distance, worrying so much he sucked his teeth. After listening to that little wench lecture last night, he had a clear understanding of his own abilities. According to the rule that anyone who generates internal energy is considered 6th rank, he was now a 6th rank. Low-level fighter with internal energy, but terrible technique. This strength was really unimpressive. Any one of those dozens of black-clad men from the inn last night could crush him. Also, although he didn't know how those bastards had found Jiang Qinghuan last night, even a fool could tell there would be more pursuers. Who knows what even more ruthless figures might come later. Should he still escort her to Beiyang City? How the hell was that different from throwing his life away? Even if he couldn't win, he could at least use the dragon stroll to escape, right? Say, Miss Ninth. Wu Liang couldn't hold back anymore. How did those black-clad men find your trail last night? This place is at least 100 li from Beiyang City. If we run into those fiends on the road, with my pathetic skills and your injury not fully healed, this won't be easy. Jiang Qinghuan stopped eating, her face darkening. She had thought of all this herself. After a long silence, she coldly uttered 3 words, Xian Wei. What a... Wu Liang was stunned. He knew those 3 words all too well. The notorious secret police of the Great Zhou Court, which made everyone turn pale at the mention. To deal with this little wench, it's actually these living devils? This truly caught Wu Liang off guard. Then his heart suddenly leaped, and an extremely bold thought emerged. His eyes wide, he blurted out, Miss Ninth, could it be that you... He clamped his mouth shut before finishing the sentence. Can't say it. Jiang Qinghuan didn't know that he had learned her real name from the system. If he revealed her true identity, with her suspicious nature, she would definitely draw her sword on the spot. Could it be what? Jiang Qinghuan frowned in confusion. Nothing. Wu Liang gave a dry laugh, his face calm as an old dog, but inside his mind was churning with shock. Jiang Qinghuan. The great Zhou royal family bears the surname Jiang. The prestigious Xian Wei chasing a woman with the surname Jiang like mad dogs. Doesn't that logic make it obvious? Jiang Qinghuan was very likely a member of the great Zhou royal family. Wu Liang knew that little wench had a big background, but he never imagined it was this big. He couldn't help sneaking a glance at her out of the corner of his eye. She was stunningly beautiful, with an undeniable noble aura and a personality that was extremely proud and aloof. Well, that settled it. That little wench might very well be a princess. What are you looking at? Sneaky. Jiang Qinghuan keenly noticed Wu Liang's gaze and scolded him sharply. Wu Liang gave an ingratiating grin and tentatively suggested, Miss Ninth, how about? We don't go to Beiyang City. No. Jiang Qinghuan refused without hesitation. Wu Liang grew anxious. But it's too dangerous. Jiang Qinghuan's eyes were like iron, staring at him and saying word by word, we must go anyway. If you're afraid of death, we part ways now. I'll go the rest of the way alone. Fine, wasted effort. This stubborn mule. In the desolate wilderness, there was not even a proper path. Wu Liang dragged Jiang Qinghuan through thickets of waist-high weeds and tangled bushes scurrying about. At first Jiang Qinghuan endured it, thinking he was looking for a shortcut. But the more she observed, the more wrong it felt. This fellow deliberately chose the most obscure nooks and crannies. One moment he crouched in a crevice, carefully using a twig to brush aside several eerie purplish-black little plants that looked unsettlingly ominous. The next moment he ran near traces of wild beasts, enduring the stench, wrapping up clumps of dried or fresh excrement with leaves. Whatever it was, he couldn't tell. Even more outrageous, he pulled out bottles and jars from his small medical kit, began pounding them with stones on the spot, mixing with the freshly gathered herbs to create a murky, reeking, foul-smelling paste. He smeared this paste under several shaded rocks and tree roots. Not long after, a terrible thing happened. Rustling sounds came from all directions. Shiny black scorpions, multi-legged centipedes, colorful spiders, and countless nameless poisonous insects, as if drawn by an irresistible delicacy, surged madly from cracks in rock soil and fallen leaves, scrambling for the paste. But the moment they touched it, the poisonous insects convulsed violently, as if scalded, then stiffened and died. Densely packed layer upon layer, they soon formed a small ring of insect corpses around the paste. Jiang Qinghuan stood a few steps away, watching with a tingling scalp and churning stomach. The odor, a mix of decaying herbs, rancid excrement, and venomous insect fluids, drifted over, nearly making her vomit. She could no longer bear it. Her willow-shaped brows shot up in fury. Wu Liang, what on earth are you doing? The pursuers might catch up at any moment. What use are these filthy, disgusting things? You're just wasting time. I need to get to Bayong City as soon as possible, do you understand? Wu Liang was squatting on the ground, poking a dead centipede with a thin branch to check the toxicity. Hearing her, he didn't even look up and snorted, "What the hell do you know?" "You." Jiang Qinghuan was speechless. Wu Liang stood up, brushed the dust off his hands, turned to face her, his expression serious. "This is what they call sharpening the axe won't delay the woodcutting. Do you think I enjoy messing around with this stuff? Use that pig-brained head of yours and think. The dark-robed guards have already tracked us to the Fenglei Inn. On the only road ahead to Bayong City, there's a place called Yixintian. Have you heard of it? 2 mountains clamp a single crevice enough to make even a ghost despair. In a place like that, if there's no ambush, I'll have my name written backwards." He stepped closer, pointing at Jiang Qinghuan. "Going there boldly now. What's the difference from walking straight into their blades? Are you trying to get us killed?" Jiang Qinghuan was left speechless by his barrage of sarcastic words. But looking at the things on the ground, and then at Wu Liang's hands and clothes stained with filth, the disgust in her heart still wouldn't fade. She, a person of her stature, had never stooped to such filth. But circumstances were stronger than pride. Jiang Qinghuan bit her lower lip, swallowing the rebuke that had risen to her lips. She only turned away, her face even colder, hugging her arms to avoid seeing it. Wu Liang glanced at her back, pursed his lips, and couldn't be bothered to argue further. In the end, he couldn't abandon this human-colored keyword machine. Wu Liang crouched back down and continued his work. He crushed the collected poisonous herbs, animal dung, and insect corpses as finely as possible, then mixed in some of his own medicinal powder. Finally, he wrapped the powder into several small packets with oil paper and carefully stowed them away. "Done, let's go." Jiang Qinghuan didn't respond, silently turning to follow his footsteps. The mountain wind blew, carrying a faint stench through the air. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A chestnut horse galloped swiftly, the 2 riders silent. Jiang Qinghuan's beautiful face was tight, but a flush of red bloomed on her cold cheeks. The continuous warmth from behind and the faint elusive scent of a man made her, an unmarried maiden, feel strange and utterly uncomfortable. In contrast, Wu Liang was grinning in high spirits, secretly amused. Hee, this was a princess, by heaven. Hugging a princess felt really good after all, soft, fragrant, tender. TSK. After who knows how long, a great mountain loomed before them. The cliffs on both sides were sheer and vertical, as if split open by a giant axe. Looking up, the sky was reduced to a pale, thin thread. Yixintian, they had arrived. Wu Liang pulled the reins, and the chestnut horse stopped. Jiang Qinghuan narrowed her eyes, her right hand drawing her sword. "Go." Wu Liang's side pressed his legs against the horse's flanks, and the chestnut horse slowly walked into the valley. If things turned dire, he must flee at the first opportunity. Even the most valuable patron was not worth his life. Clop, clop, clop. The valley was eerily silent, not even a bird's call, only the hoofbeats of the chestnut horse echoing back and forth between the empty cliffs. The reverberations struck the heart, oppressive and suffocating. Wu Liang kept scanning the towering cliffs, with his peripheral vision, his throat dry. Boom. About 20 zhang ahead, a deafening explosion erupted, the ground trembling beneath them. A massive black rock larger than a carriage, bundled with countless stones and dust, crashed down from the left cliff top, with thunderous force landing squarely in the middle of the canyon passage. Dust surged into the sky like a grotesque mushroom cloud, blocking most of the path ahead. Jiang Qinghuan's heart tightened, her pupils constricting. He had predicted it. There really was an ambush. She instinctively glanced back at Wu Liang, then quickly scanned the bulging bundles hanging from his saddle. Would those disgusting things he had concocted actually be useful? Could they cut a path to survival? Jiang Qinghuan felt her palms, sweating, her nerves taut. Damn, such a big shell. Click, 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 click. A series of cold, precise, teeth-grinding mechanisms sounded from the steep cliffs on both sides. On the bare rock surfaces, rows of heavy crossbows bristled out, densely packed, their arrowheads gleaming with cold light and murderous intent. No shouts, no threats, no superfluous movements. These crossbows, along with the silent figures behind them, were like killing machines, silently locking onto the area below. The suffocating aura of slaughter instantly flooded the entire canyon, as if the very air had stopped flowing. Just then a black shadow like a specter drifted down from somewhere on the right cliff. The figure was not particularly tall, landing silently on top of the giant boulder. He wore a silver brocade robe, a long saber at his waist, an ordinary face, but eyes like a hawk. Simply standing there, a terrifying aura emanated that made one's heart tremble. His gaze swept downward, pausing briefly on Jiang Qinghuan's face, then passing over Wu Liang, his eyes devoid of any emotion. The road ahead is treacherous, fraught with danger. Please, honored one, return with me. Imperial Guard Commander. Jiang Qinghuan's heart sank as she surveyed the impenetrable wall of crossbows around her. A silent moment passed. Could she escape? After a long pause, she let out a deep sigh. The hand that had been tightly gripping the sword hilt slowly loosened. She lowered her head, her voice carrying a resigned weariness. Fine. I'll go with you. The commander on the boulder's eyes flickered slightly. The taut crossbowmen on the cliffs around them involuntarily relaxed for just an instant. In that instant, Jiang Qinghuan, who had seemed resigned, suddenly erupted with a terrifying gleam in her eyes. She kicked violently at the large paper packages hanging from the horse's belly, sending them soaring into the air. At the same time, Jiang Qinghuan swept her sword horizontally. Shying, a fierce, unparalleled sword chi shot through the air. Puff, puff, puff. The bulging paper packages mid-air were instantly shredded by the violent sword chi. Powder exploded everywhere in a massive cloud. Clusters of colorful, thick smoke billowed forward, growing rapidly as they hit the wind. In the blink of an eye, they completely engulfed the entire middle section of the canyon. These were poison smoke bombs, specially crafted by Wu Liang according to the Qing Nangjing. No matter your cultivation level, even if you could hold your breath, the smoke would still contact your skin and eyes, making it impossible to defend against. Off. My eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Help. The archers, who had been lurking like death on the cliff walls ready to loose arrows, now went completely mad. One by one they threw aside their heavy crossbows, clutching their eyes, which were now bleeding and rapidly festering, writhing in agony on the cliff's edge. Then thud. Splat. Like dumplings being dropped into a pot. One after another Imperial Guardsmen screamed as they tumbled headfirst off the cliff, crashing heavily onto the hard rocks below, followed by the sound of bones breaking. The canyon was filled with wailing and howling like a hell on earth. Charge! Almost simultaneously with the smoke bomb's explosion, Wu Liang roared, lashing the horse's rump with his whip. Jiang Qinghuan and the chestnut horse had all taken the antidote in advance, and the horse was also equipped with a simple cloth mask. The poison smoke had no effect on them. Giddy up! Giddy up! Charge through, damn it! Go! The already startled chestnut horse bolted forward, recklessly charging ahead. By now the middle of the canyon was utter chaos. The blinded Imperial Guardsmen stumbled around like headless flies in the poison smoke, wildly swinging their swords and blindly firing crossbows at any sound. Watch out! Jiang Qinghuan shouted, her long sword weaving a curtain of blade shadows, producing a series of clanging sounds. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Several thick crossbow bolts shrieked through the air, grazing past Wu Liang's scalp and Jiang Qinghuan's shoulder. The fierce wind stung Wu Liang's cheeks, and a few strands of his severed hair drifted down. Holy crap! Wu Liang ducked his head in terror, nearly scared out of his wits. This was truly dancing on the edge of death. Another volley of blind arrows came from the side front. Jiang Qinghuan's wrist flicked rapidly, her sword light like a ribbon, and with a few crisp ting-ting sounds, she deflected several bolts aimed at vital points. But some arrows still grazed the horse's body, leaving trails of blood. The chestnut horse screamed in pain and charged even more fiercely. This short stretch of canyon, mere tens of feet, felt interminably long. Every second could bring a surprise arrow from an unexpected angle. Every step could collide with a wildly swinging blade. At last the yellow-green poison smoke ahead began to thin, the pungent odor lessened, and the daylight grew clear again. Almost out. Wu Liang's heart pounded wildly, nearly leaping from his throat. Giddy up. Last push. Go. The chestnut horse seemed to sense hope as well, mustering its last strength, its hooves lifting off the ground in a mighty leap. Whoosh! The wind rushed in his face, and the view suddenly opened up. Almost there. Just about to break free. Wu Liang grinned, the ecstasy of surviving death just beginning to bubble from his heart. Whoosh! The light above suddenly darkened. A mass of black shadow carrying a bloody wind descended upon them, like a vulture striking its prey, without any warning. It was that Imperial Guard commander. This guy was actually a peak third-rank expert. He had forcibly held his breath, but his eyes were ruined, black blood oozing from them. Yet he had tracked them by the sound of hooves, relying on instinct. Hum. The blade hummed, wrapped in a visible layer of pale green blade aura that distorted the air, chopping down toward the horse's head and Wu Liang's crown. Wu Liang felt his scalp explode with a buzz like an electric shock. Too damn strong. Dodge. Dodge where? His entire body was frozen stiff like stone, unable to muster any strength. It's over. They were really going to be split in half, man and horse alike. At the critical moment, Wu Liang felt a sudden weight on his shoulder. Jiang Qingluan had planted one foot on him and leaped into the air. She was forcing an attack at this moment. Her injuries. Wu Liang's thoughts raced. He only caught a fleeting glimpse of her graceful silhouette. Jiang Qingluan, midair, her face pale as gold paper, but her peach blossom eyes blazing with terrifying intensity. In the air, her body and her sword seemed to become one, inseparable. No fancy moves, no changes in technique. Just a single thrust that condensed all the internal energy and spirit she could muster at this moment. A cold gleam at the sword tip suddenly blazed faster than lightning, meeting the unstoppable thunderous blade aura. Clang! The sharp, piercing metallic clash exploded in the narrow canyon exit, shaking soil loose from the cliffs on both sides. Then came a tearing sound of cloth being ripped, followed by an extremely brief, muffled grunt, filled with shock and unwillingness. Time seemed to stretch and freeze. Wu Liang watched as that stunning cold light seemed to pierce through the pale green blade aura, colliding precisely with the blade tip, and then the blade shattered. Shards flew everywhere. The cold light, though slightly diminished, continued forward like a hot knife through butter, piercing unhindered into the throat of the black shadow. Huh. The Imperial Guard commander's body froze in midair, his downward momentum halting abruptly. The broken sword in his hand clattered to the ground. The next moment, like a skin bag emptied of all bones, he crashed down from the air, striking the gravel at the canyon exit with a heavy thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. At his throat, a small bloody hole began to seep, then suddenly erupted into a gushing fountain of vivid blood, glaringly bright under the daylight. Dead. The peak third-rank Imperial Guard commander who had endured the poison smoke and launched a fatal strike was dead just like that. Puff. Jiang Qingluan spat blood falling from the sky like a broken kite. Wu Liang quickly executed the startling swan swimming dragon step, leaping up to catch her, and they both landed steadily on the horse's back. The wind roared in his ears, and the sun was a bit dazzling. But Wu Liang felt a chill all over, a damn that was intense. A true escape from death. Ding. Daily good deed quest triggered. Accept quest. Awaken the unconscious Jiang Qingluan. Quest reward, colorful word fragment, X1. Wu Liang's face lit up with joy, and he chuckled. Bursting through the narrow pass, he ran wildly for another dozen li until not even a ghostly shadow could be seen behind him. Only then did Wu Liang dare to slow down his chestnut horse. He reined in, the horse slumped over its neck like a man drained of strength, gasping for air. His back was soaked through with cold sweat, the sticky fabric clinging to his skin, and a chilling breeze sent shivers down his spine. He cursed under his breath. The sensation of escaping death by a hair's breadth, dancing on the edge of blades, was damned thrilling. I need to find a place to settle down, he muttered, lowering his gaze to Jiang Qingluan. Jiang Qingluan lay in his arms, her face pale, eyes tightly shut, her breathing so faint it was almost imperceptible. Wu Liang's heart skipped a beat. This won't do. If he didn't treat her soon, something terrible would happen. He forced himself to stay alert, guiding the horse off the main road and into a dense forest beside it. After winding through the hills, he finally found a natural cave half hidden by vines on the mountainside. The entrance was small, but the cave was deep, dry, and secluded, a perfect temporary refuge. He lifted Jiang Qingluan off the horse and carried her into the cave, laying her down on a relatively flat area. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. You're unconscious and suffering from internal injury backlash. I have to treat you as soon as possible. I'm saving your life. This gentleman is noble and virtuous, of impeccable character, not one to covet beauty. Wu Liang muttered to himself, but his hands never stopped moving. He deftly untied the fastenings of Jiang Qingluan's outer robe, stripped off the men's clothing, revealing the inner garment, also soaked with sweat. Then, he continued undressing. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Qingluan was left wearing only a torn double fish playful water belly band and a half-foot-long pair of undershorts. Her lustrous white skin gleamed even in the dim cave light with graceful curves and a delicate fragrance that stirred the heart and gave rise to wanton thoughts. Wu Liang took a deep breath, forcing himself not to undo the strings of the belly band. How could he take advantage of her in her vulnerable state? A gentleman does not deceive in dark chambers. But then again, he had never been a gentleman. Oh no, he was merely checking her pulse and chi channels to further assess her internal injuries. Everything was for saving her. Wu Liang reached out. A moment later, he took out his needle case, concentrated his mind, and inserted the needles. The true chi within Jiang Qingluan's body was in utter chaos, like a pot of boiling oil splattering everywhere. He had to carefully guide and regulate it with his longevity true chi, while also stimulating acupoints to awaken her own vitality. After more than half an hour, Jiang Qingluan's rapid, disordered breathing gradually steadied, and a faint trace of color returned to her pale face. Wu Liang let out a long breath and slowly withdrew the needles. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the daily good deed treating Jiang Qingluan quest. Obtain the colorful word slip Dugu 9 swords. Effect: anticipate the enemy's moves, directly target weaknesses. No move surpasses having a move defeating all martial arts under heaven. Dugu 9 swords. Wu Liang's mind buzzed, and he nearly jumped up. Dugu 9 swords. It was actually Dugu 9 swords. What he lacked most now was a martial art that could fight and kill with sharp offense. The longevity art was an internal cultivation method, and the startling swan and wandering dragon step was a movement technique. Now with the Dugu 9 swords, everything was complete. He would have no weaknesses in the future. This was excellent. Having just experienced a life and death struggle, his desire to become stronger was more intense than ever. A vast and exquisite sword technique intent, like a sudden enlightenment, flooded into his mind. Total formula style, sword breaking style, saber breaking style, spear breaking style, whip breaking style, chain breaking style, palm breaking style, arrow breaking style, chi breaking style. The 9 sword intents were vast as the ocean, yet each was imprinted on his consciousness with crystal clarity. Although there were no fixed techniques, the sword principles of no move surpasses having a move, anticipate the enemy's moves, and strike where the enemy must defend suddenly became clear to him under his heaven-defying comprehension, as if he had pushed open a brand new door. Jackpot! This time I've really struck it rich. Wu Liang's heart pounded wildly with excitement. He wished he could start practicing immediately. Suppressing his excitement, he first helped the unconscious Jiang Qingluan put her clothes back on, then fed her a 9-revolution returning pill. Only then did he pick up his sword and slip out of the cave. Recalling the sword principles of Dugu 9 swords in his mind, Wu Liang tried swinging the long sword in his hand. There were no fixed moves. He simply followed the intent of no move, letting his heart guide his sword. A thrust, a lift, a diagonal slash, a turning backstab. It looked completely chaotic, even clumsy, like a wild flailing the sword tip, tracing crooked paths, utterly unrefined. Yet he was completely absorbed, feeling that each swing seemed to subtly resonate with a certain breaking intent. Although still very raw, the sensation was utterly marvelous. What are you practicing? A weak voice came. Wu Liang turned to see Jiang Qingluan had woken up and was leaning against the cave wall, watching his performance. Her brow furrowed, her face full of disdain. How is my sword technique? Not good, utterly ordinary. Even a bit. Jiang Qingluan hesitated as if trying to spare his pride, but finally couldn't help herself. Crude and messy, completely chaotic. This is no sword technique. It's no different from a child wielding a stick. If you want to learn real swordsmanship, I can teach you. As she said this, her chin lifted slightly, and an air of confident expertise in the way of the sword naturally arose. After all, her sword technique was a top-tier art honed through life and death battles and countless refinements. Wu Liang's pathetic skills were truly an eyesore. Considering he had saved her life several times, offering a few pointers would be a form of repayment. But unexpectedly, Wu Liang waved his hand and said casually, "No rush. Let me get more familiar with this practice first. You look down on my sword technique." Jiang Qingluan's brow immediately furrowed, and her voice turned cold. She was a distinguished second-rank minor grandmaster, and she had offered to teach him sword technique only to be brushed off so casually. Of course not. Wu Liang quickly denied it, his face breaking into a smile. "Ninth lady's sword technique. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's awe-inspiring, incredibly powerful. However," he changed his tone, "I've just finished treating you with acupuncture. The true chi in your body has only just been regulated, and your meridians are fragile. What you need most now is quiet rest. You must avoid using internal energy, and it's certainly not the time to trouble yourself teaching sword techniques." It wasn't that he didn't want to learn, but he understood the principle of not biting off more than one could chew. Acupuncture. Jiang Qingluan froze, instinctively looking down. She noticed her clothes were slightly disheveled, and her belt was tied wrong. A rush of blood surged to her head, and Jiang Qingluan's face instantly flushed crimson. She jerked her head up, fixing a deadly glare on Wu Liang, her voice trembling with murderous intent. You undressed me. Wu Liang had anticipated this reaction. He wasn't flustered at all, though instead, he spread his hands. What's wrong with taking off your clothes? Should I have run back to Wine Thunder Town to find a nursemaid to help? Sister, you were unconscious, barely breathing. Your condition could have worsened at any moment. I had to perform acupuncture immediately. With so many dirty layers of clothes, how could I insert the needles? How could I guide my internal energy? His voice grew louder, somewhat agitated. Not only did I take off your clothes after the acupuncture, I even struggled to put them back on for you. What? Was I being presumptuous? Should I have just not saved you, let you rot in those blood-soaked clothes? Ninth lady, what kind of attitude is this? He trailed off. Wu Liang's series of rhetorical questions rang out with gravity and conviction. Jiang Qingluan was left speechless, a suffocating pressure building in her chest as she opened her mouth, yet found not a single word of rebuttal. Shame, fury, mortification, a maelstrom of emotions clashed within her breast. What he said was the truth. In that moment of crisis, had he not acted, she might have truly. But he still had no right to remove her clothes without permission. She bit her lower lip so fiercely it nearly drew blood, then let out a cold snort, and turned her head away in stubborn defiance, lowering her gaze. Her long eyelashes trembled violently as murderous intent churned within her eyes, but gradually. That killing aura faded, replaced by an expression of profound complexity. 3 times. This was the 3rd time he had pulled her back from the gates of death. The cave fell into a heavy silence. Seeing that she had ceased her outburst, Wu Liang breathed a quiet sigh of relief, sensible enough to stop while he was ahead. He moved to the side, sat down cross-legged, and prepared to meditate briefly to restore his internal energy. He had just closed his eyes, not yet sunk into stillness, when a voice cut through the air. Let's go. Jiang Qingluan's icy voice sounded once more. Wu Liang opened his eyes and saw her already supporting herself against the cave wall, rising unsteadily to her feet. Her steps were weak and unsteady, yet her gaze was resolute. What are you doing? Wu Liang frowned. Your injuries just stabilized. You're weak, and the last thing you need is exertion. There's no time to worry about that. Jiang Qingluan's voice was soft, but her words were unyielding. I must reach Northyong City as quickly as possible. Not a single moment can be wasted. Wu Liang looked at her stubborn expression, that knowing the tiger is on the mountain, yet still heading straight for it, defiance, and his own temper flared. In your current state, one gust of wind could blow you over. Are you rushing off to die? We barely escaped the ambush at the one-line sky pass, but there are bound to be a 3rd wave, even a 4th wave ahead. Do you think our luck will hold, that we can escape the tiger's jaws every single time? Jiang Qingluan's body trembled slightly, and she fell silent. Did she not know the danger? Did she not wish to wait until her wounds healed? But the situation in the capital was as precarious as a stack of eggs, the Great Hall on the verge of collapse. How could she afford any delay? Seeing her like this, the fire in Wu Liang's chest began to subside, and he let out a sigh. He scratched his head, thinking for a moment. Hey, what exactly do you need to do in Northyong City? Does it have to be you in person? Why don't you tell me, and I'll make the trip for you? Jiang Qingluan's eyes snapped up, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized him. Wu Liang met her gaze openly. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the rustling of wind through the trees outside the cave. After a long while, Jiang Qingluan seemed to reach a decision. She drew a deep breath, reached toward her waist, and produced a jade pendant. It was unassuming in size, yet warm and translucent, its surface shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow even in the dim light. The carvings upon it were exquisitely detailed. On one side, a 5-clawed golden dragon soaring amidst clouds, on the other a 7-colored phoenix spreading its wings in flight. The dragon and phoenix intertwined in a lifelike embrace, radiating an indescribable aura of nobility and majesty. Take this token of faith. Jiang Qingluan extended the jade pendant toward Wu Liang, her tone solemn. Go to Northyong City and seek out the king of Northyong Peixiao. Tell him, an envoy from the capital has arrived, and he must come here to see me at once. Wu Liang took the pendant. It was cool to the touch, unmistakably no ordinary item. So it really was about meeting the king of Northyong. He just wondered what business she had with him. Could something have happened in the capital? Pondering these thoughts, Wu Liang tucked the pendant away. All right, leave it to me. You stay put and rest here, don't wander off. Wait for my return. Jiang Qingluan looked at him, her lips parting as if she wanted to say something more. In the end, only 2 words escaped her lips: be careful. Wu Liang smiled, said nothing further. He stepped out of the cave and untied the reins of the chestnut steed. The horse had rested and grazed, regaining some of its spirit. Hiya! With a snap of the whip, the chestnut horse broke into a gallop, racing toward the direction of Northyong City. Without Jiang Qingluan, that jinx by his side, the journey was indeed far more peaceful. Along the way, there were no more black-clad assassins, no bandits blocking the road. At most, a few stray dogs barked from a distance. The taut string of tension within Wu Liang's heart finally began to loosen just a little. As he rode, he continuously pondered the sword principles of the Lone Nine, swords in his mind, his fingers unconsciously tracing the motions against his thigh. In less than 2 hours, the silhouette of a city finally appeared on the distant horizon. The gray-black city walls towered high and rugged like a silent, slumbering beast crouched upon the vast land, carrying the stark, heavy austerity peculiar to the frontier. Banners fluttered atop the city gate tower where the silhouettes of armored guards could be seen patrolling. Northyong City finally at its gates. Wu Liang reined in his horse, gazing at the imposing walls, and slowly exhaled, a turbid breath, a mixture of emotions washing over him. Damn, these 300 li have been one hell of a heart-stopping ride. He patted the warm dragon phoenix jade pendant in his bosom and urged his horse toward the city gate. The streets of Northyong City were more than twice as wide as those of Guyu City, paved with thick slabs of blue stone polished to a sheen by the constant passage of carts and horses. The pedestrians moved with brisk purpose, their clothing thick and sturdy, their faces bearing the rough ruddiness of wind and sun. Leading his horse, Wu Liang asked for directions as he went. He quickly learned the location of the Northyong Prince's residence in the northern part of the city, the tallest, most imposing estate. Its towering walls and fluttering banners were visible from a distance, hard to mistake. He headed north, his mind churning with thoughts about this king of Northyong Peixiao. In the 200 years since the Zhou dynasty's founding, a few princes had been ennobled with imperial surnames, but a living prince with a non-imperial surname. There was only this one. Rumor had it that Peixiao was a sworn brother of the current emperor. He commanded 300,000 Northyong Xuanjia iron cavalry and had guarded the northern frontier for 30 years. Even the fierce and formidable Great Yuan cavalry from the northern deserts, who swept down like the wind, had repeatedly dashed themselves against his defenses, bloodied and repelled. The name King of Northyong carried more weight at the border than the imperial decree itself. He truly commanded all across the frontier. Even a stomp of his foot was said to shake the very ground. It was also said that this prince was not just a skilled general, his household teemed with talent. He had personally adopted 13 sons known as the 13 Great Protectors. Each one was a hardened veteran carved from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, skilled in martial arts, valiant in battle, each capable of commanding their own front. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the palace gates. Good heavens, what a grand spectacle! The Vermilion Gate was wide enough for 4 carriages to pass abreast, its towering lintels straining the neck to look upon. Above it hung a plaque of black wood with gold characters, Northyong Prince's residence, each stroke sharp and potent, an overwhelming aura of martial might radiating from the calligraphy. Flanking the gate were not stone lions, but a pair of ferocious Yaichi beasts with bulging bell-like eyes glaring at the passers-by, so lifelike they seemed poised to pounce at any moment. 8 guards in full armor stood with hands resting on their swords, their eyes sweeping like blades, murderous auras radiating from them. They were unmistakably veterans who had seen real bloodshed. Such a menacing display would make ordinary folk steer clear. Wu Liang steadied himself, tied his horse to a distant hitching post, straightened his wrinkled clothes still caked with dust and grass clippings, and braced himself as he walked forward. When he was still 10 yards away, the 2 nearest guards fixed their gazes upon him like talons, their hands already on their sword hilts. This is the prince's residence. Civilians halt. Wu Liang stopped immediately, raising both hands to show he meant no harm, and fished out the dragon phoenix jade pendant from his bosom. I beg your pardon, I've been entrusted with this token to seek an audience with the prince. The guard's eyes flickered noticeably at the sight of the pendant. He didn't take it. Instead, he exchanged a glance with his companion, who turned and strode quickly through the side gate. The remaining guard kept his wary eyes fixed on Wu Liang, but the hand on his sword hilt loosened somewhat. Before long, the side gate opened again. An old man of about 50, clad in a deep blue brocade robe with a fair, clean-shaven face and 3 wisps of long beard, walked out hastily. He first swept a glance over Wu Liang, then his gaze settled on the jade pendant in his hand. At that sight, his expression shifted slightly. He strode forward, and to Wu Liang's surprise clasped his hands in a respectful salute, speaking with measured courtesy. "Young master, may I see the token?" Wu Liang handed over the pendant. The old man took it, examining it meticulously, turning it over and over again in his hands, his expression growing more and more solemn with each pass. After his inspection, he returned the pendant to Wu Liang with both hands, his manner even more respectful than before. "I am Yanhai, the steward of this residence. Young master, please follow me." With that, he stepped aside, gesturing with a please motion. Wu Liang breathed a silent sigh of relief. It seemed this jade pendant really held some weight. He followed Yanhai through the side gate into the estate. Inside, it was a world unto itself. Deep courtyards, winding corridors, and the occasional passing servant were made all strict in their conduct, moving in hushed silence. They arrived at a side hall. Yanhai dismissed the others, leaving only himself, Wu Liang, and a gaunt man who had followed them in. The man's skin was sallow, his frame nothing but skin and bone. Wu Liang couldn't help but steal a second glance. Surely this grand residence didn't skimp on food. Looked like the lad was half-starved. May I ask the young master's name? Yanhai began. Wu Liang. Wu Liang took a sip of tea to steady himself. Steward, Yan, I've been entrusted with a message to deliver. Oh, by whom and what message? Yanhai inquired. Wu Liang set down his teacup, looked Yanhai squarely in the eye, and spoke deliberately word by word. An envoy from the capital requests the king of North Yang's presence immediately. No sooner had the words left his mouth. What a load of bullshit. The gaunt man exploded in fury, glaring daggers. What a bold bastard. So what if it's an envoy from the capital? It's not the emperor himself. And you dare have the prince go to them? Who the hell do they think they are? Hiding in the shadows, sending a nobody like you to deliver their message. What an arrogant prick. Yanhai sat there, his brow slightly furrowed, but he didn't immediately intervene. He simply observed Wu Liang in silence. Wu Liang's ears rang from the shouting. Damn, this skinny pole had a loud bark. And he was cocky as hell. From his tone, it almost sounded like he didn't hold the emperor in very high regard either. Wu Liang took a deep breath, turned to Yanhai, and said in a low voice, Steward, Yan, the one who entrusted me with this message is a young woman. She calls herself Zhou Jior. Yanhai's eyes flickered. Wu Liang continued, I'm not familiar with this Miss Zhou myself. She sought me out for medical treatment in Guyu City, and afterward entrusted me to escort her here. But these 300 li were far from peaceful. We were ambushed repeatedly by the Xianyi Guard. At the Wind Thunder Inn in the one-line Sky Gorge we narrowly escaped death several times. Miss Zhou was gravely wounded in the process and is currently recuperating in a hidden location outside the city. She truly cannot make the journey herself, so she had no choice but to request the prince to come to her. Ambushed by the Xianyi Guard. At those words Yanhai's face instantly changed, and even the gaunt man fell silent. Then Yanhai abruptly slammed down his teacup and rose to his feet. De Zhuang, go fetch the eldest young master quickly. The gaunt man obeyed and hurried off with rapid steps. It was not long before footsteps echoed from outside. Yanhai rose to his feet, and Wu Liang, not daring to show any arrogance, quickly followed suit. The side hall door was pushed open. The lanky man stepped aside first, and behind him a wooden wheelchair glided smoothly into the room. Seated in the wheelchair was a young man appearing to be only in his early 20s. He wore robes of exquisite moon-white brocade with delicate golden embroidery adorning the collar and sleeves. The fabric was of the finest quality, complementing his jade-like complexion and features so refined that one would never guess such elegance could be cultivated in a border frontier. However, his legs now lay helplessly upon the wheelchair's footrest, covered by a thin camel velvet blanket. The one pushing the wheelchair was a young woman. Dressed in crimson combat attire, neat and trim, her figure stood tall and graceful. She had not styled her hair into an elaborate updo, but instead bound her jet black hair high into a horse's tail, tied simply with a length of red silk. Her features were striking and radiant, especially those eyes. So bright, they seemed like stars tempered in flame. One hand gripped the wheelchair's back while the other held a spear of deep crimson, its shaft rising half a head above her own height. Yanhai bowed respectfully, then turned to Wu Liang and introduced him with solemnity. Young Master Wu, this is Pei Chang'an, the Prince of Beiyong's heir. Damn, the persimmon has arrived. Wu Liang hastily clasped his hands in salute. Commoner Wu Liang pays respects to your highness. He kept his head lowered, but his peripheral vision darted toward the wheelchair. According to rumors among the common folk, the Prince of Beiyong's heir was exceptionally gifted from childhood, well-read, and profoundly strategic, renowned as the Qilin prodigy of the northern lands. But no one mentioned he was a cripple. What a waste of such handsome features. Heaven truly is fair. Young Master Wu need not stand on ceremony, Pei Chang'an said with a gentle smile, his voice warm and clear. I have long heard that the Guyu city harbors a compassionate little master with healing hands who performs one good deed daily and possesses divine medical skills. Now that I see you in person, the reputation is indeed well-deserved. Wu Liang looked up in surprise. Your Highness knows of me. His reputation as a healer did carry some weight in Guyu city, but that it had spread all the way to Beiyong city and even reached the prince's ears. That was quite a distance. Pei Chang'an smiled faintly. The compassionate healer who saves countless lives. Surely such deeds and praise spread by word of mouth among the northern common folk. How could I not have heard of it? He spoke as if the knowledge had come casually from marketplace gossip. Wu Liang inwardly curled his lip. Bullshit. The Beiyong Palace's intelligence network had definitely investigated him. Impressive. Still, this persimmon spoke rather pleasantly. Wu Liang gave an awkward chuckle, scratching his head and donning an expression of flattered yet bashful simplicity. I dare not accept such praise. The townsfolk are too kind giving me that name. I merely know a bit of basic medicine, just making a living. I have already been informed by Steward Yin of the news young Master Wu brought. However, father is not in the mansion at present, occupied with military affairs and unable to leave. As for me, Pei Chang'an lowered his gaze to his legs beneath the blanket and smiled. I too am unable to walk far. Forgive me for my discourtesy in not personally welcoming the honored guest from the capital. He paused, then looked toward the crimson-clad woman and the lanky man beside him. Hongya Dazhuang. Yes, the two answered in unison. You two shall immediately gather the mansion's household guards and accompany young Master Wu on this errand. Without fail, bring that honored guest from the capital back to the mansion unharmed. Yes, the two confirmed once more. Wu Liang listened nearby, his heart somewhat uneasy. After hesitating, he still pressed forward. Your Highness, it is not that I doubt the mansion's experts. Truly the Xian Yiwei show of force this time is too great. This morning at Yixianshan, the one leading the ambush was a commander-in-chief. With dozens of elite soldiers under him, crossbows at the ready, their methods brutal and merciless. We barely escaped with our lives from certain death. Upon hearing this, Pei Chang'an's expression remained unchanged. He gestured first to the crimson-clad woman. Young Master Wu may not know this. My adopted sister Pei Hongya began learning the spear from childhood and possesses extraordinary talent. Her spear technique has achieved divine resonance. Last year in the northern deserts, she rode alone into 10,000 enemy troops and struck down the great general of the Yuan dynasty's vanguard. The martial world kindly bestowed upon her a nickname, the Red-Clad Spear Immortal. Her martial cultivation has reached second-rank minor grandmaster. The Red-Clad Spear Immortal, second-rank minor grandmaster. From this woman, Wu Liang's heart trembled, and he couldn't help stealing another glance at the crimson-clad woman. Good heavens, such a young and beautiful girl, yet actually a second-rank minor grandmaster. TSK. She must be on the same level as Jiang Qingwan. Wonder who would win if those two crossed paths. Pei Chang'an then turned his gaze to Neo Dazhuang, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. As for Dazhuang, don't let his current appearance fool you, looking like a bamboo pole with a sallow complexion, as if he hasn't eaten in 3 days. He practices the pinnacle variation of external martial arts, the adamantine, indestructible body. Though only at third-rank peak, his skin and bones are like copper and iron. Ordinary swords slashed at him would leave at most a white mark. In charges and assaults, he is a first-rate fierce general known as the Vajra. Skin and bone, barely 2 ounces of flesh on him. And yet Vajra and Dazhuang. Wu Liang's lips twitched. What an absurd contrast this bamboo pole was. A person truly cannot be judged by appearances, nor can the ocean be measured by a bushel. With these two by my side, Pei Chang'an's voice carried absolute confidence. Even one commander-in-chief of the Xian Yiwei would be nothing. Add 2 more, and it would still be no easy task to harm anyone under their protection. Young Master Wu may rest assured. With words to this effect, and with a spear immortal and a Vajra, any further doubt would show ingratitude. Wu Liang smacked his lips twice, still somewhat uncertain in his heart. Those Xian Yiwei death deities, having failed twice, might be nursing a vengeful scheme next time. What if they came out in full force? But at present it seemed there was no better solution. Very well. Then I'll trust. Unexpectedly, Pei Chang'an spoke again. Dazhuang, inform he Ba Lai as well, and have him come along. He then turned to Wu Liang, smiling. I shall also dispatch the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Surely now, young master, will you have no cause for worry. The Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Wu Liang's eyes widened instantly, his face beaming with joy. The Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Though small in number, reportedly maintaining only 500 riders at all times, every single one was a sharpshooter selected from 10,000 soldiers of the Beiyong Mystic Armor Army. Their riding and archery skills were unparalleled. They wielded specially crafted strong bows and crossbows, wore specially made lightweight cold-weather armor, moving like the wind, their arrows falling like locusts. The swift prairie light cavalry of the northern deserts feared nothing more than encountering this white phantom on the snow plain. Legend had it they could pierce a target at 100 paces, while their horses galloped at full speed, loosing arrows in rapid succession, turning a small cavalry squad into a porcupine in mere moments. They were a trump card in the Prince of Beiyong's hand, never deployed lightly. Who would have thought Pei Chang'an would play this trump card? Enough. Absolutely enough. Wu Liang's face bloomed into a flower of smiles as he repeatedly saluted. With the red-clad spear immortal, the Vajra, and the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, even should the Xian Yiwei sally forth in full strength, we could turn them into a sieve. Thank you, your highness. You have considered everything so thoroughly. Pei Chang'an smiled serenely and waved his hand dismissively. In that case, we should not delay. Steward Yin, provide young Master Wu with a fresh swift horse. Hongya Dazhuang, make your preparations. We depart immediately. Yes. Soon outside the mansion gate, men and horses were ready. Wu Liang mounted a magnificent black warhorse incomparably superior to his own chestnut mare. Pei Hongya in crimson, and on a white horse, her spear at her side, projected an awe-inspiring martial bearing. Niu Dezhuang carried a mountain-cleaving blade flanked by 50 black-armored household guards, all mounted on black warhorses. But what truly made Wu Liang hold his breath was the killing intent emanating from that distant white expanse. 500 riders in perfect uniformity, white garments, white horses, white cloaks, arrayed in formation, utterly silent. Man and beast moved as one, resembling a suddenly frozen snow plain. Only the wind stirred their cloaks gently, and that bone-chilling murderous aura spread silently, pressing down until one could barely breathe. The commanding officer, He Ba Lai, also in white upon a white horse, his features cold and stern, merely clasped his fist in salute to Pei Chang'an, then fell silent. "Be careful." Pei Chang'an gave a slight nod. "Your Highness, rest assured." Niu Dezhuang struck his chest in guarantee. "Depart." Pei Hongya cried out, clearly spurring her horse to lead the way. The others followed closely behind. Then the earth trembled with a low rhythmic rumble as the 500 great snow dragon cavalry surged forth in unison. White garments billowed, white horses thundered like a white torrent breaking its dam, cascading outward like an avalanche. Wu Liang glanced back at that wave of white. In his heart, only one thought remained: this is certain victory. Wind howled into the cave, chilling to the bone. Jiang Qingluan leaned against the stone wall, motionless. Time seemed frozen by the icy wind, moving excruciatingly slowly, each moment stretching into an eternity. Her mind was a tangled mess, impossible to sort out. That Wu Liang. Could he make it to Beiyang City safely? Could he find the king of Beiyang? But given his sloppy, money-grubbing nature, might he find it too troublesome, or be spotted by someone, and simply pocket the jade pendant and run away? Even if he actually met the people from the prince's mansion, would that king of Beiyang, who had been an unruly local tyrant in the north for 30 years, truly acknowledge the dragon and phoenix jade pendant? He had held power through his army for so many years. The 300,000 black-armored iron cavalry obeyed only his commands. Even the imperial court's orders were watered down here. In his heart, did he still have any loyalty to the great Zhou, any lingering affection for my father the emperor? Or had he already harbored rebellious intentions, merely waiting for an opportunity? These chaotic thoughts surged one after another, tormenting Jiang Qingluan. And what of my father the emperor now? Was he even still alive? That beast Jiang Yuan, had he already completely seized the court, purging all the old ministers loyal to my father? I've been on the run for so long with no news from the capital. Can I truly make the king of Beiyang dispatch troops to the capital to rescue my father? Just as her mind was wandering, a sudden burst of noises came from outside the cave. The sound of hooves, many urgent, approaching fast, shook the ground slightly. From the sound, there were certainly many people rapidly approaching the cave. Jiang Qingluan's heart thumped. The mysterious clothes guard. How could they have tracked me here so quickly? Could it be that bastard Wu Liang got caught, and they forced him to reveal my hiding place? Jiang Qingluan felt a wave of despair, her body trembling slightly. But the next moment, a fierce resolve blazed in her eyes. She bit her pale lower lip so hard it nearly bled, mustering all her strength to hold on, and gripped the sword that had been with her for years. The cold blade strangely calmed her chaotic heart. Come on. Even if I die, I'll take a few with me. Father, your daughter is unfilial. I fear I won't be able to save you. The light at the cave entrance suddenly dimmed. Jiang Qingluan's heart tightened, and she was about to strike. Ninth miss. A familiar voice called out. Jiang Qingluan's hand paused, and she saw a head poke in from the edge of the cave. Wu Liang. Jiang Qingluan froze completely, her grip loosening, and the sword fell with a clatter onto the rocks beside her. Her taut nerves collapsed in an instant. An indescribable surge of emotion rushed to her eyes as she quickly lowered her head, fighting to hold back tears. When she looked up again, her face was still pale, but the excitement in her eyes had been discreetly hidden. At that moment, Jiang Qingluan suddenly found Wu Liang's face quite pleasing, inexplicably reassuring. Wu Liang stepped aside, and two figures strode in. Pei Hongya stepped forward, cupped her fist, and said in a clear voice, "Pei Hongya of the Beiyang Prince's Mansion pays respects to the honored one." Niu Dezhuang of the Beiyang Prince's Mansion. Niu Dezhuang also cupped his fists. Jiang Qingluan looked at them and finally felt at ease. She nodded slightly with graceful composure. "I thank you both for your trouble. You are too kind, honored one." Pei Hongya straightened up, her gaze sweeping over Jiang Qingluan's pale face. "This place is not safe to linger. Please follow us. The prince's mansion has prepared everything." "Good." Jiang Qingluan nodded. Outside the cave, the daylight was somewhat dazzling. She squinted to adjust, and then was slightly stunned by the sight before her. Besides Wu Liang, Pei Hongya, Niu Dezhuang, and over 100 black-armored guards, there was a stretch of stark white in the distance. 500 horsemen, all in white robes and white cloaks on white horses, stood as still as a mountain, silent and imposing. Only the cold wind fluttered the white cloaks, making a rustling sound. The overwhelming killing intent simmering in that silence surged toward her, even more chilling. So this is the great snow dragon cavalry. Jiang Qingluan murmured, a flicker of awe in her eyes. From the front of the white-robed cavalry formation, a general rode out, approached, and dismounted swiftly. It was He Bull. He cupped his fists in salute to Jiang Qingluan, He Bull, commander of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Jiang Qingluan nodded slightly. The Great Snow Dragon Cavalry truly lives up to its reputation. He Bull straightened up, his gaze sweeping over the sea of white behind him, his expression impassive, but his tone carrying a hint of pride. The prince commands troops like a god with strict discipline. The Dragon Cavalry brothers dare not disgrace the prince's prestige. His words were plain but resolute, mentioning only the prince, not the court, and not a word about the emperor. Jiang Qingluan's eyes flickered subtly, a strange feeling stirring in her heart, but she did not show it, merely nodding again. The king of Bayong is indeed a pillar of the state. Soon a gentle, sturdy white horse was led over, fitted with a soft saddle. With Pei Hongya's assistance, Jiang Qingluan managed to mount. Wu Liang also climbed onto his own black horse, sidled up to Jiang Qingluan, grinned, and lowered his voice. So, ninth miss, I did a decent job as a messenger, didn't I, eh? Didn't run off with your jade pendant. Jiang Qingluan glanced at him, a hint of softness flitting across her pale face. She didn't respond to his remark, just looked away. Move out. Return to the city. Pei Hongya gave the order, and the procession began. The black armored guards led the way, with Pei Hongya and Niu Dazhuang flanking Jiang Qingluan on either side, while Wu Liang ambled along nearby. Finally, the 500 Great Snow Dragon Cavalry moved like a white torrent, guarding the rear. The sound of hooves rose again, but it no longer caused panic. Instead, it became a reassuring rhythm. Wu Liang on his horse looked back at the imposing white cavalry formation, then at Jiang Qingluan being closely guarded ahead, and let out a long pent-up sigh. Once this girl was safely delivered to Bayong City, this life-threatening mission would be done. The gray-black outline of Bayong City's walls grew clearer, and even the beacon towers on the city walls were vaguely visible. Thinly, a mere few breaths for fast horses. The tense atmosphere finally eased a tiny bit. Even Jiang Qingluan's stiff, straight back relaxed almost imperceptibly. Niu Dazhuang reined in his horse, looked back at the road behind them. Empty, nothing but wind-blown dust, not a thing. He grinned, his sallow face full of contempt. "Huh. Damn mysterious clothes guard. In our Bayong territory, even a dragon has to crawl. A bunch of shady bastards, dare to show their faces." His words were arrogant, and Jiang Qingluan found them somewhat grating. Even a dragon has to lie low. She had often heard that the people of Bayong were arrogant and disregarded imperial law. Hearing it with her own ears today confirmed it. She lowered her eyelids to hide the fleeting murderous intent in her eyes. If the king of Bayong was also like this, then things would be difficult. Beside her, He Bull rarely spoke, first to pity. "I heard the mysterious clothes guard has 4 symbols: pacification commissioners. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. Each with a fierce reputation and formidable martial arts. I was hoping to test their mettle today." Niu Dazhuang spat on the ground with a paw, and sneered, "Good thing they didn't come. If they dared, this old man's blade is thirsty. They'll never return. A bunch of rats hiding in the sewers." Pei Hongya had been alertly scanning the surroundings. Hearing this, she furrowed her brows and snapped, "Enough. Don't delay. Escorting the honored one back to the city is the priority." As soon as she finished speaking, the moment Pei Hongya's words faded, from behind the large earthen slope covered in withered grass and shrubs on the right side of the official road, an overwhelming mass of dark figures burst forth with a sudden rustling sound. At first glance, there were at least 400 to 500 people, all clad in black with masked faces, wielding steel blades and crossbows, completely blocking the path back to the city. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, clearly indicating a premeditated ambush that had been lying in wait for a long time. At the very front, 7 individuals stood unmasked, sitting proudly on horseback in a single row. 5 men and 2 women. The men were either burly or lean and sharp, with eyes as fierce as eagles. Of the 2 women, one wore dark red combat attire, her face beautiful, yet her gaze icy cold. The other, in a crisp yellow outfit, was slightly older, with a ruthless look in her brow. Pei Hongyan, Niu Dazhuang, and Heba Lai simultaneously jerked their reins with force. Their warhorses reared up, letting out uneasy neighs. Formation. Heba Lai reacted the fastest, raising his right hand sharply upward, his voice decisive and unyielding. Behind him, the 500 silent white tide came to life in an instant. Without a hint of panic, the horses shifted subtly, and the formation swiftly expanded from a marching column into a wedge shape designed for charging. In near unison, all the riders reached back and drew their longbows simultaneously, pulling 3 arrows from their quivers with the other hand and knocking them onto the strings. Their movements flowed like drifting clouds and running water, the faint creaking of drawn bowstrings merging into a single sound imbued with a heavy aura of slaughter. Niu Dazhuang was momentarily stunned, but instead of fear, he erupted into wild laughter. "Huh. Damn it. You actually dared to come. Your grandpa just called you cowards, but I was wrong. You're a bunch of fools racing to death. He drew the door plank-like, thick-backed chopping blade with a clang pointing its tip at the 7 across from him, exuding arrogance to the extreme. You 7 there. State your names. Your grandpa Nyo's blade spares no nameless ghosts. From the enemy formation, a middle-aged man in cyan combat attire with a cold, stern face stepped his horse forward slowly. His gaze swept over Nyo Dawang's scrawny bamboo pole-like frame, and a faint sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. You skinny bamboo pole, quite the big talker. With a crisp, resonant ring, the long sword at his waist was already drawn, its blade, like an autumn pool, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. He held the sword aloft, his voice suddenly rising, carrying clearly across the field the Xianwei Guard's 4 symbols envoys: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, are here. He angled the sword tip toward the 3 beside him. These 3 are the Imperial Dragon Protection Manor's top secret agents. Rank Earth, 1, Oi rank Dark, 1, U, and rank Yellow, 1. His gaze passed over Nyo Dawang and settled on Jiang Qingluan, tightly protected in the center. We are under Imperial orders to escort the honored lady back to the capital. I implore the esteemed members of the Prince of Bayong's mansion to grant us passage. Do not in a moment of rashness bring unnecessary trouble upon His Highness the Prince. The words were polite, but the threat within them was unmistakable to any fool. Pei Hongyan, Nyo Dawang, Heba Lai, and the black-armored guards behind them all changed expression simultaneously. The Dragon Protection Manor. Even they've been mobilized. And the top-ranked agents among the Heaven, Earth, Dark, and Yellow divisions. Plus the 4 symbols suppression envoys of the Xianwei Guard. The 2 major agencies of the court joining forces. This really shows their determination. Wu Liang huddled beside Jiang Qingluan, trying to minimize his presence, asked in a low voice upon hearing their titles. Ninth Miss, what cultivation levels do these people have? Are they strong? Jiang Qingluan's face was also grim to the extreme. She clenched her reins tightly, her knuckles turning white. The Azure Dragon Envoy and the Earth Dark and Yellow agents are all at the 2nd rank. The White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise are at the peak of the 3rd rank. For 2nd rank, 3 peak 3rd rank. Holy shit. Wu Liang's mind buzzed, his scalp tingled, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Damn it. 4 2nd-rank Grandmasters. 3 peak 3rd rank. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Even if Pei Hongyan, Nyo Dawang, and Heba Lai are all 2nd rank, that's nowhere near enough. Pei Hongyan took a deep breath, exchanging a quick glance with Heba Lai, and spoke rapidly. Heba Lai, take the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry and hold them off at all costs. Nyo Dawang, you and I will protect the honored lady and break through. Back to the city. Heba Lai's face remained expressionless, but his eyes sharpened like blades. Without a word, he slowly raised his war saber. The next moment, he fiercely spurred his horse. His magnificent white steed let out a long neigh and shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Behind him, the 500 Great Snow Dragon Cavalry launched simultaneously. The white flood surged forward, the thunderous pounding of hooves merging into rolling thunder. More terrifying still, amidst the charge, all the riders drew their bows to full tension, even on the jolting backs of their horses. The arrowheads of their 3 shafts glinted coldly in the sunlight, all aimed at the dense black enemy formation ahead. Heba Lai pointed his war saber forward and let out a thunderous roar that resounded across the wilderness wind. The bowstrings vibrated with a deep hum, like the sigh of death itself. Over 1,000 fine steel arrows, like a sudden swarm of deadly locusts, tore through the air, with piercing shrieks raining down upon the enemy formation in a sky-darkening deluge. Slaughter erupted in an instant. Kill. Azure Dragon's battle cry was like a thunderclap on flat ground. Without a word, the black-clad masses raised their steel blades, reflecting the sky's light, surging like a black tide, recklessly charging into the cascading white rain of arrows. The sounds of arrows piercing flesh, the clash of metal screams, and the mournful cries of horses instantly mingled into chaos as the pungent stench of blood spread fiercely. The front ranks of the Xianwei Guard fell like mowed wheat, but those behind trampled over their comrades' corpses with bloodshot eyes and continued their charge. The white line of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry collided violently with the black tide of the Xianwei Guard. A blur of blades and shadows, flesh and blood flying, transforming into a veritable slaughterhouse in moments. Yet what truly determined the outcome lay elsewhere. Almost at the same moment, Azure Dragon gave the order, the 3 agents of the Dragon Protection Manor, Earth, Dark, and Yellow, rose into the air like ghostly phantoms. These 3 second-rank masters were truly formidable. Mid-air, their weapons whirled into a shimmering canopy of light, clanging as they deflected the dense rain of arrows that came at them, scattering it into chaos. A crisp cry cut through the air, and a red streak flashed like lightning. Pei Hongya pressed her left hand hard on the saddle, propelling herself skyward, arriving before the three could reach Jiangqing Wan. Having started later, she intercepted them with incredible speed. She flicked her dark red spear, and 3 points of cold starlight burst from its tip, striking at the faces of the Earth Dark and Yellow agents respectively. Clang! Clang! 3 sharp metallic clashes rang out almost simultaneously. The Earth agent parried with his saber, the Dark agent crossed his iron ruler in defense, while the Yellow agent twisted his body nimbly, his short sword sliding along the spear shaft, slashing at Pei Hongya's wrist. Pei Hongya shifted her spear's momentum from a thrust to a broad sweep, the spear shadow curling like a dragon, drawing all 3 into the fray. 1 against 3 spear moving like a dragon. She held her ground without yielding an inch. For figures interwove at high speed in the air, the clash of weapons as dense as a sudden storm, with chi surging outward, whipping up sand and stones around them. Niu Dazhuang, get out of here now! Pei Hongya cried out sharply. Got it! Niu Dazhuang bellowed in response, reacting swiftly. He reached behind his waist, produced a bamboo tube, and yanked the fuse toward the sky. A dazzling red flare screeched upward, bursting into a vivid crimson cloud midair. This was the highest-level distress signal of the Prince of Beiyong's mansion, visible from the city of Beiyong, 10 li away to anyone with eyes. Moved. Niu Dazhuang didn't spare another glance at the fierce battle behind him. Leading the way, he swung his thick-backed chopping blade left and right, cleaving apart 2 Xianwei guards who recklessly rushed in. Stay close to me. Charge back to the city. The 100 black-armored guards immediately tightened their formation, enclosing Jiangqing Wan and Wu Liang in their midst like a mobile iron fortress, and galloped toward Beiyong City with Niu Dazhuang at the lead. Faster. Even faster. The massive silhouette of Beiyong City was already in sight. And then, boom. The official road ahead, less than 30 zhang away, suddenly exploded. Mud, gravel, and grass clippings burst into the air, raising a cloud of yellow dust that instantly obscured the view and blocked the way. The galloping horse team was forced to halt abruptly, the warhorses neighing in panic and rearing up. The dust slowly cleared. A figure in blue stood with hands behind his back, blocking the only official road leading to Beiyong City. Blue Dragon. He looked calmly at Jiangqing Wan, who was surrounded by guards. Noble lady, please stay. Stay my foot. Niu Dazhuang's eyes were red. He knew Pei Hongya was entangled by those 3 spies and couldn't get away for the moment. At this moment, the only one who could stop Blue Dragon was him. You protect the noble lady and go ahead. Leave this blue-skinned scum to me. He shouted over his shoulder to the guard captain, then fiercely spurred his horse, brandishing his saber, and charged straight at Blue Dragon. The saber whistled through the air, its momentum terrifying. Blue Dragon watched the charging Niu Dazhuang, the sneer on his lips growing even more pronounced. He didn't even draw his sword. Just as the massive door-like blade was about to strike him, he shifted his body like a ghost, dodging the blade edge, then casually struck out with his right palm, slamming it onto Niu Dazhuang's chest. Bang! With a dull thud, Niu Dazhuang along with his horse was hit, as if by a charging rhinoceros. He was sent flying backward off the horse, crashing through a small tree as thick as a bowl at the roadside with a crack, then rolling several times on the ground before stopping covered in dust and dirt. But the next moment the fellow actually scrambled to his feet, dusted off the dirt and leaves from his chest. Except for his clothes being torn in several places by the palm force, revealing his thin, sallow chest, he was completely fine. Ha ha ha. Niu Dazhuang wiped the dust from his face, burst into loud laughter, pointed at Blue Dragon, and said arrogantly, Blue Dragon envoy, is that all the strength you have? That's just like scratching an itch for your grandpa. Come again. Iron body. Interesting. Blue Dragon's pupils contracted slightly, a hint of surprise on his face. He no longer acted carelessly, and with a clang his long sword was drawn. The blade was like a pool of autumn water. The moment it was drawn, visible blue ripples spread out in rings, and the space around seemed to subtly distort. Niu Dazhuang howled and charged again with his saber. The two clashed in an instant. Blades and swords flashed, and vital energy surged in all directions. Niu Dazhuang was clearly at a disadvantage. Blue Dragon's swordsmanship was exquisite and fierce, striking him every time, leaving white marks, and even shallow bloody cuts on his body. But Niu Dazhuang's external martial arts were simply monstrous. Thick-skinned and iron-boned, he took several sword strikes, as if nothing had happened. Instead, relying on his fearless toughness, he clung to Blue Dragon, preventing him from escaping. For a while, Blue Dragon truly had no good way to deal with this tough nut. Seeing this, Wu Liang hastily shouted, "Go! Hurry!" While shouting, he viciously lashed his horse's reins. The guards escorted the two as they raced again toward Beiyong City, but they had barely covered Tinjiang when, from the side, another group of black-clad men emerged like ghosts, blocking the way. The leader, dressed in the silver-registered Qianhu uniform of the Xian-Yi Guard, had a malevolent gaze and carried a slender Miao Dao. "Noble lady, this road is blocked." The Qianhu sneered, his gaze locking onto Jiang Qinghuan. Jiang Qinghuan's face turned icy cold, knowing there was no hope of luck. She forced a breath of true qi and with a swift motion drew her sword from the saddle. The sword gleamed like water, and a faint white halo shimmered along the blade's edge. You go first. With that she spurred her horse and charged toward the Xian Yi-guard Qianhu. Sword light flashed. Although her strength was less than half of her usual, her moves were exquisite and her sword intent formidable. The faint white halo pulsed with each strike, briefly matching the Qianhu evenly. The Qianhu's Miao Dao carried a sinister black blade aura, and every collision with the white sword light produced a harsh screeching sound. Meanwhile, another deputed Qianhu grinned savagely, and with his subordinates lunged at Wu Liang. Boy die. The deputed Qianhu's blade work was vicious, his cultivation level clearly far above Wu Liang's, likely touching the threshold of the 4th rank. The blade light was like a bolt of silk, bringing a sharp air-splitting sound, and a pale yellow blade wind slashing straight at Wu Liang's face. Wu Liang was scared out of his wits and hastily raised his sword to block. Clang! A tremendous force struck Wu Liang's tiger's mouth, ached sharply, and his long sword nearly flew from his hand. He swayed on his horse, nearly falling off. The pale yellow blade wind scraped his cheek, stinging painfully. The deputed Qianhu pressed his advantage relentlessly, his blade light continuous, like a violent storm targeting Wu Liang's vital spots. Where the blade wind passed, the air let out a mournful howl. How could Wu Liang have ever faced such a situation? He had absolutely no experience in frontline combat or desperate fighting. In his panic, he frantically channeled the internal energy of the longevity art, clumsily brandishing the treasure sword he had bought for 1 tael of silver to ward off evil. He was clumsy and utterly awkward. Several times the blade grazed his scalp, neck, and chest, slicing off hair and tearing his clothes, even leaving burning bloody cuts on his arms and ribs. The pale yellow blade wind seemed to seep everywhere, forcing his eyes shut. The breath of death had never before enveloped him so clearly and so coldly. I curse your ancestors. Cornered, Wu Liang's adrenaline surged frantically, and his extreme fear transformed into a ferocious brutality. His mind went blank. All sword techniques and forms were forgotten. Only one thought remained: survive. Kill this bastard. Just as the deputed Qianhu delivered a certain kill strike from a strange angle aimed at Wu Liang's abdomen, the blade's yellow radiance flared brightly, about to gut him. In Wu Liang's chaotic mind, as if a long dormant gate had been violently forced open by the pressure of life and death in that split second. The principles of the 9 swords of solitude: no move beats a move, anticipate the enemy, attack where he must defend, advance through gaps. Countless fragments of thought swirled in his mind. He had no time to think. The sword he had been swinging wildly suddenly changed its trajectory in that instant. Yet within this seemingly ridiculous thrust, the sword seemed to be shrouded in a flowing faint light. This strike was utterly lacking in beauty, extremely ugly. Yet it astonishingly pierced precisely through the deputed Qianhu's seemingly watertight yellow glowing blade net. A soft sound as if piercing through a thin sheet of paper. The sensation from the sword tip was light, yet lethal. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. The deputed Qianhu's forward charge halted abruptly, his triumphant sneer freezing and turning into extreme shock and bewilderment. He lowered his head and saw the plain sword tip at his throat being slowly withdrawn, trailing a thin thread of blood. The yellow radiance on his blade flickered like a candle in the wind, and then went out completely. Heh, heh. A rasping sound like a broken bellows came from his throat as he tried to speak, but only bloody foam gushed out. His Miao Dao fell to the ground with a clatter, his body swayed, then crumpled to the ground, twitched twice, and fell silent. The several Xian Yi-guard elites who had rushed forward all halted in unison, staring at the panting, pale-faced Wu Liang, whose sword hand was still trembling slightly, as if looking at a monster. Could this kid actually be an expert? He had killed the 4th-ranked deputed Qianhu so quickly. Wu Liang himself was stunned. He watched the drop of blood slowly sliding off the sword's tip, then looked at the deputed Qianhu's corpse on the ground, his mind buzzing. Did I kill him? What was that sword strike just now? Then he felt a surge of excitement. Holy crap. I'm awesome. I killed across realms. So this is what combat is all about. Wu Liang frowned, a hint of enlightenment dawning in his mind. Before Wu Liang could think further, a muffled groan came from Jiang Qinghuan beside him. He jolted back to reality. Turning his head, he nearly cursed in shock. His soul nearly flew from his body. The yellow-ranked female spy had somehow crept up silently, without him noticing. The woman's goal was unmistakable. She ignored everyone else and charged straight at Jiang Qinghuan, who was locked in a deadly struggle with the Xian Yi-wei Chiliarch. The cold, glinting long whip was less than half a foot from Jiang Qinghuan's lower back. Damn it! Wu Liang's eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he summoned every ounce of strength. The inner force of the longevity art churned madly within him, and he pushed the startling swan and wandering dragon steps to their absolute limit. With a sharp whoosh, he transformed into a blurry afterimage, almost skimming across the ground as he shot forward. He moved so fast that the scenery on both sides seemed to stretch and distort. In the very instant before the yellow-ranked spy's whip could touch the fabric of Jiang Qinghuan's back, Wu Liang lunged forward. He threw his arm around Jiang Qinghuan's waist, clenching tightly, and used the momentum to roll violently to the side, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Go! Wu Liang didn't even register the pain. He growled, flexed his arm, and half-carried, half-dragged Jiang Qinghuan as he desperately spurred the startling swan and wandering dragon steps. Run! Run for dear life! The exquisite footwork displayed itself. Erratic steps, lightning-fast turns, and a zigzagging path across the pitted wilderness that momentarily opened up a gap between them and their pursuers. After them, behind them, the Xian Yiwei Chiliarch and the yellow-ranked spy shouted nearly in unison as they burst into motion, speeding after the fleeing pair. Both were skilled, and their pace was formidable. Farther away, Pei Hongya, who had been holding off two spies with a spear swirling like a dragon, caught the commotion from the corner of her eye. With a sharp cry, her long spear erupted in a brilliant flash of crimson, forcing her opponent's back. She abandoned the fight without hesitation and came charging after Wu Liang and Jiang Qinghuan. A three-way chase unfolded across the desolate outskirts of the city. Wu Liang's initial burst of dozens of yards was genuinely swift. The startling swan and wandering dragon steps had proven itself worthy of its 5-colored word slot reward. This lightness skill was exceedingly fast, ranking among the top tiers of the Jianghu. But the problems soon emerged. His longevity art had only reached the second layer, and the inner force in his dantian was as shallow as a puddle. How could it withstand such reckless expenditure? After running less than 100 yards, he felt his legs as heavy as lead, his chest burning like fire, and his inner force flowing sluggishly. His speed visibly dropped. The sound of breaking wind behind him grew closer and closer. Why aren't you running anymore? A sharp cry preceded the yellow-ranked spy's arrival. She flicked her wrist, and the soft whip coiled like a serpent, then snapped taut, transforming into a fierce whip shadow that lanced toward Wu Liang's back with a piercing shriek. Wu Liang's hair stood on end. He twisted his body sharply to the right, while still holding Jiang Qinghuan. Crack! The whip shadow grazed his left arm and lashed the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaving a deep gash in the soil. The fierce wind stung his cheeks. Cough! Cough! Jiang Qinghuan in his arms coughed up another mouthful of blood, her face deathly pale. She looked at Wu Liang's twisted, flushed face with sweat mixing with blood and mud, and in those eyes that always sparkled with cunning or lechery, she now saw only a stubborn refusal to yield. Her lips moved slightly as she sighed. Wu Liang, you've done all you could. Put me down. Escape on your own. Nonsense. Wu Liang's eyes locked onto the walls of Beiyang City, growing ever closer. He cursed. We've already run all the way here. The city gate is right ahead. If I put you down now, won't all my suffering have been for nothing? He panted, dodging another whip shadow from behind. You still owe me 21,000 taels of gold. Gold? If you die, who do I collect from? The king of hell. Jiang Qinghuan was choked by his words, but a faint, barely there curve tugged at the corner of her mouth, quickly replaced by a grimace of pain. She leaned against Wu Liang's heaving chest, feeling his heart pounding like a war drum. Her vision blurred, and she murmured, I won't kill you anymore. What? What did you say? Wu Liang was wholly focused on dodging whips, his ears full of wind, and hadn't heard her clearly. A faint blush suddenly appeared on Jiang Qinghuan's pale face. She took a breath and raised her voice, slightly, speaking earnestly. My name isn't Zhou Jior. Wu Liang's steps faltered, and he nearly tripped. I am Jiang Qinghuan. She looked at his profile, so close to her, sweat streaming down his temples. I am the 9th princess of the great Zhou dynasty. Wu Liang. Her voice was soft and gentle. Thank you for helping me all the way. Wu Liang forced a bitter smile that was uglier than crying. I already knew that long ago. Why tell me now? Wu Liang. You're such a fool. Stubborn. Weak-hearted. If I dropped her now with the startling swan and wandering dragon steps, I could definitely escape. Those two behind are after her, not me. But I just can't give up. The city walls of Beiyang are right there. I can even see the banners on the gate tower. If I just charge in through that gate, we'll be safe. Pei Hongya is chasing after us, and the Snow Dragon cavalry might also break free and come. To give up now? Wouldn't that be throwing away everything we've fought for? Damn it. I'll risk it all. A desperate resolve flickered in Wu Liang's eyes. Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth, forcibly drew on the last pitiful remnants of inner force in his dantian, and even ignored the strain on his meridians as he squeezed out every last drop. A rush of blood surged up his throat. He couldn't hold it back, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out, spattering drops across Jiang Qinghuan's face, warm and salty. You Jiang Qinghuan was shocked. She could feel the disorder of his qi and blood. Don't push yourself. You'll damage your foundation. You'll never advance in the martial path again. Put me down. I beg you. The last 3 words were barely audible, carrying a sorrow she had never shown before. Shut up. Wu Liang roared hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot, heedless of everything. The forced circulation of inner force made his figure lurch forward a bit faster, but it was still a fraction too slow. Crack. The whip behind him followed like a shadow, and this time there was no dodging. It landed squarely on his back, instantly tearing open the flesh and spilling blood. The pain nearly knocked him unconscious. A sharp hiss escaped him as his face twisted in agony. He cursed, "If I survive today, I swear I'll capture you, you wretched hag, and whip you 100 times a day. With your pathetic skills you dare talk big. I'll teach you a lesson today," the yellow-ranked female spy sneered. Wu Liang fished a porcelain bottle from his chest with one hand, bit off the stopper, and tipped his head back, pouring all the pills inside into his mouth. As the medicine's power spread, a warm current surged through his parched, aching meridians, bringing relief. He again madly channeled his inner force, and his speed picked up once more. With renewed speed, his mouth got cheeky again. "You hag, then catch up with your daddy." The yellow-ranked spy was furious beyond reason. This kid's martial arts are mediocre, but his lightness skill is genuinely something. Seeing the city gate draw closer, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Her figure twisted oddly, and she suddenly struck with her palm at the Xian Yi chiliarch running alongside her. "Yui." The chiliarch startled and instinctively raised his arm to block. Bang. The two forces collided, and the yellow-ranked spy used the rebound force to hurl herself forward like a slingshot, her speed suddenly exploding. In a flash, she covered several yards and caught up to Wu Liang in an instant. "Stay right there." The whip shadow shot out like a venomous dragon emerging from its den, imbued with all her hatred and killing intent, lashing down viciously. This time Wu Liang could not evade. He had poured all his strength into running forward, leaving his back fully exposed. Crack! A teeth-gratingly sharp crack resounded. Wu Liang felt as if a red-hot iron rod had seared his back. The pain exploded, his vision went black, and he, along with Jiang Qinghuan in his arms, was flung forward by the tremendous force, crashing heavily onto the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Dust swirled. Wu Liang lay face down, his back burning with pain. He struggled to rise, but his bones felt as if they had been shattered, and his throat was filled with the taste of blood. The yellow-ranked spy landed lightly, standing a few steps away, her soft whip twitching gently. Looking at the two pitiful figures on the ground, she laughed coldly. "Run. I thought you were so good at running. Go on, run for me." She flicked her wrist, raising the whip shadow, aiming at Wu Liang's head. If that struck true, his skull would certainly crack open. Wu Liang wailed inwardly. "It's over. This is really over. Damn it." Just as Lu Sun said, women only slow down a man's sword-drawing speed. He resignedly closed his eyes, but his arm instinctively moved to shield Jiang Qinghuan, who had little strength left underneath him. Having such a beautiful princess accompany him to the Yellow Springs wasn't a bad deal after all. Swish! A sharp, piercing sound suddenly tore through the air. Wu Liang, who had been resigned to death, saw a dark round orb hurtling toward him with tempestuous force. Clanged. It struck the yellow-ranked spy's whip with pinpoint accuracy. The impact was astonishingly powerful. The yellow-ranked spy felt a violent tremor in her wrist. A domineering force surged up the whip, leaving her entire arm numb and nearly dropping the weapon. The whip's tip was deflected, slashing into the ground and kicking up a great cloud of dust. But it wasn't over. After deflecting the whip, the orb spun around and flew straight toward the woman in yellow's face. The yellow-ranked spy's face turned pale. She abandoned all thoughts of killing, and with a swift backward leap, she dodged as the orb grazed her cheek. Almost at the same moment, a dazzling sword light, like lightning, tore across the sky without warning. The sword light was so fast one could barely trace its trajectory. A flash of cold light, and the Xian Yi guard chiliarch, who was lunging toward Wu Liang and Jiang Qinghuan, suddenly froze. His face still twisted with murderous intent, but a thin red line had silently appeared on his neck. Then a soft sound. His head flew into the air. A fountain of blood erupted, and the headless body swayed before crashing to the ground. All this happened in a flash, quicker than a hawk's dive. Wu Liang, still lying on the ground, forgot his pain and stared up in dumbfounded amazement. Two figures appearing like phantoms had landed not far in front of him and Jiang Qinghuan. The one on the left was clad in immaculate white robes, about 40 years old, with a gaunt, scholarly face, a long beard, and a dripping sword in his hand. He looked refined and elegant like a tutor, but his eyes, calm and placid, yet they sent a chill down one's spine when they rested on you. The one on the right was a stark contrast. A plump, greasy-faced monk with a heavy, dark-colored rosary around his neck made of neither metal nor wood. He wore a faded, washed-out monk's robe, grinning as he lecherously studied the terrified yellow-ranked spy opposite him. The yellow-rank spy steadied herself, her face ashen, as she stared at the newcomers. White-robed Shura, Chen Qingdi. And the butcher monk. Wu Liang's heart skipped a beat. Chen Qingdi, the butcher monk. He had heard those names countless times in Guyu City. Among the 13 guardians of the king of Beiyong, the first guardian Chen Qingdi was the deputy commander of the Beiyong army, a ruthless strategist who never took prisoners and counted only enemy kills as merit, earning him the title White-robed Shura. The third guardian, the butcher monk, was a supposed man of faith who indulged in wine, meat, and women. He was hot-tempered, petty, vengeful, and cruel. And they had arrived. The immense weight in Wu Liang's heart finally crashed to the ground. Damn it, his dog's life was saved for now. Ignoring the searing pain on his back, he scrambled to his feet and stumbled over to Jiang Qingwan. She lay with her eyes closed, her breath faint. Wu Liang grabbed her wrist to check her pulse, frowned deeply, and pulled out the nearly empty porcelain bottle from his chest. He poured out the last pill of the life-saving Wrath Begone pill and forced it into her mouth. Cough, cough. Jiang Qingwan swallowed the pill slowly, opened her eyes, glanced at Wu Liang, and said nothing. Then Chen Qingdi spoke. His voice was low and calm. How audacious. He swept his gaze over the yellow-rank spy, then glanced at the distant melee. Daring to act wild beneath the walls of my Beiyong city. The butcher monk chuckled, rubbing his thick palms. His eyes roamed shamelessly over the yellow-rank spy, lingering especially on certain curves. Why waste words, Chen boss? Leave this woman to me. Slaughter the rest. He licked his lips with a lecherous grin. Old Buddha here thinks this wench has some charm, especially that big backside. How Buddha likes it. The yellow-rank spy shuddered with revulsion, both ashamed and furious, but dared not make a move. Both Chen Qingdi and the butcher monk were formidable opponents. Without a word, Chen Qingdi lightly tapped the ground with his toe. He rose into the air like a weightless white cloud, his robes fluttering, exuding an indescribable grace. Yet his speed was terrifying. In a few bounds he had crossed several dozen yards and plunged directly into the fray, where Pei Hongya was battling Qinglong Di and Xian spies. The sword light flared again. Like rolling snow, it deflected the combined attacks of the three, relieving Pei Hongya's pressure. She withdrew her spear half a step, panting, and nodded at Chen Qingdi. At that moment, Wu. A low, desolate war horn suddenly sounded from the direction of Beiyong City, rolling like thunder across the wilderness. Then the earth began to tremble, a rumbling growing louder and closer, as if 1,000 troops were thundering toward them. On the horizon, dust rose high like a rolling lust dragon. The faces of Qinglong Di and Xian spies all turned grim. Qinglong parried Chen Qingdi's sword, retreated, and stared at the sky, obscuring dust with fury and alarm. The Beiyong army's horn. The black-scale cavalry is mobilizing. He quickly scanned the battlefield, his expression darkening. Chen Qingdi and Pei Hongya are both at the second-rank realm. Even though we three are also second-rank, we might not be able to take them quickly. That mad monk is rumored to have reached half-step grandmaster. The yellow-rank spy is no match for him. If we can't wrap this up soon, once the Beiyong black-scale cavalry arrives, none of us will escape. Defeat before battle? Qinglong, with such cowardice you dare call yourself the Xian Guard's foremost expert? The Xian spy, hot-tempered, snapped back. Qinglong turned sharply, his gaze icy as a blade. I simply don't want our brothers to die in vain. In just half a month we've lost most of our elite in the north. The situation is hopeless now. Why persist needlessly? He looked at the silent D-spy. What say you, O? The D-spy raised his head, watching the ever-approaching dust dragon that seemed to devour everything, then glanced back at the yellow-rank spy who was being toyed with by the fat monk, barely holding on. His face twitched, and finally an intense unwillingness flickered across it. The mountains may change, but the rivers flow on. Today we'll remember this. Retreat. Without hesitation, Qinglong leaped into the air and fled toward the rear. The Di and Xian spies followed closely, vanishing within seconds. Chen Qingdi and Pei Hongya did not pursue. They stood sword in hand, watching coldly as they fled. Their mission was to retrieve Jiang Qingwan, not to annihilate the enemy. On the other side, the butcher monk was enjoying himself. He slapped the yellow-rank spy's hastily raised arms, shocking her blood, then seized the opportunity to land a firm palm on her shapely buttocks. Smack! The sound rang clear. Up! The yellow-rank spy, mortified and furious, let out a shriek. Using the momentum, she lunged backward and fled headlong in the opposite direction of Qinglong and his men, disappearing into the wild bushes. The butcher monk watched her figure, chuckled twice, and didn't give chase. He patted his fat hands and ambled back. Chen Qingdi sheathed his sword, walked slowly to Jiang Qingwan, who was supported by Wu Liang, and clasped his hands with a slight bow. Your Grace, you have been alarmed. The young prince awaits you in the mansion. Please follow us back to the city. Jiang Qingwan leaned on Wu Liang, barely standing. Her face was still pale, but her eyes had regained their cool composure. She looked at Chen Qingdi and gave a slight nod. Then she turned her head, her gaze lingering for a moment on Wu Liang's grimy, bloodied, and sweat-stained face. Let's go. Chen Qingdi and his party escorted Jiang Qingwan proceeding in a grand procession into North Yong City. When they arrived before the prince's mansion, the head steward, Yan Hai, was already waiting there. Seeing Jiang Qingwan, he bowed and said, "Please rest, noble lady. Everything has been prepared. The young prince will personally visit you shortly." Jiang Qingwan nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Yan Hai then looked at Wu Liang and said with a smile, "This young brother is also quite injured. A guest room has been prepared and the medical officer will arrive shortly." "Then many thanks," Wu Liang replied with a cupped fist salute. Two groups of pretty maids came forward to support Jiang Qingwan. She took a couple of steps, then paused and looked back at Wu Liang. "You rest and recover first." She spoke softly, her tone unusually gentle. "Don't wander off. Once everything is settled, I will send someone to find you." Wu Liang nodded and watched Jiang Qingwan leave. He then followed two young maids through winding corridors until they finally stopped before a quiet, elegant, independent courtyard. The courtyard was not large, but it was immaculately kept. A few clumps of green bamboo, a small vat with water lilies exuding a sense of tranquility amid the bustling city. The room was spacious with simple yet expensive furnishings, a carved bed piled with thick brocade quilts. Wu Liang collapsed onto the bed, unwilling to move a single muscle. The whip wounds on his back burned with searing pain. He reckoned the skin must have split open, sticking to his clothes. He tried to circulate his longevity true qi, but his dantian was completely empty and his meridians ached dully. The side effects of having forcibly channeled his inner power earlier were now manifesting. Before long, the door was gently pushed open. An old man in a cloth robe with a goatee walked in, followed by a young boy carrying a medicine box. The old man was taciturn. After examining Wu Liang's wounds, he frowned and had the boy fetch hot water. As he cleaned the wounds, Wu Liang gasped sharply from the pain. The old physician was skilled. The medicinal solution he applied was cool and soothing, easing much of the burning pain. Then he spread a medicinal ointment over the wounds, releasing a refreshing fragrance that permeated the air. These are only flesh wounds, not affecting tendons or bones. This ointment contains ice continuation grass and jade muscle powder, excellent for dispelling stasis and regenerating flesh. It will scab over in 3 days without leaving scars. As he bandaged the wounds, the old physician said calmly, "Your inner energy is disordered and your meridians are slightly damaged. You need several days of rest and must not use your true qi recklessly. I will prescribe a formula to consolidate the foundation and nourish the origin. Take it on time." With that, he left several packets of medicinal powder and a prescription, then departed with the boy. Wu Liang was secretly astonished. This North Yong prince's mansion was truly extravagant. They even used ice continuation grass and jade muscle powder for mere flesh wounds. A single stalk of ice continuation grass was worth 100 taels of silver. Jade muscle powder was even more costly. A tiny bottle could cost over 100 taels of gold. Such waste. Yet the effect was remarkable. Shortly after application, the searing agony turned into a gentle, cool, tingling numbness far more bearable. At that moment, the two pretty maids entered, one carrying a steaming tray of food, the other holding clothes. The meal was exquisite, 3 dishes and a soup with both meat and vegetables, accompanied by a small flask of warmed wine. The garments were of brocade silk, soft and smooth to the touch. Wu Liang was helped by the two maids to change clothes and then ate some food. Warm food in his belly finally brought him some comfort. "If you need anything, sir, you may call us any time. I am Duwan, and she is Xiaoyao," said the slightly taller maid Duwan as she cleared the dishes and curtsied with a smile. Wu Liang nodded and smiled. "Thank you, my dear sisters, much obliged." Sisters. The address left Duwan and Xiaoyao momentarily stunned. Xiaoyao's pretty face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, not daring to meet Wu Liang's gaze. Duwan suppressed a smile and said, "You are too kind, sir. Your servant takes leave." With that, she picked up the food container and turned to leave, with Xiaoyao following close behind. Wu Liang sighed inwardly at the luxurious life of the prince's mansion. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily good deed, escorting Jiang Qingwan to North Yong City. Obtained 5 colored items: Zifu Dragon Ganoderma Pill Effect, refined with the essence blood of a Zifu Flood Dragon and 1000-year Dragon Ganoderma. It can increase one's pure inner power by 60 years, consolidate the foundation, and widen the meridians. Obtained 5 colored item: Dragon Elephant Prajna Art. Effect originating from the Western region's secret sect. When mastered, it grants the strength of dragons and elephants, making the body tough, immensely powerful, diamond-like, and indestructible, transcending the mundane. Holy crap. Wu Liang was so excited he jumped straight up, throwing a fierce punch that tore at the wounds on his back with piercing pain. But he didn't care in the slightest. This was like a pillow arriving just when he was sleepy. He already had lightness, skill, sword techniques, comprehension, a training speed boost, and a formidable internal cultivation method. But even so, he still had to cultivate diligently, step by step, accumulating day after day to increase his inner power and raise his realm. Actually, there was nothing wrong with that. Everyone had to walk that path. You can't get fat in one bite. However, the situation he faced now was extremely dangerous. Jiang Xingluan might be a five-colored item machine, but she was also a crisis generator. Risk and opportunity coexisted. Wu Liang didn't want to die, and he still wanted the five-colored item rewards. There was only one way: to raise his strength as quickly as possible. If he were now a first-rank grandmaster, what would he have to fear? Kill any Buddha that comes. Kill any god that comes. But tragically he wasn't. On the way back to the city, he had been pondering how to dramatically boost his strength in a short time. He thought the entire way, but found no answer. He had no miraculous encounter like swallowing a dragon's origin, nor a white-haired old man passing him his power, wanting to greatly increase his strength in a short time. Dream on. Hey! But now his dream had come true. Wu Liang grinned broadly, reached out, and a white jade bottle appeared in his hand. He pulled out the stopper, and an extremely rich fragrance immediately filled the air. Just inhaling, it made his spirit lift, and the residual longevity inner power in his body. Tilting the bottle, a pill rolled out, about the size of a longan, purple gold in color with subtle cloud patterns on its surface. It was clearly no Zifu Dragon Ganoderma pill. 60 years of inner power. Wu Liang's eyes widened, his breathing grew heavy. With those 60 years of inner power, his realm would surely soar, and his coupled with the dragon elephant Prajna art, a famously powerful body-tempering divine art, who would dare whip me again? I've hit the jackpot. I've truly hit the jackpot this time. The suffering along the way was not in vain. Wu Liang sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and placed the pill in his mouth. The pill melted upon contact, no swallowing needed, transforming into a warm, yet immensely vast current that flowed straight down his throat and surged into his dantian. Boom! Wu Liang felt as if a red-hot branding iron had been thrown into his dantian, and then the potent medicinal power exploded like a bursting dam, racing and colliding wildly through his parched meridians. Hot. Unbearably hot. Wu Liang's face instantly flushed crimson. Wherever the scorching current passed, his previously aching meridians were gradually widened and nourished, becoming more resilient. His empty dantian, like parched earth after a long drought, greedily absorbed this supremely pure energy, rapidly filling and swelling. He could clearly feel his inner power growing and condensing at a visible rate. Fine beads of sweat seeped from his skin, tinged with a hint of gray impurities. The itching sensation on his back wounds became more pronounced, as if the medicinal power was accelerating their healing. Wu Liang dared not be careless. He quickly calmed his mind, and following the circulation route of the second layer of the longevity art, guided the violent yet pure inner power along specific meridians to slowly cycle, refining and absorbing it bit by bit into his own longevity, true qi. The process was not easy. The immense medicinal power pounded against his meridians, causing waves of distending pain. But he gritted his teeth and endured, his heart filled with excitement. 60 years of inner power were gradually becoming his own. At the Qiyun courtyard, 2 royal physicians of the prince's mansion carefully examined Jiang Xingluan, while several maidservants attended to her medicine, followed by a bath, a change of clothes, and a meticulous grooming. This was the life and dignity of a noble woman. After all the bustle, nearly 2 hours had passed. Just as Jiang Xingluan settled onto the brocade couch, a maidservant announced the arrival of the young prince. Please. The door was gently pushed open, and the wooden wheelchair rolled across the floor with a series of creaks. Pei Chang'an propelled himself and dressed in a blue brocade casual robe, his features handsome and refined, his legs resting on the footrests covered with a thin blanket. He stopped a few steps before the brocade couch, slightly bowing with hands clasped. Pei Chang'an of the Beiyong prince's mansion, paying respects to your highness the princess. Jiang Xingluan's gaze lingered briefly on his legs, then she raised a hand in a graceful gesture. The young prince need not be overly formal. After a pause, her tone carried a hint of concern. The young prince's legs. Have you not yet found a cure all these years? Pei Chang'an lifted his head, revealing a gentle smile. Thank you for your concern, your highness. My legs are a congenital ailment from birth, a deficiency in the meridians that cannot be cured by external medicine or stone. Over the years, my father has sought famous physicians across the realm and exhausted rare remedies, yet there has been little improvement. He shook his head, speaking frankly. Now I hold no expectations anymore. This way is fine as it is. Congenital ailment. No wonder. Given Pei Zhao's power and wealth, if it were an acquired injury, it would never remain untreated. This Pei Chang'an is truly broad-minded. Jiang Xingluan, looking at his calm expression, felt a hint of admiration. She did not press further, merely nodding lightly. The young prince is truly magnanimous. Then she shifted the topic. I wish to see my uncle the prince. Forgive me, your highness. My father is currently on a military inspection tour and not at the mansion. Pei Chang'an's face showed an apologetic expression, and he added, I have already sent a swift falcon message of your arrival, your highness. Once my father learns of it, he will surely return as soon as possible. Please rest peacefully in the mansion for a few days. All arrangements have been made for your comfort. He paused, leaning slightly forward with a smile. Your Highness has traveled a great distance and endured peril surely on a matter of importance. Since my father's return will take time, if there is any assistance the Bayong region can provide, please do not hesitate to inform me first. Though I am disabled, my words carry some weight in this Bayong territory. I will exert every effort to ease your Highness's burdens. The words were eloquent and heartfelt. Jiang Qingluan, however, fell silent. The slanting light from the window cast a soft shadow across her face. She slowly shook her head. I appreciate your kindness, young prince. But this matter is of great importance and unusual. I must present it personally to my uncle the prince. Pei Chang'an's eyes flickered for a moment, then quickly regained calm. He smiled, no longer insisting. In that case, I understand. Please rest well, your Highness. If you need anything, simply summon the servants. Thank you for your trouble, young prince. Pei Chang'an wheeled himself away, the creaking sound gradually fading as the door gently closed. Jiang Qingluan leaned back on the brocade couch, closed her eyes, and let out a long breath, her fingers unconsciously tracing the delicate embroidery on her sleeve. Pei Xiao absent. Is he truly absent or unwilling to see me? This Pei Chang'an indeed, as the rumors say, is like a jade tree in the wind, standing aloof and elegant with a noble bearing and unmatched grace. Truly a man like jade from the world, a gentleman unmatched in the times. It's only a pity he is born with a disability. The Tingqiao Pavilion built by the lake is the highest and most secluded place in the Bayong Prince's mansion. Pei Chang'an wheeled himself through several specially modified gentle corridors, ascending to the top floor via a sloped ramp. There he saw Pei Xiao standing with his back to the door, facing the open window, gazing at the lake that shimmered with golden scales in the setting sun. His silhouette was imposing, towering like a mountain. This was the Prince of Bayong, Pei Xiao, who had intimidated the northern frontier for 30 years, commanded 300,000 black armored iron cavalry, held back the southward invasion of the Great Yuan from the northern desert, struck fear into the barbarian invaders beyond the frontier, and stood as a near human king in the hearts of the northern people. Pei Chang'an stopped a few paces away. Father, seen her? Pei Xiao didn't turn around, his voice deep. Yes, she is indeed the 9th princess, Jiang Qingluan. Pei Chang'an replied. Her injuries are not light, her inner energy is disordered, but her spirit is still intact. The mansion's physicians have attended to her. What did she say? Pei Xiao turned around. He was about 50, with resolute features and a natural authority that commanded respect. Especially his eyes, deep and calm, seemingly able to pierce through flesh and bone. Traveling 1,000 miles to arrive in this state, it cannot be for sightseeing. Pei Chang'an shook his head. She only asked about my legs, then said she must see you personally. I probed, but she would not reveal a single detail. Her attitude is resolute. He paused, lowering his voice. Father, it seems a major event has occurred in the capital. Otherwise, given the 9th princess's status and temperament, she would never be so disheveled, nor would the Black Guard and the Dragon Guard manor deploy all their elites to hunt her down all the way here. Pei Xiao walked behind the desk and sat down, his fingers unconsciously tapping the smooth surface, producing a soft tap-tap sound. Silence spread through the study, only the faint sound of water from outside penetrating. Has the Secret Shadow Department sent no message yet? The Secret Shadow Department was the Bayong Prince's own eyes and ears watching the world, especially the capital Luoan. Pei Chang'an shook his head. Not yet. The last routine report was 10 days ago, everything normal. But since then all channels have been cut off, and even after activating the backup channels there is no response. It seems suddenly severed. Severed. Pei Xiao repeated, his tapping fingers coming to a halt. The Secret Shadow Department's network had been woven over 30 years, secret and stable. Unless struck by a sudden, overwhelming force of cleansing or blockade, it would never break so silently. Pei Xiao leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. After a few breaths, he opened them, his gaze now calm. He stood up, the hem of his dark casual robe stirring without wind. I will go see her. But I just told her that you were not here. If you go now. So what? At the Qiyun courtyard, Jiang Qingluan had just forced down some bland kanji and was facing the bronze mirror while a maidservant reapplied rouge. A clear announcement came from outside the door. The prince has arrived. Her heart leaped. She dismissed the maidservant, stood up, smoothed her already unwrinkled lapels, and turned to face the door. The door opened, and Pei Xiao's stalwart figure entered. He had changed into a formal crimson python-patterned casual robe, wearing a smile. He strode forward and gently raised his hand to forestall Jiang Qingluan's bow. Your Highness, you are injured, no need for formalities. Please sit. I was occupied with military affairs and arrived late, failing to welcome you from afar. I hope you will forgive my lack of hospitality. Jiang Qingluan straightened up, then bowed slightly. Uncle, you are too kind. It is I who have come unannounced, disturbing your peace. Uncle has guarded the northern frontier with great merit, protecting the region's peace. That is true hardship. It is my duty. Pei Xiao sat down opposite her, waved his hand, and his expression grew serious. The emperor entrusted me with the northern frontier. I, Pei Xiao, naturally do my utmost, not daring to be slack. He shifted topics, frowning with some anger. But I heard that during your journey you were attacked by those mad dogs of the Black Guard. This is outrageous. Zhong Liya, that old scoundrel, has the audacity. He dared to lay hands on your highness, committing treason. He cursed with fierce intensity, his angry expression seeming genuine. Jiang Qinghuan listened quietly, her fingers curling slightly within her sleeves, saying nothing. After cursing, Pei Xiao seemed to recall something, his face growing darker. I also heard. The Dragon Guard manor got involved. And that the top agents of the Earth Xian and Yellow ranks all came out. Jiang Qinghuan raised her eyes to Pei Xiao, slowly nodding yes. The air in the study suddenly tensed. Pei Xiao's anger gradually receded, replaced by a stern seriousness. He looked at Jiang Qinghuan without speaking. Jiang Qinghuan met his gaze. In her clear, cold, calm eyes a layer of moisture slowly welled up, and her expression turned mournful. Suddenly she rose to her feet, then knelt directly down. With a thump, Jiang Qinghuan bent her knees and knelt straight before Pei Xiao. Uncle, I beg Uncle to come forth, to turn the tide and support the falling edifice. Pei Xiao's expression changed drastically, and he rose abruptly from his chair. Your Highness, what are you doing? Get up quickly. He reached out to lift her, his tone urgent. But Jiang Qinghuan remained stubbornly kneeling, raising tearful eyes to him, then with trembling hands reached to her hair and removed a golden-laid jade hairpin. Holding both ends, she twisted with force. The middle section of the hairpin opened, revealing a tiny hollow cavity. She then took out a rolled slip of paper from within. Lifting the slip with both hands high above her head, tears streamed down her pale cheeks. Her voice choked with emotion, each word as heavy as iron. This is the personal letter written by my father before he left the capital. Please, Uncle, read it. Pei Xiao took the rolled-up note and unfurled it with his fingers. The paper was a specially made dark-patterned letter from the imperial palace. Thin yet resilient, its edges rough and ragged, as if torn hastily from some notebook in a moment of urgency. The handwriting. Pei Xiao was very familiar with it. It was Jiang Yan's script, but entirely devoid of the elegant composure he usually displayed when reviewing memorials. The strokes were hollow, scattered, and sloppily scrawled. He narrowed his eyes and read line by line. The content was brief, just a few sentences. Your brother, Yin, writes these blood-soaked final words. I have been poisoned and fear my time is short. The treacherous beast Jiang Yuan has murdered his nephew and imprisoned his uncle, an outrage to gods and men alike. I decree that the throne pass to Xiao Jiuqinghuan. I implore you, brother, remembering our days as classmates and comrades on the battlefield, to aid Xiao Jiu in cutting down this villain, purging the court, and seizing the reins of power. Xiao Jiu is young, of gentle nature. She will surely regard you as a father. May Beiyong endure for 10,000 generations, sharing the nation's fate. Your brother, Yin, bows in tears. Pei Xiao read it, his face expressionless. Yet the tips of his fingers holding the note tightened slightly. Indeed, a great calamity had struck the capital. The stagnant pool of 20 years within his heart suddenly exploded, churning into monstrous waves. A feeling of unrestrained exhilaration that nearly made him burst into laughter. Jiang Yan, look at you now. You've come begging at my door. Did you ever imagine this day would come? The wheel of karma turns. You deserve this. And regard you as a father. Beiyong endure for 10,000 generations, sharing the nation's fate. Bullshit. Pei Xiao sneered inwardly, but his face hardened into a grave expression. His brows knitted into a knot, the veins on the back of his hand, clutching the note, bulging slightly. He jerked his head up, his voice a mix of shock and fury as he pressed what exactly happened. Speak clearly. Jiang Qinghuan could no longer hold herself together. She covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably, and in broken phrases recounted the cataclysmic upheaval of the past half a month. Half a month ago, his sixth royal brother was perfectly fine one moment, then suddenly, they said he had a relapse of an old illness and was gone. Father flew into a rage and ordered a thorough investigation. The Xianwei Guard commander Zhong Liyi reported in secret that it was related to King Qing. Hatred as sharp as a blade flashed in Jiang Qinghuan's eyes, and her voice turned shrill, and Zhong Liyi also uncovered that the crown prince's accidental fall from a horse 5 years ago, and the sudden death of his third royal brother from illness 10 years ago, behind them very likely. They were all connected to Jiang Yuan. Pei Xiao's gaze sharpened. Jiang Qinghuan's body trembled slightly as she continued, Father. He was so furious he smashed his cup on the spot. He immediately issued an edict summoning that beast Jiang Yuan to the palace for questioning. But who could have imagined? Jiang Yuan. He had secretly won over the director of the Saligian, the eunuch Lu Jingzhong, long ago. Over half of the inner court had long become his eyes and claws. That dog of a slave, Lu Jingzhong. She gnashed her teeth, her nails digging deep into her palms. He had someone put a slow-acting, insidious poison into the tea father drank every day. Father, Jiang Qinghuan could not continue sobbing brokenly. Jiang Yuan grew a little impatient. After a brief pause, he asked in a deep voice, and then, the poison took effect. Father was completely paralyzed, unable to speak, and was placed under house arrest by that beast Jiang Yuan in the Yangxin Hall. To the outside world, he only said it was a sudden attack of wind illness, and that he needed rest, seeing no one. Seeing the situation was dire, he forced his way into the Yangxin Hall, knelt before Father's bed, and begged Father, while his mind was still clear, to issue this imperial decree. Eunuch Wei, carrying the decree, protected me as we fled north. We dared not take the main roads, dared not stay at inns. Like stray dogs, we fled to Guyu City. At this point, pain and rage suffused Jiang Qinghuan's face, and her voice trembled. Damn him. Damn that Jiang Yuan. He used some unknown means to even ally with the Zhengyang Palace. The Zhengyang Palace dispatched the Thunderbolt true man Han Lieshan and the Heavenly Dragon secret agent from the Hulong Manor, who intercepted us outside Guyu City. Eunuch Wei, to buy me a chance to survive. He self-detonated his Dantian, dragging Han Lieshan and the Heavenly Dragon secret agent to their deaths together. As the last word fell, tears had already blurred her vision. Jiang Qinghuan kowtowed heavily, her forehead striking the cold hard ground with a muffled thud. Uncle, I beg you to take charge. Father is still in that beast's hands, his fate unknown. Whenever I think of it, my heart is torn to pieces. I beg Uncle to raise an army, cleanse the court of evil, and slay the traitor. Save Father, save the great Zhou. She wept bitterly, every word dripping with blood and tears. Pei Xiao stood still, unmoving. But inwardly a storm of emotions raged. Jiang Yan's sons were all dead, forced to pass the throne to his daughter. This was truly divine retribution. The capital was in chaos, and Pei Xiao commanded 300,000 iron cavalry sitting in the northern frontier. Now a female emperor knelt before him, holding the old emperor's blood edict, begging him to march and turn the tide. The advantage was mine, it was a guaranteed victory. Pei Xiao nearly burst out laughing. He repeatedly told himself not to laugh, at least not now. The act must go on. He was silent for a long moment, then bent down and reached out to help Jiang Qinghuan to her feet. Rise first, child. The floor is cold, and you are wounded. Jiang Qinghuan rose with emotion, her eyes fixed on Pei Xiao. Pei Xiao's brows were tightly knit as he asked in a deep voice, what about Ziwei Terrace? Are they just standing by? This was the greatest doubt in his mind at the moment. Ziwei Terrace was the ultimate barrier of the great Zhou dynasty, the protector of the emperor, its sole duty to preserve the Jiang clan's rule over the realm. At the founding of the great Zhou dynasty, Ziwei Terrace was established, scouring the land for martial arts, secret manuals, and prodigies, training them to become protectors of the Jiang royal family. Supported by the entire nation's resources, after nearly 300 years of accumulation, Ziwei Terrace possessed profound foundations and remained inscrutable. Among them, there was a centuries-old monster rumored to have long reached the pinnacle of cultivation, breaking through to the first-rank celestial phenomenon realm, becoming a legendary land immortal. With him around, how could Jiang Yin have fallen to such a state? It defied logic. Jiang Qinghuan wiped her tears and said bitterly, Xie Shouzhua went into seclusion 10 years ago and hasn't been heard from since. In recent years, the left and right deputy directors Li Hanzhou and Zhang Huaisu have been in charge of Ziwei Terrace. Zhang Huaisu had long secretly allied with King Qing. Ziwei Terrace is now internally divided. I left deputy Li stands alone and can barely exert any influence. So that was it. In that case, Ziwei Terrace was essentially paralyzed for the time being. Pei Xiao finally understood, and his heart rejoiced even more. All these years, the reason he had endured humiliation and held back was his greatest fear of the mysterious and unfathomable Ziwei Terrace. He snorted, unable to suppress a cold sneer. I said it long ago. That Jiang Yuan has a kind face, but a black heart. He's a sneaky old dog. But some people refused to believe me, and even praised him as a virtuous king. Huh. These words carried an insinuating sting. Jiang Qinghuan felt her face burn, and could only hang her head, sobbing. Father valued family ties, and was deceived by that beast's hypocritical benevolence. Pei Xiao shook his head, and did not continue the topic. The room fell silent once more. Jiang Qinghuan's heart burned with impatience, as Pei Xiao remained silent, refusing to state his position. Though Pei Xiao had clearly been in the residence earlier, yet had made excuses to avoid seeing her, a slight she could ill afford to resent, she now had no ally but the northern Yong. Thus she could not show anger, but must instead strive to win him over. Biting her lip, she choked out, Qinghuan often heard His Majesty speak of those days at the Imperial Academy, when you and he were kindred spirits, bound like brothers. Whenever he recalls those youthful years, he speaks of them with great nostalgia. I beg you, Uncle King, For the sake of that old friendship, save my father. She made to kneel again. Pei Xiao turned and caught her arm. Old friendship. That old friendship had long turned into bone-deep hatred. This is a grave matter. Pei Xiao sighed and sat down. The implications are too vast, touching the very foundation of the state. This cannot be rushed, we must deliberate at length. Jiang Qingluan's face went pale, and she seized Pei Xiao's arm. Uncle King. Pei Xiao let her grip him, patting the back of her hand with his other hand. Niece, your uncle understands your feelings. But this matter truly cannot be hurried. Look, even if I nod right now and agree to dispatch troops. 30,000 men. How long would it take to mobilize them? How long to prepare grain, weapons, and supplies? From northern Yong to the capital is 3,000 li. What route should we take? Should we fight our way through the passes and cities along the way, or bypass them? Can any of these be decided on a whim? He pressed her back into the chair with slight force, his voice stern. Raising an army hastily will not save the emperor, it may instead alert the enemy, forcing that beast Jiang Yuan to desperate measures and costing the emperor his life. That would be true and irreversible ruin. Seeing Jiang Qingluan's face grow increasingly ashen, Pei Xiao shifted his tone, his voice suddenly turning cold. What you must do now is settle down comfortably and restore your health. Once you are well, you will have the strength for other matters. As for Jiang Yuan, he narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing in his pupils. Imprisoning his sovereign father, harming his own nephews and nieces, throwing the court into chaos. This blood debt, this king remembers. It will not be settled so easily. Yin Hai, the steward, entered at once. Double the guards at Qian courtyard. Attend to Her Highness the Princess's every need without delay, and show not the slightest neglect. Oversee her meals and medicine personally. Yes, rest assured, Your Highness. This old servant will do his utmost. Only then did Pei Xiao turn to Jiang Qingluan, his tone softening. Rest for now. Jiang Qingluan's heart was filled with ice. Pei Xiao's words had been spoken, yet they might as well have been unsaid. His attitude was not difficult to discern. But matters had come to this, further words were useless. She could only wait and see. Jiang Qingluan rose and, facing Pei Xiao, solemnly performed a deep bow, her voice choked with emotion. Qingluan. Thanks you, Uncle King. Pei Xiao nodded and turned away. At Tingqiao Pavilion. When Pei Xiao returned, Pei Chang'an was sitting in his wheelchair, studying a slip of paper in his hand by the light of a lamp. The window was open, and a cloud eagle, its entire body gray-feathered save for a tuft of white on its forehead, stood quietly on the sill, tilting its head, observing the room with amber eyes. Hearing the sound, Pei Chang'an immediately looked up, his expression anxious. Father, something has happened in the capital. The Miaying department just transmitted news through the backup channel saying. I know. Pei Xiao cut him off, his voice flat and unreadable. He walked past Pei Chang'an and stood with his hands clasped behind his back and gazed out the window at the dark expanse of Guanxin Lake under the night sky. The lake was vast. The night wind swept across the water, bringing a faint, unbroken roar like distant thunder, the sound of thousands of horses and soldiers rumbling in the distance. The pavilion fell into a deep silence, broken only by the roar of the lake and the occasional rustle of the eagle preening its feathers. Pei Chang'an watched his father's tall, silent back. His lips moved as if to ask something, but he swallowed the words. He knew his father well. In times like these, silence was often more terrifying than rage. Time passed minute by minute. Just when Pei Chang'an began to think his father would stand there until dawn, a low laugh abrupt escaped Pei Xiao's throat. At first it was soft, as if he could not contain it. Then the laughter grew louder, swelling from his throat to his chest, and finally burst forth with explosive force. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Pei Xiao threw back his head and laughed into the pitch-black night beyond the window. The laughter was deep, rough, carrying a long-suppressed relief and even exhilaration, as if a dam had finally broken. The sound echoed through the empty Tingqiao Pavilion, shaking dust from the rafters. The cloud eagle on the window sill startled, flapped its wings, and flew away. He laughed on shoulders, shaking, rocking back and forth, utterly unrestrained. But as the deafening laughter continued, a different sound crept in. A sound like a sob. Pei Chang'an's pupils contracted as he stared intently at his father's profile. By the faint moonlight seeping through the window and the flickering candlelight, he clearly saw 2 lines of murky tears winding down Pei Xiao's hard, chiseled cheeks, disappearing into his thick beard. He was laughing and crying. Pei Chang'an had never seen his father lose control like this. Even when his mother had died, his father had only locked himself in his room for 3 days, emerging with bloodshot eyes, but not a single tear. Pei Xiao laughed for a long, long time. Gradually the laughter subsided, finally fading into utter silence. Pei Chang'an gripped the armrests of his wheelchair so hard his knuckles went white. He watched his father turn his face, tear-stained, still fresh eyes reddened. But there was no sorrow in those eyes, only a blazing, almost insane fervor and resolve. His throat was dry. Father, are you about to overturn the table? Pei Xiao whirled around, his gaze like lightning. On his tear-streaked face a ferocious expression instantly appeared, and a murderous aura, refined from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, exploded outward without restraint. Overturn the table. What is overturning the table? He stepped forward, his tall frame almost completely enveloping Pei Chang'an. Looking down at his son in the wheelchair, his eyes bulging, burning with wild fire. I will. He paused, then spoke through clenched teeth, one word at a time. Smesh, his, kdngdom. The words were not loud, but they struck Pei Chang'an's ears like thunder, stopping his heart and freezing his blood. Smash the Jiang family's kingdom. Pei Chang'an stared at the naked ambition and hatred in his father's eyes and fell silent. The wheelchair armrest creaked under his grip. After a long moment, he slowly released his hold and nodded. Good. Then he turned his wheelchair to face his father. Then tomorrow I will go to the flower seed to see mother. The ferocity on Pei Zhao's face gradually faded. He looked at his son, a complex flicker in his eyes, and his voice softened. Go. Tell your mother. Tell her I have not broken my promise to her. This time, it is the Jiang family's own internal strife. It is Jiang Yin himself who begged me, Pei Zhao, to march on Luoan. It is not I who rebels, it is he who begged me to go. Pei Chang'an listened quietly. When his father finished, he said softly, Mother's greatest worry was never whether you would rebel. Her greatest worry was always your safety, father. Pei Zhao was stunned for a moment. Then he twitched the corner of his mouth, a bitter smile tinged with a world-defying arrogance. Safety. Humph. The throne passes in turn this year. It comes to our house. This splendid land. The Jiang family has ruled it. Why can't my old Pei family rule it? He swept his arm through the air as if to clear all obstacles before him. But then the arrogance quickly dissipated, replaced by a barely audible sigh filled with endless regret. What a pity. Your mother left too early. He waved his hand, his silhouette looking forlorn and lonely in the candlelight. Go. Talk to your mother. Take your time. Pei Chang'an said no more. He turned his wheelchair, the sound of wheels rolling across the silent pavilion floor as he slowly made his way toward the door. Just as he was about to leave, Pei Zhao's voice came again from behind, already returned to its usual cold hardness. A man of action must never be swayed by petty sentiment. Keep a close watch on Jiang Qingluan. She is now the greatest card in our hand. Pei Chang'an's motion, pushing the wheelchair, paused. Then he continued forward. He did not look back, nor did he answer. He simply turned his wheelchair and slowly merged into the deep darkness beyond the door. Tingxiao Pavilion fell silent once more. Only Pei Zhao remained standing alone before the window, gazing into the boundless darkness of the north. There were no more tears in his eyes, only a coldness like a frozen plain. Time flew like an arrow, and days and months shuttled past like a weaver's shuttle. In the blink of an eye, Wu Liang had already spent 3 days residing in the northern young prince's mansion. Inside his room, he sat cross-legged on the bed, completely naked with his eyes closed. At this moment, he seemed as if he had rolled in a pool of molten gold. A faint shimmering golden light radiated from every inch of his body. Even his skin had turned into a reddish gold hue like that of pure gold cast into a statue, making him look exactly like the gilded Arhut statues enshrined in temples. A surge of power welled up from within. He sat there in stillness, unaware of how long had passed. Suddenly the golden light receded like the ebbing tide, starting from the crown of his head, withdrawing inch by inch back into his body. Once the golden light faded completely, his skin returned to normal. Yet upon closer inspection, it was subtly different. Pale, smooth, and delicate as a freshly peeled boiled egg, with no pores to be found even when examined up close. The welts left by the whip on his back from a few days ago had vanished without a trace, leaving the skin flawless and smooth. Puff! Wu Liang slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He opened his eyes, and his pupils were clear and bright, not glaring with any fierce light, but instead remarkably calm, though deep within lay an irrepressible joy. Finally, I've digested half of it, he muttered softly, his right hand casually reaching toward the table beside him, his 5 fingers grasping at the empty air. Swish! The fine steel long sword on the table, as if yanked by an invisible rope, flew up through the air and landed steadily in his palm. He held it like that, then placed his left hand over the right, grasping the blade with both hands. Then he twisted it gently. The long sword, forged from fine steel 3 fingers wide, and with excellent flexibility, emitted a teeth-grating creak. The blade began to twist and deform in a bizarre manner, as if it were a piece of dough being kneaded between his fingers. He rubbed his hands together unhurriedly, and the sword was forcibly twisted into an irregular metal ball within his palms. The ball continued to shrink, compressed by the terrifying force of his palms, growing smaller and denser. Finally, it became a dark, heavy iron lump the size of a longan resting between his right thumb and index finger. Wu Liang looked at the tiny object on his fingertip, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then he gently pressed his 2 fingers together. With a soft sound, the hard iron lump instantly turned into a small pinch of fine gray-black metallic powder, sifting through his fingers and scattering onto the ground. Wu Liang stared at his empty fingers, the excitement on his face, no longer concealable flames flickering in his eyes. He had not used even a trace of his internal energy just now. Everything was accomplished purely through his physical strength. For these 3 days he had not stepped out of his room with all meals brought by the maidservant. All his attention was focused on dealing with the Zifu Longji Dan in his stomach. By unceasingly circulating the Changshengju longevity art day and night, he had managed to absorb and refine half of the pill. The medicinal power contained in the Zifu Longji Dan was overwhelmingly potent. Even this half alone had directly granted him 30 years of pure internal energy. 30 years, what did that mean? Before, the internal energy in his dantian scrimped and saved amounted to no more than a small bowl, which he had to use sparingly. Now, good heavens, it was like a full bathing tub, overflowing, surging, and abundant. At the mere thought, the surging internal energy could rush through his meridians to every limb and joint, filling him with inexhaustible strength. The realm of the Changshengju had also risen accordingly. The barriers that had previously blocked his progress under the impact of this formidable internal energy tore like paper, bursting through with ease. He broke through the second and third layers in succession, directly stepping into the fourth layer, returning to origin and consolidating the foundation. At this layer, his divine sense could resonate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, doubling the speed of internal energy cultivation. Broken bones and internal injuries could heal rapidly, and his lifespan increased by 10 years. Of course, these were all written in the general outline of the Changshengju. Whether the lifespan actually increased by 10 years could not be verified. Wu Liang chose to believe it for now. With a plenitude of surging internal energy as a foundation, his efficiency in practicing the dragon elephant vajra art soared dramatically. It was reminiscent of when Zhang Wuji, after mastering the 9-yang divine art, went on to practice the heaven and earth great shift. One principle understood, all principles followed, advancing like a splitting bamboo. Yang Dingtian had spent his entire life struggling to reach the 4th layer of the heaven and earth great shift, while Zhang Wuji had reached the 7th layer in just half a day. Wu Liang's situation was also similar to Zhang Wuji's. In the span of half a day, he had trained the dragon elephant vajra art to the 5th layer. The dragon elephant vajra art had a total of 13 layers. Reaching the 5th layer granted the power of 5 dragons and 5 elephants, amounting to at least 5,000 jin of strength. His chi and blood blazed like a furnace rolling with heat, and the toughness of his skin, muscles, fascia, and bones had been elevated to an astonishing degree. Even ordinary swords and blades would struggle to leave a white mark upon striking him. As for why he didn't continue cultivating and break through to the 13th layer in one go, Wu Liang wished he could, but his internal energy was limited at present, only enough to support him to the 5th layer. To continue breaking through, he would still need a vast amount of internal energy. Half of the medicinal power of that Zifu Longji Dan remained, but he had already tried many times. The remaining half was absorbed and refined very slowly, requiring patient daily accumulation over a long period. In other words, this was the limit of his current strength improvement. Wu Liang jumped down from the bed and paced back and forth excitedly. He was very tempted to rush out right now, find a skilled opponent to fight, and unleash all this newly gained power to its fullest to see exactly what level he had reached. He estimated that with his current state, he should at least be at the 3rd rank. Perhaps even at the pinnacle of the 3rd rank. However, this thought swirled in his mind a few times before he suppressed it. I can't get cocky. This was his hidden card. How could he reveal it so easily? There would be plenty of opportunities later to test his strength. There was no need to rush. Wu Liang let out a long breath, put on his clothes, and pulled open the door. Outside, the sunlight was bright and a little dazzling. Duan, the maidservant waiting in the corridor, heard the noise and immediately hurried over with small steps. Young master, Wu Liang responded, stretching his neck, and asked casually, has anyone come looking for me these 3 days? Duan shook her head, her voice soft. No, young master. Wu Liang's brows furrowed, and he felt a little uneasy. 3 days. A full 3 days had passed. Why was there no news at all from Jiang Qingwan? Not only had she not sent anyone to find him, she hadn't even sent a message. Logically, after she arrived at the northern young prince's mansion and settled in, her injuries should have started to heal. She should have remembered that someone like him existed, right? She wouldn't really try to renege on the debt of 21,000 taels of gold, would she? That possibility was extremely low. She was a princess after all. How could she care about such a small amount of gold? Then could it be that some unforeseen change had occurred that he was unaware of? He frowned, and the excitement from his great increase in power was chilled by this shadow of doubt. Just as he was pondering, his peripheral vision casually swept across the courtyard. On the old trees in the yard, and under the eaves of the corridor, some brand new red silk ribbons had been hung at some point. Not many, but quite eye-catching, adding a touch of incongruous festive air to this solemn mansion. Was there a happy event in the manor recently? Wu Liang's heart gave a jolt, and the feeling of something being off grew stronger. He turned his head to look at Duan, who was still waiting nearby, and lifted his chin toward the red silk. Is there some happy event in the mansion recently? Duan followed the direction of Wu Liang's finger, then a smile spread across her face. She bowed slightly, and said happily, to answer the young master, our young prince is soon to be married, and the mansion is busy preparing for his wedding. The young prince's wedding? Pei Chang'an. Wu Liang's brows shot up and the doubt in his heart instantly turned into a sense of foreboding. He blurted out, impressed, marry whom? When I? Duan was taken aback by his urgent tone, then said with a smile, the wedding is set for 3 days from now. She paused, shook her head, and showed a hint of embarrassment. As for the princess consort, this servant is of humble status and truly doesn't know which noble family she comes from. I only heard she is a distinguished lady from the capital. 3 days. A noble from the capital. Wu Liang's mind exploded with a bang. What the hell? Duan was startled, her eyes wide, looking at him with confusion and unease. Young master, what do you mean? Wu Liang snapped back, his facial muscles twitched, and he forced a stiff smile, raising his hand to point vaguely at the base of the courtyard wall. No, it's nothing. I mean, I saw a weed over there. It looks quite unique. Back in my hometown, we call this kind of weed that suddenly appears and looks annoying Wa Chao. Yeah, Wa Chao. Duan looked doubtfully in the direction he pointed, and indeed saw a few weeds at the base of the wall. Oh, I see. This servant has been ignorant. Does the young master have any other orders? Wu Liang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He thought for a moment, then asked, by the way, that girl Zhou Jior who came with me a few days ago, do you know where she is now? To answer the young master, this servant does not know. Duan shook her head. Wu Liang's heart sank again. He rubbed his hands together, chuckled, and probed. I've been cooped up in this mansion for days, truly bored to death. Can I go out for a stroll? To be honest, this is my first time in Beiyang City, and I'd like to see the frontier scenery. Of course you can. Young master is a distinguished guest of the mansion, not a prisoner, so you are free to come and go. Do you need this servant to guide you? No. Wu Liang hastily waved his hand, his smile even brighter. I'll just wander around by myself, just looking around. Thank you, Miss Duan. You're too kind, young master. Duan curtsied. Please make yourself at ease, young master. With that, she turned and walked away along the corridor with small, delicate steps. In the courtyard, only Wu Liang remained, along with those red silks that swayed gently in the breeze, glaringly eye-catching. He watched Duan's back disappear beyond the moon gate, and the forced smile on his face vanished instantly, his expression dark enough to drip water. This so-called princess consort is absolutely Jiang Qingwan. Wu Liang's fists clenched with cracking sounds, his nails almost digging into his palms. A rush of anger surged up in his chest, burning his throat dry and turning his eyes red. He thought of Jiang Qingwan's pale face, the rare tenderness in her voice when she finally said, "My name is Jiang Qingwan," and the 300 li of shared life and death journey. Damn it, that little bastard. Sitting in a wheelchair, looking harmless and refined, but full of wicked schemes. How dare he steal my woman? No. The immediate priority is to find Jiang Qingwan and see what's going on with her, then act accordingly. But this Beiyang prince's mansion is so huge, where can he find Jiang Qingwan? Damn it. Wu Liang became increasingly agitated. Standing in the courtyard, he stared at the red silks for a long while, and the fire in his heart grew stronger. He took a deep breath and started walking out. Just as he turned a corner through a moon gate, he nearly bumped into someone. The little maid Xiaoyao was walking hurriedly with her head down. When she suddenly saw someone appear in front of her, she gasped in fright and nearly fell. Wu Liang reacted quickly and reached out to support her. Young master. Xiaoyao, still shaken, looked up and recognized Wu Liang, then quickly curtsied and said in a soft voice, I've offended you, young master. Wu Liang waved his hand. It's fine, I was in a hurry. Go about your business. Xiaoyao nodded, stepped aside to let him pass, and then walked on with her head down. Just then, ding. Daily good deed quest triggered. Yes, no, except quest. Help Xiaoyao go home to visit family. Quest reward white modifier 1. Wu Liang's steps halted, and his brows furrowed instinctively. He curled his lips. White modifier, even a dog wouldn't accept that. Not taking it. Wu Liang refused decisively, then headed toward the direction where he remembered the mansion's main gate to be. The Beiyang prince's mansion was huge. High walls, deep courtyards, winding corridors, and layer upon layer of gates that all looked similar. Wu Liang walked for a long while, feeling like he was in a maze. Along the way, he encountered a few maids and servants sweeping the grounds. He put on a smiling face and asked for directions. Seeing that he didn't dress like a servant, they were polite enough to point the way. Walking and asking, he wandered around for about the time it takes a stick of incense to burn, until finally the view opened up. A high wall of blue bricks with a side gate that was not grand, but heavy and sturdy in the middle. The gate was open, revealing a glimpse of the street market outside, and faint sounds of bustling voices. Finally found the edge. Wu Liang's heart just relaxed, but then his gaze swept over, and he saw several people standing at the gate. The leader was an elderly man dressed in dark brown silk robes, his hair neatly combed back. He stood with his hands behind his back, directing two house servants who were on a ladder hanging red lanterns on the lintel. The lanterns were brand new, with golden double happiness characters painted on them. The head steward Yan Hai. Wu Liang's heart stirred, and he changed his direction, putting on that harmless and endearing smile as he walked toward Yan Hai. "Steward Yan," he called out from a few steps away, his tone warm and friendly. "Busy at work? You must be exhausted." Yan Hai turned at the sound, saw it was Wu Liang, and a smile appeared on his stern face. He nodded. "So it's young Master Wu. What, feeling bored in the mansion, want to take a stroll?" "Yes." Wu Liang stepped closer, looked up at the red lantern that had just been hung, and was still swaying slightly, his smile even brighter as he complimented. "I heard the young prince is to be married soon." "Oh, this is a tremendous happy occasion. Congratulations to the prince, to the young prince, and to all of Beiyang. This is a great joy for the countless people of Beiyang." These words clearly struck a chord in Yan Hai. The wrinkles on his face relaxed a little, and he nodded with a smile. "Same joy, same joy. The prince's wedding is indeed the most important event of the mansion and a blessing for Beiyang." He looked Wu Liang over and continued, "Is the young master accustomed to staying in the mansion? How is your injury recovery? If you need anything, just order the servants." "Accustomed, very accustomed." Wu Liang patted his chest exaggeratedly. "This mansion is a place of outstanding people and blessed land. Staying here feels wonderful. As for my injury, thanks to the prince, the young prince, the head steward, and the care of the maids, it's fully healed. No problem at all. Thank you for your concern, Steward Yan." He changed the subject as if making casual conversation, leaning closer and lowering his voice. "Steward Yan, I'm truly curious and can't help asking, which family's young lady is so fortunate as to marry a dragon phoenix figure like the young prince? She must be a noble lady, a celestial beauty, right?" Yan Hai listened, and his smile slightly faded. He glanced at Wu Liang, then around, and also lowered his voice, saying meaningfully, "This princess consort. Young master, actually you know her too." Wu Liang's heart skipped a beat, but he kept his smile unchanged. "Oh, I know her." Yan Hai nodded and chuckled softly. "Speaking of which, we must thank you, young master, for escorting the princess consort safely all the way to Beiyang City without any trouble. The prince and the young prince remember this kindness. On the wedding day at the banquet, you must drink a few extra cups." "Ha ha ha. Damn your mother." Wu Liang felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his ears ringing. The old face of Yan Hai, smiling with wrinkles, instantly became glaring and detestable. His fist hidden in his sleeve clenched tightly, and he longed to punch that old thing's grinning face. Killing one's spirit. This is goddamn killing one's spirit. "Stay calm." Wu Liang bit his tongue, and the sharp pain forced a sliver of his anger to subside. He took several deep breaths before suppressing the explosive fury back into the depths of his heart. When he raised his head again, his face had already reformed into a smile, even more radiant and sincere than before. "Ah, so that's how it is." He clapped his hands and laughed heartily, his voice booming. "Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Fated souls meet across 1,000 miles. A perfect match, a heaven-made union. Excellent. Steward Yan, rest assured, I will definitely drink at the wedding feast. Not just 2 cups. I'll drink my fill and not leave until I'm drunk." Yan Hai, seeing his ecstatic reaction, seemed quite satisfied, and joined in laughing, stroking his beard and nodding repeatedly. Good, young sir is indeed a straightforward man." But as he laughed, his brow suddenly furrowed, and the smile froze on his face. Yan Hai raised a hand and pressed hard against his temple, his face showing obvious pain, fine cold sweat beading at his forehead. The sharp and capable demeanor from a moment ago vanished entirely. Ding. Daily good deed quest triggered. Accept, decline the task. Relieve Yan Hai's migraine. Quest reward, green trait 1 TSK. Again, just a green trait. Even a dog wouldn't. Wait, green trait. Wu Liang raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. He had never cared for white traits, but a green trait. This was the first time he'd seen one. Though he didn't know exactly what it was, since the color had upgraded, it should be better than white, right? Besides, this man was Yan Hai, the chief steward of the Beiyang Prince's mansion and Pei Zhao's trusted confidant. Building a good relationship with him could only bring benefits. Perhaps in the future, for gathering information or seeking favors, he'd need this old man. As for the migraine, Wu Liang's gaze fell on Yan Hai's pained face. This wasn't hard. The Qingnan Classic contained everything, including several methods to treat migraines. Let's try. This green trait plus the connection to Yan Hai made it worth lending a hand. After mentally uttering, "accept," Wu Liang immediately put on a startled expression. He leaned in half a step, his face full of concern. "Steward Yan, this. Could it be a chronic migraine? Judging by the intensity of this attack, this ailment has plagued you for quite some years, hasn't it?" Yan Hai was just rubbing his head and sucking in cold air, but at these words his hand paused. He looked up in slight astonishment, a flicker of surprise in his murky eyes. "Young sir, how did you see it at a glance?" Ha, steward, Yin is truly forgetful, Wu Liang said with a grin, pointing at his own nose. Have you forgotten what I do for a living? Yin Hai was stunned for a moment, then slapped his forehead in realization. Right? This young man was a renowned physician in Guyu City, known in the streets as the Merciful Hands Young Master, with remarkable medical skills. His mind had been clouded by the headache, and he had completely forgotten that. Wu Liang immediately struck a pose, extending 3 fingers, and said with a smile, "Come, steward, Yin, if you don't mind, let me take your pulse." To be honest, I have a few unique methods for treating this migraine. Yin Hai, suffering from the pain, readily extended his wrist. Wu Liang closed his eyes and pretended to take his pulse for a while, then had Yin Hai open his mouth to examine his tongue. After withdrawing his hand, he pondered for a moment and said, "This headache of yours, it's been with you for a long time, hasn't it? I'd say at least 10 years. Does it tend to flare up when you're overtired, worried, or when the weather changes suddenly? When it attacks, the pain is fixed mostly on the side of the head, and in severe cases nausea and loss of appetite." Yin Hai's eyes widened more and more as he listened, nodding continuously. Yes. Yes. That's exactly it. Young sir is truly miraculous. You've described it perfectly. This ailment of mine has persisted for nearly 12 years. All these years of managing the prince's household, whenever I get busy or when I'm exposed to wine like today, it's guaranteed to flare up. The pain is unbearable. I can't do anything. Wu Liang nodded, pondering. Qi and blood are stagnant wind, evil has entered the brain, and blockage causes pain. In addition, you may have suffered invasion of wind-cold dampness in your early years, which was never completely expelled and now lurks in your meridians, triggered by certain factors. Then is there a way to cure it? Yin Hai asked urgently. There is. Wu Liang nodded and said calmly, the best method is acupuncture, combined with some techniques to clear the meridians and invigorate blood. At least 3 sessions, at most 7, should bring noticeable results. The frequency and severity of attacks will greatly diminish until complete recovery. Complete recovery? Yin Hai exclaimed, grabbing Wu Liang's arm excitedly. Young sir, you speak the truth. Can it truly be cured? Never to recur? Over the years, he had seen countless physicians, famous doctors of Beiyang, even imperial physicians from the capital through connections, and the answer was almost always, this is a stubborn ailment hard to eradicate, only medication to alleviate it, and rest in daily life. A complete cure. He dared not even think of it. Yet now this young man had casually said he could uproot the disease. Yes, a complete cure. Wu Liang nodded decisively, even patting his chest firmly. If you don't believe me, I'll vouch with my integrity as the Merciful Hands Young Master. If I fail to cure you, you can cut off one of my arms. Yin Hai was completely flustered now. His aged face flushed with excitement. He clung tightly to Wu Liang's hand, as if grasping a lifeline, even changing his address. Oh, my dear young sir. Then I beg the young sir to show mercy and treat this old man right away. A trivial matter. Wu Liang replied casually. I have ready fine needles in my medical kit. Steward, Yin, let's go. Come back to my guest room, and I'll apply the needles immediately. All right, let's go. Yin Hai had just taken half a step in agreement when his feet suddenly stopped. In his murky eyes, a flicker of suspicion and wariness flashed extremely quickly. Having lived in this mansion for so many years, his innate suspiciousness was carved into his bones. Yin Hai began to have doubts. This wasn't right. So many renowned national physicians with white beards were helpless against my migraine, and this brat, barely over 20, still wet behind the ears. How could he truly have a cure? Could he be boasting in front of me, talking big? He truly wanted the treatment, but what if this young man was unskilled and inserted the needle into the wrong point, paralyzing or even killing this old bone? Who would I complain to then? Yin Hai's eyes rolled slyly, and his expression instantly returned to natural. He gave a dry laugh and changed his words. Oh, look at my memory. Young sir, wait a moment. What's wrong? Wu Liang was taken aback. Yin Hai rubbed his temple, putting on a troubled look. Unfortunately, I just remembered that I need to hurry to the Jishir Hall in the city to purchase some urgently needed medicinal herbs. The physician at Jishir Hall is a close acquaintance of mine. In fact, it's the separate practice run by our mansion's medical officer. They have everything there, and the needles are certainly of top quality. As he spoke, Yin Hai looked at Wu Liang and suggested with a smile, how about this? Young sir, would you trouble yourself to accompany me to Jishir Hall? We can perform the acupuncture there, what do you say? Yin Hai's mental abacus was clicking rapidly once at Jishir Hall, with the old imperial physician, Ma Urching, watching over this young man. Wouldn't be able to pull any tricks without Ma Urching noticing. If something went wrong, Ma Urching could also intervene at the first moment to save him. Safe. Wu Liang had no idea how many twists and turns this old dog had in his mind. His mind was entirely focused on completing the quest quickly and getting that green trait. It's no big deal. Needles can be applied anywhere. Wu Liang agreed without a second thought. All right, so shall we set off now? Pleased. The two, each with their own schemes, an old man and a young one, strolled out of the Beiyang prince's mansion and headed straight for the Jishir Hall in the city. Jishir Hall was a prestigious name in Beiyang City. The physician in residence was Ma Erqing, a medical officer from the Prince of Beiyang's mansion. Though elderly, his skills were admirable, and both nobles and commoners alike sought his cure for ailments minor or major. Thus, when Yin Hai and Wu Liang crossed the threshold, the spacious main hall was crowded with patients seeking diagnosis and treatment, the air thick with the pungent aroma of bitter medicinal decoctions. As Wu Liang and Yin Hai entered, a burly man built like an iron tower in the corner of the waiting area cast a casual glance at Yin Hai, and his pupils abruptly contracted. He immediately turned his head, lowered his voice, and whispered a few words into the ear of a dashing young man in ornate brocade robes sitting nearby. The handsome young man, who had been idly waving a folding fan, froze momentarily at the words. He lifted his eyelids and lazily cast a glance toward Yin Hai and Wu Liang. His gaze drifted over Yin Hai, then swept across Wu Liang, devoid of any particular emotion, as if observing two uninteresting ornaments, before quickly returning to his fan, which he resumed toying with in sheer boredom. Meanwhile, Yin Hai pointed to an empty chair, inviting Wu Liang to sit for a while he himself strolled to the center of the hall, leaned over Ma Erqing's consultation desk, and murmured something in a low voice. After muttering, Yin Hai beckoned to Wu Liang, calling him over. The three of them then set up their work in a partitioned alcove behind a screen at one side of the hall. "So this is young Master Wu." Ma Erqing appraised Wu Liang with a calm tone. "Steward, Yin says you possess a miraculous method to cure his chronic ailment. I wonder what insights you may have regarding this condition. Here it comes, a test of skill." Wu Liang understood perfectly and remained unruffled. He reiterated the theory he had explained to Yin Hai earlier, interjecting a few passages from the Qing Nong Jing concerning the treatment of head wind. Ma Erqing nodded repeatedly, his gray beard even giving a slight bounce. "Your insights are original and hit the mark," Ma Erqing remarked, inwardly astonished. "This young man certainly has substance." He pointed to the box of fine needles. "Here are the clinic's acupuncture needles. Take a look, young master. Are they suitable?" Wu Liang stepped forward, extracted the longest needle, gently twirled its shaft between his fingers, and examined the tip against the light for sharpness and polish. He nodded. "Fine needles indeed, suitable." But in his heart he thought these needles were merely ordinary. The true art lay in who wielded them and how. He had Yin Hai sit on a chair beside the square table, untie his hair knot, and expose his entire head and nape. "Steward Yin, relax, don't be tense. If you feel any discomfort, tell me immediately, but try not to move." Yin Hai took a deep breath, nodded, and closed his eyes, though his taut shoulders betrayed his anxiety. After all, this was the head, not an arm or a leg. Wu Liang washed his hands and took up the needle. Instead of inserting immediately, he extended his right index and middle fingers together in a sword-like gesture, gently pressing on key points around Yin Hai's temples, and at the wind pool fengqi acupoint, massaging slowly. Meanwhile, the inner force of the longevity art silently circulated within him, sending wafts of warm, pure energy through his fingertips into Yin Hai's skin to probe the superficial meridians. This scene through the gap in the screen fell into the eyes of the handsome young man and his two companions in the waiting area outside. Although they remained expressionless, their gaze never strayed from the scene. The Qing Nong Jing contained a set of acupuncture techniques known as the 13 ghost acupuncture points, specifically designed to treat various incurable diseases and chronic afflictions, particularly adept at clearing blockages in deep meridians and blood vessels. Wu Liang's eyes sharpened and his hand moved like lightning. The first needle targeted the fengqi acupoint. The tip pierced the skin very shallowly, then with an extremely subtle trembling technique, it slowly delved deeper. The inner force of the longevity art adhered to the needle, acting like the most agile probe and dredging tool, channeling along the needle body into the body. Then came the second needle at Taiyang III, at Shuaigu IV at Tuwei. Wu Liang inserted needles swiftly and steadily, each with slightly different depth, angle, and twisting technique, adjusting the quantity and rhythm of internal force accordingly. He was utterly focused, even beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ma Erqing stood nearby, eyes wide, watching Wu Liang's technique without blinking. The more he watched, the more astonished his expression became, until it verged on shock. The precision of the young man's needle insertion, the unique twisting and trembling technique, and the faintly visible needle glow. In his decades of practice, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary needling method. Over there, the handsome young man had also set aside his playful smile, a flicker of curiosity in his round eyes. He gently tapped his chin with the folding fan, watching with keen interest. After about the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, Wu Liang let out a long breath, withdrew the needles, and casually wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Done. Steward, Yin, how do you feel now?" Yin Hai slowly opened his eyes and cautiously shook his head. That small movement made him so excited he nearly jumped up. "Incredible. By heavens, this is truly miraculous." Yin Hai's eyes widened as he exclaimed in disbelief. "The pain is completely gone." Even that dull, heavy, distending sensation has vanished. In the past, when my ailment struck, I would suffer agonizing pain for at least 2 hours before it subsided. Today, in less than an hour, it's entirely cleared away. Yan Hai's face glowed with excitement, and he eagerly grabbed Wu Liang's sleeve, showering him with praise. Truly a benevolent healer, young master. A miracle doctor, a miracle doctor. Your reputation is well-deserved. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily good deed of alleviating Yan Hai's migraine. You have obtained the green attribute map of the Beiyong Prince's mansion. Effect details all buildings, roads, guard posts, secret passages, and mechanisms within the Beiyong Prince's mansion. Damn! Wu Liang's heart leaped with ecstasy, and he barely suppressed a grin from bursting into laughter. What an incredible windfall. He had been worried that the prince's mansion was as vast as a maze, leaving him completely in the dark as to where Jiang Qingwan was held. Now with this map, the difficulty plummeted like a cliff. Ma Erqing, who had been watching all along, was now convinced, and even spoke with a tone of deference. Young master, in my half-century of practice, I have never seen such exquisite needling technique. May I ask who your master is? And what is the name of this needlework? Wu Liang immediately suppressed his elation and assumed an air of profound mystery, a haughty expression on his face. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised. My master is a reclusive hermit, eccentric in temperament. I am afraid I cannot reveal his name. Please forgive me, Elder Ma. After a pause, he continued with mock solemnity. As for this needling technique, it is called the 13 Ghost Acupuncture Points. It is said to originate from ancient medical arts, specializing in treating chronic ailments that are difficult to cure with medicine, particularly adept at clearing deep meridians and dispelling long-standing stagnation. Its principle lies in guiding qi, with the needle penetrating the gateway between the mortal and the spirit, reaching directly the core of the affliction. Smoothing meridians and invigorating collaterals is but a snap of the fingers. Ma Erqing was dumbfounded. Is it really that mighty? The old man let out a long sigh, his face full of emotion. Truly the sea of medicine knows no bounds, and each peak is higher than the last. To have taught a disciple of your skill, your master must surely be a hidden grandmaster. Wu Liang merely smiled in silence, perfectly maintaining the bearing of a lofty master. Yan Hai, now completely relieved of his affliction, was in high spirits. He promptly pulled out a bulging money pouch from his bosom and slapped it into Wu Liang's hand. Young master, here are 100 taels of silver, a small token of my gratitude, just for some tea money. As he spoke, Yan Hai eagerly pressed on. So when shall we continue the next session? Wu Liang weighed the heavy silver in his hand, and without false modesty tucked it into his robe. Tomorrow. Excellent. Yan Hai beamed with joy. Then, as if remembering something, he slapped his forehead. There are still a host of trivial matters awaiting my arrangements back at the mansion. I dare not delay. I must return at once. Before leaving, Yan Hai kindly added, Young master, since you've come to Beiyong City, don't confine yourself to the mansion. This city is a lively place. Take your silver and go explore. Enjoy yourself. Very well, steward, take care. Wu Liang waved with a cheerful smile. No sooner had Yan Hai left than Wu Liang also stepped out of the threshold of Jishir Hall. Having been cooped up in the prince's mansion for several days, he intended to take this opportunity to wander around Beiyong City and gather more information. Beiyong City was a major northern metropolis, populous and teeming with all sorts of people, where fresh news was far more abundant than in the small town of Guyu. As for seeking Jiang Qingwan, it was still daylight, so he could only wait until nightfall. But before he had taken more than a few steps, the light before him suddenly darkened. A burly man built like an iron tower with a fierce, scarred face stood blocking his path. My master requests your presence. Come along. Who the hell are you? Wu Liang snapped back, without hesitation, his voice turning cold as he looked the man up and down. And who do you think you are, ordering me around like this? Your master invites someone, and this is the attitude. Nose in the air like a dog. At this, Bataille's eyes instantly bulged like bronze bells, and he flew into a rage. You're tired of living. How dare you speak to your grandpa like that? As he spoke, he clenched his fists, which were as big as cauldrons, producing a crackling sound. It looked as if he would throw a punch in the next second. In the past, Wu Liang might have had second thoughts, but now, instead of backing away, he stepped forward half a pace, nearly face to face with Bataille, his eyes showing no fear. He said calmly, I'd advise you not to start a fight. Otherwise, if you delay your master's important business, I wonder how you'll explain yourself. You'll be the one who ends up with more than you can handle. These words hit the mark. Bataille's expression flickered slightly, clearly showing some wariness. He snorted reluctantly, loosened his clenched fists, and gritted his teeth as he spat out one word, move. This time Wu Liang did not refuse. Lead the way, he said, lifting his chin with an air of extreme arrogance. As Bataille turned to lead the way, he uttered a sinister threat. Kid, you'd better pray that you can actually help my master when the time comes. Otherwise, I'll cut you into pieces and feed you to the wild dogs. Fine, I'll remember those words. Wu Liang said indifferently. Bataille let out a contemptuous snicker. With you? I'm not afraid of you remembering. Wu Liang had no idea who this big fool was nor what the so-called master behind him could possibly want from him. But he wasn't panicking at all now. Why? Because his strength had skyrocketed. Now he possessed 30 years of pure internal energy, wore the freakish physical defense of the dragon elephant prajna art, and had the top-tier light footwork skill the startled swan swimming dragon step. Even if this was truly a trap set to harm him, even if he couldn't fight them, he could escape with ease. As the saying goes, skill makes one bold. Following Batailleur, they didn't go far before turning into a restaurant at the street corner, going straight to the innermost private room on the second floor. Pushing open the door, two people stood inside. One was a young man dressed in extremely fine brocade, standing with one hand behind his back, gazing at the scenery by the window. Beside him stood an old man nondescript in appearance. As soon as Batailleur entered, he immediately dropped his ferocious demeanor and bowed respectfully. "Master, I've brought the person." Hearing the commotion, the brocade-clad young man turned around. Wu Liang looked up and couldn't help but marvel inwardly, "Oh, what a handsome and charming young gentleman." His looks and bearing were almost comparable to my own. He quickly sized the other up. So white. His skin was so pale it seemed to glow smooth as jade, delicate as the finest cream, even giving a faint translucent impression. The hand holding a folding fan was the same color as the ivory fan ribs, utterly indistinguishable. His features were extremely handsome, even exquisitely so, almost to an excessive degree. Especially that small mouth, red and moist, paired with those large jet-black onyx-like eyes that sparkled when they moved. They exuded an indescribable lively cleverness. Standing there in fine brocade, and holding a jade fan with a face like a carved jade, he was the very image of a graceful noble youth stepping out of a painting. However, Wu Liang keenly sensed that behind those beautiful onyx eyes lurked a condescending scrutiny and arrogance. What was this trio of master and servants intending to play with him, the compassionate, saintly hand young lord? Huh? Wu Liang suddenly froze, his gaze locked on the other's delicate fair earlobe. "How dare you?" Batailleur roared, his face twisted with rage. "What are your dog eyes looking at, eh? Believe it or not, I'll gouge out your eyes right now." Wu Liang didn't even bother to frown, acting as if he hadn't heard a dog barking. His gaze still rested on the brocade-clad young man, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "This noble person went to such trouble to get me here. Surely it's not to gouge out my eyes, is it? I am Wu Liang, known as the compassionate, saintly hand young lord. May I ask, miss, what is your name?" Edge. A flicker of surprise passed through the brocade-clad young man's eyes. How did you figure it out? Although you're not wearing earrings, miss, the earring holes are still clearly there. With a little attention, it's not hard to spot, Wu Liang said with a smile. The other's lips twitched, a half-smile on her face. "Since you know I'm a woman, asking a woman's name straight away, isn't that a bit forward, young lord?" Wu Liang chuckled outright and waved his hand. "Hey, we're all children of the martial world, oh, why bother with all those formalities? A name is just a label. Since it's given, it's meant to be called." At this, the other burst out laughing. That laugh shed her previous arrogance, turning her into a radiant flower. "You have some twisted logic, don't you?" She suppressed her smile and tapped the folding fan lightly against her palm. "But I still have one more doubt. Please speak, miss." The renowned, compassionate, saintly hand young lord. Does he always stare so intently at a young lady when they first meet? Wu Liang's face remained unchanged, his heart calm. He laughed heartily. "Miss, you misunderstand. It's an occupational hazard. You know I'm a doctor. A doctor's diagnosis involves observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking. Observation comes first. I was purely observing your complexion, not coveting your beauty. Heaven and earth bear witness, please be assured, miss." "All right, you pass." She closed her fan and straightened her expression. "My name is Shangwan Na. So it's Miss Shangwan. Pleased to meet you." Wu Liang made a perfunctory bow and cheerfully brought the topic back. "So, miss, what is the reason you went to such trouble to invite me here?" Shangwan Na didn't answer. She walked gracefully to the table and sat down elegantly. Then she extended her right hand, gently rolled up a section of her sleeve, revealing a fair jade-like, delicate, and graceful wrist, and placed it flat on the brocade-covered table. How refined. Seeing the scene before him, Wu Liang immediately understood the situation. He pulled out the chair across from him and sat down casually, asking, "What seems to be troubling you, miss?" Shangwan Na smiled softly, a hint of testing discernible in her expression. She tilted her head slightly and replied, "That of course depends on your skill." Wu Liang raised an eyebrow, extending two fingers to rest upon Shangwan Na's wrist. The moment his fingertips made contact, he felt the warmth and silkiness of her skin, smooth as congealed cream, impossibly soft and flawless. He couldn't help but silently admire this young lady. Truly possessed a meticulously nurtured complexion, with jade-white skin and a delicate bone structure. Only that wench Jiang Qingluan could rival her. Yet on his face he betrayed not the slightest hint of distraction, presenting the composed demeanor of a meditating monk. His eyelids lowered slightly as he gathered his focus, carefully discerning the pulse beating beneath his fingertips. After a moment, Wu Liang released his grip and looked up at Shangguan Na, saying, "Stick out your tongue, so I may examine it." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Na's finely arched brows immediately knitted together, her countenance revealing unmistakable displeasure. Have her, a virtuous young lady, stick out her tongue before an outsider. The request struck her ears as somewhat presumptuous and offensive. Bader, standing nearby, noticed his mistress's frown and immediately sprang forward again. "How dare you? You? Shut your damn mouth." Before he could finish, Wu Liang cut him off with a thunderous rebuke that rendered Bader utterly speechless. Then he turned his gaze to Shangguan Na. "Miss Shangguan, the man under your command clearly lacks proper discipline. When he came to fetch me, he carried himself with nothing but arrogant authority, even threatening to dismember me and feed me to the dogs. I'd assumed he was merely throwing his weight around outside, but even in his master's presence he dares to leap about like a monkey, showing complete disrespect. Can't you see I'm in the middle of examining you? He keeps jabbering on and on without end." This barrage of sharp-tongued rebuke drained the color from Bader's face in an instant. With a heavy thud, he dropped to one knee, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. "This subordinate deserves death." Shangguan Na's expression grew cold. She didn't even spare him a glance, saying flatly, "Get out." Bader, as if granted a pardon, scrambled and crawled his way out of the private room. With the noisy pest banished, Wu Liang unhurriedly began to explain, "Do not take offense, Miss Shangguan. Tongue diagnosis is of paramount importance in the inspection methods of traditional Chinese medicine. The tongue serves as the sprout of the heart and the outer manifestation of the spleen. The rise and fall of qi and blood in the organs, the depth and nature of pathogenic factors, are often most directly and vividly reflected in its appearance. Relying solely on the pulse can at times lead to inaccuracies." He paused, observing Shangguan Na's still furrowed brows, then added, "Furthermore, through the pulse I've just taken, I have already glimpsed some clues regarding your concealed ailment. The reason I insist on tongue examination is not to cause offense, but merely to be more thorough and ensure absolutely certainty. After all, a healer bears the heart of a parent. Prescribing medicine must allow no room for carelessness." After hearing his words, Shangguan Na lowered her head in contemplation for a moment. Then she turned to address the elderly man who had been standing beside her like a wooden post, saying softly, "Ghost Master, please step out for a moment as well." The old man nodded slowly. As he turned to leave, he stopped abruptly, his murky eyes fixed piercingly upon Wu Liang, a chillingly sinister smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "Boy, in the martial world, they call me Ghost Bane. You'd best weigh your own limits carefully, or else I'll make you regret ever being born into this world." With that, the old devil turned and left, closing the door behind him. The instant the door clicked shut, the tension drained from Wu Liang's taut frame as he let out a long, silent breath of relief. In truth, from the very first moment he laid eyes on that old man upon entering, Wu Liang's heart had jolted with alarm. The sensation was akin to being stalked by some savage beast, a prickling unease that made even the hairs on his neck stand on end. This was the first time anyone had ever imposed such overwhelming pressure upon him. This withered old man, called Ghost Bane, was undeniably a terrifyingly formidable master. His cultivation likely surpassed that of Jiang Qingwan, Pei Hongye, Qin Qingdi, and the others. Could he possibly be a first-rank grandmaster? At this thought, Wu Liang's gaze toward Shangguan Na shifted dramatically. Just who in the world was this woman, to have a legendary grandmaster serving as her lackey? Wu Liang couldn't help but swallow hard. "Hey, are you done staring?" Shangguan Na's brows shot up in irritation. This rogue was gaping at her without end. That sharp cry finally snapped Wu Liang back to his senses. At those words, Shangguan Na's two elegant brows twisted into a tight knot. She was a young lady of noble standing. Ordinarily, any slight against her was a capital offense. And now she was supposed to open her mouth and stick out her tongue before this rogue of a physician. Utterly improper. Positively indecent. Her instinct was to lash out in anger, but just as the words reached her lips, her mind involuntarily flashed back to the scene she had personally witnessed earlier at the Jishir Hall. Wu Liang had performed acupuncture on Yen Hai. His technique was swift, steady, and precise, leaving even Ma Urching, the veteran physician with decades of experience, at the clinic staring in stunned amazement, praising him again and again. And who was Yen Hai? The head steward of the Northern Yong Prince's mansion, the trusted confidant of Pei Xiao. A man whose every step made the very ground of Northern Yong City tremble. A man of his status. If he had a health concern, what renowned physician couldn't be summoned? He could probably even manage to procure an imperial doctor. Yet Yen Hai had specifically allowed this Wu Liang to treat him with acupuncture. And after the treatment, how ecstatic had that old man been? His headache had ceased instantly, his joy overflowing beyond words, declaring things like, "My years of affliction have finally been controlled, and my head has never felt so light." What did that prove? It proved that this fellow before her, who looked a bit roguish, spoke in an infuriating manner and had wandering eyes, genuinely possessed real skill. And that skill was likely considerable. At the very least, he had cured an ailment that even the prince's own physicians had been powerless against. At this thought, Shangwan Na's heart clenched as if squeezed by an invisible hand. She recalled the torment of her past episodes, that unbearable agony, the desperate urge to smash her head against a wall. Cold sweat drenched her, darkness crept over her vision, and her internal organs felt as if they were being crushed and twisted by an invisible grip. Countless nights, she had curled up within her brocade blankets, biting on a handkerchief, and weeping silently, feeling that living itself was nothing but torture. How many physicians had she consulted? How many bitter bowls of medicinal decoction had she drunk? How many prescriptions had she changed? The results were always disappointing at best, sometimes working, sometimes not. If this Wu Liang could truly heal her ailment the way he had healed Yan Hai's. Shangwan Na's eyes wavered with inner struggle. She bit her lower lip, leaving a faint imprint of her teeth upon the rosy flesh. Her heart waged a fierce battle within her, tangled like a knot of chaos. Shangwan Na raised her dark, lively eyes, shooting a fierce glare at Wu Liang, and warned through clenched teeth, "If you can't tell me where my illness is, I'll make you pay." Wu Liang was not intimidated by her threat at all, though instead he laughed out loud. Leaning back, he asked loudly, "Oh, and if I do get your illness right, what then? Then it's best for you. You'll keep your life." Shangwan Na snorted, raising her chin slightly. "Besides, if you cure me, you'll be well paid." "All right, stop wasting time with threats." Wu Liang was unafraid, his tone growing impatient. "The longer you delay, the harder it will be to cure, and the more severe the attacks will become. If you don't want to experience that unbearable pain again, then stick out your tongue quickly. Let me see it clearly so I can prescribe the right medicine." Shangwan Na's eyes flickered. She couldn't help feeling surprised. Had he really figured it out? After all, none of the so-called master physicians her family had invited before had ever dared to make a diagnosis without repeatedly feeling her pulse and asking roundabout questions for ages. This guy, just a brief touch on the pulse, not even a single unnecessary question, and he already knew her illness. She wanted to see if he was just pretending to be mysterious and playing tricks. Shangwan Na shot Wu Liang another fierce glare. Then a deep blush of unnatural embarrassment crept across her exquisite pretty face. Her eyes slightly averted, she reluctantly opened her rosy lips slowly. She even unconsciously lowered her thick eyelashes, not daring to meet Wu Liang's eyes, as if that could lessen the shame of exposure. Then bit by bit she timidly and extremely awkwardly poked out a small soft pink tip of her tongue like a lilac stamen. In that instant the private room fell utterly silent. A beauty sticking out her tongue, yet with a conflicted expression of shame and anger, reluctance and invitation. Soft light filtered through the paper window, casting a gentle glow on her face, making her skin like jade, her cheeks flushed with rosy clouds, and her long lashes trembling lightly. Her slightly parted lips and the tiny bright red tip of her tongue formed an extremely alluring and strangely forbidden scene. In the air there seemed to linger a faint, elusive scent of youthful sweetness and embarrassment. On the surface, Wu Liang remained calm as water, putting on a serious expression of an old Chinese physician examining pathology, and even leaned forward a bit. In reality, he was already laughing hysterically inside. "Little miss, you thought you could put on airs with me. Your subordinates even threatened me. Now look at you. You still have to obediently open your mouth and stick out your tongue for me to see." He collected himself, carefully examining Shangwan Na's tongue, observing its coating, color, thickness, moisture, and subtle morphological changes. In short, he was extremely serious. Just as I thought. It matched his pulse diagnosis almost exactly. In fact, Wu Liang had already figured out most of this young lady's problem the moment he felt her pulse. From the first time he saw Shangwan Na, he felt something was wrong. Too pale. Not the healthy, pampered whiteness of someone who never sees the sun, but a pale that revealed an underlying deficiency. Like fine rice paper, beautiful to look at yet lacking in blood beneath, thin and somewhat eerie. When he had taken her pulse, his fingers felt a cold touch. The pulse was thin and weak, lacking vitality, clearly indicative of severe qi and blood deficiency, with insufficient yang energy. With all these symptoms together, Wu Liang knew exactly what they pointed to. It was just that common trouble among women. In palaces and humble homes, countless young ladies had suffered agonies from it. But Shangwan Na's condition was probably far more severe than average. However, treating illness was one thing. After being threatened by her and her servants just now, how could Wu Liang easily pass up the chance to tease her? He put on a deep, serious expression as if encountering a rare and difficult case, leaned in closer, and frowned slightly. "I can't see clearly. Stick it out a bit more." Shangwan Na could only blush and extend it further. "No, curl the tip upward. I need to see the base of your tongue." Wu Liang continued to command with a straight face. By now Shangwan Na's face was flushed all the way to her neck, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. She had thought that a quick glance with her mouth open would be enough, but this guy just wouldn't stop. First telling her to stick it out longer, then to curl it up. Did he think she was a street performer? She tightened her face, suppressing her embarrassment, and tried to curl her tongue upward again, feeling her mouth start to ache. Wu Liang squinted, leaned in closer, and commanded again, "Don't stick it out flat. Extend it a little more." Shangwan Na. She could no longer suppress her humiliation and anger. With a snap she closed her mouth and gritted her teeth, scolding, "Are you done or not? My tongue is sore. Do you even know what you're doing?" Wu Liang was already overjoyed inside, but he suppressed his laughter and quickly waved his hand to placate her. "Almost there, almost done. Medical examination requires precision. Just stick it out a little more for me to see." "No." Shangwan Na's thunder temper flared up completely. She pressed her lips tightly and asked coldly, "You've been looking for ages. Have you figured out my illness or not? If you dare to spout nonsense and deceive me, I'll have Bader come in and chop you up to feed the dogs." Facing this fierce threat, Wu Liang was not annoyed. He leaned back in his chair and said slowly, "During your menstruation, does your lower abdomen feel excruciating pain?" Boom. Shangwan Na's whole body stiffened, and she was stunned on the spot. It wasn't just pain. It was utterly unbearable. Especially in the past year or two, it felt like a rusty saw was pulling back and forth in her belly, getting worse each time. Before she could recover, Wu Liang tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said calmly, "Do you usually avoid even touching cold things? If you indulge in a bite of cold food, does your stomach immediately cramp?" Shangwan Na could no longer hold back. She nodded repeatedly, her voice trembling with excitement. "Yes." "All right. What illness is this? Can it be cured?" "The root of this condition lies in qi and blood." Wu Liang glanced at her lightly and explained, "A woman's menstruation is the natural cycle of qi and blood ebb and flow. But your qi and blood are not flowing smoothly. They stagnate in the uterus, that is your lower abdomen. Where there is blockage, there is pain, so you suffer severe pain. Over time, not only will the pain worsen, but it will also damage your body's foundation." Shangwan Na, as if grasping a lifeline, asked urgently again, "So can it be cured? I didn't used to have this much pain. Just in the past year or two, it's gotten worse and worse, each time more agonizing. And. She stopped mid-sentence, her cheeks suddenly flushing so deeply they seemed to bleed, even the tips of her ears turning red. That unspeakable shame and embarrassment almost made her want to crawl into a hole. "And your menstrual cycle is irregular as well, isn't it?" Wu Liang smoothly interjected, his tone indifferent. "The intervals between periods vary, the flow is getting lighter, and the color is darker with clots, isn't that so?" "You? Shut up." Shangwan Na finally couldn't bear it anymore, her voice a low, furious hiss. This intensely private matter, one she couldn't even bring herself to discuss with her closest maidservant, was being laid bare so bluntly by a young physician in broad daylight. Shame and indignation warred within her, causing her mind to buzz. She took a deep breath, her hands clenched into fists beneath her sleeves. "Once this fellow cures my ailment, I'll have Ghost Master silence him for good." Watching Shangwan Na's mortified expression as if she wished she could crawl into a hole in the ground, Wu Liang felt a surge of satisfaction. He promptly quit while he was ahead, putting on a serious face. "Miss Shangwan, hiding your illness from your doctor is a grave mistake. If you truly wish to be cured of this affliction, you must be completely honest with your physician. The more clearly I understand your condition, the better I can tailor the medicine and the faster you will recover. Do you understand?" Shangwan Na bit her plump lower lip, taking a full several seconds to steel herself before whispering in a voice barely audible. "For the past 6 months, it has been extremely irregular. The flow has been lighter each time, and last month it didn't come at all. My family has consulted several well-known doctors, and I've drunk countless bitter concoctions, but none of them had any effect. They simply didn't address the root of the problem." Wu Liang nodded confidently. "Your meridians are severely blocked, so your body can't absorb heavy tonics. The priority now is to clear the blockage, then gradually regulate your system." He picked up the paper and brush prepared on the table, thinking as he spoke. "I'll prescribe 2 courses of medicine for you. For the first one, take it when you get home, and it should induce your period right away. Once your period comes, you can start on the second prescription. Just 1 dose. That's enough to bring it on." Shangwan Na was skeptical. Wu Liang didn't stop writing or look up, his tone resolute. "Whether it comes or not, you'll know by tonight after taking the first dose. And after my period starts, how many doses of this second medicine will I need to be completely cured?" Shangwan Na asked hurriedly. Wu Liang had just finished writing the first prescription and was blowing on the ink to dry it. Hearing her question, he shook his head and said bluntly, "It won't cure you completely." "What did you say?" Shangwan Na flew into a rage, the glimmer of hope vanishing in an instant. She shot up from her seat, her delicate brows knit in anger. "Are you playing with me?" "Miss Shangwan, mind your attitude." Wu Liang's brows furrowed, his expression turning cold. "I'm sitting here racking my brains to find a way to treat you and alleviate your suffering. If you don't trust me, you're free to leave right now." Shangwan Na was left speechless, her chest heaving violently. In the end, rationality prevailed, and she could only turn her head away in resentment. "This second prescription is for regulation. It's a mild formula mainly for nourishing qi and blood and balancing yin and yang. When you take it during your period, its purpose is to lessen the pain, replenish the blood lost, and build a foundation for subsequent treatment. But this ailment of yours is a chronic, deep-seated condition. Did you expect one dose of medicine to completely eradicate it after a single period? There are no such bargains in this world, Wu Liang stated. Shangguan Na was momentarily stunned by his lecture, her aggressive demeanor softening. But she still wouldn't concede. Then, what happens next? Come back for a follow-up tomorrow afternoon. I need to assess how you respond to these two medicines before adjusting the subsequent treatment plan. We may need to do acupuncture, or perhaps change the prescription. We'll take it step by step. There's no need to rush. Fine. Where will I find you tomorrow? Wu Liang thought to himself, I can't very well tell you that I'm currently staying in a guest room at the North Yong Prince's mansion, can I? His eyes darted around for a moment. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll be dining at this restaurant. You can come and find me here. Shangguan Na nodded in agreement. She stood up, smoothing out her slightly wrinkled sleeves, her jet-black onyx-like eyes fixed on Wu Liang. Hey, what's your actual confidence level in completely curing this ailment of mine? Although the root of this disease is deeply entrenched and extremely difficult to treat. Wu Liang's expression turned serious, his voice ringing with righteousness. We physicians have the heart of parents to our patients. I will absolutely overcome all difficulties and exhaust every possible method to help you escape this living hell. Hearing this, the dark clouds on Shangguan Na's face instantly dissipated. Her mood shifted faster than flipping a page, her brows and eyes curving into a smile. All right, I'll give you this chance then. As she spoke, she reached into an exquisite pouch at her waist. Rustle. She pulled out a small handful of shiny soybean-sized gold beads. Shangguan Na pinched one between her slender white fingers like slivers of scallion, and with a ding gently tapped it on the table. This is a deposit. She shook the remaining gold beans in her hand, smiling like a cunning little fox. See all these? When you've completely cured me, all of this will be yours. Wu Liang watched her, barely containing his amusement. This girl certainly has a quirky, unpredictable personality. Just moments ago, she was furious enough to have her men chop me up and feed me to the dogs, and now, in a good mood, she's like a completely different person. But since the client is throwing money around, I need to maintain my image of superiority. Wu Liang immediately wiped the smile from his face, putting on a stern and noble expression. He clasped his hands behind his back, striking a highly aloof pose. Miss Shangguan, though gold is nice to me, it is but dirt. I, the merciful divine healer, am dedicated to healing the world. I never look at the reward when saving lives. Shangguan Na was taken aback by his sudden righteous proclamation and felt a surge of respect. She blinked curiously, unable to resist asking, so what do you look at when treating patients? Wu Liang gave her a languid glance and uttered two words, at fate's chemistry. What does fate's chemistry mean? Shangguan Na was even more puzzled. Maintaining his air of a lofty sage, Wu Liang said lightly, beauty, charm. Shangguan Na was dumbfounded. She paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. That's it. Anything else? Of course. Wu Liang grinned widely and said with utmost sincerity, Miss, you have a face like a flower, an ethereal beauty, the grace of a goddess, and a radiance that is simply peerless. How could I bear to stand by and watch such a magnificent beauty endure such inhumane pain and suffering? Shangguan Na was tickled pink by this barrage of compliments, her entire body shaking with light, tinkling laughter. She rolled her eyes at Wu Liang and said with mock annoyance, you do have a way with words. I guess you have some taste after all. Wu Liang was rather surprised. He had assumed that a pampered young lady from a prestigious family, when so blatantly teased by a man, would at least call him a lecher or something. He asked, puzzled, what? You're not angry that I talk to you this way? Shangguan Na smiled openly, tilting her chin up with a careless air. Why should I be angry when you're complimenting my looks? I'm not as uptight as you men. Before she could finish, her eyes suddenly twinkled with mischief. With a swift swoosh, she reached out, picked up the gold bean from the table, and smiled sweetly at Wu Liang. Oh dear, since you, the merciful divine healer, never look at rewards and are so noble and pure, I absolutely must not do anything superfluous. I wouldn't want to tarnish your spotless reputation with such filthy lucre. Damn it. Wu Liang's heart skipped a beat and his brows shot up. His reaction was lightning fast as he countered loudly, that's not right. He looked at Shangguan Na with righteous indignation. It is I who must not put you in a difficult position. I may not know your exact background, Miss Shangguan, but your temperament shines like a firefly in the dead of night, radiating noble bearing and pure elegance. You are clearly a noble of the highest order, a woman of absolute authority among your peers, a paragon of her word. Since you have already taken out these gold beans, how could I possibly allow you to break your word by taking them back? That would be making things difficult for you. To preserve your honor and reputation, I will reluctantly accept these gold beans. Shangguan Na burst into another fit of giggles, her body quaking with laughter, the ivory fan in her hand fluttering faster. You're all talk and no substance. But then she nodded, a slight look of smugness on her face. Though, you're not entirely wrong. I never go back on my word. With that she gave her wrist a gentle flick. Ding. The shiny gold bean traced a small arc through the air, landing back on the table right beside Wu Liang's hand. Consider it a tip. With those parting words, Shangguan Na turned, pushed open the door of the private room, and with a swirl of fragrant breeze walked out with an air of utter elegance. Wu Liang exited the tavern, pinching the hard gold bean in his sleeve pouch, the ripples in his heart, stirred by Shangguan Na, gradually subsiding. The money was obtained, but the real business was still nowhere in sight. Where exactly was that little wench Jiang Qingwan locked up in some corner of the prince's manor? And what was the plan for Pei Chang'an's wedding 3 days later? He couldn't just wait idly. He had to gather information. This place was not like his past life in the era of information explosion, where everything could be known with a mere swipe of a phone. Here to know what was happening outside, one could only rely on ears and mouths to inquire around. The tea house where people of all walks of life gathered was undoubtedly the perfect civilian intelligence hub. Wu Liang wandered the streets for a while, spotting a tea house with a modest front but a lively buzz inside. He stepped in and casually found a long bench in a corner to sit down. He ordered a pot of tea and 4 kinds of pastries and dried fruits, then pricked up his ears. On the platform directly in front, a gaunt storyteller was slapping the gavel, spouting words with great enthusiasm. After listening for a moment, Wu Liang became intrigued. That Mabe Dayuan, do you all know of it? Relying on swift horses and sharp blades, they run rampant and tyrannical. But what happened last year? They were thoroughly beaten into fear by our Prince of Bai Yong, the old 1,000-year. That Xuaning king of Dayuan was originally arrogant beyond measure, but in the end he lost a full 30,000 elite troops in Songlong Valley. Now with autumn high and horses fat, this Xuaning king is still cowering in the grasslands, not daring to let out a single fart, let alone daring to raid south for spoils. The tea drinkers below burst into laughter, raiding for spoils. I'm afraid they didn't even get a sip of the north wind, just drank a bellyful of northwest wind. The old storyteller stroked his sparse goatee, chuckled, and said, this gentleman is right. This Xuaning king is formidable. The iron cavalry of Dayin, they are the ones who strut across the grasslands, every man brave and skilled in battle. But they forgot who is stationed in the north guarding us. His voice rose another octave, saying excitedly, the Prince of Bai Yong personally led the mysterious armored iron cavalry out of the pass to meet the enemy. That battle was so fierce the sky and earth darkened, the sun and moon lost their light. As for the specifics of the battle, this old man dare not speak recklessly, but the result. He drew out his tone, whetting the appetite. Xuaning King's 30,000 Songlong guards abandoned their armor and fled, suffering heavy casualties. It is said that fewer than 1 in 10 escaped back. Xuaning King himself was shot off his horse by our prince's arrow, barely escaping with his life, and fled back to Ma Bei in panic. Since then, for a full year, the barbarians of Ma Bei have not dared to extend a single claw southward. Then the hall erupted with cheers. Good. Long live the Prince of Bai Yong. Amidst the applause, sounds of slapping tables and stomping feet filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Wu Liang took a sip of the coarse tea. It was astringent, but the story was quite interesting. Prince of Bai Yong Pei Xiao. It seemed that in these northern lands his prestige was extraordinarily high. At this moment, a traveling merchant at the next table, wearing a sheepskin coat and appearing to be a frequent traveler beyond the Great Wall, shook his head and said in a low voice to his companion, Old Wang, don't just listen for fun. The Prince of Bai Yong is formidable, but we must not underestimate those wolf cubs of Ma Bei. His companion, a fat merchant, said dismissively, they've been beaten like that, why still underestimate? The sheepskin merchant looked around left and right, lowering his voice even further with a worried tone. I just returned from the west 2 months ago and heard some rumors. Not good. I heard that the Qingji's Khan of Dayuan is a man of great talent and ambition. He is now shifting his main forces westward, launching some kind of western campaign. The assembled troops are said to be 1 million strong, and this 1 million-strong army is entirely composed of cavalry. 1 million cavalry. The fat merchant gasped, is that true or false? That would be overwhelming, wouldn't it? Absolutely true. The sheepskin merchant said with certainty. In the western regions, dozens of small states have been beaten so badly that they cry for their parents, their cities destroyed and kingdoms lost. Even the countries of the red-haired, blue-eyed Roshuns further west have been wiped out, I heard. The princes and generals under Qingji's Khan are all skilled in warfare and extremely fierce. He paused, his face growing more worried. Think about it, if, after they finish the western campaign, they free up their hands, 1 million victorious army turning south. Will our northern defense line be enough to hold? When that time comes, it won't be just raiding for spoils. It will be a matter of life and death. These words were like a basin of cold water poured over the previously heated atmosphere. The faces of those nearby who could hear clearly changed color, and they began whispering among themselves. But there were also those who were unconvinced. A man with a full beard across the table who looked like a retired veteran slammed his tea bowl heavily onto the table and said in a gruff voice, "Nonsense. Boosting the morale of others and dampening our own. The grassland people are fierce, but are our 300,000 Xuanjia iron cavalry of Bei Yong made of paper? For the past 20 years, if not for the prince holding the line with his brothers, those wolf cubs would not have been so docile. They couldn't even take a single step across. A million cavalry. Sounds terrifying, but when it comes to our territory, who will be the victor is still uncertain." These words again drew a wave of agreement. Exactly. Old who speaks sense. Our Bei Yong army is not to be trifled with. The two sides held their own opinions, arguing in low voices, and the buzz in the tea house grew louder. Wu Liang peeled peanuts while silently listening, but his mind began to ponder. Dayuan. Qingji's Khan. Western campaign. A million cavalry. Conquering the western regions, attacking the Roshan country. This flavor. Why does it sound so familiar? It's too similar to the Mongol Empire in his past life that swept across Europe and Asia, isn't it? It's just that Genghis Khan became Qingji's Khan. Good heavens, the historical trajectory of this world in some aspects, is it essentially the same? While he was lost in these wild thoughts, the old storyteller on stage just finished his tale. He clasped his hands to the audience, then slowly stepped down and went to a corner to rest and drink tea by himself. With the excitement on stage gone, the noise in the hall grew even louder. People gathered in small groups, chatting more freely. Just then, at a table near the door, a middle-aged man with a pointed face and wearing a silk robe looking like a local loafer suddenly spoke mysteriously. "Hey brothers in the capital. Something big has happened. Have you heard?" These words were like magic, instantly attracting many ears nearby. Someone immediately leaned in and asked, "What happened? Tell us quickly. Don't be mysterious. Yeah, the capital is thousands of miles away from here. What's the news? Hurry up and tell." The loafer, seeing he had attracted attention, showed a hint of smugness on his face. He deliberately looked around left and right again, then lowered his voice and said in a tone of sharing an earth-shattering secret, "I just heard it from a merchant who came from the capital. His Majesty the Emperor issued an edict a few days ago." "What edict?" Everyone became interested. The loafer raised his cup and took a sip of tea. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, he leisurely said, "His Majesty has appointed the Prince of Qing, Jiang Yuan, as the crown prince." The crowd burst into uproar. Appoint a crown prince. Prince of Qing. His Majesty is in the prime of his life. Why suddenly appoint a crown prince? And how could it be Prince of Qing? What about the sixth prince? Hasn't it always been said that the sixth prince is virtuous and enjoys the emperor's utmost favor? The loafer curled his lips, his voice dropping even lower, tinged with a sigh and mystery. The sixth prince. Alas. Don't even mention it. I heard that a few days ago the sixth prince's old ailment relapsed, and he suddenly died of a violent illness. What a... A low murmur of exclamations arose around them. Really? The sixth prince is so young, wasn't he in good health? Absolutely true. The loafer vowed solemnly. His Majesty, devastated by the loss of his beloved son, is said to have grown haggard from grief. In utter despair, he has decided to abdicate. Abdicate. The exclamations grew even louder. Yes, abdicate. The loafer nodded emphatically, nearly spitting as he spoke. The edict has been issued, and it will take place on the 15th of next month. His Majesty will directly abdicate the throne to the newly appointed Crown Prince of Qing, Jiang Yuan. From now on, our great Zhou will have a new emperor. The people at the surrounding tables erupted into chaos, the buzz of discussion swelling several times over. My heavens! Abdicate! His Majesty is only just over 50, isn't he? How could? The sixth prince is dead. Prince of Qing takes power. This is too sudden. But Prince of Qing is only His Majesty's younger brother. Who knows? Royal affairs are beyond us common folk. Anyway, the skies over the capital are about to change. Wu Liang picked up a few plates of pastries and a pot of tea from his own table, moved to the loafer's table, and plopped himself down on a bench. Hey brothers, having a chat. He pushed the plates to the center of the table and greeted with familiarity. Come, big brother, don't be polite. Meeting is fate, help yourself. Then with a look of curiosity, he lowered his voice and asked, Big brother, I'm a bit confused by what I just heard. Does our current emperor perhaps only have one prince? It's a pity that the sixth prince is gone, but why not just appoint another prince? Why directly pass the throne to a younger brother? The loafer's eyes lit up at the sight of food. He made himself at home, grabbed a handful of shelled peanuts, cracked them open with a crunch and grinned. Thanks, brother. You don't know this, do you? He spat out the peanut skins and shook his head. Our emperor actually had 4 princes in his early years. It was a thriving family. But over the years, who knows if the feng shui of the imperial tombs went wrong, these princes one by one all passed away. In the end, only the 6th prince remained. Who could have foreseen that the 6th prince would also suffer from an old ailment recently? Alas, now the imperial line is completely cut off. All gone one after another. Wu Liang raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. They were all raised in the imperial palace with the utmost care. What could be the cause? Who knows? The loafer gulped down some tea, smacked his lips. I heard some had congenital ailments and couldn't survive. Others met with accidents when they left the palace for outings. Anyway, the affairs of the imperial family are deep and murky. We common folk just hear idle gossip. No one knows the exact details. No sooner had he finished speaking than a gaunt man at the same table leaned in and muttered mysteriously, "All dead. How could such a coincidence exist in the world? 4 or 5 living people gone, just like that. In my opinion, there must be a conspiracy." Bang! The loafer, startled, slammed the table. "Shut your foul mouth. Are you tired of living? How dare you spout nonsense here? Discussing the affairs of the royal family, do you want to drag everyone down with you to lose their heads? Listen to the story." Frightened by his roar, the gaunt man shrank his neck and dared not speak. Wu Liang sat there pondering silently. Conspiracy. Nonsense. Anyone with a brain knows there's definitely something fishy here. This is what they call the more you think, the more terrifying it gets. If we deduce from the perspective of the beneficiary, whoever gets the throne is the one behind the scenes. Without a doubt, the mastermind is definitely this newly appointed crown prince of Qing Zhongyuan. Wu Liang quickly pieced together recent events in his mind. Why was Jiang Qinghuan, a legitimate princess of Great Zhou, being hunted down like a fugitive? Not only were the imperial hounds of the Black Cloak Guards pursuing her, but even the top agents of the Dragon Protection Manor. He had heard someone mention that the Dragon Protection Manor was precisely established by Prince of Qing Zhongyuan. With this calculation, Zhongyuan was definitely the mastermind behind the murder of all princes and the forced abdication. But another question arose. Wu Liang frowned deeply, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. Since the capital was already completely under Jiang Yuan's control, and the old emperor was forced to abdicate, then why did that girl Jiang Qinghuan risk her life to travel 1,000 miles to this northern Yong city to seek the northern Yong king Pei Xiao? What was her intention? The northern Yong king Pei Xiao commanded 300,000 armored cavalry dominating the northern frontier. Even the great Yuan of the desert dared not venture south. Could it be that Jiang Qinghuan sought him to lead troops back to the capital to rescue the emperor? But would Pei Xiao agree? Slap! The crisp sound of a gavel striking the table suddenly rang out. The previously noisy and chaotic tea house hall fell instantly silent, and all eyes turned back to the raised platform. The gaunt storytelling master stroked his goatee and began with a smile. "Dear audience, just now we spoke of the court, now let us talk about the martial world. Speaking of the most sensational uproar in the martial world lately, it has to be the 8th ranked among the world's top 10 experts, the demon lord of Nether capital, Mo Juyo." The eyes of the tea drinkers below instantly lit up. He deliberately paused to whet their appetite, saw everyone staring eagerly at him, then stroked his beard with a smile, and raised his voice abruptly. This Mo Juyo, confident in his greatly enhanced demonic arts, actually went alone to the south of the Yangtze to challenge the 7th-ranked drunken sword immortal Gu Changzui. Whoa! A low murmur of exclamation arose from the audience. Matters of the martial world, especially clashes between top experts, were far more thrilling and exciting than the obscure court struggles. The atmosphere in the tea house immediately ignited again. Even Wu Liang's attention was drawn. The world's top 10 experts. And this ranking. The aged raconteur was well satisfied with the effect. He gave the wooden clapper another gentle tap, and began narrating with vivid flair. This drunken sword immortal Gu Changzui was truly an extraordinary man. The martial world knew him as a man inseparable from his wine flask, and his blade ever languid, with drunken eyes, unbridled in demeanor, indistinguishable from a disheveled tippler. But do not be deceived by his appearance, good people. His cultivation was unfathomably deep. It was said he had long attained the mystic realm of merging with the Tao, through wine becoming one with his sword. He gestured as if he had witnessed it himself. That Yudu demon lord Ma Juyo was a figure of fearsome renown, ruling the demonic path's Yudu prefecture, his 9 nether demon flame unmatched in tyranny. Believing his demonic arts had seen a breakthrough, he sought to climb the rankings by stepping on the drunken sword immortal's shoulders. The two agreed to battle on the tumultuous waves of the Qiantang River. The old man spoke with frothy enthusiasm, his pace quickening. That battle turned heaven and earth dark, obscuring the sun and moon. Ma Juyo's demonic flames soared to the heavens, staining half the river in emerald black, the water boiling, fish and shrimp perishing utterly. He thought this time he would surely overturn the outcome and ascend to the top, but who could have expected? He paused abruptly, his eyes wide, mimicking Gu Changzui's drunken, yet all-disdaining demeanor. That drunken sword immortal Gu Changzui, from beginning to end, held a gourd of wine in his arms, his eyes slightly tipsy, his steps faltering, as if he might tumble into the river at any moment. Yet when the demon lord unleashed his ultimate killing move, he merely smiled drunkenly, and with that seemingly battered iron sword casually raised it. The old man swung his arm, making a light, thrusting motion. One sword, effortlessly as if merely shooing away an annoying fly. But that single sword shattered the myriad demonic flames, stopping 3 inches before Ma Juyo's throat, and ceased abruptly. He shook his head, clicking his tongue in wonder. Ma Juyo was defeated again, never even touching the hem of his opponent's robe. He could only retreat in bitterness, and it was said that upon returning to Yudu he went into seclusion, too ashamed to show his face. The martial world now sighs. The demon lord may be fierce, his demonic flames may be blazing, but in the end they cannot overcome the half-otherworldly immortal aura of the drunken sword immortal. Ranked 7th, as steady as Mount Tai. Bravo! The drunken sword immortal is awesome. The audience erupted in thunderous acclaim, no less fervent than their earlier discussion of the Prince of Bayong. Such tales of supreme experts, ethereal, effortless, and graceful, stirred the deepest yearnings. Wu Liang was no exception, his chest seethed with surging emotions, his spirit aflame. A drunken sword immortal, a demon lord, a 3-day-and-night battle on the Chintang River. Good heavens, wasn't this the very gallant and enthralling martial world he had longed for? Hey elder brother, I have a question. That 10 great experts the storyteller mentioned earlier, what exactly is it? Oh young brother, you don't even know that. The idler glanced at Wu Liang with some surprise, then patted the peanut skins off his hands. This is common knowledge among the martial circles of our great Zhou, or rather the entire world. Come, let me explain it to you properly. He cleared his throat, counting on his fingers with an air of familiarity. This top 10 experts list is compiled by the Wind and Rain Pavilion, ranking the 10 most formidable divine figures in the world. The top 3 are all lofty, unapproachable old immortals. The first is the chief of the Ziwei Terrace of our great Zhou Xiaolinying. The second is the patriarch of Zhengyang Temple on Mount Zhongnan, pure micro-true man. The third is the lord of myriad Buddhas from the western region's wonderful Dharma world-honored one. Counting further down, he lowered 3 more fingers and continued. The fourth is the sword master of the #1 sword school, the Tianyan Sword Graveshare Potion. The fifth is the wolf lord of the great Yuan Empire we just mentioned, Tuoba Wudi. The sixth is the abbot of the Great Light Monastery in Lulan Kingdom of the Western Regions, the withered Chan Holy Monk. The 7th and 8th, as you just heard, are the drunken sword immortal Guchangzuwei and the demon lord of the Yudu Prefecture Ma Juyo. The last 2, the 9th is Song Qingxuan of the True Martial Temple in the Great Qian, and the 10th is the abbot of the Bamboo Forest Monastery in the Great Liang Chan Master Huijua. These 10 individuals are the absolute pinnacles of martial arts in this world today. Wu Liang listened, utterly dumbfounded. Each title was more grandiose than the last. He swallowed his saliva and asked in a lowered voice curiously, "Elder brother, how powerful are these people really? How powerful? Brother, let me tell you, it's beyond anything you can describe with mere powerful. They are immortals." The idler was amused by Wu Liang's provincial naivety and laughed. For instance, Chief Xie of the Ziwei Terrace. Legend says he has already lived nearly 300 years. He can divine and calculate, knows the past and future, and with a single thought the wind and clouds change color. Pure micro-true man of Zhengyang Temple is said to be able to project his primordial spirit, travel thousands of miles in spirit, and summon wind and rain with ease. The wonderful Dharma world-honored one is even more extraordinary. When he preaches the Dharma, celestial flowers rain down, golden lotuses spring from the earth, and countless devotees follow. As for Sure Potion of the Tianyan sword grave, in his youth he split a small hill with a single sword stroke. Now with even higher cultivation, it's said that with a mere thought his sword chi can take a man's head from 1,000 li away. The great Yuan Wolf Lord Tuoba Wudi is a true warrior of 10,000, plucking a general's head from a million-strong army as easily as reaching into a bag. His body-hardening techniques render him impervious to blades, fire, and water. He spoke more and more fantastically, spittle nearly flying onto Wu Liang's face. And they say that at their realm, flying through the sky and burrowing into the earth are not mere legends. The drunken sword immortal can walk atop the waves, remaining afloat for 3 days without sinking. The Yudu demon lord can transform into black flames and cover 100 li in an instant. These figures have long surpassed the imagination of ordinary mortals. What they contend for is no longer simple victory or defeat, but the Tao, the elusive fate, and fortune in the unseen. Wu Liang listened, dumbstruck, the hand holding his teacup trembling slightly. Living 300 years, flying through the sky, splitting a mountain with a single sword, projecting the primordial spirit. Damn, was the martial arts of this world really so astonishing? He had previously thought that after cultivating the eternal life art and the dragon elephant prajna skill, with his internal energy greatly enhanced and a strength of 5,000 jin, he was already a decent expert, able to swagger through Beiyang City. But now hearing this, Good heavens, his little tricks in the eyes of those true masters were probably no better than a toddler wielding a wooden stick just learning to walk. He couldn't even be worthy of carrying their shoes. An unprecedented shock, and an underlying thrill burned like wildfire in his heart. So this world's martial arts, this martial world was truly so magnificent, so vast, and unfathomable. There was longer life, the power to move mountains and overturn seas, and the freedom to roam the heavens and earth. Wu Liang felt his heart pounding wildly, his blood running hot. He seemed to see through the dusty air of the tea house a brand new, infinitely grand, and wondrous world unfolding before his eyes. The martial world, the court, the borderlands, sects, empires, experts, immortals. This world was far more complex, far more dangerous, but also far more fascinating than he had ever imagined. He set down his teacup and exhaled a long, hot breath. Wu Liang looked at the idler and made a solemn bow. "Thank you for your guidance, elder brother. Today I have truly had my eyes open." The idler waved his hand, smiling. "No need to be so polite. The road of the martial world is long. Listen and observe more, and it won't do you any harm." Wu Liang nodded and said no more. Night deepened around midnight. Wu Liang changed into a set of black night clothing inside his room, casually pulling up his face mask before pushing open the window. Then with merely a light tap of his toes against the ground, hardly applying any force, his body drifted out over the courtyard wall, like a leaf caught by the wind swooshing softly through the night air. The feeling was absolutely extraordinary. With 30 years of internal strength as his foundation, his speed, when deploying this lightness skill, had increased beyond compare compared to before. The darkness became his finest concealment. His entire form transformed into a blurred phantom darting swiftly through the maze of courtyards, rooftops, and covered walkways of the prince's mansion. His toes would occasionally graze the roof tiles, borrowing momentum, before his body would glide another great distance, landing without a sound. In the darkness, even if someone had stared with wide-open eyes, they would only catch a fleeting shadow, mistaking it for an optical illusion or a wild cat dashing past. Wu Liang moved through the complex terrain of the prince's mansion like a fish in water, navigating with consummate ease. He could always sense the goings-on ahead just a moment before they occurred, artfully bypassing detection, using shadows, wall corners, and rockeries. Sometimes 2 squads of guards would cross patrol paths, leaving him cornered. He would simply crouch low, pressing against the base of the wall, or execute a swift vault, drifting silently onto an adjacent rooftop, to wait until the patrol had passed, then float back down. The entire process flowed with natural grace. From the guest quarters in the front courtyard to the more heavily guarded central courtyard, he had arrived in mere moments. Even he himself was somewhat astonished by this speed. Such a smooth infiltration was entirely thanks to the map of the Beiyong prince's mansion he had obtained from Yanhai during the day. This thing was simply invaluable. It was drawn with meticulous detail. Where the flower house was where the waterside pavilion stood, which corner had hidden sentries. Even the handover points of patrol routes were marked with crystal clarity. After returning from the tea house, Wu Liang had stayed in his room studying this map, having already memorized every inch of it completely. He reasoned that after all, Jiang Qinghuan was a princess. Even under house arrest, the Beiyong prince's mansion would absolutely not dare to slight her openly. Therefore, those remote, dilapidated servant quarters could be ruled out immediately. It had to be one of those secluded, high-specification, independent courtyards. On the map, he had circled 4 locations most likely to hold a prisoner: Qingwu, Courtyard Yinshui, Pavilion Jinghua, Xian, and Xian Courtyard. For locations, and he would have to search them one by one. Wu Liang's form flickered again, darting toward Qingwu Courtyard. In the night, he moved like a bodiless specter. He arrived at Qingwu Courtyard. The courtyard was not very large, but it was exquisite, clearly showing its master had invested considerable thought. Several clumps of bamboo swayed gently in the night breeze, rustling softly. It was already past midnight and silence reigned supreme. The courtyard lay in deep darkness, with only the paper windows of the main house still glowing with some flickering yellowish candlelight. Someone was still awake. Wu Liang climbed silently over the wall, and after several swift movements crept to the base of the main house's window. He crouched in the corner, held his breath, and focused his ears to listen intently within. Inside was quiet for a while, until a woman's somewhat languid and charming voice drifted out, carrying a hint of drowsiness. "Young master, it's already so late in the night. Shouldn't you rest now?" "I'll sleep after I finish reading these 2 pages. "If you're tired, go ahead and sleep first," a clear, melodious male voice replied. Something was off. A man and a woman. The woman's voice was unfamiliar, absolutely not that Jiang Qinghuan. But this man's voice. Why did it sound so familiar to his ears? He had definitely heard it somewhere before. He racked his brain rapidly, then it struck him like lightning. Pei Chang'an. Wu Liang understood in an instant that Qingwu Courtyard was Pei Chang'an's residence, so Jiang Qinghuan could absolutely not be confined here. What rotten luck. A failed mission right from the start. Wu Liang slipped away, nimbly gliding swiftly along the base of the walls out of Qingwu courtyard. His form flickered once more, melting back into the deep darkness, silently heading toward the next destination. After leaving Qingwu courtyard, Wu Liang did not tarry. His form flickered through the night, and in several leaps he soon arrived at the second location, Yinshui Pavilion. The courtyard's name was elegantly chosen, and its location was deeper within, adjacent to a small pond. At night the dark waters reflected a sliver of pale moonlight, so still it was somewhat eerie. Wu Liang lay flat on a branch of an old tree outside the courtyard wall, observing from a distance first. Upon looking, his brow rose. The paper windows of Yinshui Pavilion's main house were also emitting flickering yellowish candlelight. Hey, were all the people in the Beiyong prince's mansion reincarnated as night owls? It was the wee hours of the morning, and one after another nobody was sleeping. Pei Chong and reading was one thing, but who in Yinshui Pavilion was also burning the midnight oil? Though he muttered in his heart, his movements did not stop. Carefully sensing the energy within the courtyard, it was extremely quiet, completely devoid of the footsteps of patrol guards. Strangely, there was actually no guard presence here at all. This was somewhat peculiar. If Jiang Xingluan were truly being held here, there should have been at least some guards. Would that old fox Pei Shao really be so careless? But since he had already come, he might as well see it with his own eyes. Wu Liang glided silently down from the tree, landing soundlessly. Pressed against the base of the wall like a cat, he slipped noiselessly into the courtyard of Yinshui Pavilion. The courtyard was planted with various flowers and plants, their shadows dancing in the night breeze. That single point of candlelight from the main house served as the sole source of illumination and also as the most obvious beacon. Wu Liang held his breath, tiptoed forward inch by inch, and moved into the shadow beneath the illuminated window. He had just hidden his body in the darkness at the base of the windowsill. His entire body froze as if struck by a sudden immobilizing force. The expression beneath his mask instantly became extraordinarily vivid, because the sounds coming from within were all too familiar to him. Not the sound of speaking, not crying, nor any noise of turning pages or walking about. It was that kind of suppressed, intermittent, tremulous moaning, along with the subtle sounds of flesh colliding and bedsteads creaking softly, interwoven together, forming an ancient and primal melody that quickened the blood. Ah, the pleasure of intimate union. Wu Liang's mind buzzed for a moment, then cooled immediately, even somewhat amused. Well, a wasted trip. Jiang Qingluan absolutely could not be here. The reason was simple. What was that little woman's current situation? Living in constant peril like a stray dog, harboring vengeance for her country and family, fleeing for her life from her uncle's pursuit, scrambling to Beiyong for aid, only to be placed under house arrest again. How resentful would she be? In that state of mind, could she possibly be in the mood for this, and able to make such intense, such enjoyable sounds? It was simply unthinkable. Therefore these two inside absolutely were not Jiang Qingluan. Wu Liang shook his head and prepared to withdraw. Staying in this place was a pure waste of time, and also somewhat awkward. The moment his body began to move, his foot raised, not yet touching the ground. It was forcibly drawn back. Wu Liang stirred to move, lifting his foot, yet before it could touch the ground, he forcibly drew it back. It was not his fault. Wu Xiaoliang had seized control of his legs. That voice was simply too damn intoxicating. Fragmented, alternating between high and low, it seemed to hook into one's ears, burrowing deeper until it scratched at the very core of the heart. It clawed at his heart like a cat stirring an itch of restless heat. Wu Liang swallowed. In the darkness, he felt utterly pathetic. After all, he was a seasoned veteran of countless encounters. Yet, since he was already here, he might as well take a look. Just one glance at what lay inside, at the colors and scenery. Really, just one glance to satisfy his curiosity, then he would leave immediately, not lingering a moment longer. Wu Xiaoliang found an excuse for Wu Liang, then extended his index finger, moistened it with saliva, and gently pressed it against the window paper. With that moistening, a tiny hole was silently punctured. Wu Liang pressed his eye to it. Inside, candlelight blazed bright as day, revealing everything with striking clarity. And what he saw was a rather intense scene. A woman in a flowing red gauze gown was pressing a person in white silk robes firmly onto a large rosewood desk. Their robes were half undone, entwined together, their movements wild and unrestrained. The red-gowned woman had her back to the window, her face unseen, but her figure was exquisitely alluring, curves undulating beneath the sheer fabric hinting at each movement. The white-robed figure lay face up, pinned down, and Wu Liang could not see their full features. After one glance, his mind blurted out, "Holy shit! Was this a complete reversal of roles? The position, the dominance." Clearly the red-gowned woman was on top, the white-robed man beneath. So fierce. Within the Beiyong Prince Manor, there existed such uninhibited heroines. They played quite wildly. Such an anomaly demanded another look. To figure it out, this was crucial for understanding the manor's personnel composition. Wu Liang leaned in closer, squinting to examine the white-robed person's face. Huh. Wu Liang's eyes widened suddenly, his pupils contracting. Holy shit. The one in white had a smooth throat, a clean-shaven chin, and though their face was flushed with passion and their gaze hazy, the features unmistakably belonged to a woman. It was not a role reversal. It was a phoenix pairing with a phoenix. Two women. This was even more intriguing. Wu Liang felt his night reconnaissance had veered into an unexpected direction. He never expected the Beiyang Prince Manor to harbor such talents. Playing so openly, he wondered what identities these two held. Were they women of the manor, or guests? As he pondered, a sharp crack suddenly echoed from the room. The sound was not loud, but in the silent night, and amidst the ambiguous backdrop, it was strikingly clear. Wu Liang quickly snapped back to focus, peering inside. What he saw startled him yet again. The red-gowned woman had somehow stood up, one embroidered shoe pressed against the white-robed woman's back. In her hand, she now held a small whip, black and glossy, of unknown material. A slit had already been torn in the white silk robe on the back, revealing a vivid red welt on the fair skin beneath. She actually struck. Wu Liang was dumbfounded. Playing so wildly. Then he saw the red-gowned woman bend down. She extended her other hand, the one without the whip, and with her fingertips, she caressed the fresh wound with infinite tenderness and pity. Then a voice sounded soft and seductive, enchanting and bewitching, like honey soaked in sweetness, yet carrying an electric charge threading into Wu Liang's ears. Little darling. Does it hurt? That voice. Wu Liang's heart trembled inexplicably, a numb sensation coursing through his body, as if electrified. This voice could be deadly. Just then the red-gowned woman seemed to turn unconsciously her side, facing the window. Wu Liang's eyes instantly bulged, his mind going blank. Only two words throbbed wildly in his mind. Enchantress. Huge. What kind of face was that? Skin radiant as snow, shimmering with a pearl-like luster in the candlelight. Her brows were slender, slanting upward toward her temples, carrying an innate allure. Her eyes were classic fox eyes, pointed at the inner corners and sharply curving upward at the outer corners. Now half-lidded, they shimmered with liquid light, as if rippling with spring water, captivating and soul-stealing. Her nose bridge was straight, her lips red, as if freshly suckled on blood, like ripe cherries, full and luscious. But the most devastating thing was not that bewitchingly beautiful face. It was the sight when she turned. The red gauze could not conceal the trembling, voluptuous curves that moved with her gestures. The scale of it. Wu Liang had lived 2 lifetimes and considered himself worldly, but this was simply cheating. Breathtaking. Surging and magnificent. Larger than his own head. If he accidentally buried his face in there, he might truly suffocate. Any man would lose his senses. Wu Liang crouched outside the window, feeling his breath grow uneven. He wanted to leave, but his legs were still under Wu Xiaoliang's control. Alas, that fellow's love for beauty was especially fervent. So Wu Liang was forced to steal a few more glances. 2, 3. Many. After an unknown time, he silently retreated, slipping out of the Yunshui pavilion courtyard as stealthily as he had arrived. Only when he climbed over the outer wall and melted back into the darkness did he slowly exhale a turbid breath. The night breeze helped him cool down a little. But in his mind, that scene, that voice saying, "Little darling," and that fleeting glimpse of huge were branded like a hot iron, impossible to shake off. Even when he followed the map and reached the wall of the third possible location, the Jinghua pavilion, his mind kept replaying that sensual and bizarre scene from Yunshui pavilion uncontrollably. Who was that red-gowned woman? How could such a figure exist in the Beiyang Prince Manor? So enchanting, so seductive, and so large. Given her demeanor and aura, she was definitely no ordinary maid or concubine. But if she was a guest or a high-ranking woman of the manor, how could she indulge so excessively? She was truly a demoness, a deadly enchantress. Wu Liang shook his head, forcing his attention back. Jinghua Pavilion was before him. He took a deep breath, suppressing the ripples stirred in his heart and the nascent urge. He truly hoped one day he could explore her depths. He refocused his senses, expanding his perception to the maximum, and began to observe the movements within Jinghua Pavilion. The night was deep. He still had to urgently find Jiang Xingwan. As he pondered over irrelevant thoughts, Wu Liang leaped lightly, like a black cloud, landing silently in the courtyard of the Jinghua Pavilion. The courtyard bore an ethereal name, yet it appeared even more eerie at night. Pitch black, devoid of any light, so still that one could hear the beating of their own heart. Several clusters of flowering trees swayed in the wind, their shadows resembling ghostly hands. Wu Liang pressed against the wall, crept to the main house, held his breath, and listened intently to the sounds within. He listened for a long time. Nothing but the wind and the occasional chirping of insects from somewhere unknown. Utter silence. He shook his head slightly. There was no one inside, not even a trace of breathing. Nevertheless, to be safe, he reached out, pressed his fingertips against the window crack, and pushed it open ever so slowly, making not a sound, creating a narrow gap. Borrowing the faint pallid moonlight, he squinted and peered inside. The room was elegantly furnished. He could make out the outlines of tables, chairs, and a folding screen. His gaze swept toward the bed in the inner chamber. Empty. The quilt was neatly folded, the pillow placed straight. No sign of anyone having slept there. The faint hope in Wu Liang's heart immediately chilled by half. Unwilling to give up, he pushed open the window of the side room and looked in. Likewise empty, no one. For locations, the Qingwu courtyard held Pei Chang'an, the Yunshui pavilion housed that flamboyant, fake phoenix and false dragon couple, and the Jinghua pavilion was an empty yard. He had already checked 3 places, yet there was no trace of Jiang Qingwan. What was to be done? Could it be that little wench Jiang Qingwan was locked up in some secret place not marked on the map? Or had that old fox Pei Xiao never placed her in the manor at all? A wave of irritation and vague unease began to crawl inside him like small insects. Wu Liang took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. There was one last place, the Qian courtyard. He recalled the location. In the rear quarters, the westernmost side, near the edge of the manor. Having identified the direction, Wu Liang hesitated no longer. His figure once again merged into the darkness, silently slipping toward the Qian courtyard. The further west he went, deeper into the rear quarters, the more pronounced the unsettling feeling became. The guards here were too numerous. Completely different from the lax security of the previous courtyards. Visible posts and hidden sentinels. He could sense them almost every few steps. The patrols were also dense, their footsteps echoing clearly in the silent night, crossing back and forth with almost no blind spots. Wu Liang had to summon every ounce of his concentration, pushing the startled swan and wandering dragon step to its utmost limit. Like a snake slithering through rock crevices, he used the shadows of rockeries, the corners of corridors, and even clumps of dense flowering shrubs to barely circumvent 3 obvious guard lines. By the time he finally reached the tall blue brick wall outside the Qian courtyard, a thin layer of sweat had formed on his back. He crouched among the branches of a large tree outside the wall, cautiously peeking inside. What he saw made his heart sink further. Inside the courtyard, there was actually a 6-man patrol team, holding lanterns, marching in neat steps, circling the yard round and round. The lantern light swayed, casting the courtyard in half light and half shadow. Such heavy security. This was worlds apart from the previous 3 courtyards. Yet Wu Liang's eyes brightened. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be something sinister. The tighter the guard here, the more important the person inside, and the more they could not afford any mishap. Jiang Qingwan was likely right here. The thought made him excited, his breathing quickening slightly. After searching for half the night, he had finally found a lead. But he dared not act rashly. The team in the courtyard moved slowly but steadily, leaving almost no visual blind spots. A direct assault was impossible. Jumping down the wall would be instantly spotted. He had to wait for an opportunity. Like a night owl, Wu Liang crouched on the tree, motionless, his eyes fixed on the patrol's route and rhythm below. He waited for a full quarter of an hour. Finally, the patrol guards reached the spot directly beneath his hiding tree, their backs to the wall, facing the center of the courtyard, about to turn. Now, Wu Liang flicked his finger, channeling internal energy to his fingertip, and a small pebble he had been holding shot out silently. The stone traced an arc, landing with a soft pat on the trunk of an old tree near the moon gate on the opposite side of the courtyard, then bounced to the ground, rustling the leaves. Who goes there? Halt! There's a noise over there. Quick! The guards below were startled. The leader barked an order, and the 6 men instantly turned, drawing their swords and sabers, their lanterns shining in unison toward the direction of the sound, charging over, as if facing a formidable enemy. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Liang leaped from the tree, not falling straight down, but using the momentum to execute an extremely light turn in midair, like a willow catkin carried by the wind, silently drifting over the wall and landing firmly in the shadow within the courtyard. The moment his feet touched the ground, he did not pause for an instant. His entire body became a blurred afterimage, darting and twisting with lightning speed under the cover of rockeries and flowering shrubs, moving so fast he was nothing but a wisp of wind. In the blink of an eye, he had slipped under the window of the main house. As luck would have it, this window was not tightly shut, leaving a gap 2 fingers wide. Heaven truly helps me. Wu Liang rejoiced inwardly. With a quick glance left and right, seeing that the patrol was still searching nervously under the tree opposite, he hesitated no longer. His fingers hooked the window lattice, gently tugged, and the window slid open wider without a sound. He lowered his body like a slippery loach and slipped inside with a whoosh, then gently closed the window again, leaving only the original narrow crack. Inside the room, it was pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Only the faintest, almost negligible sliver of moonlight seeped through the window crack. Just as Wu Liang steadied himself inside, a dark figure very close to him moved ever so slightly. Right by the window. Wu Liang's heart nearly leaped out of his throat. Every hair on his body stood on end. The room was unlit, dark as a cellar, and he had assumed no one was there. or that everyone was asleep in the inner chamber. Who would have thought that someone was sitting right by the window in the darkest corner? The other party had clearly also noticed this uninvited guest. The dark figure shuddered violently, as if about to stand up, letting out an extremely short intake of breath on the verge of screaming. In the blink of an eye, there was no time to think. Wu Liang shot forward like lightning, arriving before the dark figure. His left hand shot out like an iron clamp, firmly covering the other's mouth. The touch was soft and warm, carrying a hint of feminine fragrance, but this was hardly the moment for chivalrous tenderness. If he alerted the guards outside, everything would be ruined. At the same time, Wu Liang's right hand reached out and seized the figure's neck. He did not know acupressure sealing techniques, so he could only grip the throat. "Don't move. Don't make a sound. Otherwise I'll kill you right now." In the darkness, Jiang Qingwan, whose mouth was being firmly covered and neck gripped, first stiffened then froze. The lowered voice, though fierce, carried a familiar, unbridled tone. "Wu Liang." Startled, she widened her eyes in the dark, then shook her head slightly, trying to signal Wu Liang not to panic. But sensing her movement, Wu Liang grew more wary. This person isn't cooperating, still trying to struggle. He tightened his grip, pressing his palm harder against her face, almost crushing her cheek into his hand. He leaned in again, his nose nearly brushing her forehead, his threatening voice dropping even lower and more menacing. "Don't move. Move again, and I'll really snap your neck. Hear me?" The hot breath on her forehead, the murderous intent in his words. It was no bluff. Jiang Qingwan. She was utterly speechless, gave up struggling, and let her body go limp. But her eyes, wide in the darkness, still stared straight at Wu Liang. Feeling her submission, Wu Liang relaxed a little in his mind. Yet he didn't dare let his guard down. There were many guards outside, and drawing their attention would be disastrous. He lowered his head, leaning in again until his face almost touched hers, trying to make out her features in the moonlight filtering through the window. The distance was too close. So close he could feel her warm breath brushing his chin. Then he caught a fragrance. Like orchid and musk, fresh and pleasant. This scent. It felt familiar. Wu Liang's mind raced, squinting to discern in the darkness. His eyes gradually adjusted to the gloom, and with the extreme proximity, the faint moonlight finally outlined a silhouette. A pert nose, tightly pressed lips, and those eyes. Unusually bright, even in the dark, now staring directly at him. Phoenix eyes that were like peach blossoms. A surge of immense joy exploded in Wu Liang's heart. Jiang Qingwan. After searching high and low here, she was stumbled upon in the dark. He instantly released the hand covering her mouth, and the other hand gripping her neck loosened. Once her mouth was free, Jiang Qingwan quickly drew a few sharp breaths, her chest heaving gently. She looked at the figure gradually taking shape in the darkness, her own heart churning with emotion. Surprise, astonishment, and even a hint of excitement she herself hadn't noticed. She lowered her voice, disbelief and shock lacing her words. "Wu Liang, how did you get here?" "What do you mean, how did I get here?" At the mention of it, Wu Liang was a bit annoyed. "Princess Jiang, Her Highness the Princess. Have you forgotten your own words? You said once you settled in you'd send someone to find me. I waited 3 whole days. And what happened? Not a single shadow. I thought you were going to renege and run off once your wounds healed." Hearing this, the excitement in Jiang Qingwan's heart deflated like a pricked balloon with a soft pop. So, he wasn't here to rescue her. He was just afraid she would run away and he wouldn't get his money. She lowered her eyelashes, hiding the brief flicker of disappointment and self-mockery in the darkness. Yes, what had she been expecting? Jiang Qingwan sighed softly. "The gold, I certainly won't default on it. Rest assured. But you'll have to wait a few days. I don't have any money on me right now." As she spoke, she turned her head slightly, gazing at the empty night beyond the window, her profile outlined in the dim light, looking lonely and despondent. Wu Liang looked at her, blinked, then said incredulously, "No money? Are you joking? You're the princess of the great Zhou, born of gold and jade, and you tell me you're broke? A little that slips through your fingers could feed a common family for a lifetime." The words seemed to hit a nerve. She turned back to face him, her eyes glistening in the dark. "I am indeed a princess," she said calmly, but with a hint of sarcasm. "But right now, I'm worse off than an ordinary commoner. A commoner at least has freedom of movement, not trapped like an object forced." Thinking of her journey, the frantic escape from the capital, the peril of being hunted, arriving at Beiyang, thinking she'd found hope only to walk into a trap, being held captive, stripped of even basic freedom, and forced to marry someone she didn't want to marry. What kind of princess was this? It was the biggest joke under heaven. Wu Liang watched her, a slow grin spreading across his lips in the dark. "All right. Also, congratulations. You're about to become the princess consort of the Beiyang heir. The heir of the prince of Beiyang, though. Ahem, his legs are a bit inconvenient, but he's still of noble bearing, good-looking, a handsome young man. Most importantly, he has a huge inheritance. All this vast estate in Beiyang will be yours. Once you're the princess consort, you'll enjoy endless wealth and glory. Such fortune, many people would kill for it." Jiang Qingwan let out a cold snort, her voice dripping with contempt and disdain. "I don't care for it. I don't need it. Whoever wants it can take it. What's the matter? Seems like you're not happy. Could it be? You look down on Pei Chang'an. Let me tell you, no one is perfect, everyone has flaws and strengths. You can't just focus on the flaws, right? Maybe his legs are bad, but he might be smart and know how to treat a woman well. Wu Liang continued, teasing with a grin. Shut up. Jiang Qingluan was furious at his words, shooting him a fierce glare. Even in the darkness, Wu Liang could feel the fire in her gaze. If you can't speak properly, keep your mouth shut. Nobody's forcing you to talk. Wu Liang chuckled, not only not shutting up, but leaning closer. Hey, you don't actually want to marry that Pei Chang'an, do you? Isn't that obvious? Jiang Qingluan rolled her eyes. First, I barely know him. We've exchanged only a few words, so where's the affection? Second, his father Pei Xiao. She paused, her voice turning icy. Is despicable, ambitious, and no good. I'm trying to avoid him, so why would I want to marry into his family? Then why are you marrying him? Wu Liang pressed immediately. Jiang Qingluan was silent for a few seconds. If I weren't forced with no way out, would I have agreed? She spoke through clenched teeth, each word squeezed out. I was blind. How could I have believed the emperor's words, thinking the Prince of Bayong was a loyal minister worthy of trust? Traveling thousands of miles, enduring hardships to come to Bayong only to walk into a trap. Jumping straight into a fire pit. Wu Liang's heart stirred. You mean? Prince of Bayong Pei Xiao has taken you hostage, confined you here, and then forced you to marry his son Pei Chang'an. Jiang Qingluan let out a sarcastic laugh in the dark. Isn't that obvious enough? Everything was clear. Wu Liang said nothing, his eyes slowly narrowing. Hearing the deep-seated hatred in Jiang Qingluan's words, Wu Liang felt a flicker of satisfaction. He exhaled softly, leaning in slightly. All right, enough with the resentment. What exactly happened? Tell me everything from beginning to end in detail. Jiang Qingluan glanced at him in the darkness, silent for a few seconds, as if composing herself or judging whether to confide in this man who seemed to care only for money. But in the end, perhaps because she had held it in for too long, or because she was at her wits' end, this greedy, yet somewhat familiar figure became her only confidant. She began to speak slowly. From her sixth imperial brother's sudden relapse and death, to the emperor confronting Prince Qing only to be placed under house arrest, to the emperor secretly issuing a posthumous edict, and her escape from the capital to Guiyu, where she was ambushed. And so on. Wu Liang's heart surged with emotion, his thoughts racing. Damn, this little lady wasn't just a princess. She was the next emperor, a female emperor. And to think that the Empress regnant had been treated by him. Wu Liang's heart swelled with an immense sense of achievement, almost overflowing. The purpose of my coming to Bayong, Jiang Qingluan's voice had grown hoarse by the end, is to present father's edict to Pei Xiao, the Prince of Bayong, and have him support my ascension, then raise an army to return to the capital and suppress the rebellion. Cleanse the court of traitors, slay the rebels. She paused, her voice suddenly turning cold, filled with self-mockery and bitter hatred. But I never expected. That old scoundrel Pei Xiao. He showed outward respect, accepted the edict, then turned around and confined me to this Qiyun courtyard. He has grown ambitious. After speaking, Jiang Qingluan's chest heaved violently, as if she had exhausted all her strength. He truly takes me for a fool. Does he think I can't see through his scheme? He's using my banner to return to the capital with legitimate authority. Once the rebellion is quelled and Prince Qing's forces eliminated, the great Zhou's throne will naturally change its surname to Pei. She fell silent for a moment, her breath seeming to escape her, her voice dropping low with profound dejection. But I have no choice. Not only am I under someone else's control, but I don't have a single trustworthy ally, no power whatsoever. I simply cannot stand against the Prince of Bayong, who commands 300,000 iron cavalry. She raised her head, gazing out the window, toward what might be the direction of the capital. Jiang Qingluan's voice choked. And father is still in the capital in mortal danger. How can I disregard his safety? Her words were fraught with contradiction and pain. She wanted to resist, but lacked strength. She wanted to compromise, but was unwilling, and she worried for her father's life. Wu Liang was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Today I heard a piece of news at the tea house in the city. Jiang Qingluan didn't respond, but her breath seemed to catch for an instant. Wu Liang continued. They say the emperor has issued an edict naming Prince Qin Zhongyuan as the crown prince. And on the 15th of next month, a grand abdication ceremony will be held, transferring the throne to Jiang Yuan. What a... In the darkness, Jiang Qingluan sprang up as if stung by a needle. She grabbed Wu Liang's arm, her fingers digging in so hard they nearly broke the skin, her voice urgent and shocked. Really? Is this news true? Who told you? Would lying to you get me an extra tael of gold? Wu Liang retorted, then paused. As for whether it's true, I wouldn't know. It's all over the tea house, quite detailed. But I reckon the chance it's false is very low. Since Prince Qing has already placed your father under house arrest, and controls the capital, he'll naturally do everything in his power to legitimize his position as soon as possible. To avoid complications and unforeseen events. That's what anyone would do. The grip on his arm slowly loosened. She understood the logic perfectly. How could Prince Qing let this opportunity slip? Her father was still alive, the greatest variable. Only by sitting on the dragon throne himself could he be completely at ease. Jiang Qinghuan released her hold and sat back down in her original spot, looking utterly lost. In the darkness, her silhouette appeared especially frail, her shoulders slightly slumped as if all strength had been drained from her. Wu Liang looked at her state and felt a hint of surprise. He stroked his chin and muttered, "Strange. That old fox Pei Xiao didn't use this news to threaten you." Jiang Qinghuan shook her head, her voice wooden. "No, he never mentioned any news from the capital." Wu Liang's brow furrowed as he clicked his tongue in the darkness. "Now that's interesting. If I were him holding such a bombshell, I'd slap it right in front of you and say, 'Your father's on his last legs. The throne is about to be your uncle's. If you don't cooperate with me obediently, when your father dies, you'll get nothing, and I'll still have you in my grasp.' Wouldn't you surrender? Wouldn't you put on that wedding dress willingly? With Pei Xiao's cunning nature having such a good hand, there's no way he wouldn't play it." Jiang Qinghuan turned her head at his words, staring at him in the darkness. A flash of insight struck Wu Liang, and he slapped his own forehead. "I've got it. What do you know? I know what that old fox Pei Xiao is really up to." Wu Liang clicked his tongue and shook his head. "Brilliant. Truly brilliant. This old fox TSK. Stop being cryptic." Jiang Qinghuan was growing impatient, pushing his arm. "Out with it. Don't rush." Wu Liang raised his hand to calm her. "Let me ask you something else. When you agreed to marry Pei Chang'an, did Pei Xiao ever mention when exactly he would dispatch the army to return to the capital and defend the throne?" Jiang Qinghuan, though puzzled by the question, thought back and replied, "Pei Xiao said, mobilizing a large army involves myriad preparations. Grain allocation, weapon maintenance, border defense handovers. All of this would take at least 2 months. Only then could they set out." Wu Liang nodded, his fingers tapping unconsciously on his knee in the darkness, his mind calculating rapidly. 2 months for preparation. From Beiyang to Luoyang, it's a full 3,000 li. A large army marches slowly. Even without obstacles, with forced marches, by the time the army reaches the gates of Luoyang, it would take about a month. So from the moment you nod your agreement now until the Beiyang army actually arrives at Luoyang, at least 3 months. Jiang Qinghuan said nothing, but her breathing grew slightly quicker, sensing what Wu Liang was about to say. Wu Liang turned his face toward her in the darkness, his voice low. "Look at the situation now. Your father is confined in the palace by Prince Qing, his life hanging by a thread. Once Prince Qing ascends the throne on the 15th of next month and officially sits on the dragon throne, do you think he'll keep your father, the retired emperor, alive?" Before Jiang Qinghuan could answer, Wu Liang gave the answer himself. "No. Your father is an obstacle to him, a banner that could be used against him. Only the dead are truly safe. So after Prince Qing ascends, he'll likely soon have your father die of an illness or arrange some other accident. So when you finally return to Luoyang City with the Beiyang army after 3 months of arduous travel," Wu Liang lowered his voice, "your father's grave will probably already be overgrown with weeds." Silence. Deadly silence in the darkness. Jiang Qinghuan sat there motionless. But Wu Liang could clearly hear her breath stop abruptly for a moment, then become extremely heavy and erratic. Though he couldn't see clearly, he knew that Jiang Qinghuan's face must have turned livid by now. However, Wu Liang continued. "Even in the most ideal scenario, with the Beiyang army advancing unhindered and no one stopping them. But is that realistic? Once the Beiyang forces mobilize, do you think King Qing in the capital will just sit by? Is he foolish? He holds your father in his grasp. He could easily forge your father's decree and issue an imperial edict branding Pei Xiao a rebel and traitor. The legitimacy and moral high ground would instantly be reversed. Then he could legitimately muster troops from all over, set up ambushes, blockades, delays. Even ally with other forces coveting Beiyang to encircle and annihilate you." He looked at Jiang Qinghuan's increasingly rigid silhouette in the darkness, his voice growing colder. "With this, how long do you think your army of pacification will take to fight from Beiyang all the way to Luoyang? Half a year? A year? Even longer? How many will die along the way? How much grain and coin will be consumed by the time you finally stand before the gates of Luoyang?" Wu Liang paused, then said slowly, "Whether you'll even live to see your father's grave is anyone's guess." Jiang Qinghuan's expression was beyond description of its ugliness. Clenching her teeth, she forced out a voice from her throat, carrying a stubborn refusal to admit defeat. "With the combat power of the Beiyang Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, even with obstacles, we can absolutely fight our way to Luoyang. Pei Xiao has that ability." "Yes, that's right." Wu Liang nodded. "The Beiyang army is formidable, and Pei Xiao is a capable commander. I believe that. Even if you fight all the way, you'll eventually stand beneath the walls of Luoyang. But so what? By then your father will already be dead. Dead as can be. Jiang Yuan's fratricidal usurpation is an abomination against heaven, losing the hearts of the people, and the legitimacy and moral high ground will be tainted. The prestige of your great Zhou imperial clan, the Jiang family, will also be dragged through the mud, plummeting to the abyss, never to rise again. After Pei Xiao endures countless hardships, finally quells the rebellion and eliminates Jiang Yuan. How by then the common folk across the land, having suffered through war, will be utterly disillusioned with your Jiang family. Pei Xiao can easily fabricate some auspicious omens, heavenly signs, and stir up public opinion. He follows the popular will, reluctantly dons the yellow robe, and changes the dynasty. Isn't that logical and natural? Wu Liang smacked his lips and summarized. You see, from start to finish, Pei Xiao's game is all about this time gap, this open scheme. He doesn't care whether your father lives or dies. In fact, the sooner and more justifiably your father dies, the better it is for him. What he wants is you and the princess banner you bring. Once the banner is used up, you become useless. This old villain. Too despicable. Jiang Qinghuan could no longer hold back. Her hands clenched into fists, knuckles cracking audibly, her whole body seething with murderous intent, as if she wished to rush out and tear Pei Xiao apart right then. In the darkness, her eyes burned with a terrifying brightness, all blazing fury. Wu Liang looked at her like this, and instead laughed. This is called being scheming, also an open scheme. It's a calculation laid out in the open. It's up to you whether you can handle it. Jiang Qinghuan abruptly turned her head and glared at him. Wu Liang, whose side are you on? The question carried grievance, anger, and a hint of betrayal like hurt. She thought Wu Liang would at least stand with her and share her indignation. Before Wu Liang could speak, he saw Jiang Qinghuan's straight, rigid back suddenly collapse, as if all strength had been drained from her. The forced murderous aura, anger, and stubbornness instantly crumbled. She lowered her head and her shoulders began to tremble gently. Then suppressed sobbing sounds rose faintly. At first she could hold it in, but then she collapsed onto the table, burying her face in her arms. Her thin shoulders heaved as she cried, silently weeping with utter despair and helplessness. Moments ago she was seething with murderous intent, ready to fight to the death. Now she had broken down into a tearful wreck. Wu Liang stood beside her, suddenly at a loss. He opened his mouth to say something, but felt any words would be hollow. He wasn't good at comforting people, especially a woman crying this bitterly. He hesitated, then reached out and gently patted her trembling shoulder twice. Jiang Qinghuan slowly raised her head, wiping her face with the back of her hand in the darkness. After I marry Pei Chang'an, the Bayong prince's estate will naturally provide me with proper allowances. The 21,000 taels of gold I owe you. I'll give it to you then. Give me a few more days. I, Jiang Qinghuan, will not break my word. Wu Liang was somewhat surprised. He raised an eyebrow and asked, you still intend to marry Pei Chang'an? Jiang Qinghuan turned her head, looking at him in the darkness, and replied with a faint, bitter question, do I have any other choice? Wu Liang was taken aback by her question, then thought about it. She was right. At this moment Jiang Qinghuan was alone, trapped in this heavily guarded Qian courtyard, with not even a trusted maid by her side, completely at others' mercy. Her father was far away in the capital, his life hanging by a thread in the hands of King Qing. Looking across the land, the only power she could rely on and borrow was Bayong Prince Pei Xiao. If she didn't strike a deal with the tiger, she couldn't even get past this immediate hurdle, let alone save her father or contend for the throne. This was truly a dead end. If she tried, there was still a glimmer of hope. If she didn't, there was no hope at all. Seeing his silence, Jiang Qinghuan continued on her own, her voice soft, but carrying a desperate resolve. Even if there's only a 10,000th chance, even if the path ahead is a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, I have to try. My imperial father has been so kind to me. I cannot watch him be murdered and do nothing. Alas! Wu Liang suddenly let out a sigh. Then he laughed softly, nodded, and shook his head at the same time. I definitely want the gold. But you cannot marry Pei Chang'an. Jiang Qinghuan was stunned, then forced a bitter smile uglier than tears. I don't want to marry him either. But what other way is there now? Whether for my father or for the great Zhou's realm, I have no choice but to marry. This is the only bargaining chip I have. Not necessarily, Wu Liang said calmly. Jiang Qinghuan abruptly turned her head, casting a puzzled gaze at him, trying to discern his expression in the darkness. What do you mean? Wu Liang didn't answer directly. Instead, he leaned closer, lowering his voice even further. What if I said I could make Pei Xiao change his mind? Jiang Qinghuan was stunned, as if she hadn't heard clearly or thought she had misheard. After 2 seconds, she finally reacted, then let out a derisive laugh, a laugh filled with absurdity and disbelief. How is this possible? Wu Liang stopped joking. She shook her head. Pei Xiao now commands 300,000 Xuanjia iron cavalry, with countless experts under his banner. His troops are strong and well supplied, and he dominates the northern frontier. If I marry Pei Chang'an, he will have a legitimate cause, and can openly march into the capital under my banner to suppress the rebellion. Afterwards, He will substitute one thing for another and change the dynasty. What a perfect hand. He's not stupid. How could he suddenly lose his mind and change his mind? On what grounds? She thought Wu Liang's words were utterly fanciful. But Wu Liang was not in the least anxious. He said slowly and leisurely, things are achieved by human effort. If you never try, how can you know there's no way? Besides, there are plenty of variables in this world. Right now he holds a good hand, but fortunes change. After a while the game changes and a good hand might turn into a bad one. Jiang Qinghuan grew even more puzzled by his words, frowning deeply. You? What exactly do you mean? How can the game change? Where do the variables come from? Wu Liang didn't answer her question. Instead, he changed the subject and asked, never mind how I'll do it. I just want to ask you, if I actually persuade the king of Beiyang to change his mind, not only will he be willing to send troops and accompany you back to the capital to suppress the rebellion, but also, he won't force you to marry his son Pei Chang'an. Are you willing? Jiang Qinghuan answered without any hesitation, blurting out, of course I'm willing. I dream of it. Wu Liang got the answer he wanted, and in the darkness the corner of his mouth curled into a triumphant, slightly roguish arc. Good. Then, if I succeed, how do you plan to repay me? He paused, then added, 21,000 taels of gold. That's the consultation fee for treating your injuries. One thing is one thing. The merit of changing Pei Zhao's mind, saving you from the fire pit, and ensuring you don't have to marry, that's another matter. The price must be calculated separately. In the darkness his eyes sparkled as he waited for her answer. But unexpectedly, after a long silence, Jiang Qinghuan finally said, let's talk about it after you've done it. That's it. Wu Liang pursed his lips, and his tone immediately carried a hint of disappointment at her lack of confidence. Look at you, you don't even have faith in yourself. Your attitude disappoints me. Jiang Qinghuan was choked by his words. It wasn't that she lacked confidence, it was that reality was too cruel. Wu Liang's words sounded like a fairy tale, but looking at his sparkling eyes in the darkness, the stagnant pool in her heart was inexplicably stirred again. She was silent for a few more seconds, as if seriously considering the possibility of his if. Then she raised her head, her voice firmer than before, carrying a solemnity akin to taking an oath. If you truly can do it, then you, Wu Liang, will be the greatest benefactor of my life, Jiang Qinghuan. She paused and said earnestly, I would work like a beast of burden to repay you. Hearing this, Wu Liang let out a snort of laughter. The laughter was a bit frivolous in the darkness. He shook his head. Work like a beast of burden. What you said is too vague, too insubstantial. Give me something concrete, something real. I'm a person who likes tangible things. Jiang Qinghuan was taken aback by his blunt request. Concrete. She thought for a moment and tentatively said, I'll give you 100,000 taels of gold. Wu Liang didn't answer, just shook his head. Jiang Qinghuan bit her lip and upped the ante then. 500,000 taels. 500,000 taels of gold, how about that? That amount would drive anyone wild. Even her father's private treasury probably couldn't cough up that much gold at once. But Wu Liang still shook his head. Jiang Qinghuan's brows furrowed, and she was a bit annoyed. 500,000 taels of gold, and you still think it's too little. Your appetite is too big. She took a breath and threw out a heavier chip, almost the highest promise she could give besides the throne itself. I will make you a prince of a different surname. Hereditary and perpetually inheritable, enduring as long as the kingdom. Your descendants will forever enjoy the title, coexisting with the great Zhou. Prince of a different surname, hereditary and perpetually inheritable, enduring as long as the kingdom. These 9 words in any dynasty represent the pinnacle of glory a subject could attain. It meant endless power, wealth, and nearly eternal security for his family. This time Wu Liang didn't shake his head immediately. He pondered for a moment, then said with a hint of amusement, well, this is acceptable. Sounds somewhat like the real thing. Jiang Qinghuan just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was finally satisfied. But Wu Liang added, but it's still not enough. Not enough. Jiang Qinghuan could barely contain her anger this time. Her voice rose a little, then she quickly suppressed it. A prince of a different surname, hereditary and perpetually inheritable, and you're still not satisfied. Wu Liang, you. What exactly do you want? She really couldn't think of anything heavier than this. Could he want the throne? That would be too absurd. Wu Liang didn't answer directly. He leaned in closer, so close that Jiang Qinghuan could clearly feel the warmth of his breath and his eyes, staring unblinkingly at her. That gaze was very penetrating. Even in the darkness it made her heart leap, suddenly inexplicably flustered. Wu Liang said with a grin, compared to a prince of a different surname, gold, these lifeless things. What I want more is a person. A person. Jiang Qinghuan's mind buzzed. She almost instantly understood who Wu Liang was referring to. In this room besides her, who else? Her face suddenly flushed, thankfully hidden by the darkness. Flustered and upset, she instinctively turned her head away, not daring to meet Wu Liang's eyes that seemed to see through her heart. Her voice became low and soft, almost like a murmur, carrying obvious evasion and embarrassment. Then, let's talk about it after you've done it. These words were almost the same as before. But upon hearing them, Wu Liang was overjoyed. He was ecstatic, almost breaking into laughter. Opportunity. He reached out almost without hesitation, grabbing Jiang Qingluan's hand that rested on her knee. Her hand was cool, fingers slender, skin delicate. Wu Liang's palm was warm and strong, instantly enveloping her hand completely. Jiang Qingluan was startled by a sudden move. Her body stiffened, and she instinctively tried to pull away. But Wu Liang held tight, not letting her escape. He leaned in closer, his voice filled with intense excitement and agitation. Good. Then I'll take that as your agreement. We're settled. He paused as if afraid she might back out, and used moral pressure. A princess's word is as good as gold. You must keep your promise, right? Once you promise, you can't go back on it. Jiang Qingluan's hand was held by Wu Liang, the warmth from his palm, sending a flustered turmoil through her heart, a sensation she had never experienced before. Though she was usually astute, courageous, and decisive, at this moment, she was utterly disoriented, her mind a tangled mess. She lowered her head, remaining silent, her fingers slightly curling within Wu Liang's grasp. Wu Liang persisted, pressing further. Speak, don't stay silent. Am I right? Just nod. In the darkness, there was a few seconds of stillness. Then almost imperceptibly, Jiang Qingluan softly uttered a faint "mm." At the same time, the hand he held no longer attempted to break free, allowing itself to be held. Having gone through life and death together on this journey, Jiang Qingluan no longer felt antipathy toward Wu Liang and had abandoned her intention to kill him. She thought to herself, if Wu Liang could truly change Pei Zhao's mind, then becoming his woman would not be unacceptable. After all, it was better than marrying Pei Chang'an, and it could also save her father, preventing the Great Zhou Empire from being usurped by Pei Xiao. This would achieve 3 goals at once. Although the sound was very soft, only a nasal tone, Wu Liang heard it clearly. His mood instantly brightened, becoming extraordinarily good. It was like drinking iced sour plum soup on a scorching summer day. A feeling of comfort and exhilaration that permeated his entire being, making everything beautiful. He did not release Jiang Qingluan's hand, continuing to hold it. After a moment, as if remembering something, his tone became more serious. Come, let me take your pulse and see how your injuries are recovering. Saying this, he naturally used the hand holding hers to place his fingers on her wrist pulse. The position was a bit awkward, but he did not let go, and Jiang Qingluan did not move. Wu Liang concentrated his mind, carefully feeling the pulse beating beneath his fingertips. After a while, he released the fingers, taking the pulse, but still held her hand. Emma, much better than when I last checked. Your internal energy flows more smoothly, and that stagnant cold qi has largely dissipated. However, it's not fully healed. Your foundation is still a bit weak, and there are some subtle hidden injuries in the meridians that haven't completely dissolved. He thought for a moment, then said, let me channel my energy to help regulate you further. I'll use my internal energy to warm and nourish your meridians, dissolving the remaining stagnations, so you can recover faster. Jiang Qingluan did not object, only softly murmured, Wu Liang said no more, adjusted his breathing, and slowly began circulating the profound internal energy of the 4th layer of the Longevity Sutra within his body. Holding Jiang Qingluan's hand, he carefully channeled a gentle and pure stream of internal energy into her meridians. This energy, like a warm current, slowly ascended along her arm, flowing through her limbs and every bone. Wherever it passed, it brought a soothing warmth, dispelling the chill of the deep night and soothing the subtle stings and stagnations in the meridians. Jiang Qingluan closed her eyes, clearly sensing the warm current traveling within her body, repairing the wounds and nourishing the weakened blood and qi. It was very comfortable, involuntarily relaxing her. After about a quarter of an hour, Wu Liang slowly withdrew his energy, releasing the hand that had been channeling, but still holding hers. He let out a long breath, a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead. This task was mentally taxing, requiring precise control of force to avoid hurting her. All right, that's enough for today. Your injuries have improved by more than half. One more session should see you fully recovered. He paused, gazing at her blurred silhouette in the darkness. I'll come again tomorrow night to treat you. Stay here and wait for my news. I'll also work quickly to find a way to make that old fox Pei Xiao change his mind. Having said this, he finally released her hand and stood up. I'm leaving. Take care. With those words, his figure flickered, slipping like a ghost to the window, silently opening it, glancing outside, then darting out with a soft whoosh, gently closing the window behind him. Inside the room, darkness and silence returned. Jiang Qingluan sat alone by the window, unmoving for a long time. The back of her hand still seemed to retain the warmth and touch of his palm. Inside her body, the soothing sensation from the warm current had not yet fully faded. She stared at the now closed window, where the footsteps of patrols and the glow of lanterns occasionally passed by. In her heart, the sudden emptiness that surged after his departure, along with a faint, barely perceptible reluctance to part, left her somewhat stunned. She was actually a little reluctant to see him leave. This realization made her cheeks flush slightly. She shook her head, forcing herself to stop thinking about it. She silently clenched her fist where it seemed his warmth still lingered. The night was still long, but it no longer felt as cold or hopeless. Wu Liang slipped out of the Qian courtyard using the cover of night like a ghost, and with some narrow escapes managed to sneak back to the small courtyard where he lived. He climbed over the wall, entered the house, and bolted the door from inside. Leaning against the cool wooden door, he let out a long breath. The tension he had maintained all the way finally completely released. His nightclothes were damp with sweat sticking uncomfortably to his skin. He quickly stripped them off, tossing them carelessly under the bed, and climbed onto the bed in just his inner robe. The room was unlit, only a faint moonlight seeped through the paper window, casting a vague patch of light on the floor. Wu Liang lay with his eyes open, staring into the void of darkness above his mind, churning like a boiling pot, bubbling and seething without stop. He couldn't sleep. Not at all. Earlier in front of Jiang Xingwan, he had spoken confidently, saying things like, "Make Pei Xiao change his mind. And where there's a will, there's a way," putting on a show of absolute certainty and control. But most of that was bluffing, painting a picture for her, while also fishing for some benefits for himself. Now that he was lying down and calm, the real problems came crashing down on him one by one, heavy enough to suffocate. He had to think carefully about how to truly make that old fox, Pei Xiao, change his mind. The reason he was desperately trying to prevent Jiang Qingwan from marrying Pei Chang'an was not entirely because of her beauty, though the girl was indeed not bad-looking with a cool, noble, ethereal temperament. But more importantly, she as a person was extremely important to him. She was simply the biggest and fattest cheat he had encountered so far. A 5-colored word chip dispenser. Thinking back on the journey from Gugu City to Beiyang City, in just a few days, she had given him 7 5-colored word chips in a row, transforming him from an ordinary person into a highly suspected third-rank first-class martial arts expert. If he hadn't met Jiang Xingwan, Wu Liang estimated that he would still be in Gugu City after 10 years, picking up trashy white word chips every day. Experiencing the thrill of soaring high and slicing through enemies with a single sword strike would have been impossible. But if Jiang Xingwan married Pei Chang'an and became the crown princess of the Beiyang Prince's manor, living in luxury and seclusion, would he be able to see her or contact her whenever he wanted? Absolutely not. By then, forget about farming tasks and claiming rewards. Even seeing her once would be as difficult as reaching the sky. That old fox Pei Xiao would definitely keep her under tight watch, treating her as a crucial political pawn and a decorative vase utterly out of reach for an outsider and a quack doctor like him. Then this thigh he had worked so hard to latch onto this glittering reward pipeline would be completely cut off. Therefore, no matter how he looked at it, he absolutely could not let her marry Pei Chang'an. Only by keeping her by his side, or at least maintaining a state of frequent contact, would it be the safest and most sustainable way to keep shearing the sheep from her. Wu Liang turned over, the bedboard creaking beneath him. Jiang Qingwan must be taken away. Pei Xiao wanted her to marry Pei Chang'an simply because he coveted her status as the 9th princess of Great Zhou. With this daughter-in-law, the Beiyang army would have righteous cause to march south, whether to purge the emperor's side or slay the Qing prince. Once the 300,000 Xuanjia iron cavalry stepped out of the northern border, Pei Xiao would transform from a powerful feudal lord into the arbiter of the Great Zhou throne. To make Pei Xiao abandon the marriage, he had to be rendered incapable of moving south. Beiyang was his foundation. If chaos erupted in the north and the Mabe Great Yuan launched a large-scale invasion, Pei Xiao would have to secure his own lair before even dreaming of Luoyang. The question was how to set the Great Yuan in motion. Wu Liang stared at the beam above his mind, churning for a few turns before grinding to a halt. Too little information. He didn't even know when Pei Xiao planned to march south, nor what arrangements had been made in the northern border. Racking his brains while lying in bed was useless. Damn it, I have to go out and see. Wu Liang swung off the bed, changed into a set of night clothes, and slipped out through the window without a sound. The Beiyang Prince's manor was immense. Yonghe Hall was located north of the central axis, where Pei Xiao handled military and political affairs and summoned his trusted subordinates. During the day, Wu Liang had passed nearby and could only steal a few distant glances. The guards there were far more rigorous than in other courtyards. Personal soldiers every 3 steps, sentries every 5, and hidden experts lurking in the shadows. He executed the startling swan dragon step, hugging the shadow of the courtyard wall through 2 winding corridors, and stopped when he was still one side courtyard away from Yonghe Hall. Yonghe Hall was ablaze with light. 2 rows of armored personal guards stood outside the hall, and military officers and manor advisors were constantly coming and going. Though it was deep into the night, their footsteps were still hurried, clearly indicating that the matters being discussed inside were no small affair. After a moment, an armored general emerged from the hall. Pei Xiao personally escorted him to the door. The 2 stood under the eaves, speaking in low voices. Too far away, Wu Liang could not make out the words at first, but after quietly circulating the longevity technique, fragmented phrases drifted over on the night breeze. Once the grand wedding is concluded, the vanguard will march south immediately. Wu Liang's heart stirred. The general seemed to ask another question. Pei Xiao's voice was low. Duanma Tianyuan remains as before, no need to send more troops. Tell Chen Qingdi to guard the Soho Songguan well. The Prince of Xuaning does not yet have the audacity to cross the Tsang River in the near future. The general clasped his fists in salute and left quickly. Wu Liang narrowed his eyes. It seemed the rumors outside were correct. Once the wedding was over, the Beiyong army would immediately march south. And Pei Xiao's confidence to pull away the main army seemed to come from that so-called Duanma Tianyuan and the Soho Songguan. Just as he was about to listen further, a glint of cold light suddenly shot out from the darkness. Too fast. The arrow flew from the western ridge of Yonghe Hall straight for Pei Xiao's throat. Only when it entered the torchlight did the piercing whistle of the arrow break the air. Watch out! The personal guard had just opened his mouth when Pei Xiao already tilted his head. The black crossbow bolt grazed his cheek, leaving a trail of blood, and thudded into the wooden pillar behind him, the tail still quivering violently. The courtyard erupted into chaos. Assassin! Protect the prince! The black figure on the ridge had already pounced down. The man was clad in black, his face covered with a black cloth. In his hand, a long sword traced a cold arc in the lantern light. Even while still mid-air, the blade had already locked onto Pei Xiao's chest. Pei Xiao stood still, merely staring coldly at the assassin. When the sword tip was still several feet away, a gray-robed old man suddenly appeared under the eaves. Wu Liang didn't even see where the man had come from. The old man extended 2 fingers forward and calmly clamped down on the sword blade. Clang! The long sword bent into an alarming arc. The old man flicked his finger, and the blade snapped instantly. The assassin reacted swiftly, releasing the sword, and turning in midair, 2 short blades crossing toward the old man's throat. The gray-robed old man swept his wide sleeve, deflecting the short blades, then struck out with the palm. Bang! The assassin took the palm to the chest, the sound of cracking bones followed. He flew sideways, smashed into a stone lantern in the courtyard, and after landing spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Wu Liang, hidden in the tree canopy, felt his eyelids twitch. First-grade Vajra. The assassin's cultivation was definitely not weak, at least a second-grade peak. Yet against this old man, he couldn't even last a few exchanges. Good thing he hadn't moved closer earlier. If he had alarmed that old monster, even the startling swan dragon's step might not have saved his life. The gray-robed old man walked step by step toward the assassin. Who sent you? The assassin knelt on the ground, his body trembling slightly, but from beneath the black cloth came a low laugh. The next moment he slammed his palm down on a black sphere at his waist. Bang! Gray-white smoke exploded abruptly, a pungent odor spreading rapidly. The smoke contains poison. Fall back! The gray-robed old man swept his sleeves, forcibly dispersing the poisonous smoke that lunged toward Pei Xiao. From beyond the western wall of Yonghe Hall, several muffled thuds sounded in quick succession. Flames shot up in 2 side courtyards, and the sounds of fighting came from another direction. Fire in the western courtyard. More assassins over there. Protect the prince. The personal guard formation was thrown into momentary disarray. In the smoke, the masked assassin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body turned into a blurred afterimage. He crashed through 2 personal guards, desperately charging toward the western wall. The gray-robed old man's face darkened, and he struck out with a palm from afar. The palm wind crossed several yards and slammed heavily into the assassin's back. The assassin's body shuddered, blood splattering, but his speed increased with the force of the palm. He had just leaped onto the wall when a rope flew from the other side, wrapped around his waist, and dragged him swiftly into the darkness. The gray-robed old man chased to the wall, but finally stopped. He glanced back at Pei Xiao. The assassin had an accomplice. There might be an ambush outside. His duty was to protect the Prince of Beiyong. He could not leave easily. Seal off the manor. Search every courtyard. The assassin took a palm strike from me. He can't have gotten far. Copper gongs soon rang throughout the manor. Large numbers of personal guards surged out from every corner. Courtyard gates closed one after another, and torches illuminated the surroundings brightly. The gray-robed old man walked over to the pillar and pulled out the crossbow bolt. The shaft was pitch black with 3 long black feathers attached to the end. He studied it for a few moments, his expression gradually turning grim. Black feather armor piercing crossbow. Pei Xiao wiped the blood from his cheek. Hiling Tai. The gray-robed old man nodded. And that blood-burning escape technique just now. It's also a Hiling Tai assassin's trick. This man took my palm and forcibly burned his vital chi. Even if he doesn't die soon, he's only half alive. Pei Xiao looked toward the direction the assassin had fled, his face betraying no anger. Seal the news. Anyone who utters a single word about tonight's events shall be executed. As for the wedding and the southern march, proceed as planned. The gray-robed old man frowned. Your Highness, the Hiling Tai people have already infiltrated the manor. The Prince of Xuaning probably. Pei Xiao cut him off. With Duanma Tianyuan and Suaho Songguan, he can't turn the world upside down. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unshakable confidence. Wu Liang heard it clearly. Hiling Tai, Prince of Xuaning, Duan Ma Tianyuan. Several originally scattered threads were gradually coming together. The fact that Hiling Tai operatives could infiltrate the Beiyong prince's manor to assassinate Pei Xiao meant that the Great Yuan's influence in Beiyong was far deeper than it appeared. Yet even so, Pei Xiao still dared to dispatch troops south immediately after the wedding. The true foundation he relied on was this Duan Ma Tianyuan. Personal guards had already begun to scatter in search. One squad headed straight for the side courtyard where Wu Liang was hiding. Search every roof, every tree, every rockery. No one is to move about freely. Wu Liang silently landed and retreated into the shadows of the courtyard wall. The direction the assassin fled happened to pass nearby, and a large number of personal guards surged forward with torches quickly blocking the front and back paths. He turned his feet, leaped over a low wall, dropped into a flower bed, then slipped around a rockery into another corridor. The sound of footsteps behind him grew closer. Wu Liang slipped into a storage room, waited until 2 squads of guards passed by the door, then climbed out through the back window. Using the chaos caused by the fire in the western courtyard, he quickly left the vicinity of Yonghe Hall. Back in his quarters, he immediately changed clothes, hid the dark outer robe, pulled the blanket over himself, and lay down. Pei Xiao's words echoed through his mind again. Once the grand wedding is concluded, the vanguard will march south immediately. Duan Ma Tianyuan remains as before, no need to send more troops. With Duan Ma Tianyuan and Suaho Songwan, the Prince of Xuaning can't turn the world upside down. Pei Xiao's foundation had been found. But simply making the Great Yuan send troops was not enough. If that defensive line was truly as strong as Pei Xiao claimed, even if the Prince of Xuaning marched south with his army, he might not be able to force Pei Xiao to change his plans. Duan Ma Tianyuan. Wu Liang murmured the name softly. Tomorrow he had to find out what that place really was. The next day dawn had just broken. Wu Liang was still drowsy in bed when he heard urgent heavy pounding on his door, as if someone were summoning him to his death. Wu the Divine Healer. Is Wu the Divine Healer here? The voice sounded familiar, laced with barely contained excitement. Wu Liang rubbed his eyes, threw on his outer robe haphazardly, and shuffled to the door in his slippers. When the door slid open, it was indeed Yan Hai standing outside. The old man was full of vigor today, his face glowing with health. The moment he saw Wu Liang, he stepped forward excitedly. Wu the Divine Healer. Incredible. Truly incredible. Yan Hai's voice trembled with excitement. After you applied the needles yesterday, until now. A whole night and a whole morning, my head. It hasn't hurt once. Not a single time. Clear and refreshed as if I've been given a brand new head. He grabbed Wu Liang's arm, pleading, Wu the Divine Healer. I beg you. Please, you must completely cure my headaches. I have been tormented by them for far too long. If you can root out this ailment, Yan Hai will remember your great kindness for the rest of my life. Ding. Daily good deed quest triggered. Accept decline quest. Cure Yan Hai's chronic headache. Quest reward green entry X2 green entry X2. Wu Liang looked at the reward, weighing it quickly in his mind. 2 green entries wasn't too bad. The previous map of Northern Yong Manor was a green entry, and it had helped him tremendously. This reward was tempting. But he hesitated again. Another figure flashed through his mind, Shengwan Na. He still had to go to the tavern at noon for her follow-up visit. When they met today, there was an 99% chance a quest would trigger. Yan Hai was the chief steward of Northern Yong Manor, a man of high position, but at the end of the day, he was just a retainer. And Shengwan Na, with her magnificent heir and a guardian of Guai Jianshou's caliber. Her background was probably far greater and deeper than Yan Hai's. The richness of the quest reward was often tied to the importance of the quest target. Yan Hai's green entry X2 reward was good. But on Shengwan Na's side, what if a red or even higher quality reward was triggered? Time to gamble. Wu Liang made his decision in an instant. He suppressed the slight regret over the 2 green entries and muttered in his mind, decline quest. The light screen silently dissipated. He immediately put on his gentle expression, patted Yan Hai's hand that gripped his arm, and said with sincerity, Steward, Yan, please don't say that. Healing the sick and relieving pain is the most basic duty and responsibility of us physicians. Rest assured I will do my utmost to find a way to root out your head wind ailment. Yan Hai was deeply moved, his eyes slightly reddening, and he nodded repeatedly. Wu the Divine Healer, you truly have a bodhisattva's heart, worthy of your reputation as the saint of merciful hands. Well deserved, well deserved. After the emotional moment, Yan Hai's eyes darted around, his mind working again. He looked Wu Liang up and down. The more he looked, the more he felt this young man was an uncut jade. No, already a shining piece of gold. Yan Hai looked Wu Liang up and down, finding him more and more like an uncut jade. No, already a shining piece of gold. He leaned in closer and lowered his voice. Wu the Divine Healer, with your exquisite and immediately effective medical skills, being stuck in Little Giyu City is truly too wasteful. It's a crying shame. How about this? I still have some influence in the manor. I can introduce you and get you into Northern Yong Manor as its exclusive physician. From then on you'd be a ranked official with a government salary and high status. Compared to being a wandering healer or a sitting physician, wouldn't that be infinitely better? Your future would be boundless. Manor physician. An official. Wu Liang sneered inwardly. A manor physician was at best a slightly higher-ranked servant living at others' mercy. Did he, Wu Liang, care about that? He was destined to be the man behind the Empress. He needed to broaden his horizons. He thought this inwardly, but showed a flattered and uneasy expression on his face. He quickly clasped his hands and said with almost humble modesty, "Steward Yenyu, you're overwhelming me. I am deeply grateful for such kindness." Then his tone shifted. "It's just that. I'm naturally free-spirited and have some peculiar habits. I dislike restraint the most. The manor is such a solemn and dignified place, with so many rules and formalities. If I were to enter and inadvertently make a mistake or cause trouble, wouldn't that betray your kind intention to promote me, and also tarnish the manor's reputation? I wouldn't dare." He spoke with genuine emotion, as if considering everything from Yanhai's perspective. Yanhai's face showed obvious regret as he let out a long sigh. "Alas, Wu the divine healer, you are indifferent to fame and wealth with noble character. I admire that. Very well, different people have different aspirations, one cannot force it." He patted Wu Liang's shoulder, his tone still warm. "However, let me say this. If you ever change your mind or want a change of scenery, feel free to come find me anytime. The doors of Northern Yong Manor will always be open for you." Certainly, certainly. Thank you, Steward Yan." Wu Liang thanked him repeatedly with respectful demeanor. After the pleasantries, it was time for business. Wu Liang invited Yanhai inside to sit, took out his needle pouch, focused his mind, and began the second acupuncture session. His technique remained fast, precise, and steady. His knowledge of acupoints was exact, and the force of each needle was just right. Yanhai closed his eyes and felt a gentle warmth slowly spreading from where the needle tips landed, further clearing the blocked meridians in his head. It felt so good, he almost moaned aloud. After about 3/4 of an hour, Wu Liang slowly withdrew the needles. Yanhai stretched his neck, feeling his mind even clearer than before, refreshed and revitalized. He asked, "Wu the divine healer, should I come again tomorrow for more needles?" "Yes." Wu Liang nodded while wiping the silver needles. "Your ailment is a chronic one that requires gradual treatment to consolidate the effects. Same time tomorrow I will apply the needles again." Good. I'll come bother you again tomorrow then." Yanhai stood up and adjusted his robes, a smile on his face. The young lord's wedding is imminent, and the manor is bustling with countless affairs. I must hurry back to oversee things. I dare not linger. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something. He reached into his chest, fumbled around, and pulled out a stack of items. Banknotes. A thick stack of crisp new bills, each with a denomination of 100 taels. Without even counting, he pressed them directly into Wu Liang's hands. "Wu the divine healer, this is a small token of gratitude. Please absolutely do not refuse. You must accept it. Your miraculous hands have relieved years of my suffering. This silver is nowhere near enough to express my gratitude." Wu Liang looked down. By the thickness, it was at least 1,000 taels of silver. His eyes brightened slightly, but his face showed just the right amount of reluctance. "Steward Yan, this is too precious. You already gave me a reward yesterday. Today, I really can't." With the words said to that extent, Wu Liang gave a helpless smile and reluctantly tucked the stack of notes into his sleeve, his movements smooth and natural. "Then, I'll shamelessly accept this. Thank you for your generous gift, Steward Yan." Seeing Wu Liang accept the money, Yanhai's smile grew even wider, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He exchanged a few more pleasantries, then clasped his hands in farewell and left the courtyard with light steps. Wu Liang closed the door, returned inside, and pulled out the stack of banknotes from his sleeve, weighing them in his hand. It had substantial weight. 1,000 taels of silver was no small windfall for him at this point. The beauty of it was that the money came easily. Just routine acupuncture fees, no quests, involved no extra risk. Not bad. He put the notes away and sat back on the edge of the bed. His gaze drifted involuntarily toward the window where the sun was climbing higher. Noon. The tavern. Shengwana. He wondered what kind of surprise might be triggered from that mysterious young lady today. He was looking forward to it. Leaving the high-walled, deep courtyard of the Beiyong prince's mansion, the sun outside was already dazzling, making the bluestone pavement shimmer with reflected light. Wu Liang walked along the street, his mind still churning with the words from last night at Chiyun Yard and Yanhai's recruitment overture that morning. His heart felt like a tangled mess of hemp, unable to find a clear thread. While just brooding alone was useless, he needed to listen. He sauntered over to the same tea house from yesterday. As soon as he entered, wow, it was still as lively as ever. The place was buzzing with voices, the aroma of tea and smoke mingling together, the shouts of waiters and the chatter of customers humming in a cacophony. As he was scanning for an empty seat, his ears were caught by a loud voice from the stage. There the gaunt old storyteller slammed his wooden block thunderously, his spittle almost spraying onto the faces of the first-row tea drinkers. He was in the midst of his excitement. Now, speaking of the current world, which impregnable fortress line is the most unbreakable, the one that makes enemies tremble with fear? Heh, that must be the one personally created by His Grace the Beiyang Prince after 10 years of painstaking effort, the Duanma Tianyuan Formation. Duanma Tianyuan Formation. Wu Liang's steps faltered. The name sounded domineering. He quickly stood on tiptoe, scanned the hall, spotted a half-empty table by the wall, squeezed over, and plopped down. As soon as he sat down, he turned his head and grinned. Sitting next to him was that sharp-faced, monkey-cheeked fellow wearing the familiar silk robe. Wasn't he the idler who had leaked the news about the capital's abdication yesterday? The idler also noticed him, paused for a moment, then grinned, revealing his uneven yellow teeth, and greeted with a laugh, "Yo, brother, it's you again. Here for tea and stories again." Wu Liang smiled too, nodded. "Yes, brother, what should I call you?" "Haha, just call me Zhaoxi. No need for formalities, don't be polite." Zhaoxi waved his hand, acting as if they were old friends. At that moment, the storyteller's voice on stage rose several notches, drawing their attention. "Why dare I say this? Dear audience, you may not know. This Duanma Tianyuan Formation is no ordinary city wall or pass. It is an ironclad bulwark built by our Beiyang Prince, leveraging the power of heaven, earth, mountains, and rivers with all his heart and soul. A true barrier of the nation." The old man gestured as if the formation were right before his eyes. On the front, there are the 3 throat-locking passes blocking the only route for the grassland barbarians to come south. On both sides, the vast Song River forms a natural moat. And there are 1,000-mile beacon towers like sensitive eyes and ears. On the flank, the Black Wind Gorge is a natural barrier that even birds find hard to cross. He grew more excited, spittle flying. Ever since this Duanma Tianyuan Formation was completed a full 10 years. Those wolf cubs from the north, relying on their iron cavalry, have many times marched south, trying to take advantage of us. And the result? They all crashed and bled, never even getting a chance to warm the bricks of our fortress walls. Finally, he slammed his wooden block heavily and said decisively, "In my opinion, this single Duanma Tianyuan Formation is enough to match 300,000 elite soldiers. Bravo! Long live the Beiyang Prince." The audience erupted in applause, many tea drinkers beaming with pride. The old storyteller, satisfied, cupped his hands, took a sip of tea, and slowly stepped off the stage to rest. The hall filled again with buzzing discussions. Wu Liang sat there, his heart scratching like a cat. This Duanma Tianyuan Formation. Was it really that miraculous? Could it really match 300,000 soldiers? Exaggeration. But seeing the storyteller and the tea drinkers' convinced expressions, it didn't seem like baseless rumor. He turned his head to look at Zhaoxi beside him. This fellow roamed the streets and alleys well informed, and they had chatted amiably yesterday. "Fourth brother." Wu Liang put on a smile, somewhat curious. "Is this Duanma Tianyuan Formation the storyteller mentioned really that formidable? Can it match 300,000 soldiers? This? Couldn't it be exaggeration, bragging?" Zhaoxi heard this, glanced sideways at Wu Liang, snorted, his expression like looking at a naive country bumpkin. "You kid really have no experience. You don't even know about Beiyang's treasure that guards the border, the foundation of our territory." Wu Liang was not offended. He chuckled, scratched his head, and put on an honest, "I am indeed a hick expression. Fourth brother, to tell you the truth, I came from a small remote corner called Guyu City. In our place the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. News is very scarce, like in a sealed jar. I've truly heard little of these military and state affairs. Please, fourth brother, give me some guidance so your little brother can broaden his horizons." As he spoke, he raised a hand toward the counter and called out louder, "Waiter, bring a pot of good wine, and slice several plates of fine pastries and seasonal fresh fruits. Hurry up." Zhaoxi's eyes immediately lit up, the disdain on his face vanished, and he laughed heartily, slapping Wu Liang's shoulder forcefully. "All right, brother, you're generous. Then today, fourth brother, will give you a thorough explanation so you can understand where our Beiyang's true strength lies." Soon the wine, pastries, and fruits were brought up, covering the table. Zhaoxi didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up a piece of pastry, tossed it into his mouth, took a slurp of wine, then wiped his mouth and began to speak. "This Duanma Tianyuan Formation sounds mysterious, but to put it plainly, it consists of 3 major parts: the 3 throat-locking passes, the Song River natural moat, and the beacon tower warning system. Interlocking, truly formidable." He began to count on his fingers. First, the 3 throat-locking passes: Iron Blade Pass, Falling Rock Pass, and Guarding the North Pass. They are wedged on the narrow path that the grassland tribes must take to come south, built on treacherous mountain terrain. The terrain, tisk, truly one man can hold the pass against 10,000. The key is that these three passes are not isolated, they support each other arranged in a triangular pincer formation. For example, if the enemy fiercely attacks Iron Blade Pass, Falling Rock Pass, and guarding the North Pass can shoot from the side with powerful bows and crossbows relentlessly, they'll make your siege suffer, even from the rear. Who can withstand that? Wu Liang listened and nodded unconsciously. This arrangement was indeed cunning. Zhao Si took a sip of wine and continued. Even if you're lucky or stubborn enough to actually break through the three passes, waiting behind them is the Tsang River. He gestured with his hands. The river is so wide you can't see the opposite bank at a glance, and the current is as swift as galloping horses. And that's not all. On both banks arrow towers are built as densely as a forest. Mounted on them are divine arm crossbows. Long-range great power covering the entire river. On the river, there are also our Beiyong Navy warships patrolling day and night like shuttles. All ferry crossings are heavily guarded, not even a fly can get through. Finally, the beacon tower warning system. Zhao Si lowered his voice a bit with a hint of mystery. From the frontline border to the Beiyong Central Army camp, along the way they built a full 19 beacon towers. During the day they light wolf smoke, at night they raise torches. Once there is an enemy situation, the beacon fire relays the message within 1 incense stick's time. At most 1 incense stick, the news can reach the rear camp. Then they can immediately muster troops and dispatch generals rushing to support. He finished, smacked his lips with an expression of admiration. No wonder they say His Grace the Beiyong Prince is wise and brave, a divine military strategist. Look at this defensive system. Interlocking, impenetrable, like a needle can't pierce, water can't seep. Truly they've turned the north into an iron bucket. Wu Liang listened, said nothing for a long time, just nodded along, but his heart churned like boiling water. So that's how it is. So this is where Beiyong's confidence lies. No wonder. No wonder that old fox Pei Xiao dared to entertain the idea of marching south to the capital to rescue the emperor. With such a formidable defensive system in place in Beiyong, Pei Xiao only needed to leave a small elite force and station a reliable general there to guard the northern border securely. No matter how powerful the Diyuan Iron Cavalry was, breaking through the Duanma Tianyuan formation and reaching the heart of Beiyong within a short time. Dream on. He had no fear of trouble in his own backyard. That was why he could boldly mobilize nearly his entire force to head to the capital and contend for the realm. Having reasoned this through, Wu Liang not only failed to feel enlightened, but instead felt even more. Damn, headache intensified. Previously he had thought of whether he could provoke Diyuan to invade the border from outside, thereby containing Pei Xiao. But now the Duanma Tianyuan formation resembled an impenetrable turtle shell, and Diyuan's forces had likely already exhausted their efforts against it, leaving little possibility of a large-scale southward campaign in the near term. Even if he tried to fan the flames and create friction, given the formation's defensive power, Pei Xiao could handle it with just a small garrison, which would never shake his resolve to march south to the capital and rescue the king. Persuade Pei Xiao to change his mind. Make him give up his chance to claim the throne. Difficult, it seemed. Even more difficult. Wu Liang picked up the wine that Zhao Si had poured for him and drained it in one gulp. The wine was somewhat pungent, burning down his throat, yet it could not quench the rising irritability swelling in his heart. He looked at the tea house patrons who were proudly discussing the Duanma Tianyuan formation, and at Zhao Si beside him, who was spitting with excitement and sharing in the glory. He suddenly felt that his notion of breaking the deadlock in 3 days was like a fragile soap bubble that would pop at a touch, appearing utterly ridiculous and overly presumptuous before the rock-solid reality. But he could not laugh. He had to keep thinking. The wine was getting to his head, yet his mind became clearer, painfully clear. At that moment the storyteller stepped onto the stage again, struck the gavel, and the room fell silent. Hey, dear audience, now that we've finished the Duanma Tianyuan formation, let's talk about the Prince of Xuaning. Does anyone know the name of the Prince of Xuaning? We all know that the Prince of Xuaning has an extraordinary background. He is a direct descendant of the golden family of the northern desert with the surname Borjigin and the name Katan Urantu. Don't be fooled by his strange-sounding surname. It's actually quite formidable. Let me tell you slowly. Upon hearing this, Wu Liang below the stage furrowed his brow. Near noon, Wu Liang came out of the tea house, his mind still filled with matters of the Duanma Tianyuan formation, his heart heavy. He shook his head, temporarily suppressing those troublesome schemes, and headed toward the tavern from yesterday. Well, let's focus on what's at hand first. Shangwanna, and the potential surprise that might be triggered. At the entrance of the tavern, there were even more carriages and horses than yesterday, indicating good business. As soon as Wu Liang stepped over the threshold, a burly dark figure suddenly blocked his way with a whoosh. Bader. He looked down at Wu Liang with still unfriendly eyes, but compared to yesterday's posture of ready to strike, he seemed to have restrained a bit, at least, not directly reaching out to grab him. He spoke stiffly. My master has been waiting for you for a long time. Wu Liang glanced up at him, frowning slightly. This attitude was still displeasing, but at least it was a human utterance. He was too lazy to waste words with this brute, and simply uttered 3 words coldly, "Lead the way." Beta snorted from his nose, clearly dissatisfied with Wu Liang's commanding tone, but he restrained himself and did not flare up. He turned around and strode forward with heavy thuds causing the floor to tremble. Wu Liang followed unhurriedly. Upstairs they reached the door of the private room from yesterday. Beta stood aside like a door god, motionless, and only gestured with his chin toward the door. The meaning was clear: enter by himself. Wu Liang did not stand on ceremony and pushed open the door. Inside, the furnishings were unchanged. Shangguan Na was sitting in a chair by the window, playing with an ivory fan, her profile facing the door, looking at the street scene outside. Hearing the door open, she turned her head. And that old man Gijianshu who made Wu Liang's nape chill still stood like a wooden stake in the shadow not far behind Shangguan Na. Today he wore a gray cloth robe, utterly inconspicuous, but his cloudy old eyes swept over the moment Wu Liang entered, his gaze sharp as a knife. As soon as Wu Liang entered, Gijianshu moved. Without a word, he walked toward the door, clearly intending to leave. Wu Liang tactfully stepped aside to the door, giving a slight nod. He did not want any unnecessary contact with this old man. Without even glancing at him, Gijianshu walked straight out, carrying a chill wind. Wu Liang waited until he had completely left, then gently closed the door behind him. In the room, only he and Shangguan Na remained. "You finally came." Shangguan Na's voice immediately rang out with obvious delight. She beckoned Wu Liang with her hand, her face showing undisguised joy. "Come over quickly. Come sit down." Wu Liang walked over and sat opposite her. Before he even settled, Shangguan Na eagerly began, "I tell you. That medicine you prescribed yesterday, I had it prepared and decocted as soon as I got back, and I only drank 1 dose. Really just 1 dose. Her eyes sparkled with amazement and excitement as a result. That night my period came. Wu Liang nodded inwardly, having expected this. He showed no surprise on his face, but nodded professionally and asked how was the flow. Shangguan Na's excitement faded slightly, a trace of embarrassment crossing her face, but she still cooperated. It was very heavy. Much heavier than before. Wu Liang continued. Was the color very dark, almost black? And the odor? Was it foul and rank? You? Shangguan Na's face flushed instantly, even her earlobes turning pink. She glared at Wu Liang with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, her brow furrowed. Do I have to say all this too? Is it necessary? Wu Liang's expression turned serious, his gaze frank as he looked at her, his tone very earnest. Of course it's necessary. And the clearer and more detailed you are, the better. This directly relates to my judgment of your degree of blood stasis, the severity of cold dampness, and the balance of qi and blood. Only with more precise information can the subsequent medication and treatment plan be more targeted and the results better. Miss Shangguan, in front of a physician, nothing is unspeakable. Please be frank. His words were high-sounding and reasonable entirely from a for your own good standpoint. Shangguan Na was at a loss for words, biting her lower lip as she struggled inwardly. But thinking of the immediate efficacy of the medicine and the hope of completely ridding herself of the suffering, she relented. She lowered her head, her voice becoming soft and thin, almost squeezed through her teeth. The color. It was very dark, almost black. The odor. It was indeed foul and rank. She paused, her voice tinged with frustration and complaint. Because of that. Last night, I took 3 baths in a row. I still feel that smell on me. It's so annoying. After speaking, she raised her head and looked at Wu Liang with eagerness and hope. Then. How exactly should I treat this illness? When can I be completely cured? Hurry and tell me. Just as her voice fell, a crisp chime sounded in his mind. Daily good deed quest triggered. Accept or decline. Resolve Nana Walanta Borgijan's dysmenorrhea and uterine coldness. Quest reward 1 golden attribute. A golden attribute. An explosive surge of elation flooded Wu Liang's mind, his heart thundering wildly in his chest. A golden attribute. This was the finest, most supreme reward short of a prismatic attribute. Yes, his judgment had been spot on. He had gambled right. This Shangguan Na's identity was truly extraordinary, her background unfathomably prestigious indeed. How else could a quest offering a golden attribute have been triggered? Totally worth it. Abandoning those 2 green attributes from Yin Hai. Damn, it was absolutely worth it. Yet this euphoria lasted less than a second. Wu Liang's gaze instinctively swept across the quest name on the glowing panel. Then his entire body froze stiff. Wait. What was that name again? Nana Walanta Borgijan. Wasn't she Shangguan Na? He blinked fiercely, staring hard at the line of text. Nana Walanta Borgijan. Clear as day, unmistakable. It wasn't Shangguan Na at all. The ecstasy on Wu Liang's face instantly solidified, then slowly drained away as realization dawned upon him. Shangguan Na was a false name. She wasn't called Shangguan Na. Her real name was Nana Walanta Borgijan. Nana Walanta Borgijan. That name carried a pungent northern foreign flavor, clearly from the desert grasslands of the far north, bearing no resemblance to the naming conventions of the Central Plains. Suddenly Wu Liang recalled the storyteller's tales from the tea house earlier. the Shuaning Prince Hayden Walanta, the great Yuan royal lineage of the northern desert, the Borjigen clan. He had mused then that Borjigen sounded strangely familiar, the same surname as that Mongol Empire's golden clan from his past life. Indeed, history sometimes revels in such astonishing coincidences. Well now, Shangwan Na, a false name. Her real name was Nana Walanta Borjigen, and she actually bore the surname Borjigen. Wu Liang's heart jolted violently. His gaze fell upon the radiant yet impatient face across from him, his eyes flickering as a bold, heart-racing speculation surged forth unbidden. Could this Shangwan Na possibly be the daughter of the Shuaning Prince Hayden Walanto? A princess, a commandery princess. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. How else could it be explained? A young, pampered-looking girl traveling with a terrifying old monster like Gui Jianshou, an unfathomably powerful figure widely suspected to be a grandmaster of the first rank, as her personal attendant. Such pomp, such a level of security. How could any ordinary wealthy family afford that? Forget wealthy families. Even the daughters of princes in the Central Plains might not enjoy such treatment when venturing out. Almost certainly she was. Wu Liang's heart churned like boiling water, trembling with excitement. This was like a pillow arriving just as drowsiness set in. No, a golden inlaid heated Kong bed delivered to his doorstep. Suppressing his excitement, he mentally commanded, "Accept quest." The glowing panel dissolved into golden light, and that golden attribute reward was as good as claimed. But what excited him even more was this unexpected discovery about her identity. His mind raced as he began to scheme silently. What if he found a chance to casually drop a hint to Shangwan Na? For instance, that the central government of the Great Zhou was in turmoil. That Pei Xiao, the Prince of Beiyang, might soon raise his full army and march south to the capital to protect the throne, leaving all of Beiyang unprecedentedly vulnerable. If Shangwan Na learned of this, would she relay it back to the northern desert? Would that battle-hungry, humiliated Shuaning prince see it as a golden opportunity, seize the moment to sweep south with his forces, and deliver a savage strike at Pei Xiao's rear? This thought sent hot blood surging through Wu Liang's veins. But immediately a bucket of cold water doused his fervor. The Duanma Tianyuan formation. That turtle-shell defense system Zhao Si had boasted about so extravagantly. Impenetrable to needles, impervious to water. Even if the Shuaning prince was truly tempted, even if the great Yuan iron cavalry truly rode south against those throat-locking 3 passes, that Songjiang River moat and the Beacon Tower early warning system, could they break through? Could they pose enough of a threat to force Pei Xiao to abandon his southern campaign? Difficult. Extremely difficult. The hope had barely surfaced before reality crushed it half to death. Hey! A clearly displeased, crisp shout shattered Wu Liang's churning thoughts. He snapped back to attention and looked up. Across from him, the so-called Shangwan Na's elegant brows were knitted in fury, her big dark eyes brimming with impatience. Her lips formed a small pout as she tapped the table with her fan. Not too hard, not too soft. What's wrong with you? What are you spacing out for? How are you going to treat my illness? When will I be cured? Just give me a straight answer. You've been sitting there unable to produce a single word. Wu Liang was taken aback by her rapid-fire interrogation, inwardly speechless. Hey, this little wench sure has a temper. I'm here treating your illness, and this is the attitude you give me. Damn, these so-called princesses all have such foul dispositions. All brats. Just like donkeys. Fine if you stroke their fur, but the moment you show the slightest neglect, up come the hooves. He internally grumbled while conjuring a warm smile on his face. Miss, please don't be upset, don't be upset. Wu Liang waved his hand, speaking with a sincere tone. I was merely carefully deliberating which treatment method would be the most safe and effective for you. Weighing the options was a bit challenging, and I lost my focus. By no means was I intentionally neglecting you. What's there to deliberate over? Shangwan Na let out a scoffing laugh and rolled her eyes. Of course, choose the treatment with the best and fastest results. Hurry up and completely cure this strange ailment of mine. I still need to be on my way. Be on her way. Wu Liang's heart stirred. Back to where? Kili City. That was the southernmost military stronghold of the Great Yuan in the northern desert, the home base and garrison city of the Shuaning Prince Hayden Walantu. Zhao Si had mentioned it in passing at the tea house. She was in such a hurry to leave. Was she heading back to her father's territory? That made sense. She was a person of great importance. If Pei Xiao learned that the Shuaning prince's daughter was in his city, he would definitely send men to seize her. Though this Shangwan Na was quite bold herself, venturing deep into the tiger's den. What if he captured her and handed her over to Pei Xiao, or leaked this information to him? Completely useless. Pei Xiao would never change his mind over something like this. At best, he'd reward him with some money. Sigh. He'd have to think of other ways. To change Pei Xiao's mind and make him abandon his ambition to contend for the realm, he would need to present something of truly substantial weight. Wu Liang's mind churned with wild thoughts, yet his face wore a perfectly measured look of reluctance. He rubbed his hands together as if mustering great resolve before finally speaking. The most effective and swiftest course of treatment is actually acupuncture. With acupuncture combined with my unique technique within 3 days, at most 3 days, I can clear the stagnation, dispel the cold from your uterus, and free you forever from this monthly torment. Shangguan Na's eyes had just brightened with hope when Wu Liang's tone shifted, turning awkward and hesitant. However, the acupuncture points that need to be stimulated are primarily located in the lower abdomen region. Specifically, around the Dantian, Guanyuan, and Qihai, vital acupoints in that area. He glanced up at Shangguan Na, trailing off, but the implication was unmistakable. She would need to remove her clothes, or at least expose her lower abdomen. It was an unbearable prospect for an unmarried woman. The anticipation on Shangguan Na's face froze instantly, then soured her complexion, flushing red and pale by turns. Acupuncture. On my lower abdomen. Though she was a daughter of the grasslands raised in the northern wastes where they didn't obsess over the rigid propriety and gender segregation of the central plains, she was still a woman, and a woman of noble status at that. Allowing a strange man, even a physician, to insert needles into her lower abdomen. It was a barrier her heart simply couldn't cross. Merely imagining the scene made her cheeks burn. Frowning, she pressed on desperately. Then, what about doing acupuncture through the clothes? Just a thin layer. Surely it wouldn't matter, right? Wu Liang immediately shook his head, his expression turning grave as he said with full seriousness, absolutely not. With clothing in the way, I cannot precisely locate the acupoints. The study of acupoints is such that a hair's breadth of error leads to 1,000 miles of deviation. Especially the core acupoints in the lower abdomen that govern the womb and the circulation of qi and blood. There is absolutely no room for carelessness. If the needle goes off by even a fraction, the results could be vastly different or worse, trigger other complications. Healing and treating illness is of paramount importance, and one cannot be too cautious. His reasoning was sound, and Shangguan Na could not refute it. Still, she was reluctant to give up. Then, what about herbal decoctions? She asked, settling for a lesser option. Like yesterday, can't I just drink the medicine? Even if it's slower, that's fine. Taking herbal decoctions is naturally also possible, Wu Liang nodded, but then poured cold water on the idea. However, the effects are indeed slower. Moreover, this ailment is dynamic. The stagnation is slowly dissolving, and the qi and blood are gradually being regulated. So after each dose, I would need to carefully take your pulse again, and based on the changes in your pulse, adjust the formula and dosage of the next dose, truly tailoring the medicine to the symptoms, progressing step by step. He counted on his fingers, then gave an estimate. Given the severity of your current blockage, to completely cure it with herbal decoctions and prevent recurrence, I'd estimate it would take about a month. A month is... Shangguan Na's face darkened even further. If it were any other time with nothing pressing to do, a month would be a month. She could afford the wait. But now was no ordinary time. Autumn had already begun. On the grasslands the grass was yellow and the horses were fat. It was the golden season for raiding southward. Besides, her father had suffered a great defeat in the south last year, losing men and supplies, and was now under tremendous pressure at the Khanate court. She hadn't infiltrated northern Yong this time for sightseeing or treatment. She had urgent matters to attend to. How could she afford to waste an entire month stuck in this northern Yong city? But this damned affliction was truly torturous. Every time the pain came, it was worse than death. She'd gladly bang her head against a wall. And now she'd finally found a physician who seemed to actually know what he was doing with medicine that took effect immediately. Was she supposed to give up? Continue enduring that monthly torture? The pressure of time and the agony of illness pulled at her from both sides like two saws grinding against each other in her heart. Her dark, lustrous eyes unconsciously drifted toward Wu Liang sitting across from her, her gaze flickering. What if she took him with her? What if she kidnapped him back to Tieli City and kept him by her side exclusively to treat her ailments? That way she wouldn't neglect her duties and she'd get cured. Wasn't that killing two birds with one stone? The more she thought about it, the better the idea seemed. With the Ghost Weeper's skills, abducting a ruthless physician like him would be effortless. Wu Liang being the sharp one, he was caught Shangguan Na's eyes darting around and sweeping over him, and his heart gave a sudden lurch. Trouble. This little vixen. She wasn't plotting to kidnap him, was she? That absolutely couldn't happen. He still had important matters to attend to. How could he let himself be hauled off to the northern wastes as her personal physician? He immediately let out another sigh, adding in a grave tone, "Moreover, Miss Shangguan, there's another drawback to taking herbal decoctions. I need to be upfront with you." "What drawback?" Shangguan Na's thoughts were interrupted, and she pressed him immediately. Wu Liang looked at her and enunciated each word with perfect clarity. Throughout the entire course of treatment, that is during the month of taking medicine to dissolve stasis and expel cold, your lower abdomen will experience persistent pain. Not severe pain, but a lingering dull ache and a heavy distended sensation. It won't completely disappear until the stagnation and cold in your body are fully dissolved and expelled by the medicine. What a... Shangguan Na's face drained of color in shock, and she sprang up from her chair. Are you saying? I'd have to endure that pain again. For a whole month. In pain every single day. Wu Liang wore an expression of, I'm just as helpless about this, and nodded. That's the nature of the medicine. Dissolving stasis and clearing the meridians inevitably stirs the affected area and induces pain. But rest assured, miss, this pain is far milder than the severe agony of your menstrual cramps. It'll last at most a month. Just bear with it, and it'll pass. Bear with it. Easy for you to say. Shangguan Na's chest heaved with fury as she pointed her fan at Wu Liang and snapped, It's not you who's in pain. Of course you can stand there and talk without feeling a thing. No way. I don't want to experience that suffering even once more. Not even a milder version. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more frantic she became. You must. Think of another way for me. Something fast and effective that doesn't require that. Watching her stubborn, unreasonable behavior, Wu Liang sneered inwardly. He knew the moment was almost ripe. He suddenly rose to his feet and gave Shangguan Na a solemn bow with cupped hands. My apologies. I am but a shallow-learned physician of mediocre skill, unable to meet your requirements. With acupuncture unacceptable to you and herbal decoctions too slow and painful for your liking, I truly have no other solutions. In that case, I shall not waste any more of your precious time. I humbly suggest you seek a more capable physician. With that, he actually turned and without a moment's hesitation made his way toward the door of the private room. His steps weren't fast, but they were resolute. The air of a man saying, if there's no common ground, not another word is worth speaking. I'm done serving you. You? Shangguan Na had never expected him to pull such a move. Weren't they just having a perfectly good conversation? Why did he suddenly throw down the job? Seeing Wu Liang's hand already on the door latch about to pull it open and leave, she cried out urgently, You stop right there. Wu Liang's hand rested on the door latch. Hearing the sharp stop behind him, he paused for a moment. He didn't immediately pull the door open, but he didn't turn around either. After a pause of about 2 or 3 seconds, he slowly turned around. His face was expressionless, neither fear nor anger, just a kind of plain indifference, as if he couldn't be bothered. He looked at Shangguan Na. Shangguan Na was truly enraged now. Her chest heaved up and down, her beautiful face flushed crimson, and her jet-black eyes blazed with fury. The small ivory fan in her hand was gripped so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She glared at Wu Liang, her voice sharp and shrill. Who said you could leave? How dare you? I haven't finished speaking yet. Wu Liang looked at her, curled the corner of his mouth into a faint smile, and said calmly, Miss Shangguan, please first understand 2 things. He raised one finger. First, I, Wu Liang, am not a servant of your household, nor a lackey you can order around. I came because I was summoned to treat an illness. I'm leaving because I find this illness difficult to treat. I come and go as I please, and you have no say in the matter. Then he raised a second finger. Second, the situation now is, you are the patient and I am the doctor. Your illness requires me to treat it. In other words, you are the one who needs me, not the other way around. He paused, his gaze calm as he looked at Shangguan Na's face twisted with rage. When you ask for help, you should have the proper attitude. This condescending, threatening demeanor of yours. Sorry, I don't buy it. These words were blunt and deeply humiliating. Shangguan Na had grown up being the center of attention, with everyone bowing to her will. Who would dare speak to her like this? And demanding a proper attitude from her. Trembling with fury, she pointed at Wu Liang, her voice shrill and distorted. You dare refuse to treat me. Do you believe I'll call someone in right now and have you killed? Upon hearing this, Wu Liang was not afraid. Instead, he let out a chuckle. He took half a step forward, closing the distance to Shangguan. Na Lin slightly looked into her blazing eyes and lowered his voice, speaking slowly and deliberately. All right, then go ahead and kill me. He paused, his tone suddenly turning light and airy. If you kill me, no one will be able to cure your illness, and you'll suffer for the rest of your life. Or, I could take a different approach. I could agree to treat you right now. Then I would secretly add something to your medicine. For instance, a colorless, odorless, slow-acting chronic poison that even the imperial physicians couldn't detect. It would make your body gradually weaken day by day until you die without knowing how. He straightened up, spread his hands, and smiled brightly, but his words were chilling. Trust me, Miss Shangguan. Killing is far easier than saving. Especially when dealing with a patient who knows nothing about her own condition and has thoroughly offended the doctor. You? Shangguan Na felt as if someone had choked her, the words getting stuck in her throat. Her eyes wide, she stared fixedly at Wu Liang. Her pretty face first flushed red, then slowly drained of color, becoming somewhat pale. Her lips moved as if to retort, to curse, to continue threatening. But in her mind, she couldn't help but follow Wu Liang's words. Chronic poison. Unaware. Die without knowing how. A chill shot up from the soles of her feet, instantly spreading throughout her body. She suddenly realized that although she was a princess, she had no real power over this man who seemed to have no backing and was merely a wandering physician. He was a doctor well-versed in pharmacology. If he truly wanted to poison her, it would be too easy. She would be defenseless. And could she really take that gamble? Gamble that he wouldn't dare, that he lacked the skill, or that her attendants could detect everything. She didn't dare. The room fell into deathly silence. Shangguan Na glared at Wu Liang, and Wu Liang calmly looked back at her. After a long moment, about 10 seconds or so, the anger, arrogance, and murderous aura on Shangguan Na's face receded like a tide, vanishing in an instant. Immediately after, a completely different expression emerged like magic. She suddenly smiled. It was not a sneer or a mocking smile, but a bright, radiant, and charming smile. Her smile was like a blooming flower. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, and the corners of her mouth lifted into a lovely arc. She even lightly covered her mouth with the fan, her voice turning crisp and sweet with a hint of playful reproach. "Oh, you! Look at you! Why did you take it so seriously?" She blinked her big watery eyes, her tone coquettish. "I was just joking with you. Divine Physician Wu, you are magnanimous and broad-minded, so please don't lower yourself to argue with a little woman like me, all right?" The speed of her change in expression and the naturalness of her tone shift were truly remarkable. Wu Liang cursed inwardly. What a seductress. Fickle. Her face changes faster than turning pages. But his expression remained calm. He simply gave a faint humph and uttered 2 words: apologize. Shangguan Na's smile froze for a moment, and a flicker of anger and disbelief quickly passed through her eyes. Make her apologize. But she adjusted extremely quickly. The displeasure was instantly covered by a sweet smile. She stood up, faced Wu Liang, and actually performed a standard Central Plains woman's blessing bow, gathering her robes and bending her knees slightly. Her movements were elegant, her posture graceful. Then she raised her face to look at Wu Liang, her voice so soft and sweet it could melt. This little woman knows she was wrong. Just now I spoke without restraint and offended Divine Physician Wu. I beg Divine Physician Wu to forgive me. She spoke with sincere emotion, her eyes innocent and earnest. Wu Liang stood there watching her performance, and his wariness increased a few notches. She could bend and stretch, change her face like flipping a book, and lower herself so easily. This young lady was certainly not an easy opponent. Even Jiang Xingluan might be easier to deal with than her. Wu Liang stopped dwelling on it and shook his head slightly. Let's forget this matter. However, the methods to treat your illness I have already made very clear. Acupuncture can cure it in 3 days, but the acupoints on the lower abdomen must be exposed. Herbal medicine requires a month, and during treatment, you will suffer continuous pain. He looked at Shangguan Na and said flatly, the choice is yours to make, miss. Don't waste any more time. Shangguan Na was furious inside, grinding her teeth to the point of breaking. No one had ever dared to speak to her like this, to act so high and mighty, to force her to make a choice. But unfortunately, she had no way to deal with this Wu Liang. Her illness really depended on him to treat. She couldn't beat him, at least not now, as she couldn't out-argue him, and when she threatened, he turned the tables on her. Frustrating. Too frustrating. Her mind raced rapidly. After pondering for a moment, an idea popped into her head. Acupuncture it is then. Once he cures my ailment, I shall find an opportunity to have him killed. Yes, killed. What does it matter if a dead man has seen my abdomen? After all, who would hold a grudge against a corpse? At this thought, the foul air in Shangguan Na's chest finally eased. A radiant smile blossomed once more upon her face, and her tone turned light and airy. Then I shall trouble Divine Physician Wu to perform acupuncture and rid me of this vexing affliction. This young lady is deeply grateful. She paused, then added, afterward I shall offer 1,000 taels of silver as recompense. Wu Liang's heart immediately scoffed. Stingy. That Jiang Qingluan offered 10,000 taels of gold at the drop of a hat, and even a princely title. And you only offer 1,000 taels of silver. Both of you are suspected princesses, yet how vast is the gap between you? Thus Wu Liang resolutely shook his head. Seeing his refusal, Shangguan Na's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she added, then I'll add another 1,000 taels. Wu Liang shook his head once more. Shangguan Na grew somewhat displeased. She cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, Physician Wu's appetite is rather excessive, is it not? Or do you take me for a fat sheep to be fleeced? No, not at all. Wu Liang waved his hand and said with a chuckle, Miss Shangguan misunderstands. Be it 2,000 taels or even 10,000, I would not want it. Then what do you want? I want no money. I only ask that Miss Shangguan agree to 3 conditions. What conditions? I haven't thought of them yet. I shall tell you once I have. Shangguan Na's pretty face immediately turned cold, her brows knitting in displeasure. Absolutely not. State your conditions first. Only if I find them acceptable will I agree. Otherwise we shall drop the matter entirely. In that case. Wu Liang rose to his feet with a smile. Then I shall wait until Miss Shangguan has a change of heart before I treat you. You. Shangguan Na pointed her folding fan at him, trembling with fury. You dare threaten me? This is an exchange, not a threat. Wu Liang spread his hands and said cheerfully, I heal your ailment, and you grant me 3 conditions in return. Fair and reasonable. But you refuse to say what those conditions are. Must I obey even if you tell me to kill myself? Shangwan Na glared at him, huffing, this is utterly outrageous. I can guarantee that I will never ask you to harm yourself or do anything that would tarnish your reputation. Wu Liang declared. Shangwan Na fumed, that still won't do. I refuse absolutely. What a pity. Wu Liang turned to leave and Shangwan Na angrily slammed her hand on the table, snapping, you stand right there. She gritted her pearly teeth, utterly furious inside. Never in her entire life had she endured such humiliation. The frustration was enough to make her explode. This bastard. Once he cures me, I'll have him torn apart by 5 horses and thrown to the wild dogs. At that moment Wu Liang suddenly sighed and said, how about this, Miss Shangwan? I shall also gift you a piece of information of paramount importance to you. In addition, I will treat your ailment free of charge, all in exchange for your 3 conditions. Shangwan Na, who had been stewing in her anger, was taken aback by his sudden offer. She gave a skeptical laugh. Of paramount importance to me. Fine, then let's hear it. Very well. Wu Liang nodded, pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, Emperor Chengping of the Great Zhou has been placed under house arrest by Prince Qing. The prince will ascend the throne on the 15th of next month. Princess Jiang Xingwan has arrived in Beiyang. 2 days from now, she will be wed to Pei Chang'an, the son of Pei Xiao. After that, Pei Xiao will raise his troops and march back to the capital to rescue the emperor and seize the throne for himself. What did you say? Shangwan Na shot to her feet, her large limpid eyes flying wide as she stared at him without blinking. A civil strife in the great Zhou. Where did you hear this? Is it true? Every word is true. Shangwan Na's expression shifted rapidly, then her gaze hardened as she fixed on Wu Liang. Why are you telling me this? Why is it so important to me? Huh. Wu Liang smiled and clasped his hands in a salute. Agent number 1 of the Dragon Soaring Villa's Celestial Seal Division pays respects to the princess. With a clang, Shangwan Na's hand moved like lightning, drawing her sword and pointing it at him. How do you know my identity? That is hardly the point, is it? Wu Liang said calmly, then paused, adding, as long as this information is true, then our interests are aligned. Why fuss over such trivial details? Huh. Easy for you to say. Shangwan Na sneered with biting sarcasm. What interests could we possibly share? If I'm not mistaken, Prince Qing wants my father to send troops to hold back Pei Xiao, preventing him from marching to the capital, doesn't he? Quite the clever scheme he's devised. Clap, clap, clap. Wu Liang applauded with admiration. I've long heard that Princess Nana of the Great Yuan possesses a heart of 7 cunning orifices, wise, beautiful, and brilliant, a rare female strategist, an extraordinary talent among the world's women. Having met you today, I see the rumors are true. Truly impressive. Save your flattery. Do you have a token to prove your identity? A token is unimportant either. As long as the information I've given you is true, that suffices. Send your people to investigate Princess, and you will surely uncover some clues. Then you'll know whether I speak truth or falsehood. I will send someone to verify it, of course. But even if your information proves true, it is of little use. Shangwan Na's eyes flickered and she continued, Pei Xiao built the desert-severing heavenly wall formation like a turtle shell. Over the years, my father has tried countless ways to break through that line of defense. If Prince Qing wishes us to contain Pei Xiao, unless he can provide a map of the desert-severing heavenly wall formation's deployment, my father will absolutely not commit his troops for it. Would be a fool's errand. Wu Liang felt amused inwardly. This little lady was sharp as a tack, turning the tables on him so quickly. Trying to twist his arm was she. He wasn't about to let her take control of the pace. Wu Liang gave a faint smile and said, Princess, you are straying from the topic. Let us return to the matter at hand. I heal your ailment, and you grant me 3 conditions. The information I gifted you freely has already been delivered. I trust the princess will honor her word. Can you truly cure my ailment? Aren't you supposed to be a spy? I am a man of many talents, as they say. Skill never weighs one down after all. If I fail to cure you, then the agreement is naturally void. After a moment of deliberation, Shangwan Na finally nodded. Fine. It's a deal. She was far too desperate to be rid of the torment of her affliction. Even with Wu Liang's identity now shrouded in uncertainty, she decided to take the risk. Wu Liang smiled. It's settled then. He gestured to the soft couch beside him. Then, please disrobe, princess. What? Shangwan Na was taken aback, not understanding. Wu Liang coughed lightly and explained, a technical term, just lift your clothes and expose your lower abdomen. I need to insert the needles accurately. Shangwan Na glanced at his hands and suddenly asked, did you bring your acupuncture tools? He reached into his bosom and naturally pulled out a palm-sized needle pouch wrapped in blue cloth, shook it in front of her, and smiled. I have them with me. A physician's constant companion. Actually, he had already devised a treatment plan before leaving home that morning. Shangguan Na's face was so bewitching it could ensnare one's soul, and her figure was gracefully slender and alluring. Such a breathtaking beauty of calamitous proportions had come to him for treatment. If he didn't take this opportunity to feast his eyes, would he still be Wu Liang? Would he be worthy of his own eyes? So before leaving, he didn't hesitate at all. He had to bring the needle pouch. What about the drawbacks of slow herbal remedies and accompanying pain? Although he had an ulterior motive of steering toward acupuncture, Wu Liang wasn't lying. Acupuncture treatment was indeed the fastest. Acupuncture was quick and deep, and it allowed him to look with legitimate justification. A win-win, so why not use it? As for medical ethics and the principle of not looking at impropriety, that was for Liu Xiaohui, a man of moral purity, not him. He was indeed a physician, but also a vigorous young man who couldn't move his legs at the sight of a beautiful girl. Only a fool would refuse such a gift delivered to his doorstep. Shangguan Na looked at the needle pouch, then at Wu Liang's calm face, and then at the soft couch. She bit her lower lip, and 2 faint blushes flew across her cheeks. But recalling her earlier plan, she forcibly suppressed her embarrassment. She walked slowly to the soft couch and sat down. After a moment of hesitation with her back to Wu Liang, she began to untie the delicate embroidered belt at her waist with somewhat stiff fingers. The front of her outer garment slowly loosened. Wu Liang stood not far behind her, opened the needle pouch, took out a slender silver needle, and twirled it between his fingers. The room was very quiet. Only the rustling of fabric and their faint breathing could be heard. Light streamed in through the window, falling on the soft couch, and on Shangguan Na's slightly trembling shoulders and back. An indescribably ambiguous and tense atmosphere pervaded the air. Shangguan Na's fingers fumbled with the belt for a while before she reluctantly unfastened the jade clasp. A soft click sounded so faint, but in Wu Liang's ears it was as loud as gongs and drums. Here it comes, here it comes. On the surface he looked as composed as a sage with a "I'm a professional physician, I only see acupoints" expression, but in reality the corner of his eye was already glued to the gradually revealed scenery. The outer garment was pushed aside, revealing a moon-white silk undergarment, thin and clinging to her body, her curves hazy and all the more enticing. She grabbed the hem of her garment with both hands and lifted it inch by inch, the movement as slow as a slow execution, torturing herself but delighting. Wu Liang. First a section of waist. Whoa, so white. It was as if carved from white mutton fat jade, slender, supple, and free of any flap. Under the sunlight her skin gave off a delicate soft sheen, looking extremely smooth. The hem continued upward, revealing her flat lower abdomen. The lines were smooth, her navel small, rising and falling gently with her tense breaths. Higher still. The hem stopped, held tightly in her hand, caught 2 inches above her navel. But that was enough. A large expanse of snow-white delicate waist and abdomen lay fully exposed before Wu Liang's eyes. Wu Liang felt his throat go dry, his heart thumping like a drum. But he kept his composure, his expression perfectly controlled, still that focused and serious physician's look, even with a slight frown, as if pondering the depth and angle of the needle insertion. Only he knew that his mind was shouting frantically, "Jackpot! This is a huge win. This trip to Bayonne was worth it." He stepped forward 2 paces and sat down by the couch. The distance grew even closer. Close enough to see the fine goosebumps raised on her skin from tension and shame, and to smell her maidenly fragrance, faint sweet, drilling straight into his nose. "Relax." He spoke, his voice a little hoarse, then quickly cleared his throat, sterilizing. He took out a cotton ball held with tweezers. As he reached over, his fingertips casually brushed against the skin on the side of her lower abdomen. The touch, warm, soft, smooth, and silky. It also carried a slight coolness. Shangguan Na shuddered all over, as if an electric current had passed through her muscles instantly tensing like iron. Wu Liang chuckled inwardly, but his hands remained steady as he wiped several key spots on that snow-white skin with the cotton ball. The coolness of the medicinal wine made her tremble a few more times, the skin rippling slightly, dizzying to the eyes. After sterilizing, he picked up the needle. His gaze locked, professionally, on the Qihai acupoint, but in his mind, he thought, with skin like this the needle will surely meet little resistance and feel great. First needle at Qihai. The needle tip pierced in. The sensation was indeed excellent, penetrating that delicate skin and entering the acupoint. Wu Liang twisted the needle tail, channeling his internal energy, sensing the stagnation beneath the acupoint. Yet his eyes uncontrollably lingered on that unobstructed expanse of waist and abdomen. So white. Such a slender waist. Those curves. Even her navel is beautiful. TSK, TSK, TSK. While manipulating the needle, he appreciated it freely with a professional gaze. From her slender waist sides to her flat lower abdomen, and then to the rising contours half hidden by the edge of her garment, tempting further imagination. Not an inch was missed. While manipulating the needle, his fingers would occasionally adjust the angle or depth, and the back of his fingers would inadvertently brush against her warm, soft skin. Every slight touch made him feel her body tremble and tense, along with the faint, suppressed intake of breath. This feeling was damn thrilling. Wu Liang's satisfaction was almost overflowing. Treating illness with his hands, feasting his eyes, and occasionally getting a touch. How was this seeing a patient? This was enjoyment. Needle after needle. Guan Yuan Zhongji Zigung Guilai. Wu Liang inserted the needles quickly and accurately, but his gaze roamed slowly and carefully. Watching Shangguan Na's brows slightly furrow from the soreness, watching her eyes tightly shut, and long lashes trembling in embarrassment, watching her rosy lips unconsciously part, slightly releasing thin breaths, tinged with pain, and another meaning. This scene was more exciting than any erotic painting. A living vivid beauty was right before him, his to observe. Wu Liang even had the leisure to compare. While her skin might not be as white as Jiang Qinghuan's, but her waist seemed slimmer and her skin was firmer. Was it because she often rode horses? But Jiang Qinghuan's belly was also nice to touch, soft, smooth like jelly. Both were top-notch. Throughout the entire process, Wu Liang remained serious and focused on the surface, but his heart was already blooming with joy. Internal energy consumption. What was a little fatigue compared to this? Compared to the beautiful sight before him, it was nothing. With the final needle removed from Sinyinjiao on her calf, Wu Liang withdrew the needles and exhaled deeply. That breath was half exhaustion, half profound satisfaction. Tisk, such a fair and slender calf, smooth and delicate, truly exquisite. Wu Liang's voice wavered slightly as he steadied himself. That concludes today's treatment. Wu Liang leisurely organized his needles, his gaze lingering on her hastily covered retreating figure and that fleeting glimpse of snow-white waistline. He clicked his tongue inwardly. What a pity it wasn't enough. But he knew there was tomorrow and the day after. This visual feast could sate him for another 2 days. Worth it, infinitely worth it. He rose to his feet, his expression returning to that of a placid physician, as if the man who had just indulged his eyes so thoroughly had never existed. Same time tomorrow, here we meet again. Without waiting for Shangguan Na to respond, he turned and walked out the door, his steps light and brisk. Know when to quit. Better slip away quickly. To avoid Shangguan Na's possible indignation and whatever new troubles she might conjure. Once outside on the street, the wind brushing against him, Wu Liang finally felt the slight heat in his face. That restless heat in his heart had not yet fully subsided. After Wu Liang left the room, suddenly fell into a hollow silence. Shangguan Na, or rather Nana Wulantaberjian, still sat at the edge of the cushioned couch, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her garment. The burning flush on her face had not yet completely faded. The spot on her lower abdomen where the needles had been inserted still carried a lingering soreness, but more evident was that warm, soothing current, still gently flowing within, dispelling years of accumulated pain and cold. The comfort was genuine, but the shame and indignation were equally genuine. When had she ever exposed herself like that before a strange man? And for so long at that. Though that fellow put on quite the act, wearing a deadpan, healing heart of a physician expression, she just felt that his eyes were not well behaved. Rogue. Fake serious fellow. She hissed through gritted teeth, muttering 2 curse words, her voice muffled, audible only to herself. But as she cursed, her mind did not stop working. The marvelous sensation of that warm current dispersing the stagnant blockages during the acupuncture, and Wu Liang's precision and steadiness when inserting the needles. She had to admit this fellow truly had real skill. Her illness would probably have to rely on him. But reliance was reliance. The urgent business must not be delayed for even a moment. She drew several deep breaths, forcing down those chaotic feelings of shame and indignation. Her fingers tidied her disheveled temples, and she carefully adjusted the belt and garments she had hastily fastened earlier, ensuring nothing looked amiss. The heat in her face gradually subsided, and her gaze regained its clarity. She stood, walked to the window, glanced at the bustling street scene outside, then raised her eyes toward the northern sky. Shangguan Na's gaze was profound, lost in thought. After a moment, she turned, walked to the table, sat down, lifted the tea that had long gone cold, and took a small sip. Summoned the others. The door opened almost instantly at her call. Bader's iron tower-like frame squeezed through the doorway, first followed by Gijianshu like a gray shadow, silent and soundless. Only those cloudy old eyes the moment they entered the room swept over Shangguan Na's entire body. After confirming she was unharmed, they slightly lowered. Princess. The 2 men saluted simultaneously. Shangguan Na set down her teacup, her gaze sweeping across their faces. Without pleasantries, she issued her order directly. Bader, you depart immediately for Iron Plow City. Meet His Highness the King and report this in person. Bader's expression tightened, his posture straightening even more. Princess, please command. Tell Father King Emperor Qingping of Zhou has been poisoned and confined by Prince Qing Jiang Yuan, his life held in another's hands. On the 15th of next month, Prince Qing will coerce Emperor Qingping to abdicate and ascend the throne himself. Bader's copper bell-like eyes instantly widened, and even the usually expressionless Gijianshu's drooping eyelids rose almost imperceptibly, a flash of keen light flickering in those murky depths. The great Zhou Emperor has been confined. Abdication. Bader could hardly believe his ears. This is a matter of utmost magnitude. Shangguan Na ignored his astonishment and continued, furthermore, Northern Young Prince's heir Pei Chang'an will marry the escaped 9th princess of Zhou Jiangxingwan in 3 days. Once the marriage occurs, Northern Young King Pei Xiao will immediately raise the banner of responding to the emperor's summons to restore order, mobilize all Northern Young elite forces, and march south toward the capital to vie for the empire. Pei Xiao is marching south. Bader was even more stunned, his face erupting in wild joy as he slapped his thigh with his palm the size of a fan. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Magnificent. The great Zhou is in civil turmoil. Northern Yang's elite forces march out, their rear left vacant. This is truly a divine opportunity bestowed by the eternal heavens for our great Yuan. Princess, is this intelligence absolutely certain? 9 out of 10, no problem. Shangguan Na's tone was resolute. Tell Father King this is a heaven-sent opportunity. He must prepare early and not miss it. Yes. Subordinate understands. Bader's excitement left his face flushed, as if he could already envision great Yuan's iron cavalry trampling the border passes and rampaging southward. At this moment, the ever-silent Gijianshu suddenly spoke. Princess, if we may say so, the great Zhou's turmoil this time may plunge them into unprecedented civil chaos. A throne-changing hands, vassal princes raising armies. Indeed, a once-in-a-century upheaval. Precisely. Shangguan Na's lips curved into a cold smile. The more chaos, the greater our opportunity. She fixed her sharp gaze on Bader like a blade. Tell Father King this, as well. This opportunity comes once in a millennium. The Black Feather Platform moves in full force, leaving nothing in reserve. The words, Black Feather Platform. The instant they fell, the wild joy on Bader's face froze for a moment. Even the unruffled Gijianshu's expression rippled with a trace of agitation. The Black Feather Platform was a force that Swanning King had recruited and assembled in the martial world over these years, dedicated to sabotage and assassinations. Among them were masters as numerous as clouds and talents as abundant as rain, including many renowned martial titans and sect elders who had made names for themselves in the martial world. Even grandmasters of the first rank. The platform counted several among its ranks. This time, Shangguan Na's voice was ironclad, carrying a resolute determination to break the pot and sink the boats. I will shatter Northern Yang's so-called impenetrable Danma Tianyuan formation. Shatter this turtle shell. Shatter the Danma Tianyuan formation. Bader's breathing grew ragged, his eyes wide as lanterns. That was the copper wall iron wall barrier that Northern Yang had built over 10 years, one that had repeatedly bloodied Great Yuan's iron cavalry. The princess actually had confidence to shatter it. Fevered excitement soon overwhelmed everything. He sharply placed his right hand over his chest, bowed with the most solemn grassland etiquette, his voice trembling with intensity, as commanded. Subordinate will surely deliver the message. May the eternal heavens bless this time. Great Yuan's iron cavalry shall drink from the Tsang River. With that, without the slightest hesitation, he turned and strode out, vanishing beyond the door in the blink of an eye. In the room, only Shangguan Na and Gui Jianshou remained. Gui Jianshou gazed at Shangguan Na, silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. Your Highness, the princess wants to mobilize the full strength of the Black Feather Hall. Could it be that you intend to carry out an assassination? Shangguan Na turned her head to look at Gui Jianshou, a sly smile curling on her lips. Master Gui is indeed perceptive. She nodded slightly, speaking with a smile. Since Pei Xiao is marching south to the capital to defend the throne, the rear of Beiyang is bound to be vulnerable. What he relies on is nothing more than the defensive system of the desert-severing heavenly rampart formation and a few capable generals left behind to guard it. She walked to the window, her fingers lightly tracing the window frame, her voice low, but carrying a chilling, murderous intent. Formations are dead, but men are alive. No matter how sturdy the turtle shell, it still needs someone to guard it. As long as we can find out in advance which generals Pei Xiao will leave behind to guard the various passes, beacon towers, and water fortresses, then we can dispatch Black Feather Hall experts to eliminate each of these key figures one by one. She paused, turned back, her eyes shining even brighter. With no leader, command will fail, and the army's morale will surely collapse. At that time, our Mabe Iron Cavalry will strike like thunder, breaking through the desert-severing heavenly rampart formation, which has lost its core commander's coordinated command. Wouldn't it be as easy as reaching into my pocket and taking something out? Gui Jianshou listened, slowly nodded, and a rare look of approval appeared on his face. The princess is far-sighted. Killing the generals and capturing their banners, disrupting their foundation. This is truly the best strategy. Compared to a direct assault, this achieves twice the results with half the effort. Receiving Gui Jianshou's approval, Shangguan Na's smile deepened. She pondered for a moment, and then said, Master Gui, there are several matters that need to be handled immediately. Please speak, Princess. First, dispatch capable men immediately to gather intelligence from all sides about the Beiyong army, especially those generals who are skilled in defense, have seniority, and are likely to be entrusted by Pei Xiao with the duty of guarding. Find out their recent movements, itineraries, and habits. The more detailed, the better. Second, Shangguan Na's gaze turned southward, her eyes deep and profound. Notify all our spies in Luoan City. Activate the highest level of communication. Spare no expense to verify and transmit all details regarding Emperor Qingping's house arrest and Prince Qing's impending abdication as soon as possible. I want to know the latest progress. She turned around looking at Gui Jianqiu, her tone brooking no argument. By tomorrow morning, I want to see a preliminary summary of the Beiyong general's movements and the latest intelligence from Luoan. Time waits for no one. Gui Jianqiu did not hesitate for a moment. He bowed and replied, yes. This old man will arrange it immediately. With that, his gray figure, as if merging into the shadows, silently withdrew from the private room, and the door closed softly again. In the room, only Shangguan Na remained. She slowly sat back down in the chair, picked up the cup of cold tea, but did not drink. Her gaze fell on the bustling street scene of Beiyong City outside the window, but her eyes seemed to have pierced through countless buildings, seeing the vast northern grasslands, the royal tent of her father the king at Iron Plow City, the towering desert severing, heavenly rampart formation, and beyond it the vast and fertile central plains. Her fingertips unconsciously traced the cold rim of the teacup. A storm was already brewing quietly in her seemingly casual words. And she was right at the center of the storm. Pei Xiao, Jiang Qingwan, Wu Liang. Shangguan Na murmured these names, her eyes complex. This game is getting more and more interesting. Wu Liang came out of the tavern. The sun outside was blazing, dazzling his eyes. He stood by the roadside, squinting at the sky and then at the bustling crowd. His mind was still churning over Shangguan Na's affairs, the golden entry prince, Shuaning, the timing of the southward march. All jumbled together like a tangled mess. Thinking alone was useless. He had to move, to walk around, to observe, and to inquire. He took a deep breath of the hot, dry air and began to wander aimlessly around the city. He went to a tea house, then a tavern, and even sat at a street stall for a while. He did hear quite a few rumors and news, but none of them were of much value. Apart from broadening his knowledge and providing conversation topics, they were not particularly useful for rescuing Jiang Qingwan. This made Wu Liang a bit frustrated. He wandered until the sun slanted westward and the sky darkened as street lanterns lit up one by one. Only then did Wu Liang return to the Beiyong prince's mansion. If daytime didn't work, then night would. Night was deep and quiet. Wu Liang changed into his night clothes again, familiar with the routine, vaulted over the wall and out of the courtyard. Using the swift swan swimming dragon step and the map in his mind, he slipped through the intricate shadows of the mansion's courtyards like a slippery loach, moving silently toward the Yunqi courtyard. Compared to last night's unfamiliarity and probing tonight, he was much faster and more precise in avoiding the gaps between patrols. Before long, he again reached the foot of the heavily guarded wall of the Qiyun courtyard. Using the same method, he threw a pebble to distract the patrolling guards, and with a flicker of his body, he slipped in through the same window that was not fully closed. The room was still pitch black, but this time a blurry figure was already sitting in the spot by the window. Hearing the sound, the figure immediately turned around. In the darkness, a pair of bright eyes shone with urgency and hope. You're here. Jiang Qingwan's lowered voice carried an irrepressible excitement and a hint of dependence. She asked again, how is it? Any news? Have you thought of a way? Wu Liang walked up to her, but didn't sit down immediately. In the darkness, he could see her vague outline and sensed the tension in her body and the rapidity of her breathing. This girl must have spent the whole day in torment, eagerly waiting for him to come. I'm here. As for the plan. Wu Liang deliberately paused, teasing her. I've already made some progress. Really? Jiang Qingwan's voice suddenly rose a little, then quickly lowered, carrying an incredulous ecstasy. You really have a way? So fast. What is it? Tell me quickly. I can help you think it over, see if there are any loopholes. She leaned forward eagerly, and in the darkness Wu Liang could even smell the faint fragrance from her. Wu Liang, however, shook his head and said calmly, why would I lie to you? But, as for the specific plan, I'll keep it a secret for now. I can't tell you yet. You, Jiang Qingwan's burst of joy was instantly choked off, and she became somewhat displeased, saying angrily, why can't you tell me? I'm in this state, and you're still hiding it from me. Don't you trust me? It's not that I don't trust you. Wu Liang waved his hand in the darkness, chuckling lightly. Even if you knew, besides worrying yourself to death, what else could you do? You can't leave now anyway. Instead of being anxious, it's better not to know. When the time comes, you just follow me. Just wait for my good news, and rest assured. Jiang Qingwan was left speechless by his words. She was angry and anxious, but also helpless. She truly could do nothing but wait. After a moment of silence, Jiang Qinghuan suddenly let out a scoff, a hint of self-mockery in her laugh within the darkness. You'd better truly have a way. Rest assured. Wu Liang caught the flicker of hope in her voice, grinned, and said in a low tone, when I Wu Liang make a promise, every word is set in stone. Within 3 days I will definitely lead you safely out of this North Yong city. He paused, then declared with unwavering resolve, that so-called princess consort. You absolutely will not become. These words were like a soothing balm, and Jiang Qinghuan felt the heavy stone that had weighed on her heart for days begin to shift, however slightly. A wave of sour warmth welled up in her eyes as she quickly lowered her head to hide it in the darkness. I hope. You're not just boasting. Her voice was muffled. What's the point of boasting? No prize for it. Wu Liang cracked a joke, then turned serious. Enough idle chatter. Come, let me treat your injuries first. Before we leave this cursed place, you must fully recover and return to your best condition. Otherwise you won't even have the strength to flee. Jiang Qinghuan hummed in assent, raising no further objection. Just like last night, Wu Liang took her hand, his movements more natural now, and slowly channeled the inner energy of the longevity art into her body. It flowed along her meridians, gently nurturing the unhealed internal wounds. The process was quiet and focused. In the darkness, only their clasped hands and faint breathing could be heard. After about half an hour, Wu Liang withdrew his energy and released her hand. There. One more session, and you should be fully healed. He stood stretching his slightly numb arm. I'll come again tomorrow night. You stay put and don't overthink things. I know, Jiang Qinghuan replied in a low voice. Wu Liang said no more, turned, walked to the window, pushed open a crack, peered outside for a moment, then with a flick of his form merged into the night beyond. Leaving the Qian courtyard, Wu Liang did not head straight back to his own small yard. He crouched in the shadows, oriented himself, then moved silently toward the middle compound of the prince's mansion. The guards in the middle compound were noticeably denser than those at the perimeter. Patrols crossed frequently, and the auras of hidden sentinels flickered faintly. Wu Liang pushed the soaring swan and wandering dragon step to its limit, relying on the detailed map in his mind, dancing on a razor's edge as he narrowly dodged each line of vigilance. Finally, he stopped before a spacious and imposing independent courtyard. Its walls were taller, its gate tower more majestic, and at the entrance stood armored guards holding halberds motionless as statues. Inside the courtyard, several grand building silhouettes stood against the night. The main hall blazed with lights, and even over the high walls one could sense an unusual atmosphere. This was the central hub of the North Yong Prince's mansion, the Yonghe Hall. Ordinarily, Prince Pei Xiao handled military and political affairs here, received his trusted generals, and even resided here often. In short, this was the very heart of the entire North Yong. Wu Liang had risked coming here with a clear purpose. He wanted to see if he could find something truly valuable. For instance, the northern border defense maps, troop deployments, a list of generals, or Pei Xiao's specific plans for marching south to the capital. Even a fragment of such information could become a crucial bargaining chip to break the deadlock or serve as currency for a deal with Shangguan Na. Like a gecko, he pressed against the shadows of the high wall, inching toward a relatively secluded corner on the side. Here trees were dense, and the wall slightly lower. Straining his ears, he heard faint voices from within, along with the subtle rustle of armor and the clink of weapons. He steeled himself, seized a gap between patrols, and with a sudden surge his body shot upward. His toes found purchase in the brick gaps, his hands gripped the wall's edge, and he silently vaulted over, lying flat among the tiles atop the wall, holding his breath as he peered down. The sight chilled his heart. Even in the dead of night, the main hall of Yonghe Hall was still blazing with lights. Through the windows, he could see many figures moving about, suggesting a sizable gathering. At the entrance, armored officers with swords at their waists came and went, their steps hurried and faces grim. In the courtyard, fully armed elite guards patrolled back and forth, security at an extreme level. The setup. Clearly, Pei Xiao had summoned his confidants for a late-night meeting on crucial matters, likely finalizing the details for the southern expedition to aid the throne. Wu Liang lay motionless on the wall. There was no chance of slipping in to find defense maps. The slightest noise would have the ferocious guards and hidden experts below turning him into a pincushion in an instant. The faint hope of sneaking in under cover of darkness shattered against this formidable sight. That old fox Pei Xiao was no pushover. This core stronghold offered no opportunity. He cursed inwardly and lingered no longer. Seizing the moment when a patrol turned, he slipped down the wall like a cat, merging back into the darkness outside. After a tense but safe journey, he returned to his own secluded, quiet little yard. Collapsing onto the bed, Wu Liang felt utterly drained in body and mind. Yonghe Hall ablaze with lights, guards like a forest. That path was thoroughly blocked tonight, but he hadn't fully given up. Tomorrow. I'll come back tomorrow night to have a look. He stared at the rough beams in the darkness, muttering to himself, they can't hold meetings every night, can they? There's bound to be a lapse. Even as he said it, he knew the odds were slim. Only 2 days remained. He lay on the wooden slats, eyes open staring into the boundless dark. The tangled mess in his mind, instead of clearing, had become even more knotted. The next morning, as dawn broke fully and birds chirped merrily outside, Wu Liang was still lounging in bed, his mind hazy, pondering what to do today, when the door was pounded again. Bang, bang, bang. Wu, miracle doctor. Have you risen yet? No need to guess. It was Yan Hai again. That old fellow was more punctual than a rooster's crow. Wu Liang threw on his clothes and shuffled to the door in his slippers. As soon as he pulled it open, Yan Hai's ruddy face was right there, eyes brimming with anticipation. Wu, miracle doctor, good morning. I've come to bother you again. Just as Yan Hai finished speaking, ding. Daily good deed quest triggered. Accept quest, cure Yan Hai's chronic headache. Quest reward green trait X2. The light panel popped up again, still offering 2 green traits. Wu Liang looked at the panel, his mind racing. Yesterday, he had declined betting that Shangwan Na's side would offer something better. Now that he had secured the golden trait quest, what about Yan Hai's offer? Though it was only 2 green traits, Yan Hai was the chief steward of the North Young Prince's mansion, wielding considerable authority. So could his 2 green trait rewards bring a surprise? Accepted. Wu Liang no longer hesitated, silently reciting in his mind, accept the task. The light screen dissolved into green light and vanished. A genial smile spread across Wu Liang's face as he said, good morning, Steward Yan. Please come in, I've been expecting you. Yan Hai cheerfully followed him into the room, then took a seat, muttering, after the acupuncture yesterday, I had another comfortable night. Divine Physician Wu, you truly are a reincarnation of Hua Tuo. You flatter me, Steward Yan. Wu Liang replied modestly as he took out his needle pouch. Come, let's begin. Today we'll do another consolidation treatment. The acupuncture process was similar to the day before. Wu Liang twisted the needles absent-mindedly, slowly channeling his inner energy, while his mind raced with other calculations. After about 2/4 of an hour, he withdrew the needles. Yan Hai stretched his neck, shook his head, feeling refreshed and grateful. Divine Physician Wu, your skill is truly beyond compare. This old man feels his head getting lighter by the day. While wiping the silver needles, Wu Liang casually remarked, Steward Yin, your headache is a chronic ailment. Acupuncture alone can provide quick relief, but to eradicate it and prevent recurrence, we need to combine it with medication for internal and external treatment. Oh, I need to take medicine. Divine Physician Wu, just tell me what to do. Yan Hai immediately urged. Wu Liang nodded, walked to the table, and picked up the prepared brush and paper. I'll write you a prescription. You can get these common herbs. They promote blood circulation, remove stasis, and relieve pain. Also, I need to trouble you with one more thing, Steward Yan. Please speak, Divine Physician Wu. This old man will take care of it. Prepare a set of tools for herb processing and decoction. I need to personally prepare a special pill for you to be taken alongside the acupuncture. With this dual approach, your condition will recover faster, and the results will be more stable. Yan Hai was overjoyed at this. Personally refining a unique pill for him. This Divine Physician Wu was truly dedicated. He quickly said, Thank you, Divine Physician Wu. You go to such trouble for me, this old man. I don't know how to repay you. He paused as if recalling something and suggested, but preparing medicine and making pills is time-consuming and laborious. How about, I have the mansion's medical officer assist you. They understand pharmacology and can share the workload. An outsider present? Absolutely not. The so-called pill-making was nothing but a pretext, an excuse to prepare materials for his plan B. If the mansion's medical officer got involved and saw that the herbs he used were wrong, or that the process wasn't for making a headache pill, everything would be exposed. Wu Liang immediately waved his hand, his smile unchanged. No need, no need. Steward Yan, I have a habit. I prefer to handle my patients personally. From diagnosis to prescription to medicine making, I do everything myself. That way I have confidence and I can control the potency and timing with precision. Outsiders would only increase the chance of error. Besides, healing is a meticulous task. How can I fear trouble? As long as it benefits your condition, a little extra effort is nothing. This speech was so high-sounding and sincere. Yan Hai was deeply moved. Now this was what they called medical ethics. This was it. Not delegating to others, not fearing trouble, thinking only of the patient. He clasped his hands in admiration. Divine Physician Wu is truly benevolent. Your noble character is truly admirable. If all healers were like you, it would be a blessing for the world. He took the prescription and vowed, Rest assured, Divine Physician Wu. Leave this to me. List all the herbs and tools you need. Write them down. I'll have someone prepare them immediately and deliver them to you as fast as possible. It won't delay your medicine making. Wu Liang chuckled inwardly, barely suppressing the smile on his lips. That was exactly what he was waiting for. With a modest expression, he waved his hand. Steward Yin, you flatter me. It's only my duty. But his hands moved swiftly, and he immediately took out another sheet of paper and began to write. His brush rapidly listed herb names: datura flower, monkshood, thunder god, vine poison, hemlock, juice toad venom. For the past 2 days his mind had been occupied with only one thing: how to take Jiang Qingwan away without fail. Earlier he had told Jiang Qinghuan that he could make Pei Xiao change his mind and let her go. But nothing was absolute. What if that old fox Pei Xiao was stubborn and refused to let her go? What if his persuasion failed to move him? What if time ran out or something unexpected happened? What then? Should he just watch Jiang Qinghuan don the wedding gown and become Pei Chang'an's wife? Would his dream of being the colorful word reward machine and the man behind the future Empress all be for nothing? Absolutely not. After much deliberation, he came up with a plan B. Plan B was simple and brutal poison. Take down all opponents and leave with Jiang Qinghuan. No matter what, even if he had to storm heaven and earth, he must take Jiang Qinghuan away. As long as he kept her close, he could continuously trigger tasks and receive rewards from her. Then his rise to power and the peak of life would be within reach. He absolutely could not give up such a promising golden thigh. So Wu Liang repeatedly searched the Qingnan classic for a powerful poison, silent, hard to detect, capable of taking down even experts. After meticulous searching, he found it. Zui Qingfeng drunken breeze. Colorless, odorless, evaporating into a mist like a gentle breeze, extremely hard to detect. Normally sealed in a special airtight porcelain bottle, it disperses into the air once the stopper is removed. Those affected first experience itching and soreness in the eyes and nose with tears and mucus flowing. Then their limbs become limp and powerless, unable to muster any strength. Inner energy dissipates like a mud ox sinking into the sea, leaving them limp and motionless. Yet their consciousness remains clear, their five senses intact, but they cannot speak or move. Although not lethal, it renders one immobile for about 6 hours. Without the antidote, the poison naturally dissipates after the time is up, but inner energy takes 3 to 5 days to recover. After reading the description in the Qingnan classic, Wu Liang was ecstatic. This was exactly what he needed. Thinking of how formidable the Bei Su Qingfeng from the novel Tianlong Babu by the first Great Hall of Western Xia was, he knew how powerful this type of poison was. Even martial arts masters could not guard against it, falling victim in an instant. But although he had the formula for Zui Qingfeng, he still lacked the raw materials, some of which were rare and hard to find. Wu Liang was just worrying about where to find them when Yanhai came to him. This head steward of the northern young prince's mansion surely could obtain them. 7-star begonia stamen. Century-old bone-eating vine juice. Snow Mountain jade toad shedding. One by one he wrote them down. After finishing, Wu Liang set down his brush, blew gently on the still damp ink, and lifted the paper to examine his work. Perfect. A jumble of disorder encompassing everything. Even an experienced apothecary glancing at it would only see an immensely complex, exclusive prescription, never suspecting its true purpose was to concoct poison. With so many medicinal ingredients and such meticulous preparation requirements, I'm afraid it will trouble you greatly, Wu Liang said, with a genial smile. Yanhai received the paper with both hands and looked at it. Good heavens! The dense rows of characters, the myriad names of herbs that dazzled his eyes, and the subsequent preparation instructions were so finicky, they made his head ache. Though he knew nothing of medicine, having lived to such an age, he possessed basic discernment. The complexity of the prescription immediately weighed on his heart. How grave must the illness be to require such a multitude of remedies and such intricate procedures? Yet at the same time, a surge of profound gratitude and reverence welled up within him. Dr. Wu truly cared about his ailment. He had spared no effort devising such a thorough plan. Raising his head, he gazed at Wu Liang, his eyes brimming with emotion. Dr. Wu, you have devoted far too much thought to my humble case. That this stubborn affliction of mine should require such a tremendous undertaking. I truly do not know how to repay you. Wu Liang's face assumed a timely expression of compassion for all suffering and healing the world, and he sighed softly. Steward Yin, you flatter me. A physician has a parent's heart. I cannot bear to see anyone tormented by pain and illness. Whenever I witness patients beset by disease, tossing and turning in sleepless agony, I resent my own limited knowledge for not being able to eradicate all the ailments under heaven. He paused, gazing out the window with a distant look. May there be no sickness among the people of this world. What matter if the shells of my pharmacy gather dust? Uttered with such nobility, such selflessness, enhanced by his slightly weary, yet resolute expression, it was profoundly moving. Yanhai trembled all over upon hearing this. May there be no sickness among the people of this world. What matter if the shells of my pharmacy gather dust? He repeated the phrase softly, feeling it encapsulated the loftiest sentiments of a healer. Looking once more at Wu Liang's youthful, yet composed countenance, and recalling his consummate medical skill and dedicated treatment, Yanhai's eyes grew hot with emotion. He stepped back, clasped his hands, and bowed deeply to Wu Liang with profound solemnity. Dr. Wu, your virtue is exalted. Saintly hands, compassionate heart, embracing the world. Today I have come to know what a true physician truly is. To have the fortune of meeting a personage like Dr. Wu is the greatest blessing of Yanhai's life. His voice was fervent, filled with heartfelt admiration. Wu Liang quickly made a gesture of raising him up. "Steward Yin, please rise at once. You overwhelm me. I am merely fulfilling my duty." Yin Hai straightened up and carefully tucked the prescription into an inner pocket close to his chest. He thumped his chest and vowed with absolute certainty, "Rest assured, Dr. Wu. I will spare no effort. Even if I must dig 3 feet into the earth, I will procure every last one of these herbs and utensils and deliver them to you without fail in the shortest possible time." "I am in your debt, steward," Yin said, Wu Liang returning the salute. "It is my duty. I shall see to it immediately." Yin Hai wasted no time, turned and hurried away. Wu Liang stood at the doorway watching until Yin Hai vanished beyond the courtyard gate. The compassion and gravity on his face instantly faded, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a sly, cunning smile. Done. The dupe. No, the generous steward Yin had taken the bait. The herbs and tools were secured. Now he could shut himself in and proceed with Plan B. Inside a private room of a tavern, Shangguan Na sat in a chair by the window holding several thin sheets of paper. They were no ordinary paper, special secret correspondence paper, light, yet tough, with tiny, densely packed characters. She lowered her head, her gaze sweeping line by line over those fine script. As she read, the expression on her bright, enchanting face began to shift. First calm, then a slight furrow of her brows, a flicker of contemplation in her eyes, followed by an unconscious tightening of her lips, a hint of gravity, and finally a gradual relaxation, a glint of understanding and calculation surfacing in her gaze. Guo Jianshou stood at attention, to one side, his eyelids drooping as if dozing, but his cloudy old eyes were constantly monitoring every subtle change in Shangguan Na's expression. When she finally set down the secret letter, gently placing it on the table, she tapped her fingertips on it absently. "Princess." After a pause, Guo Jianshou added in a low voice that Wu Liang's identity is highly suspicious. Shangguan Na did not answer immediately. She leaned back into the soft chair, raised one hand, and rubbed her temples. The lower abdomen felt comfortable after the acupuncture, but reading these confidential reports was taxing. After a moment, she nodded slightly, her voice betraying little emotion. "Yes, suspicious." But she shifted the topic, pointing a finger at the papers on the table. "Yet the information he provided is all true, without a single error." She picked up the topmost secret letter and shook it. "Our people in the great Zhou capital Luan City have already sent back the latest intelligence. Emperor Qingping has indeed issued an edict appointing Prince Qing Yuan as Crown Prince and Regent. On the 15th of next month, the abdication ceremony will be held, and the throne will be formally transferred to Prince Qing. The timing and events match perfectly." She picked up another sheet. "Now look at Beiyang. The prince's residence is festooned with lanterns and bunting, everyone bustling about frantically, all in preparation for the wedding of the heir Pei Chang'an. This show of activity cannot be faked." She paused, a mocking curl to her lips. "But interestingly, regarding the identity of the heir's bride, the residence is extremely tight-lipped, keeping it sealed tight. Not a whisper leaks out. It seems that old fox Pei Xiao knows this affair is hardly honorable and is hiding it away. And also," she pulled out a third sheet, "the major generals of the Beiyang army, almost as if by prior arrangement, have all returned one after another from their garrisons to Beiyang City, ostensibly for reporting on duty. They could have reported at any time, but they chose to come just before the heir's wedding." She stacked the papers together, patted them lightly on the table, and concluded, "So what Wu Liang said, that the great Zhou emperor was under house arrest and forced to abdicate, and that Pei Xiao intended to use the wedding as a pretext to raise troops and march south. All these key pieces of information have been corroborated. He is not spouting nonsense." Guo Jianshou was silent for a few seconds, a glint of sharp light flashing in his murky eyes. He took half a step forward and said, "Princess, the information being true does not mean the man can be trusted. Our people have also uncovered another matter. 5 days ago, about 10 li outside Beiyang City in the desolate wilderness, a rather violent clash took place." Shangguan Na raised an eyebrow. "Oh, one of the parties involved was the personal guards of the Beiyang prince's residence, along with the great snow dragon cavalry. The leaders were Pei Hongyan Yo Dazhuang and He Bo." Shangguan Na's gaze sharpened. Even the great snow dragon cavalry had been mobilized. That was one of Pei Zhao's most elite cavalry units, rarely deployed. And Pei Hongya and the other two were among the 13 guardians, Pei Zhao's innermost confidants. Their involvement meant it was no trivial matter. "Go on," Shangguan Na said. On the other side were the talons of the great Zhou court, the black-robed guards, and the secret agents of the Dragon Guard Manor. The 4 symbols enforcers of the black-robed guards, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, had all arrived that time. Over at the Dragon Guard Manor, the Earth No. 1, Mystery No. 1, and Yellow No. 1 agents had also all appeared. A formidable lineup indeed. Guo Jianshou said in a low voice. Shangguan Na sat up straight, her expression turning completely serious. The 4 symbols enforcers of the black-robed guards, all dispatched, and the top 3 agents of the Dragon Guard Manor joining forces. This was almost the most elite arrest force the Great Zhou court could deploy. The clash was fierce. Both sides erupted into a full-scale fight. Gui Jianzhou continued. In the end, the North Yong prince's residence urgently mobilized 10,000 black-armored iron cavalry to the scene. They were led by Chun Qingdi and that monk called Killer Shashang. Chun Qingdi, Killer Monk. These two names were formidable figures throughout the northern lands, and even the entire Jianghu of the Great Zhou. Killer Monk was one of the most powerful enforcers under Pei Shao. As for Chun Qingdi, he was the head of the 13 Guardians and the deputy commander of the entire North Yong army. Apart from Pei Shao, none in the North Yong army held greater prestige than Chun Qingdi. With their arrival, the tide of battle immediately turned, Gui Jianzhou said. The Black Robe Guards and Dragon Guard Manor agents were repelled and failed to capture their targets. He paused, looking at Shangwan-na. That day, Chun Qingdi and his men brought back a man and a woman. Under tight escort, they went straight into the North Yong prince's residence and never came out again. That man was Wu Liang, who still lives in the side courtyard of the North Yong prince's residence. In the private room, silence fell abruptly, terrifyingly still. From outside the window, faint sounds of the bustling market drifted in, only making the room feel even more dead silent. The expression on Shangwan-na's face froze completely. Her beautiful large eyes widened, slightly, shock flickering deep within her pupils. Princess, the Heaven No. 1 agent of the Dragon Guard Manor, is a sharp blade in the hands of Prince Qing. Gui Jianzhou looked at Shangwan-na with sharp eyes. And Jiang Xingluan is the greatest obstacle to Prince Qing's usurpation. They should be mortal enemies locked in a life-and-death struggle. How could a top agent sent by Prince Qing travel 1,000 miles to escort his master's mortal enemy, fleeing all the way to North Yong to seek out Pei Shao, a powerful feudal prince? This makes no sense at all. Shangwan-na remained silent. She leaned back against the chair, her fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest. After a long moment, she reached out and pulled a different-looking paper slip from the stack of secret letters on the table. The paper was ordinary, and the handwriting was somewhat more careless. But according to the news sent back from Guyu City, Shangwan-na spoke, her voice now calm, even with a hint of amusement. This Wu Liang is indeed a physician in Guyu City, and his medical skill is quite remarkable, with a well-established reputation. The nickname Merciful Saintly Hands is not undeserved. He has cured many difficult and complicated diseases, earning widespread praise across 100 miles. She gently tapped that paper slip on the table, placing it alongside the other confidential intelligence. A top-tier spy, and at the same time a highly skilled physician who has built up years of reputation in a remote small town. A miracle doctor. She smiled. That identity is certainly complicated enough. Gui Jianzhou's brows furrowed even deeper, the wrinkles on his face seeming to deepen further. He said in a deep voice, precisely for this reason this person's origins appear especially complex and unfathomable. We know neither his depth nor his background. Princess, your illness concerns your precious health. Entrusting your treatment to such a person of dubious identity, this old servant, is truly worried. Shangwan-na turned her head and glanced at Gui Jianzhou. She nodded slightly. I understand your concerns, Master Gui. However, she paused, her fingers gently pressing on her lower abdomen. There, the lingering warmth and soothing afterglow from yesterday's acupuncture still seemed to remain. His acupuncture technique can indeed relieve my suffering. That is beyond doubt. The feeling in my own body cannot be false. After the needles, that cold and stagnant energy that had plagued me for years truly loosened considerably. It felt very comfortable. Shangwan-na recalled the wonderful sensation from yesterday's acupuncture. Blockage cleared, warm current washing through. Her gaze briefly blurred, then quickly sharpened again. Yes. Seeing her clear resolve, Gui Jianzhou did not press further, only bowing in acquiescence. The princess had her own judgment. He had fulfilled his duty to caution. Shangwan-na pondered for a moment, her gaze moving over the several secret letters on the table that represented different clues, contradictory yet interwoven. Finally, she spoke slowly. No matter what his true identity is, a spy of Prince Qing, a hidden piece of Pei Shao, or a wandering physician who merely stumbled into this. Right now, none of it matters. She curled her finger and tapped the table. What matters is, first, his acupuncture can genuinely dissolve my affliction. That is of utmost importance to me personally. Second, she pointed to the intelligence that confirmed Wu Liang's information. The information he provided is extremely advantageous to our great Yuan and to my father. It might even be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This point has already been verified. At this, her tone lightened. With these 2 points, that is sufficient. As for what he truly wants to do, or who stands behind him, why must everything be brought to light with absolute clarity? She leaned forward, picked up the teacup on the table, brought it to her lips, but did not drink. A flash of killing intent suddenly crossed her beautiful eyes. Anyway, he is going to die eventually. Why fuss so much over a man who is bound to die? Use him for now, cure the illness, squeeze out all his value, when he is of no use anymore. She gently set down the teacup, the porcelain touching the wooden table with a soft click. A bright, harmless, even slightly naive smile reappeared on Shangwan Na's face. Master Goe, keep a close watch on the movements of the North Yong generals and also on Luoan. Report to me immediately if there is any new news. Yes. Knock, knock, knock. The door was suddenly tapped. The sound was soft, tinged with cautious restraint. Master Physician Wu has arrived, the guard outside the door reported in a low voice. Goe Jinsho stood there. Hearing this, he silently moved half a step forward, his withered hand reaching toward the table, seemingly preparing to gather the scattered secret letters. No need. Shangwan Na suddenly spoke, her voice lazy and nonchalant. Goe Jinsho's hand froze in midair. He glanced at Shangwan Na, whose face showed no special expression, still that enigmatic half-smiling look that was impossible to read. He did not insist, further silently withdrawing his hand, turning and walking toward the door with those soundless footsteps. Creak. The door was pulled open a crack. Wu Liang stood just outside the door. Seeing it open, he was about to step in when he came face to face with Goe Jinsho, who was about to exit. The two stood mere inches apart. Goe Jiangsu cast a cold, sweeping glance at him. That gaze did not regard a person, but rather examined a piece of merchandise to be appraised. That glance lasted less than half a breath. Then Goe Jiangsu brushed past Wu Liang, a chilling wind stirring in his wake, as he strode out, without the slightest hesitation or pause. Wu Liang's smile faltered for a mere fraction of a second before springing back to its natural ease. He stepped forward into the private chamber. Old bastard. Fancy yourself a big shot, don't you? Who does that geezer think he's glaring down with those killer eyes? Damn it all. Once I've cultivated the longevity art to a few higher levels and banked enough internal energy, the first person I'll use for practice is this old corpse. I'll be damned if I don't bash that skull of yours clean open. See who'll be doing the glaring then. As Wu Liang nursed these violent thoughts, he pulled the door shut behind him. Turning back into the room, his features had already reshaped into a warm, benevolent smile. He swaggered to the table and plopped himself down in the chair across from Shangwan Na without a shred of hesitation. Once seated, his gaze habitually swept across Shangwan Na on the opposite side. That woman. Today she was still dressed in men's attire, brocade robes, and jade belt immaculate, her hair arranged with meticulous precision. But whether it was her overly delicate frame or that face of extraordinary beauty, no amount of masculine clothing could conceal the graceful charm and bewitching allure that radiated from her very bones. Those especially large, gleaming dark eyes. When she looked at someone, they glistened like water, each glance carrying hooks that could inadvertently scratch at one's heart. Wu Liang clicked his tongue internally. What a little vixen. His gaze then naturally drifted downward to the table surface. Several sheets of paper lay spread across the table, small in size, densely covered in tiny characters, compact, yet neatly arranged. These were clearly no ordinary correspondence. Secret letters. Wu Liang's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly, though his smile remained unchanged. In fact, it only grew more radiant. He acted as though he hadn't seen the letters' contents at all, treating them as commonplace objects. His gaze merely swept past them before refocusing on Shangwan Na's face. He leaned his body forward slightly, speaking with a tone bordering on self-congratulation. Miss Shangwan are the pieces of intelligence I provided last time to your satisfaction. Shangwan Na did not answer immediately. She leaned back leisurely against the chair's armrest, one elbow propped up as her palm cradled her cheek. The fingers of her other hand tapped lightly against the edge of those secret letters on the table. She gazed at Wu Liang, her expression carrying that playful, amused smile, deep and unreadable, concealing whatever mysteries lurked beneath. The intelligence was quite timely, I must say. However, there is something I fail to comprehend. She fixed her eyes on Wu Liang, the curve of her lips deepening as she spoke with a knowing half-smile. The Heaven's first secret agent of the Dragon Guard estate, traveling 1,000 miles without rest, personally escorting the 9th princess, Jiang Qingwan, whom the Prince of Qing is desperate to eliminate, all the way to Beiyong City, and now swaggering about comfortably in the Beiyong Prince's mansion. She clicked her tongue softly and shook her head, her tone brimming with incomprehension and curiosity. If word of this were to spread, I wonder what the Prince of Qing would think. Would he feel he's been raising a dog that turns on its master? Or perhaps that his entire secret intelligence network has suffered a catastrophic breach? And what of Beiyong King Pei Xiao? Her gaze sharpened as she stared at Wu Liang. If he learned that he had personally invited the Prince of Qing's secret agent into his residence, what expression would cross his face? Wu Liang's heart lurched violently, a chill racing down his spine. So she had uncovered it after all. Yet having lived through 2 lifetimes, whatever other abilities he might lack, his thick-skinned composure and adaptability in tense moments were formidable. Wu Liang burst into 2 hearty laughs, his voice bright and unafraid. Miss Shangwan, your intelligence network is truly formidable and far-reaching. He clasped his hands in acknowledgement, his tone carrying a hint of admiration, then pivoted sharply. But Miss Shangwan, have you ever heard these words? What words, eh? Shangwan Na raised an eyebrow. Wu Liang spoke with studied calm. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. Shangwan Na's gaze flickered with subtle movement. After contemplation, she nodded slowly to him. There is some truth to that. Yet she was clearly not so easily satisfied pressing further, but I still cannot fathom why. Since the Prince of Qing is determined to eliminate Jiang Qingwan, why didn't you, as his most capable secret agent, simply dispose of her en route? Why go through all that trouble to escort her to Beiyang and deliver her into the hands of this powerful border prince? She leaned forward, her gaze locking onto Wu Liang with intensity. Wouldn't this actively add weapons to your master's enemies? Send Pei Xiao a great banner of righteousness that he could use to rally the realm and launch a justified rebellion. This logic simply doesn't add up. Wu Liang cursed internally, obviously. Because I'm not some genuine secret agent. I'm a fake. But could he possibly say that? Of course not. His smile remained unwavering, even taking on an air of profound mystery, as he laughed heartily twice more. Miss Shangwan, that's precisely what you don't understand. Wu Liang lowered his voice conspiratorially. The most brilliant secret agents, their actions often defy conventional logic. Sometimes one must do things that appear to contradict all reason and utterly shock expectations. Because only by doing so can one truly earn someone's complete trust. Earn trust. Shangwan Na repeated those 4 words, her eyes flickering, as if rapidly dissecting their implications. After considering for a moment, she ventured, you mean winning over Pei Xiao? Wu Liang smiled, but gave no direct answer, neither confirming nor denying. Miss Shangwan, all these twists and turns, they're not really important to someone of your caliber, are they, eh? Wu Liang gazed at Shangwan Na with open sincerity. What matters is that the intelligence I provided. The great Zhou is on the verge of civil strife. Pei Xiao will soon mobilize every soldier from his domain to march south and rally forces to defend the capital, leaving Beiyang's rear completely exposed. All of this is absolutely true, verified without a doubt. He spread his hands. As long as it's true and useful to you and those behind you, creating opportunities. Isn't that all that matters? Wouldn't you agree, eh? Shangwan Na studied Wu Liang, her gaze lingering on his face for an extended moment. Those beautiful luminous eyes held complex, unfathomable emotions. After a brief silence, she suddenly broke into a radiant smile, like spring blossoms unfolding for the first time, instantly dispelling the edge and tension that had pervaded their exchange. You're right. She nodded, her tone brightening. Dr. Wu speaks true. Whether it's real or fabricated, loyal or treacherous, to me none of it truly matters. Useful intelligence is what constitutes good intelligence. Sensing the atmosphere had eased, Wu Liang felt relief flood through him as well. He had his golden achievement mission in mind, not to mention the visual delight that came with the acupuncture session. He reached into his robe and drew out a blue cloth needle case, weighing it lightly in his hand before smiling. So then, Miss Shangwan, shall we begin? As he spoke, Wu Liang's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the soft couch in the corner of the room, and certain alluring scenes began to automatically play in his mind. However, Shangwan Na did not rise and walk toward the couch as she had the previous day. She remained seated in her chair, adjusting herself into an even more comfortable position. Lifting her eyes, she glanced at Wu Liang and said, "No rush." Not treating the illness. What kind of trick is she up to now? The private room fell silent for a few seconds. Shangwan Na suddenly spoke, her tone indifferent. Dr. Wu, let's first discuss the real business. Wu Liang's fingers tightened around the needle pouch. His expression remained calm, merely raising an eyebrow to gesture for her to continue. The information you provided is very useful. But being useful alone is not enough. If you want our Mabe Iron Cavalry to truly mobilize and head south to contain Pei Xiao, we still need to resolve several practical issues. Shangwan Na paused, as if organizing her words or observing Wu Liang's reaction. First, there is the Duanma Tianyuan formation. I have studied this defensive system. The 3 throat-holding passes, that Songjiang natural moat, the beacon towers for warning. Each link connects to the next, and the arrangement is indeed cunning. As far as I know, Beiyang only needs to leave behind over 10,000 elite troops, relying on this formation to withstand the fierce assault of my 200,000 iron cavalry, stalling for at least several months. She raised her eyes, her gaze fixed on Wu Liang. If we cannot break through this Duanma Tianyuan defense line, even if my army marches south, we will only be blocked outside the pass, unable to do anything. We won't form any effective threat, let alone pin down Pei Xiao's main force. By then, Pei Xiao will still be able to boldly lead his 300,000 Xuanjia iron cavalry, pouring out with full force straight toward Luoan City. At this point, Shangwan Na leaned back slightly, her voice growing heavier. Wouldn't that ruin the great plans of your Prince Qing? Wu Liang listened without interrupting, but his mind was racing. What exactly is this little vixen plotting? Shangguan Na didn't wait for his response, and continued, second provisions. When an army goes on campaign, the consumption of men and horses is like mountains and seas. Our Ma Bei is different from the central plains of Great Zhou. We live by herding, moving in search of water and grass. In a short time to gather enough provisions and supplies to support a great battle and sustain a long-term standoff is very difficult. She paused here. Those beautiful big eyes now locked onto Wu Liang like a hawk's, and she said in a firm voice, so I need 3 things. 1. The defense map of Beiyang. 2. Shangguan Na raised 3 fingers as white as scallion roots. 3 million dan of grain must be transported in advance to the designated border location for handover. 3. After the matter is accomplished, the 16 prefectures of Beiyang shall belong to our great Yuan. After hearing this, Wu Liang was stunned for 2 seconds, then directly laughed out of anger. Huh, Lady Shangguan, you can't be serious. He pointed at his own nose, then at Shangguan Na, his tone urgent and aggressive. For free. I provided you with such important intelligence. Told you that Great Zhou is about to fall into chaos, that Pei Xiao will march south, that Beiyang will be vulnerable. How much is this intelligence worth? Don't you have any idea in your mind? Fine. You not only fail to appreciate it, but instead, you ask me for things. And you want 3 million dan of grain. Do you know what 3 million dan of grain means? Piled up it forms a mountain. Transported the wagons would stretch to the horizon. And you want the 16 prefectures of Beiyang. He abruptly stood up, looking down at Shangguan Na with a face full of sarcasm. Lady Shangguan, this is truly a lion's mouth you've opened. No, this is no longer opening your mouth, this is swallowing the heavens. Are you drunk today? Or are you still half asleep talking in your dreams? Facing Wu Liang's rage and mockery, Shangguan Na not only didn't get angry, but smiled instead. She leisurely unfolded the ivory folding fan she had been playing with and gently waved it. The breeze from the fan stirred a few strands of hair on her forehead, making her smiling face even more radiant, yet also more infuriating. Dr. Wu calmed down. Her voice was soft and seductive with a hint of coaxing. First, let me finish what I have to say. She closed the fan and lightly tapped the table with its tip, her tone turning serious. We are not asking for these things for nothing. When we dispatch our troops, who are we helping? We are helping Prince Qing. She looked at Wu Liang, her gaze sharp. Think about it. Without our Ma Bei iron cavalry launching a full-scale attack in the north, firmly pinning down Pei Xiao and preventing him from pouring south with all his forces, can those pampered soldiers of the Great Zhou interior, who haven't fought in decades, whose weapons and equipment are neglected, and who only oppress the common people, hope to withstand Pei Xiao's 300,000 Xuanjia iron cavalry, who are as fierce as wolves and tigers, and have been fighting with us for years? She let out a disdainful laugh, shook her head, and said with contempt, absolutely absurd. A fantasy. I dare to assert that once Pei Xiao leads his army south without any worries about his rear, within a month, at most a month, his blade will surely reach the walls of Luoan City. By that time, let alone sitting firmly on that dragon throne, even whether your Prince Qing can save his life and escape from Luoan City will be a huge question mark. After saying this, Shangguan Na began to wave her fan again, her face returning to a smiling expression. So Dr. Wu, you weigh it carefully, and let Prince Qing weigh it carefully too. Compared to the throne he is about to obtain and the vast, splendid empire under his feet, is 3 million dan of grain really that much? Are the 16 prefectures of Beiyang really that vast? She closed her fan with a snap, wearing a sweet smile, but with an icy gaze. No matter how you look at it, this deal is a huge profit for your Prince Qing. Wu Liang fell silent. This little vixen is truly a cunning merchant. No, even more ruthless than a merchant. Every word is reasonable, every blade draws blood. She was right. Compared to the throne and the entire Great Zhou Empire, 3 million dan of grain and the 16 prefectures of Beiyang indeed amount to nothing. If he could use these costs to secure the Ma Bei full-scale military action to pin down and exhaust Pei Xiao and ensure Prince Qing's smooth ascension and stable rule of the realm, then Prince Qing would probably wake up laughing in the middle of the night, thinking this deal was too good. Logically, it was flawless. But the problem is, I am not even Prince Qing's man. I am a fake. Where am I going to get you a defense map? What authority do I have to promise you 3 million dan of grain and 16 prefectures? I don't even know what Prince Qing looks like. Wu Liang felt extremely frustrated, yet had to maintain a calm expression to avoid being seen through by Shangguan Na. His mind raced, pondering how to respond. Agree. Certainly he couldn't agree casually. Given Shangguan Na's shrewdness, if he patted his chest and made grand promises, she would become suspicious. Such a momentous matter, could a mere spy decide? Would King Qing willingly yield so easily? If he didn't agree, then the negotiations would deadlock. If she truly stood by and watched Pei Xiao march south, then all his previous bluffs, including the plan to use Ma Bei's power to muddy the waters, would go down the drain. What to do? Wu Liang's mind whirred at full speed, almost overheating. Suddenly a flash of inspiration. Stupid. Wu Liang, you big idiot. How could you just take whatever she says? Accept whatever conditions she proposes. Always being led by the nose. Negotiation, it must be a give and take. You must seize the initiative. Realizing this, the panic and frustration in Wu Liang's heart instantly dissipated by more than half. He suddenly let out a heh-heh laugh. Leaning back, he sprawled into the chair carelessly, even crossing his legs and tapping his toes. Wu Liang raised his eyelids, squinting at Shangwan Na, and sneered. Princess, your words. You overestimate yourself and underestimate my Lord King Qing, don't you think? Shangwan Na's face darkened slightly. She had clearly not expected Wu Liang to react this way, with such almost insolent behavior. The difficulties you just mentioned, the Duanma heavenly rampart being hard to breach, the difficulty of provisioning grain and fodder. Do you think His Highness King Qing in his brilliance and martial prowess would not have anticipated them? Since he is capable of plotting to plan the great undertaking of peacefully inheriting the throne, would he have no contingency plans for these possible changes and obstacles? Would he not have made arrangements? Wu Liang laughed. Ha ha, princess, you don't actually think that King Qing staked all his hopes on the Mabe army's support, do you? This remark carried clear provocation and belittlement. Shangwan Na's expression turned completely cold. The smile in her big, dark eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by fury. This brat is too insolent. If not for the fact that she still needed him to cure her illness. Murderous intent surged within her almost beyond control. Since childhood, who had ever dared to speak to her like this? Stare at her with such eyes? Treat her with such attitude? She would have him chopped into pieces and fed to the dogs. Shangwan Na took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her violent impulse. Fine, she said, looking at Wu Liang with a cold smirk curling at the corner of her lips. Since your master is so capable, able to strategize within the tent and win battles 1,000 miles away, and has covered every aspect and prepared countermeasures in advance. She paused, her tone turning sharp. Then why would he still need us to send troops to contain Pei Shao? She abruptly stood up, looking down at Wu Liang, who still sat with his legs crossed, and declared in a decisive tone, Wu Liang, you go back and tell King Qing. This time the great Yuan will not send a single soldier. I too would very much like to see just how miraculous your King Qing is to be able to block Pei Zhao's 300,000 Northern Yong mystic armor iron cavalry firmly outside Luoan City. Wu Liang still sat there with his legs crossed, his expression unchanged. Princess, don't rush. Let me calculate something for you. Look now, it's already September, isn't it? The autumn sky is clear and the grass is turning yellow. According to past years, at the latest by mid-November, snowflakes will blanket the Mabe grassland. By then, rivers freeze for 1,000 li, snow falls for 10,000 li, a vast white expanse where nothing can be seen. The cold is severe, water freezes instantly. At that time, both people and livestock can only huddle in tents and pens, staying put quietly to avoid the cold. Go outside. Even a piss would freeze into an icicle. He paused, looking at Shangwan Na meaningfully. For your grassland tribes, winter is the hardest to endure. How hard? So hard that every autumn you have to desperately raid south. Why do you raid? Isn't it to grab and stockpile enough grain, cloth, salt, everything needed to survive the winter before the deep cold arrives? Last autumn, the old prince, Xuaning himself, took command, ambitious, leading his army south for a good raid. And what happened? He shook his head, his tone tinged with pity and mockery. Not only did he fail to seize a single share of grain, but he also lost 10,000 elite Tanmachi troops. A loss on both fronts. Returning empty-handed, and his strength was sapped. This matter must have spread throughout the grassland. The autumn before last, Toto Walantu. Oh, your brother. Your brother that year led 100,000 soldiers and civilians south in a grand procession, thinking he would surely return fully laden. But how many made it back in the end? Less than half, right? 50,000. Or 40,000. The bones and wailing left along that road. Doesn't it still sting to think of it? As for the year before that, Pei Shao was even more ruthless, implementing a scorched earth policy in advance. He evacuated and hid all the border people grain and supplies. What he left you were empty villages and fields. Prince Xuaning went eagerly, only to find nothing again. All that effort for nothing, not a single grain. Wu Liang withdrew his hand, leaned back, and looked at Shangwan Na leisurely. 3 consecutive years of unsuccessful raids, losses of soldiers and generals, labor without achievement. Prince Xuaning's performance in the southern affairs. Tisk, I'm afraid it has greatly displeased the Genghis Khan and the great Yuan's golden tent, hasn't it? That's why there have been rumors that Genghis Khan intends to recall Prince Xuaning from Tieli City and appoint someone else to oversee the southern campaign. This news is probably not groundless, right? So, Princess, let's set aside all those empty calculations and talk about something practical. What do you think? if Prince Xuanning doesn't send troops this autumn and doesn't achieve some concrete results to take back? How long can he still stay in Tieli City? He deliberately paused then said slowly, I'm afraid. He might not even be able to spend this winter peacefully in Tieli City. When that time comes, will he be recalled to the royal court and put on the shelf? Or will he be directly punished for military failure? It's hard to say. His voice fell. In the private room, there was a deathly silence. Only the distant, indistinct sounds of the city drifted in from outside like background noise. Shangwan Na stood there, her shoulders trembling slightly. She was not angry. Rather, Wu Liang had struck a chord of anxiety in her heart. The actual situation was even more severe than Wu Liang had stated. Her father, in charge of the southern campaign, had made little progress in 5 years. Not only had he failed to open the path south, but even the autumn raids had repeatedly failed, wasting vast amounts of money and grain. This had long caused discontent among the princes in the royal court. If not for Taimu Abuj always speaking in her father's favor before the Khan, her father would have been recalled long ago. If her father were recalled, then everything he had painstakingly built in Tieli City over the years would go down the drain, benefiting others. This was something Shangwan Na absolutely could not accept. Shangwan Na remained silent. For over 10 seconds, she suppressed the anxiety within her, then forced a smile. Humph. She curled her lips, sneering. Who told you that the great Khan intends to recall my father? You take hearsay and unfounded rumors as truth. As the top secret agent of the Dragon Guard Manor, is this the extent of your skill? You can't even distinguish true from false. How laughable. Shangwan Na shook her head, repeatedly glancing at Wu Liang askance, then declared, Our great Yuan's territory is vast, stretching thousands of miles. Herds of cattle and sheep cover the fields too numerous to count. How could a mere winter cause us hardship? You underestimate our great Yuan far too much. If our great Yuan couldn't supply fodder for its own people, how could we have marched west for 10,000 miles, our iron hoofs sweeping through and annihilating over 20 nations? We would have starved on the road. These words were delivered with force and pride. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have been intimidated by such momentum, believing that the northern steppes had deep reserves and lacked not this amount of grain. But who is Wu Liang? He was a man who had lived 2 lives, his mind filled with historical knowledge from another world. He knew the strengths and weaknesses of a grassland empire all too well. After listening to Shangwan Na's impassioned speech, Wu Liang was not cowed. Instead, he let out a scornful snort. He looked at her with a mocking smile and teased, Your Highness, your words might fool others, but they don't work on me. I admit your great Yuan's combat prowess is unmatched. Your iron cavalry moves like the wind, strikes like lightning, charges into battle, and looks down upon the world. That's undeniable fact. Then he shifted his tone, but when it comes to grain supply, you're not really up to par. Or rather, it is your only weakness. The reason you could march west for 10,000 miles and vanquish over 20 nations, relying not only on your unparalleled cavalry mobility and combat strength, but also on one crucial strategy. He paused, then uttered 4 words. Sustaining war with war. In plain terms, Wu Liang spread his hands and chuckled. Most of what you eat, drink, wear, and use is plundered. After looting one place, you feast and replenish, then mount your horses and drag the spoils to the next target. You plunder and fight your way through, sustaining the army's operations and expansion through thievery. This is the essence of your grassland empire's war model, and also its limitation. For you lack a stable, large-scale agricultural foundation, unable to establish the vast and reliable logistics lines like the Central Plains dynasties. Thus, the success of your Western campaigns only proves your efficiency in living off the land and sustaining war with war, but conversely, it exposes the inherent fragility of your homeland's logistics, especially concerning reserves for harsh winters. Your Highness, let's be honest with each other. Drop the deceptive tricks and speak plainly. How much pressure is Prince Xuanning really under right now? How well stocked are the granaries of Iron Plow City? If this year's harvest fails again, what will his standing be in the Golden Horde's court this winter and next? Wu Liang stared into Shangwan Na's eyes and said slowly, You know best. He leaned back in his chair, his tone resolute. I'll put it plainly. If this year's plundering goes poorly and we can't produce substantial results and spoils, then Prince Xuanning will definitely have to leave Iron Plow City. The royal court's transfer order is probably already on its way, or perhaps just waiting for a suitable excuse and timing. Shangwan Na's face turned extremely grim. Her lips pressed tightly together, and the hand gripping her fan clenched until the knuckles turned white. Those beautiful wide eyes now blazed with furious anger. She glared at Wu Liang as if wishing to cut him into 1,000 pieces with her gaze. After a long moment, she finally squeezed out a stiff retort, Humph. Even if he leaves, so what? She lifted her chin, trying to appear indifferent. Back to the Golden Horde's court for horse racing and drinking, singing, and dancing. We'd live just as comfortably, 1,000 times more delightful than toiling away here in this war-torn Iron Plow City. Ha ha. Without any warning, Wu Liang suddenly burst into thunderous laughter so hard that he rocked back and forth, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. The laughter echoed through the quiet private room, piercing and harsh. Shangguan Na stood there, her beautiful wide eyes now round as saucers, staring intently at the still laughing Wu Liang, who was clutching his stomach with shoulders shaking. She demanded, "What are you laughing at?" Wu Liang stopped laughing, wiped the tears from his eyes, and looked up at her. I'm laughing at you, Your Highness." He shook his head and asked with a sly smile, "Your Highness, those words you just said about returning to the Golden Horde for horse racing, drinking, singing, dancing, and being 1,000 times more comfortable, do you actually believe them yourself?" Shangguan Na's lips moved as if to retort, but Wu Liang's next words cut her off. "Do you think your father, Prince Xuaning Hayden, will answer to a man who has dominated the world for decades, commanding heavy troops and controlling a vast region, whose single command can send 10,000 riders thundering across the plains, making the whole of southern Mongolia tremble?" Wu Liang paused, his voice deepening. Could he truly be content to return home as a powerless, soldierless rich man, spending his days merely riding horses and drinking, watching others' faces, and living at their mercy? Would he truly find such a life enjoyable? Shangguan Na's face paled, and she blurted out instinctively, "Why wouldn't he?" "Your Highness, we have an old saying, a true man cannot go a single day without power," Wu Liang said slowly, "especially for someone like your father. Power, military might, territory, conquest. These have been carved into his very bones, becoming part of his life, even his very existence." He looked at Shangguan Na seriously, his tone grave. "To make him lay down his sword, remove his armor, leave the iron plow city he has built for years, leave the thousands of iron cavalry that heed his command, return to the court, and watch others bask in glory, while he can only recall his past. That kind of fall, that frustration, that taste of a hero's end. He couldn't bear it. Absolutely unbearable. Your Highness, stop deceiving yourself. And don't try to fob me off with such talk that won't work." Wu Liang straightened up, looked at Shangguan Na, and said earnestly, "Let's speak plainly. As for your condition of 3 million stones of grain, that's not happening. Prince Qing won't give it, and he can't give that much. Ceding the 16 northern prefectures of Beiyang is even more impossible. That is Great Zhou's territory. How can it be lightly given to outsiders? As for the northern border defense deployment map," he spread his hands, "I don't have it either. That's the highest secret of Beiyang. How could an outsider like me get hold of it?" Then, looking at Shangguan Na's increasingly grim expression, Wu Liang said coolly, "So whether Prince Xuaning goes south or not, whether he raids for supplies or not, whether he ties down Pei Xiao." He paused, then uttered 4 words. "As you wish. Come or not, it's up to you." "You?" Shangguan Na was trembling with rage, pointing at Wu Liang, her finger shaking, unable to utter a second word for a long time. Furious. In her entire life, she had never been treated like this. Never been so directly and ruthlessly refuted to her face. But Wu Liang's words just now, from her royal father's psychology to the real difficulties to the shortcomings of their Mabe, almost all hit the mark. It left her with no words to argue, even unable to deny it. The pressure on her royal father, the predicament of Tieli City, the dissatisfaction of the Golden Horde. She was well aware of all of this. That was why she wanted to take advantage of the Great Zhou's internal turmoil to extort a heavy sum, both to alleviate the immediate crisis and to gain more capital and say for her royal father. But she had never imagined that Wu Liang's vision would be so sharp, his mind so meticulous, and his negotiations so tough. He was impervious to both soft and hard tactics, and could even turn the tables to seize your vital point, cornering you completely. Hard to deal with. Too hard to deal with. But Shangguan Na was no pushover either. After a brief outburst of fury and loss of composure, she quickly forced herself to calm down. Tough tactics won't work. Then change the approach, change the wording, and throw the pressure back. She took a deep breath, suppressed the surging anger, and put back on that cold and haughty expression. She glanced at Wu Liang. "Good, very good," she said coldly. "Since His Highness Prince Qing is so generous that he is unwilling to pay any price, then we won't insist." She paced back to the table, but did not sit down. Instead, she stood there looking down at Wu Liang. "Then we shall wait and see. Wait and see Pei Xiao raise his army and march south, fighting tooth and nail with the Great Zhou's local garrisons and feudal lords battling to the death. At that time, the central plains will be engulfed in flames of war, corpses strewn across the fields, and the people will suffer untold misery." By then, Pei Xiao's main force will be firmly stuck in the Central Plains battlefield, unable to advance or retreat, and unable to coordinate front and rear. How could he possibly attend to Northern Yong? A cold smile curled at the corner of her lips. "When both sides are exhausted and severely weakened, we will lead the great Yuan Iron Cavalry to sweep southward. It's called the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." She raised her chin, her tone arrogant. Then this time we will be that aureole. She grew more excited as she spoke, as if she had already seen that scene. Her voice suddenly rose, carrying a domineering aura of sweeping across the world. Once we seize the 16 prefectures of northern Yong, in one fell swoop establish a foothold and prove to the Great Khan that this route is feasible and profitable. The Great Khan will definitely see the immense strategic value, and will surely send heavy troops and increase investment. Her eyes blazed as if piercing through the walls to look further south. At that time our great Yuan iron cavalry, using this as a springboard, will roll southward. I ask the world, who can stop us? We will water our horses at the Luo River. The Luo River, the mother river that flows outside the great Zhou capital Luoan. Watering horses at the Luo River. The implication was crystal clear, not only the 16 prefectures of northern Yong, but also to breach the great Zhou capital and conquer it completely. These words were spoken with majestic momentum and imposing authority, full of the confidence and ambition of the grassland empire looking down upon the world. If an ordinary person had heard them, they would likely be awed by this momentum, feeling that Ma Bei was invincible and regretting not cooperating. After hearing this, Wu Liang did not show any fear or regret. On the contrary, he actually began to clap. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was crisp, especially jarring in the quiet private room. A smile of appreciation appeared on his face as he nodded. Brilliant. Your Highness's plan is far-sighted and magnificent. I admit that the situation you described is very likely to come true. Then his tone changed and his smile became somewhat subtle. But Princess, he said slowly, have you considered one question? When the time comes that you described with the central plains and chaos Pei Shao tied down, and you seize the opportunity to march south and capture the 16 prefectures of northern Yong in one fell swoop, achieving unparalleled merit. At that time the southern expedition commander who directs this aureole behind and earns illustrious military achievements. Will it still be your royal father King Xuanning Hayden Ulan too? He shook his head, his tone resolute. No, it won't. Because according to your previous plan of inaction, King Xuanning, having achieved no success in years of southern campaigns, would have already been recalled by the disappointed Golden Horde court to enjoy retirement in the court. By then the one stationed at Tieli City directing the army to pluck this fruit of victory would be another prince or general, either more trusted by your great Khan or more adept at seizing opportunities. He looked at Shangwan Na's instantly frozen face and smiled. And your royal father can only be in the distant Golden Horde court, while listening to victory reports from others, drinking alone in melancholy, recalling his own days in Tieli City. Oh, perhaps he won't even hear the victory reports that promptly. This achievement, this glory, this opportunity to regain the great Khan's favor, none of it has anything to do with him anymore. He remains the same King Xuanning who failed in the southern campaigns. Even worse, others' success only highlights his incompetence. These words were like a bucket of cold water dousing the hot blood and fantasies that Shangwan Na had just ignited about being the aureole behind. She opened her mouth to retort, wanting to say, no, father won't be transferred away. But the words stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Because what Wu Liang said was a cold reality that was very likely to happen. The Golden Horde court's patience was limited. Her royal father had not achieved any decent military results for several consecutive years. If he made no move this year, being transferred away before next spring was almost a certainty. When that time came, others would come to pick the peaches. Her royal father wouldn't even get a sip of the hot soup. Shangwan Na's expression completely darkened, gloomy enough to drip water. Wu Liang saw her expression and knew the timing was right. A gentle smile reappeared on his face, and his tone became calm. So princess, let's all be realistic. Please face the true cooperative relationship between us. This is not His Highness Prince Qing begging you to come south for freebies. On the contrary, it is precisely the impending upheaval from Prince Qing's side that has created a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you to make a difference, even to reverse King Xuanning's current predicament. We are mutually beneficial. You can gain the urgently needed military achievements and consolidate your position. Prince Qing can obtain stability in the domestic situation. The prerequisite is that you must seize this opportunity. Instead of sitting there waiting for a pie to fall from the sky or fantasizing about being the aureole behind. That pie and cicada might be snatched away by others first. As for this matter, I think we can leave it at that for now. Princess, you can take your time to consider, no rush. Having said that, Wu Liang changed the subject, patted the blue cloth needle pouch on the table and chuckled. So now, princess, would you still like to have acupuncture? Oomph. Shangwan Na let out an extremely discontented snort from her nose. She cast a cold, scrutinizing gaze at Wu Liang, her eyes as sharp as daggers, as if she wished to bore holes into his very flesh. Resentment. Such profound resentment. After negotiating for so long, her conditions were wholly refuted. She was seen through completely by the other party, and even lectured thoroughly. In the end, she had to rely on him for a cure. Frustrating. Infuriating. But what could she do? The illness needed treatment. The predicament of her father the king seemed to have a glimmer of resolution only by following the path Wu Liang had laid out. She ground her teeth in silent fury, cursing Wu Liang 800 times in her heart. Finally, she could only hurl one last fierce glare at him, and then took a deep breath. Her fingers somewhat stiffly reached once more for the exquisite embroidered sash at her waist. Wu Liang's smile remained unchanged, but inwardly he was jubilant. He leisurely pulled out his needle pouch, opened it, and pinched a silver needle between his fingers, chortling as he looked at the princess. "Your Highness, please." Disrobe. Shangguan Na's movement of untying her sash came to an abrupt halt. A blush instantly flooded her cheeks, a mixture of anger and shame. She shot Wu Liang another glare, then resolutely turned her back to him, her fingers moving faster now. The stifled rage within her chest nearly choked her. But circumstances were beyond her control. Endure. Treat the illness first. The rest could be dealt with later. This damn scoundrel. She would make him pay sooner or later. The private room was filled only with the faint rustle of fabric and the sound of someone's breath held tightly. A little over half an hour later, Wu Liang withdrew the needles, meticulously wiping each one clean before returning them to the pouch. Shangguan Na had already dressed again. Yet a trace of lingering blush remained on her bright, enchanting face. She sat on the edge of the soft couch, biting her silver teeth, her gaze as cold as a blade stabbing into Wu Liang with each look. "Don't look at me like that, Your Highness," Wu Liang said cheerfully while tying up his needle pouch. "I am a physician. Treating illness and saving people is a healer's duty. Looking at me like that, people might think I've done something to you." Shangguan Na's cheeks grew redder, her chest heaving with anger. "Get out." "As you wish." Wu Liang was not offended. He cupped his hands in a salute. "I will return tomorrow to administer acupuncture." Without finishing his sentence, he wisely took his leave. Leaving the tavern, the sky outside had already turned to mid-afternoon. The streets of Beiyang City were still bustling. The sounds of vendors hawking, the clatter of horse hooves, and the rumble of cart wheels on the bluestone slabs mingled, creating an air of prosperous peace. But Wu Liang knew well that beneath this peace, countless landmines were buried. Jiang Qingluan was trapped. That old fox Pei Xiao was at Yonghua Hall, discussing the southern expedition. Even that little vixen Shangguan Na was no easy pushover. Although Yan Hai had promised to prepare the medicinal herbs, the drunken clarity brew wasn't something that could be made overnight. The thought of it all gave Wu Liang a headache. "Ah, this is tough," he sighed deeply, then patted the empty medicine bottle in his bosom. The death-defying pills and 9-rotation rejuvenation pills he had refined earlier were mostly used up by that little girl, Jiang Qingluan. Those were life-saving medicines. At a critical moment, they could pull someone back from the very gates of death. With the situation so chaotic, having no life-saving pills on him made Wu Liang feel deeply uneasy. Better go buy some herbs and refine a few more batches. Having made up his mind, Wu Liang turned into a more prosperous street in the city. There were many pharmacies in Beiyang City, but for the most complete selection and adequately aged herbs, one had to go to the Jishir Hall. The Jishir Hall had a grand facade with a large black and gold sign hanging high and a constant stream of people entering and exiting. As Wu Liang reached the door, before he could step inside, he heard a commotion. "Get out, get out. No money, and you dare to cause trouble at our Jishir Hall. Do you think we're a charity house?" Immediately, a disheveled, raggedly dressed, shriveled old man was pushed out from inside by two pharmacy attendants. The old man was as light as a bundle of dry twigs. With the shove, he stumbled and fell onto the bluestone steps. A few passers-by were startled and quickly dodged, afraid of touching any bad luck. The old man lay on the ground, his hair a tangled mess, his clothes ragged beyond recognition, and a faint smell of blood and burnt fabric clung to him. He didn't look like a patient, but more like someone who had just crawled out of a mass grave. The two attendants stood at the door, their faces full of disdain. "Old thing, get lost. Don't block our business. And you say our master is a quack? Look at yourself in the mirror. Who could possibly save you in this state?" A crowd of onlookers was gathering. Some covered their noses, some pointed and whispered, and others laughed with schadenfreude. But the shriveled old man neither begged for mercy nor showed any embarrassment. He slowly propped himself up, leaning against the vermilion pillar by the door, and looked up at the Jishir Hall sign. Then he let out a cold laugh. "Jishir Hall. Aiding the world. Huh. A bunch of incompetents who just follow prescriptions, and they dare to claim they aid the world." His voice was a bit hoarse, unpleasant to the ear. A hall full of medicine cabinets, thousands of herbs, yet you can't even discern where an old man's injury lies. Short-sighted, nothing but quacks. As soon as he said this, the entrance fell silent for a moment. Then the laughter grew louder. A passerby laughed, slapping his thigh. "Old man, they just threw you out, and you're still acting tough. Yeah, if you have no money to see a doctor, just say so. Stop pretending to be some master. Look at him, probably starving mad." The attendants were also angered into laughter. "If you're so capable, why come to our Jishir Hall? If you're so good, why not just cure yourself?" The shriveled old man didn't even lift his eyelids. If this old man could still use even a fraction of his skill, you lot wouldn't even be worthy of kneeling before me. The arrogance was staggering. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then laughed even harder. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Kneel before you. Can you even stand up first? The shriveled old man leaned against the pillar, his expression cold. It was a strange posture. Utterly destitute, mocked, and jeered by a crowd of strangers, yet his face held no shame, no anger. Even his disdain was faint. Like a tiger fallen into a muddy pit being chittered at by a pack of field mice. He couldn't be bothered to bite. Too dirty. And beneath him, Wu Liang had only glanced over casually, but now his eyebrows twitched slightly. Interesting. This old codger sure knows how to put on an act. Just then a man in the crowd, eager for a spectacle, chimed in. Old man, you talk so big. So tell us who can save you. The shriveled old man slowly raised his head, his voice hoarse but calm. Whoever can cure this old man, I will grant them one wish. Boundless wealth. Divine weapons and secret manuals. Beautiful wives and concubines. Fame in the martial world. The annihilation of one's enemies. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. As long as he dares to name it, say for the emperor's throne, this old man can provide it all. For a moment the entrance was utterly silent, for 2 full breaths. Then the place erupted. Ha ha ha. Oh, I can't take it anymore. This old man has completely lost his mind. Beautiful wives and concubines. Wash yourself first. I want boundless wealth. Give it to me now. The shriveled old man lowered his eyelids, saying blandly, ants laughing at the sky, amusing indeed. Wu Liang's mouth twitched. That remark was truly asking for a beating. But it was also genuinely arrogant. However, he didn't have time to banter with this crazy old man today. Buying herbs was the real business. Wu Liang shook his head and stepped into the Jishir Hall. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Wu Liang walked out of the Jishir Hall, carrying several bundles of medicinal herbs. Red ginseng, dragon's blood, purple ganoderma, life-sustaining vine, ambergris, wood shavings, and a few warming and restorative auxiliary herbs. He had nearly everything he needed. The quality of the pharmacy assistants at Jishir Hall might be lacking, but the herbs themselves were indeed excellent. Unsurprising, given it was a shop run by the prince's personal physician. As he stepped outside, he heard the gaunt old man still cursing by the pillar. The northern Yong city, hailed as a great border stronghold, yet it cannot produce a single person who knows the pulse. Incompetence, Philistines, blind fools. Jishir Hall. Ha, even guarding my gate would be a waste of their short lives. Wu Liang paused mid-step. Those words were going too far. It was one thing to curse Jishir Hall, but to insult all physicians in northern Yong city. That meant he was insulting him too, didn't it? Wu Liang turned around and walked over with a smile. Old man, have you cursed enough? The gaunt old man lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. Are you a physician? What, I don't look like one. Wu Liang raised his chin. The gaunt old man scanned him from head to toe. Shifty eyes, light steps, the scent of herbs on you mixed with the powder of women. He sneered. You don't look like a physician. You look like a wandering charlatan who uses the guise of a doctor to swindle money and women. Wu Liang's smile froze for a moment. The surrounding passers-by burst into laughter again. Huh, this old man has a sharp tongue. And to be honest, this young doctor doesn't look like a proper fellow. Since when did such a handsome man become a doctor? He's more like a dandy from some rich family. I feel the same. I've never seen such a handsome doctor. Wu Liang cursed inwardly. Old bastard, your eyes are damn sharp. And these onlookers were blind too. What's wrong with a handsome man being a doctor? They were all just jealous of his peerless good looks. He squatted down with a forced smile. You look like a sage, all right. Sage enough to be thrown out by 2 pharmacy assistants and still squat here playing the immortal. Didn't you say that if I cured you, you could grant a wish? Then grant yourself a wish first. Pay up for your medicine. The gaunt old man said flatly, this old man may be a fallen tiger today, but that doesn't mean I was never a tiger. Wu Liang sneered, a tiger? You look like less than a sick cat to me. The gaunt old man ignored him, but his gaze suddenly fell on the medicine bundles in Wu Liang's hand. He gave a slight sniff. Red ginseng to sustain vitality, dragon's blood to invigorate circulation, purple ganoderma to nourish chi, life-sustaining vine to protect the heart, ambergris, wood shavings to stabilize the soul. Wu Liang's eyes flickered. The gaunt old man continued, with a few warming and stasis-resolving auxiliary herbs, one could refine a life-prolonging and vitality-restoring pill. He looked up at Wu Liang. So it seems you really are a physician. Wu Liang was genuinely surprised this time. The old man had guessed most of his purchase just by smelling it. Interesting. There was some skill there. Wu Liang narrowed his eyes. Your nose is sharp. But knowing the herbs doesn't mean you can afford the consultation fee. The gaunt old man said, this old man has no money now. Wu Liang laughed. Then why did you boast about having a fortune? The gaunt old man's tone was calm. No money now doesn't mean no money later. As long as this old man doesn't die, the debts owed to me in this world could bury you alive. The crowd jeered again. Here he goes again. This crazy old man never stops bragging. Wu Liang didn't join in the laughter. He looked at the old man's calm and composed demeanor, and his curiosity grew even stronger. Just then the gaunt old man's chest suddenly heaved violently. He turned his head and coughed. A mouthful of blood fell onto the bluestone slab. The blood was not bright red, it was black with streaks of gold. As soon as the droplets hit the ground, they hissed like sparks falling into cold water. Sizzle! A faint wisp of white smoke rose from the slab along with a scorched smell. The onlookers erupted in panic, scrambling backward. Monster! How can his blood smoke? It's a demonic disease. The two pharmacy assistants also turned pale and hurriedly waved people away. Stay back. All of you stay back. Don't court bad luck. But Wu Liang didn't retreat. He stared at the small pool of black gold blood on the ground, his eyes gradually brightening. Interesting. Truly interesting. This blood contained poison, fire, and an indescribable sharpness. An ordinary patient could never produce such blood. He crouched down again and extended his hand. Your hand. The gaunt old man looked at him. You want to take my pulse? Wu Liang replied, what else? Read your fortune by feeling your bones. The gaunt old man said coldly, are you worthy? Wu Liang stood up and turned to leave. Not worthy. Farewell. The gaunt old man was silent for a moment. Then slowly that withered hand like a bird's claw was extended. Look then. If you can't see clearly, get lost. Don't block this old man's son. Wu Liang sneered. Don't worry, if I can't diagnose it, I won't charge you. With that he placed 3 fingers on the old man's pulse. The next moment the smile on Wu Liang's face gradually faded. This pulse. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Inside the old man's body there was an extremely fine and sharp sword chi. That sword chi was not stagnant, it drifted and flickered, each movement lacerating the meridians. There was also a residual thunderfire force. The heart meridian, lungs, and dantian were all scorched black as if struck by heavenly lightning. Residual thunder force occasionally exploded, sending chi and blood into chaotic surges. The most bizarre was the third force, death chi. Cold, viscous like black water, it was slowly corroding the sinews and meridians. These 3 forces tangled together within the old man's body, clashing and tearing at each other. And deep in the old man's dantian there was a faint, almost extinguished black flame, barely keeping the last breath alive. Wu Liang's probing grew more alarming. He slowly withdrew his hand and stared at the gaunt old man for a long while. The old man glanced at him sideways. What, you can't figure it out? Wu Liang took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression, with such severe injuries you haven't died and still live to this day. Old man, you're truly fortunate to be alive. No, fortunate isn't enough. It's as if the king of hell found your mouth too foul and kicked you back. A flicker of surprise finally passed through the gaunt old man's eyes. He stared at Wu Liang, his murky yet deep eyes shifting. You understand? Wu Liang withdrew his hand, brushed his sleeve, and said casually, I understand a little. Just a little. The gaunt old man sneered, his tone full of disdain. Then it seems I still overestimated you. Wu Liang raised an eyebrow. This old man's mouth was truly insufferable. The gaunt old man continued, those useless fools inside couldn't see it, and you only see a little. The physicians of Northern Yong City are all the same. Wu Liang was instantly angered. Old man, are you provoking me? With your injuries not just in Northern Yong City, there are few in the entire world who could keep you alive. Don't you have any self-awareness? Sword chi severing meridians, thunderfire backlash, death, chi corroding bone, plus your own nearly extinguished vital energy. 4 forces churning into a mess. With your broken body, saying you were snatched back from the gates of hell is an understatement. I didn't treat you because the trouble is too great, not because I can't. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Liang regretted it. Damn, I spoke too fast. My tongue slipped. Sure enough, the moment Wu Liang finished speaking, a sharp glint flashed deep within the withered old man's eyes. Then it can be cured, he said immediately. Wu Liang fell silent, realizing he had been neatly trapped by the old man. A faint mocking smile tugged at the corner of the withered old man's mouth. Young man speaking too absolutely makes it hard to take back. Wu Liang forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Old man, with death hovering over you, you're still this sharp at catching loopholes. The withered old man said calmly. When a man nears his end, his ears tend to grow keener. Spare me that. Wu Liang snorted. When I say I can cure you, I mean I can attempt to cure. I'm not guaranteeing I'll have you leaping about with vigor. The withered old man's gaze turned cold and proud. What this old man wants is not an attempt. It is a complete cure. Wu Liang was exasperated into a laugh. You're in a position to be picky. You know your condition well enough, don't you? Half your body is already in the grave, and the other half is crawling toward the coffin. You should be burning incense in gratitude that someone is willing to try and save you. The withered old man looked at him, speaking each word distinctly. This old man has never burned incense. Gods and Buddhas are unworthy of it. Wu Liang was momentarily rendered speechless. Good heavens! This old coot's arrogance knew no bounds. The surrounding passers-by erupted in another bout of laughter upon hearing this. Listen to him. Gods and Buddhas are unworthy. This old madman really dares to say anything. I think this young master is just as insane wasting his breath on him. Wu Liang ignored the gossiping onlookers. He stared at the withered old man for a few moments, his mind racing with calculations. This old man's injuries were bizarre to an absurd degree. Sword Chi, Thunder Fire, Death Chi, and that black flame seed. Whatever his former identity, he was certainly not simple. An ordinary person would be thoroughly dead from just one of these afflictions. But this one, he had all four mixed together, and he could still prop himself against the pillar and hurl insults. If this were an ordinary madman, then there would be no sane people left in the world. However, today's daily good deed quest had already been claimed by Yen Hai. How about he just stabilize the old man's condition and prolong his life until tomorrow to see what happens? If a big quest triggered tomorrow. A flicker of eager anticipation stirred within Wu Liang. But eager or not, he wouldn't work for nothing. Wu Liang never did a losing deal. So he stood up, dusted off his hands, and made a move to leave. Fine, you're impressive. Since you're so capable, you can just cure yourself. The withered old man's voice came from behind him. Heal this old man, and I shall grant you any wish you desire. Wu Liang's footsteps halted. The withered old man leaning against the pillar spoke with a hoarse voice, yet his arrogance was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Boundless wealth, divine weapons, and secret manuals, beautiful concubines, and fame throughout the martial world. If you want someone dead, I'll make sure they don't live to see tomorrow. If you want someone to kneel, I'll have them crawling to your feet. If you want your name to shake the world, I'll make the martial world of Great Zhou remember your name overnight. Except for the Emperor's throne, anything you can name in this world this old man can provide. These words were too arrogant, so much so that even the onlookers were struck silent for a brief moment. Then someone jeered again. Keep bragging. Go on. First get yourself a pair of shoes. Beautiful concubines, you say? Whoever ends up with you is in for a world of misery. Wu Liang slowly turned around, looking at him with an ambiguous expression. Old man, before you start spinning tales, could you take a look at your current state? Right now you can't even afford a bowl of ginseng soup at the Jishir Hall. The withered old man said calmly, it's just that I can't afford it today. Not that I can't afford it for the rest of my life. The words were spoken naturally without a trace of bluster. As if boundless wealth, divine weapons, and martial fame were truly things he could bestow at will. Wu Liang narrowed his eyes. He was increasingly convinced that this old man's origins were far from ordinary. But he also knew that empty words were worthless. I don't believe you. Wu Liang shook his head. Who knows if you're just an old swindler? By the time I exhaust my energy to save your life, you'll just up and leave without a second thought. Where would I even find you then? The withered old man said coldly. This old man's promise is weightier than mountains. Mountains can't be eaten, though. Wu Liang said with a grin. How about this? Let's get something that can be delivered right now. The withered old man looked at him. What do you want? A written agreement. Wu Liang squatted back down, smiling brilliantly. If I cure you from this day forth, you will serve me as my household servant. If I say go east, you cannot go west. If I say chase the dogs, you cannot shoo the chickens. The air suddenly grew several degrees colder. The withered old man's murky eyes abruptly turned deep and profound. An indescribable pressure slowly seeped out from his decrepit, withered body. Even though he sat on the ground, his clothes in tatters, looking as pitiful as a stray dog, in that instant the surrounding crowd inexplicably fell silent. Make this old man your servant. The withered old man articulated each word, his voice cold as ice. Boy, you have quite the nerve. Wu Liang's heart also skipped a beat. This old coot's aura is genuinely somewhat terrifying. But on the surface he showed no fear. Instead, his smile grew even more infuriating. No money to pay the consultation fee, then you sell your body to settle the debt. It's only natural. The withered old man sneered. The one who can make this old man a servant hasn't been born yet. Wu Liang turned around directly. Then go wait for that person to be born. He left without another word. No hesitation. He walked away decisively, without even looking back. The onlookers found this even more amusing. Oh my, this handsome young master really is leaving. No kidding, why stay and listen to a madman's boasts? This old man's mouth is tough, but he's probably really about to die. The withered old man leaned against the pillar, his expression shifting unpredictably. He stared intently at Wu Liang's receding figure. He could sense that he didn't have much time left. Fleeing all the way from Yudu to Beiyong, he was already utterly spent. The sword Chi, Thunder Fire, and Death Chi within his body were tearing at his life every moment. Those quacks at the Jishir Hall couldn't see what was wrong. None of the medicine shops in the city likely could either. And this seemingly unserious young man was the first to accurately name the threefold fatal injuries within him. True, this young man was greedy, sharp-tongued, and had a frivolous look, a clear sign he wasn't much good. But he had indeed seen it. He couldn't let him leave. At least not now. Stop right there. The withered old man spoke hoarsely. A ghost of a smile tugged at Wu Liang's lips. But when he turned around, his face was full of impatience. What is it now? The withered old man stared at him, his voice lowered. This old man can serve you for 1 year. Wu Liang scoffed. 1 year? Old man, you're at death's door, and still this stingy. I'm saving your life, not treating your athlete's foot. At least 20 years. The withered old man said coldly, 20 years you could not bear the weight of it. Wu Liang spread his hands, so can you afford to die? 2 years. 18 years. 2 years. 15 years. 2 years. 10 years, not a single year less. 2 years. Wu Liang's face darkened. Old thing, are you bargaining or chanting sutras? The withered old man closed his eyes, uttering only 2 words. 2 years. Wu Liang turned and walked away. The withered old man's eyelids twitched violently. 3 years. Wu Liang halted his steps. The withered old man opened his eyes, his voice cold, as if squeezed from between his teeth. At most 3 years. Say one more word, and this old man would rather die. Wu Liang was overjoyed inside, but his face still showed an expression of having suffered a great loss, letting out a long sigh. 3 years it is then. It's because I'm just too kind-hearted. The withered old man sneered. You have no connection whatsoever to the words kind-hearted. Wu Liang said with a smile, enough chit-chat, write the agreement. The withered old man frowned. This old man's promise is weightier than mountains. Wu Liang shook his head. I don't trust mountains. I trust words written in black and white. With that he turned and called out to the medicine boy at the entrance of the Jishir Hall. Hey there, lend me a brush and some paper. The medicine boy rolled his eyes. Why should I lend them to you? Wu Liang fished out a few copper coins and tossed them over. The boy immediately went to fetch the items. Soon the paper and brush were brought over. Wu Liang spread the paper in front of the withered old man and pressed the brush into his hand. Write it. Don't try any tricks. The withered old man gripped the brush, his hand nothing but skin and bone, yet his strokes were extraordinarily steady. His calligraphy was vigorous and bold, sharp as a blade. Soon the agreement was written. Its meaning was simple. If Wu Liang could cure him, he would serve him for 3 years. At the end, he signed with only 2 characters, Heijio. Wu Liang picked up the agreement, blew on the ink to dry it, and examined it carefully. Heijio. He raised an eyebrow. The name doesn't sound like someone respectable. The withered old man looked up. And you do? Wu Liang thumped his chest. My name is Wu Liang. The withered old man sneered. Wu Liang. No conscience. Ha ha ha. It's the Wu from mouth, and heaven, and the Liang from kindness. The name doesn't fit the reality. Wu Liang was left speechless. This old coot really didn't know how to have a conversation. He carefully folded the agreement and tucked it into his bosom. His mood considerably improved. All right then, follow me. As he said this, he gave Heijio a once-over. Can you still walk? Need me to rustle up a cart for you? With sword chi lacerating his meridians, thunder fire scorching his flesh, and death, chi corroding his bones, every movement should have felt like a knife scraping across his very marrow. But he just gripped the pillar and straightened his body. His face remained pale, his lips still black. However, his gaze was indifferent, and his spine did not bend, as if the torturous wounds that would have killed most men were nothing more than a trifling matter. Wu Liang was secretly astounded. Damn it all. This old coot is truly formidable. Injured like this, no screaming, no writhing on the ground, and he can still stand up and walk with such unruffled calm. Anyone else would have been on the ground clinging to someone's leg and begging for help by now. Heijio glanced at him. Let's go. Wu Liang blinked. Are you sure you can walk? Heijio said calmly. As long as this old man is not dead, he can walk. Wu Liang grinned. Fine, you've got guts. I hope you're this tough when it comes to the treatment later. Heijio said coldly, boy, you'd better have real skill. Otherwise, before this old man dies, I'll take you with me. Wu Liang wasn't afraid in the slightest. Instead, he patted the agreement in his bosom. You're my servant for 3 years now. Threatening your master means docked wages. Heijio noisy. Wu Liang chuckled. You're really getting into character. The two of them left the entrance of the Jishir Hall one behind the other. The crowd behind them was still discussing the scene. Some laughed at Wu Liang for being tricked by a mad old man. Some said the old man likely wouldn't survive the night. Others, feeling it was bad luck, dispersed quickly. Wu Liang didn't look back. He walked ahead carrying a bundle of medicine, his excitement growing with each step. This old man is definitely no ordinary person. The injuries, the bravado, the ability to endure such pain. Had he found a treasure? No. Or perhaps he had found a massive, unwelcome burden. But regardless, he'd take him back and see. What if it really turned out to be a good deal? Along the way, Heijio walked very slowly. Not the slow, unsteady gait of an elderly person, but each step as if treading on a bed of knives and a sea of fire, staggering and unsteady. Wu Liang walked ahead carrying a medicine bundle, occasionally glancing back at him. The old man's face was deathly pale, his lips black, and faint veins pulsed on his temples, yet not a trace of pain showed on his face. He didn't cry out, didn't pant, didn't groan. He didn't even furrow his brows. Wu Liang felt a chill in his heart. Is this really a tough guy? Sword chi severing his meridians, lightning and fire backlash, and that eerie, deathly aura gnawing at his sinews and bones. If it were him, Wu Liang, he'd probably have collapsed on the ground clutching someone's leg and calling for mercy. This old fellow on the contrary walked as if strolling through a market, just a bit slowly. Old hey, Wu Liang couldn't help but speak. If you're in pain, just say so. I'm very considerate, I can find you a carriage. Heijio lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. This old man is not called Old Hei. Then what are you called? Heijio. Oh, Old Heijio. Heijio. He couldn't be bothered to deal with this kid. Wu Liang chuckled, no longer provoking him, and led the man through a few streets. Soon they arrived at the side gate of the Beiyang prince's mansion. The mansion was enormous. The front was the main gate, imposing and stern. Ordinary people, let alone entering, would be interrogated about their family history for generations just by approaching. Wu Liang's residence was a secluded courtyard on the outskirts of the mansion, and he usually used the side gate. Although this place was not as strict as the inner mansion, it was still the Beiyang prince's mansion, and not just any stray cat or dog could be brought in. Sure enough, as soon as they reached the side gate, 2 guards blocked their way. Divine Physician Wu, one of them cupped his hands, then his eyes fell on Heijio, frowning. And this is A. Heijio's appearance really didn't look like that of a respectable person. With disheveled hair, ragged clothes, a face as pale as a corpse, and a smell of blood and burnt matter mixed together, one could believe he was a corpse picked up from the roadside. Wu Liang immediately put on a compassionate expression and sighed softly. Alas, the sigh was perfectly timed. Both guards were stunned. Wu Liang pointed at Heijio and said in a sorrowful tone, "This man is a patient I encountered at the entrance of Jishir Hall. He suffers from a terminal illness, clinging to life by a thread, yet was thrown out of the pharmacy because he had no money for medicine." At this, Wu Liang shook his head again. "You know, Wu Liang cannot bear to see such things. A physician's heart is like a parent's. I saw that he was alone, helpless, and gravely ill. If I didn't help, he might not survive the night. Truly unable to bear it, I thought to bring him back and try to save him." Heijio stood behind, his eyelid twitching violently. Unable to bear it. A physician's heart like a parent's. Who is it that just forced this old man to sign a 3-year servant contract? This boy is truly shameless. The 2 guards, however, were clearly impressed by Wu Liang's words. Their gazes toward Wu Liang immediately gained a hint of respect. But respect aside, rules were rules. One of them showed a troubled expression. "Divine Physician Wu, we naturally admire your benevolence and skill. However, the mansion is not an outside pharmacy. This man's background is unknown. If we rashly bring him in, should anything go wrong." Understand. Wu Liang nodded repeatedly, looking very agreeable. "How about this, you go and ask Steward Yin to come. I should also inform him." The guards heard this and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Then please wait a moment, Divine Physician Wu." Shortly after, hurried footsteps came from inside. The old man's face was flushed with excitement, his beard trembling. "The herbs and processing tools you requested this morning, I have ordered them all sent to your courtyard. Alchemy furnace, medicine mortar, charcoal, porcelain bottles, copper pot, medicine sieve. Everything I could think of I have prepared for you. Please go and see, are you satisfied? If anything is missing, I will replenish it immediately." Wu Liang's eyes lit up. Good heavens. Truly worthy of the mansion's chief steward. This efficiency was damn reliable. Yet his face still wore that indifferent expression, nodding slightly. "Steward Yin, you have troubled yourself." "Not at all. It is only right." Yin Hai waved his hand, then noticed Heijio beside him. "Ah, and this is A." Wu Liang sighed again. Hearing this sigh, Heijio's eyelid twitched again. "Here it comes again." Sure enough, Wu Liang immediately put on a compassionate face. "Steward Yin, this man is a patient I encountered at the entrance of Jishir Hall. He suffers from a serious illness, not long to live, yet has no money for treatment, and was thrown out of the pharmacy. I saw his pitiable state, truly could not bear to watch him die, so I wished to bring him back and try to save him. However, I was not sure of the mansion's rules, so I troubled you to come." Yin Hai heard this and immediately became filled with respect. He looked at Wu Liang as if he were a radiant bodhisattva. "Divine Physician Wu. Divine Physician Wu." Yin Hai's voice grew excited. "This old man truly understands today why the people call you the saintly hand, merciful little lord. Such a patient ordinary people would avoid at all costs. Yet you are willing to bring him back personally to treat. This benevolence, this magnanimity. This old man admires you, truly admires you." Wu Liang modestly waved his hand. "Steward Yin, you flatter me. It is merely fulfilling my duty as a physician." Heijio listened at the side, his face expressionless. But inwardly he sneered repeatedly. Fulfilling his duty as a physician indeed. If this kid entered the nether capital with just this tongue, he could probably con all the spies of the Wangshuan Hall into cripples. Yin Hai turned to the guards and said, "Since this is a patient brought by Divine Physician Wu for treatment, let him pass. This man will temporarily stay in the outer courtyard, not entering the inner mansion, so it's fine." The guards immediately answered yes. Wu Liang smiled and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Steward Yin." Divine Physician Wu say no such thing. Yin Hai quickly stepped aside. Quick please. This old man will just take you to see the herbs and tools. Wu Liang nodded, then glanced back at Heijio. Let's go, old He. Heijio said coldly. Heijio. Got it, old He. Heijio took a deep breath. Forget it. He shouldn't get angry now. Someday he would make this kid know what it means that trouble comes from the mouth. The group entered the outer grounds of the mansion. After passing several corridors and courtyards, they finally returned to Wu Liang's secluded courtyard. The courtyard was very quiet. One of the originally empty side rooms had been vacated for them. The door was wide open. As soon as he entered, Wu Liang's eyes lit up. Good heavens. An alchemy furnace stood against the wall with a small pile of fine silver thread charcoal beside it. Medicine mortar, pestle, copper pot, porcelain bottles, fine sieve, medicine knife, wooden rack, gauze, everything was complete. Several large chests were neatly arranged against the wall, filled with herbs. This was no temporary preparation, it was practically a small alchemy workshop built for him. Yin Hai stood beside him, his face full of anticipation. Yin Hai immediately beamed. That's good, that's good. Heijio stood at the door, swept his eyes over the tools in the room, then looked at Wu Liang. This kid said he was saving people. But the things in this room, no matter how you looked at it, didn't seem to be prepared just to save a dying old man. Interesting. This so-called saintly hand, merciful little lord, probably had many secrets of his own. Wu Liang walked to the medicine chest and began examining the herbs one by one. Yin Hai stood beside him, even more nervous than if he himself were being treated. Divine Physician Wu, these are all prepared according to the list you gave this morning. I even had someone go to the prince's pharmacy and search through everything they could find. He pointed to a few small boxes, smiling somewhat apologetically. For some of the herbs you originally specified 30-year and 20-year grades. But as luck would have it, the pharmacy had better ones, so I took the liberty of fetching those with higher years. Would you please check if they are suitable? Wu Liang opened a box. A rich, concentrated aroma of medicinal herbs immediately assailed his senses. His eyelids twitched slightly. Excellent stuff. These herbs had even stronger medicinal properties than he had anticipated. The higher the year, the deeper the potency. Drunken Breeze was already colorless and odorless, the most difficult to guard against. If he refined it using these higher year herbs, the potency would only become stronger, more lingering, and more insidious. By then, even a first-rank grandmaster might not be able to withstand it if caught off guard. Of course, Wu Liang could not say this out loud. He merely nodded, gently, a smile on his face. Steward, Yin, you have been very thoughtful. These herbs are exactly what I need. Yin Hai, upon hearing this, was immediately relieved. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Then, as if remembering something, he turned and called out, You two come in. Soon 2 young lads of about 15 or 16 entered with lowered heads, both looking quite clever. Yin Hai smiled. Divine Physician Wu, I specially selected these two. They are nimble with their hands and know a little about handling herbs. When you process the herbs, decoct medicines, or refine pills, they can assist you and save you some effort. Alarm bells immediately rang in Wu Liang's mind. Assist me? That won't do. Was he making pills for Yin Hai's headwind? No. It was Drunken Breeze. If anyone saw him processing the wrong herbs or smelled something suspicious, that would be disastrous. Yet Wu Liang's expression remained unchanged, and he even showed a hint of gratitude. Steward, Yin, you are very considerate. However, there is no need for assistance. Yin Hai was startled. Why, oi? Wu Liang walked to the medicine shelf, casually picked up a herb, and spoke seriously. Steward, Yin, in herb processing, a slight difference can lead to a vast divergence in medicinal properties. Especially your headwind. It is a chronic ailment of many years compounded by stagnant qi and blood in your meridians. It is no ordinary minor illness. Since I have taken on your case, I must personally handle everything from start to finish. How to cut the herbs, how to roast them, the exact degree of heat, when to put them in the furnace, when to seal them. These seemingly trivial matters all affect the efficacy of the medicine. Wu Liang sighed. If I entrusted this to others and something went wrong, even the slightest mistake, it would affect your recovery, Steward Yin. Yin Hai listened with profound respect. Look at that. This is a true physician. His eyes even grew a little moist with emotion. Divine Physician Wu. You are too kind. Wu Liang waved his hand. It's only right. Then he pointed to Heijio beside him. Besides, isn't he here? Heijio frowned. Wu Liang said with unabashed reason. I brought him back to treat his injuries. He can't just freeload and eat for free, can he? Lighting fires, passing herbs, doing some rough work. He can manage at least that. Heijio cast him a cold glance. This man truly had the principle of making the best use of everything etched into his bones. Yin Hai found this reasonable. Since that's the case, I'll follow Divine Physician Wu's advice. He waved his hand, dismissing the two lads. Wu Liang then inspected the tools and herbs again, confirming there were no deficiencies. He felt extremely pleased. The ingredients for Drunken Breeze were complete, and he could also use Yin Hai to get more herbs for Heijio. Today was a lucky day. Steward Yin. Wu Liang suddenly put down the herbs and turned around. Since you're here, let me take your pulse again. Let's see how your qi and blood have changed since this morning's acupuncture. Yan Hai naturally welcomed this and quickly sat down. I am in your debt, divine physician Wu. Wu Liang placed 3 fingers on the pulse point, closed his eyes, and fell into contemplation. Yan Hai watched him nervously. Heiju leaned against the wall, observing coldly. After a moment, Wu Liang asked Yan Hai to open his mouth, examined his tongue coating, and then lifted his eyelids to check the whites. After the examination, he did not speak immediately. Instead, he frowned and sank into deep thought. Yan Hai's heart skipped a beat. Divine physician Wu. Wu Liang remained silent. Yan Hai grew even more panicked. Could it be that my head wind has relapsed? Wu Liang slowly shook his head. The head wind has not relapsed. Yan Hai had just breathed a half sigh of relief. But Wu Liang sighed again. This sigh nearly scared Yan Hai out of his wits. However what? Yan Hai's voice tightened. Wu Liang said pensively, when I took your pulse just now, I discovered that you have another hidden ailment. Hidden ailment? Yan Hai's face instantly changed. Wu Liang nodded, his expression grave. In cold lurks in the kidney region and damp toxin lies hidden in the sinews and bones. Yan Hai listened completely bewildered. Though he did not understand, it sounded serious. Wu Liang continued, this disease usually does not show itself. Only occasional soreness in the lower back and knees, restless sleep at night, heavy limbs upon waking, and occasional chills along the back. Yan Hai's eyes widened. Hit. All of them hit. He had indeed experienced these minor ailments over the years, but had never taken them seriously. Wu Liang laughed inwardly at the sight. Old people. Who doesn't have a bit of backache, weak legs, or trouble sleeping? It was easy to hit the mark. The key was to make it sound terrifying. So he deepened his tone. If it were just these minor symptoms, it would be tolerable. But if you let it drag on for 3 to 5 years, the cold damp will ascend and intertwine with the head wind. When the head wind strikes again, it will be far worse than now. At worst, you will suffer from sleepless nights and bone-deep pain. At worst, qi and blood will reverse, half your body will go numb and even. Sigh. He did not finish. But Yan Hai was already pale with fear. Divine physician Wu, then. Can it still be cured? Wu Liang looked at him. Yes. Yan Hai instantly revived. Good. Good. He quickly patted his chest. Divine physician Wu, what herbs do you need? Write them down. If the prince's pharmacy has them, I will fetch them immediately. Wu Liang was waiting for these words. He nodded calmly on the surface. Then I'll write another prescription. He picked up the brush and paper and began writing swiftly. This prescription, of course, was not for treating Yan Hai's cold or damp toxin. Rather, it was for sustaining Heijio's life, protecting his heart, and warming his meridians. But Wu Liang wrote it cleverly. Herbs for warming yang, dispelling dampness, unblocking collaterals, tonifying kidneys, and protecting the heart were all mixed together. Even if an imperial physician examined it, they would find no major fault. A moment later, he blew on the ink and handed the prescription to Yan Hai. These herbs, the sooner the better. Yan Hai took it with both hands, as if receiving a treasure. Rest assured, divine physician Wu, I'll go right away. Without delay, he hurried off with the prescription. Heijio stood by, watching Yan Hai's departing back, then turned to look at Wu Liang. After a long silence, he let out a cold laugh. What a saintly healer with a merciful heart. Wu Liang put away his brush, his face unblushing and his heart steady. You flatter me. After Yan Hai departed, the room fell silent. A breeze swept through the courtyard, rustling the leaves. Wu Liang closed the door, then turned to crack the window open for ventilation. Heijio leaned against the wall, hands tucked into his tattered sleeves, his deep gaze fixed on Wu Liang. Who are you really? Wu Liang turned to look at him. Me, Heijio's voice was hoarse. An ordinary physician living in the northern young prince's manor, and having the chief steward obey your every word. Wu Liang chuckled. Didn't I already tell you? An ordinary physician, skilled in medicine, kind-hearted, and known for my warm-hearted nature. He patted his chest, speaking with mock seriousness. The common folk are kind enough to call me the compassionate little healer. Heijio let out a scoff. The laugh was soft, dripping with contempt. Kind-hearted? By forcing someone into servitude. Wu Liang glanced at him unhurriedly, pulling a written agreement from his robe. Did I force you, eh? He unfolded the document and held it out to Heijio. If you're unwilling, take this and leave. I won't stop you. Heijio stared at the paper, but made no move to take it. Wu Liang sat down on a chair, crossed his legs, and smiled cheerfully. Speak up. Did I force you, eh? Heijio was silent for a long moment. Of course, he wanted to tear the paper to shreds and crush the smug young man with a single palm strike. But wishes were just wishes. In his current state, crushing anyone was out of the question. Whether he could even survive the night depended entirely on whether this young man would save him. And this young man was indeed the only one who had identified the injuries within his body. After a long pause, Heijio said coldly, I am willing. Ha 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 ha. Wu Liang burst into laughter. That's more like it. He refolded the document and carefully tucked it back into his robe. I'll remember those 4 words. I am willing. Don't try to deny it later. Joe snorted coldly. Wu Liang didn't press him further, patting the chair beside him. Sit down. Stretch out your hand. Let me take a closer look. Joe walked over and sat down. This time Wu Liang examined him more thoroughly, feeling his pulse, observing his complexion, pressing several meridian points, and asking Joe to circulate a hint of his qi. The moment Joe tried to move his qi, his face turned pale. A dark golden-black blood aura surged faintly at his chest. Wu Liang quickly raised a hand to press down on his shoulder. Stop, stop, stop. If you keep going, you'll be dead. Joe closed his eyes, took a few breaths, and finally suppressed the chaotic forces within his body. Wu Liang frowned and asked, "How did you get these injuries?" Joe said flatly, "A fight with someone. I was ambushed." "Nonsense." Wu Liang rolled his eyes. "Of course I know you were beaten. Did you think you tripped and fell?" Joe ignored his sarcasm. Wu Liang tried a different approach. "Who left that sword qi in you?" Joe was silent for a moment. "A swordsman. Wu Liang. He seriously wanted to stab this old man with a needle. Of course I know it was a swordsman. Was it supposed to be a baker?" Joe didn't even lift his eyelids. "He was strong." Wu Liang nodded. "I can see that. The sword qi has been inside you for so long, still cutting through your meridians. The one who struck is no ordinary master." He asked again, "And that thunderfire?" Joe's voice turned colder. "A Taoist. A Taoist." Wu Liang raised an eyebrow. "No wonder. Yang blazing fierce and carrying thunder force. That Taoist must be formidable." Joe sneered. "Just a beast in human skin." Wu Liang's heart stirred. "There's a grudge here." He didn't press further. "And that eerie, deathly aura. It's been corroding your meridians all along. That's the most troublesome." Joe slowly opened his eyes. "Annihilation Death Qi." Wu Liang repeated, "Annihilation Death Qi." The name is quite ominous. Who left it? A flicker of coldness passed through Joe's eyes. "A traitor." "Oh." Wu Liang nodded. "A swordsman, a Taoist, and a traitor. Quite the lively gathering." He gestured toward Joe's dantian. "What about that nearly extinguished aura inside you? What is it?" Joe glanced at him. "That's my own inner strength foundation. Can't let it go out. If it goes out, I'll truly die." Wu Liang nodded, now having a good idea. The sword qi couldn't be pulled out by force. The thunderfire couldn't be touched recklessly. That aura was the old man's very lifeline, and it couldn't be tampered with. The most troublesome and urgent matter was the annihilation death qi, which was gnawing away at his meridians. It wasn't like the sword qi or thunderfire, which flared up in bursts. It was constantly consuming, like a starving ghost clinging to the meridians, taking bite after bite. Wu Liang pondered for a moment before saying, "I'll first seal a few major acupoints to temporarily isolate the various forces within you so they stop fighting each other. Then I'll use medicine to protect your heart and dantian. As for the sword qi and thunderfire, I won't touch them for now. First we'll dissolve the annihilation death qi." Joe frowned. "Target the annihilation death qi first. What is that a problem?" Joe said coldly, "Annihilation death qi is extremely difficult to dissolve. If you force it, the backlash will invade the healer's body through their inner strength. At best it damages the meridians, at worst it drains the blood and qi." Wu Liang looked at him. "Then you dissolve it yourself." Joe was silent. Wu Liang spread his hands. "See, you can't do it yourself. So shut up and listen to the doctor." Joe stared at him coldly. Wu Liang was undaunted. "Since I brought you back, I have some confidence. Besides, if you die, my 3-year servant contract goes down the drain. In my business, I hate losing money." Joe suddenly smiled. It was a low, hoarse laugh, but it carried more genuine emotion than before. "Very well. Heal me. If you succeed, it means my fate is not sealed. If I die, it means my fate is sealed. I won't blame you." Wu Liang smiled too. "You're quite open-minded." Joe said flatly, "A man who has died once tends to be more open-minded." Wu Liang's movements paused slightly. That sounded as if he had truly died. But he didn't ask. "All right." Wu Liang stood up, taking silver needles from his pouch. "Take off your shirt and sit cross-legged." Joe looked at him. Wu Liang coughed. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not interested in old men. It's just easier for the acupuncture." Joe snorted coldly and slowly removed his tattered shirt. As the cloth fell away, Wu Liang's pupils constricted. There was hardly a patch of unblemished skin on the old man's body. Sword scars, burn marks, palm prints, and poison patterns crisscrossed his flesh. A thin, long sword scar on his chest, though seemingly shallow, seemed to hold a lingering, intangible sharpness beneath the skin. Several blackened burn marks on his back looked as if they had been struck by thunderfire. And below his heart a web of gray-black lines spread like a spider's web, cold and dead. This body was like a leaky wall in a ruined temple, cracked on one side, collapsing on the other. It was a miracle he had lasted this long. Wu Liang took a deep breath, picked up a silver needle. "Don't move. If I stick it in the wrong place, don't blame me." Joe closed his eyes. "Do it." Wu Liang didn't waste another word. The first needle went in. The second needle. The third. The silver needles pierced into several major acupoints on Joe's body. At first Heijio showed no reaction. But as Wu Liang used his inner strength to drive the needles, sealing the junctions of several meridians, the chaotic forces clashing within Heijio's body were actually temporarily isolated. Heijio's eyelids twitched slightly. This young man. His acupuncture technique was indeed remarkable. No, it was very remarkable. Even more precise than many so-called divine physicians he had encountered. Wu Liang's forehead soon beaded with sweat. Heijio's body was too fragile, though any excessive force could kill him. But if he was too gentle, he couldn't suppress those chaotic forces. It was 10 times more troublesome than treating Jiangqing Wan or Shangwan Na. After inserting the last needle, Wu Liang let out a long breath. That's it for now. Once the medicine arrives, I'll use it to protect the heart and meridians. As he finished speaking, footsteps sounded from outside. Divine Physician Wu, I'm back. Yin Hai returned, followed by 2 servants carrying medicine chests. Yin Hai delivered the medicinal herbs faster than Wu Liang had anticipated. The old man was truly earnest about his own illness. Upon entering, he had his servant set down the medicine chest, then looked at Wu Liang with eager anticipation. Divine Physician Wu, take a look. Is this enough? Wu Liang opened the medicine chest and inspected it. Good. Very good. Several herbs needed to protect Heijio's heart and sustain his life were all present. Among them, the warm sun fungus was actually 20 years older than what he had specified. Wu Liang silently marveled again. Steward Yin, you are truly a great benefactor. If not for you, where would I find such precious herbs? And for free. Yet his face remained composed, merely nodding in acknowledgement. That's enough. Steward Yin, your handling of affairs is naturally reassuring. Yin Hai beamed with joy. Then I shall not disturb Divine Physician Wu in preparing the medicine. He glanced at Heijio, seeing the old man's upper body covered with silver needles, his face ashen like a ghost, and felt a surge of emotion. Divine Physician Wu is indeed a man of compassion and warm-heartedness. His own illness was not yet fully cured, yet he was willing to expend his energy to save a terminal patient with no family ties. Such a breadth of spirit is truly beyond ordinary people. Divine Physician Wu, if you need anything, just say the word. With that, Yin Hai tactfully took his leave. Wu Liang saw him to the door, waited until he was far away, then turned and closed the door. Duwan, he called out. Soon the young maid Duwan trotted in. Master, what is it? As soon as she entered the room, she saw Heijio sitting cross-legged on the floor, and her face turned pale with fright. And master, this old gentleman, how did he? She wanted to say, looked like he just crawled out of a grave, but swallowed the words mid-sentence. Wu Liang handed her several herbs. Go decoct this medicine. Use a low flame, reduce 3 bowls of water to 1. Don't be negligent, and don't let anyone else touch it. Duwan nodded hurriedly. Oh, all right. She couldn't help sneaking another glance at Heijio before running off with the herbs. Heijio said coldly, timid as a mouse. Wu Liang replied while preparing the herbs. Nonsense, who wouldn't be scared seeing you in this ghastly state? It's a mercy she didn't try to exorcise you on the spot. Heijio. Wu Liang sorted the herbs, then took out a few more and ground them into fine powder. Then he walked back behind Heijio. Next, I will try to dissolve the annihilation death chi within you using my inner energy. Heijio's eyes narrowed. Are you sure? Stop wasting words. Wu Liang sat down cross-legged, placing both palms against Heijio's back. You're the patient now? Do as I say. Heijio said no more. He also wanted to see just how capable this young man really was. Wu Liang took a deep breath and began circulating the longevity art. From his dantian, a warm, gentle, and enduring stream of longevity inner energy slowly arose, flowing along his arms and gradually entering Heijio's body. The moment it entered, Wu Liang's expression changed. That annihilation death chi, like a malevolent ghost catching the scent of living vitality, instantly pounced. Icy cold, sticky, carrying a corrosive sensation that sent chills down one's spine. Wu Liang felt a numbness in his palms as the death chi counterattacked along his inner energy. Damn, he couldn't help cursing under his breath. Heijio closed his eyes, his voice low. I told you the annihilation death chi will backlash. Wu Liang gritted his teeth. Shut up. He didn't clash head-on immediately. The longevity art's inner energy was not of the domineering, violent type. It was enduring, gentle, and endlessly regenerative. Wu Liang forced his mind to calm, not letting his inner energy collide directly with the annihilation death chi, but like a fine spring rain, he gradually seeped into the edges of that death chi. At first there was almost no effect. The death chi remained icy and fierce. But slowly Heijio's withered body trembled slightly. Because he felt it. That annihilation death chi, which had plagued him for so long, which even he himself could not suppress or dissolve, was actually under the gentle wash of Wu Liang's inner energy, fading ever so slightly. Just a mere trace. If Heijio hadn't been extremely familiar with his own body, he might not have even noticed. But it was indeed fainter. That sensation was like a frozen layer of ice that had lain for years in winter, finally cracked by a wisp of the faintest spring breeze, a crack too fine to be seen. For the first time, Heijio's heart was truly shaken. This young man's inner energy. Something was off. It was not masculine, not feminine, nor was it the ordinary warm nourishing chi of a medical practitioner. There was a life force within it, dense and almost unbelievable, like a withered tree meeting spring, like dying embers reigniting. It was exactly what could counter the annihilation death chi. Sweat beaded on Wu Liang's forehead more and more. Dissolving the annihilation death chi was far harder than he had imagined. This stuff was too insidious. Every bit he dissolved felt like scraping away plaster from a wall with his finger. Exhausting. Too exhausting. But he could sense that his method was correct. Slow but effective. As long as it worked, it was worth it. Time passed little by little. The room grew so quiet that only the sound of their breathing remained. After an unknown length of time, Wu Liang finally withdrew his palms, leaning back and nearly collapsing onto the floor. Damn it. He panted, his face somewhat pale. This damn thing inside you is really stubborn. Heijio slowly opened his eyes. He didn't speak immediately. Instead, he quietly sensed the changes within his body. The annihilation death chi was still there. The sword chi was still there. The thunder fire was also still there. His injuries were far from healed. But that one meridian where Wu Liang's inner energy had swept through was indeed a bit more relaxed. A lightness he hadn't felt in a long time. Heijio was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "What is this inner art of yours called?" Wu Liang looked at him. "It's a family inheritance." Heijio sneered. "Your ancestors' graves must have emitted green smoke to pass down such an inner art." Wu Liang rolled his eyes. "My ancestors' graves not only emit green smoke, but also seven-colored radiant light." Heijio asked no further. Just then Duwan ran in with a bowl of medicine. "Master, the medicine is ready." Wu Liang took the bowl, blew on it, and handed it to Heijio. "Drink it." Heijio glanced at the black murky decoction. "Is it bitter?" Wu Liang was taken aback, then chuckled. "Not bad, old Hei, at your age still afraid of bitterness." Heijio said coldly, "I was just asking." "Don't worry," Wu Liang said with a grin. "It's bitter as hell." Heijio took the bowl and drank it in one gulp. He didn't even furrow his brow. Wu Liang clicked his tongue. "All right, some backbone there." After the medicine entered his stomach, a warmth spread slowly, protecting his heart meridian and warming his dantian. Heijio closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. Wu Liang, however, did not rest. He walked back to the medicine table and started processing the herbs that had been prepared earlier. Slicing with a medicinal knife, grinding in a mortar, lighting the charcoal fire, preheating the alchemy furnace. One task after another, his movements became faster and more steady. He was going to refine two things. One batch of the life-snatching pills. One batch of drunken breeze. The former was for saving lives. The latter was for escaping. Neither could be omitted. Heijio leaned against the wall, quietly watching him work. This young doctor was glib-tongued, greedy, and thick-skinned. In every way, he didn't seem like a righteous man. Yet his medical skills were indeed astonishingly high. His inner energy was unheard of, especially that gentle life-giving vitality, just now, which could gradually dissolve the annihilation death chi. This caused for the first time a tiny spark to emerge from the long-dead ashes in Heijio's heart. Very faint yet real. He stared at Wu Liang's back, his eyes deep and thoughtful. This young man's medical arts, inner energy, and mental acuity were all extraordinary. If he could truly survive, perhaps. That thing on his person didn't have to be taken into the coffin. The scent of herbs grew increasingly potent within the room. The charcoal fire burned vigorously, casting a dim crimson glow beneath the furnace, its body radiating gentle warmth with an occasional faint crackle. Wu Liang sat before the furnace, holding a slender bronze rod in his hand. He occasionally stirred the coals, then lowered his gaze to inspect the powdered herbs arranged beside him. His labor stretched on until dusk. Outside, darkness had fully descended upon the courtyard, enveloped in silence save for the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Wu Liang was so immersed in his alchemy that he nearly lost track of time. A soft knock sounded at the door. "Young master." Raising his head, he rubbed his aching neck. "What is it?" Duwan spoke softly through the door. "The meal has been prepared. Steward, Yin said you have been busy all afternoon and must not go hungry, so he sent me to invite you to dine." Only then did Wu Liang come to his senses. His stomach did feel somewhat empty. Patting the herb dust from his hands, he rose and walked over to the furnace for one last look. The heat was not yet right. Based on the current conditions, it would still be roughly 2 more hours before this batch of pills would be complete. "Fine, understood." Wu Liang acknowledged, then glanced back at the pile of medicinal materials, a measure of satisfaction welling within him. The afternoon had not been wasted. The Wuchang beating pill and 9-cycle restoration pill were nearly ready. As for Zhuai Qingfeng, only a few final steps remained. The medicine for that old wretch Heijio had also been roughly formulated. It had been busy, but holding a few more trump cards in hand brought a measure of peace to his heart. Wu Liang pushed open the door and stepped outside. The night breeze swept over him, sobering his senses considerably. Duwan stood at the door. Seeing him emerge, she quickly lowered her head and said, Young master, the meal has been placed in the side chamber. Wu Liang nodded, then suddenly recalled something. Where is Heijio? That old gentleman is still in the adjacent room, Duan said softly. He has barely moved all afternoon, as if he were meditating. Wu Liang nodded and turned toward the adjoining room. The room was unlit. Heijio sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes slightly closed, his gaunt frame resembling a withered tree root. Yet even so his spine remained straight. He looked less like an invalid, and more like a stone statue on the verge of cracking. Wu Liang observed him from the doorway for a few moments. The old wretch still seemed half dead, but compared to when he was first brought back this afternoon, he had indeed improved somewhat. At least the sense that he might expire at any moment had lessened. Old He, Wu Liang called out. Time to eat. Heijio opened his eyes. Heijio. All right, old Heijio. Heijio stared at him coldly. Wu Liang waved a hand. Don't look at me like that. If you don't eat soon, you'll starve to death before your wounds finish you off, and then I'll have wasted my 3 years as your servant. Heijio rose slowly. His movements remained sluggish. Yet still he uttered not a single groan, nor did he brace himself against the wall. Wu Liang inwardly clicked his tongue in admiration. His mouth might be stubborn, but this old man's bones were truly unyielding. The two walked one after the other to the side chamber. The meal was already laid out on the table. The Beiyong Prince Manor was not stingy with its hospitality. A plate of roasted chicken, a steamed fish, a bowl of hot soup, 2 dishes of pickled vegetables, and a small jug of wine. The rice was piping hot as well. Duan stood attending nearby, and when she saw them enter, she hurried forward to set out the chopsticks. The moment Heijio sat down, Wu Liang's brow furrowed. He stared at Heijio for a couple of moments, then inhaled through his nose, his expression growing complicated. Heijio said flatly, "What are you looking at?" Wu Liang did not answer him. Instead, he turned to Duan and said, "Miss Duan, would you have someone prepare a bucket of bath water?" Duan immediately nodded. "Yes, young master. I shall have them heat some water right away." "Not hot water," Wu Liang said. "Cold water." Duan froze. "Cold water." She instinctively glanced outside. "Young master, the weather has already turned cold. Would bathing in cold water not bring on a chill?" "Cold water it is." Wu Liang waved a hand. "The colder the better." Though Duan did not understand, she did not press further. "I shall go at once." With that she turned and left. Heijio looked at Wu Liang, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Are you treating my wounds, or trying to freeze this old man to death?" Wu Liang picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of chicken. "That residual thunder fire in your body is burning like a furnace. A bucket of cold water isn't going to freeze you," he added with a frown. "Besides, you reek terribly. I'm afraid that if we keep eating, I might bring up everything I ate yesterday." Surprisingly, Heijio took no offense. Instead, he let out a hoarse chuckle, low and somewhat unsettling. "That would be a fine thing. You think this old man enjoys being filthy? It was forced upon me by circumstances." With that, he helped himself without ceremony, picking up his bowl and beginning to eat. The old wretch ate with ferocious gusto. His chopsticks moved with lightning speed, nearly half a bowl of rice disappearing with each mouthful. Holding the bowl in one hand and tearing at a chicken leg with the other, he bit into it with relish. Wu Liang watched with speechless exasperation. "Slow down. No one's competing with you." Heijio did not raise his head. "It's been days since I've had a proper meal." Wu Liang's movements paused. The words were spoken lightly, yet they carried a weight of unspoken history. Just what had this old man been through before? But Wu Liang did not pry. He and Heijio were not yet on such familiar terms. They ate in silence for a while. Then Heijio suddenly reached for the jug of wine. Wu Liang extended his chopsticks, pressing down directly on the jug. "No drinking." Heijio raised his eyes. "Just one sip. Not a single drop." Wu Liang said irritably. "Right now your body has sword, chi, thunder fire, and death energy, holding a 3-way meeting. If you pour wine into the mix, are you afraid they aren't fighting loudly enough?" Heijio frowned. "Wine invigorates the blood. You call that invigorating?" Wu Liang sneered. "If you invigorate your blood right now, the sword chi will awaken before your blood ever gets moving. And then you'll spray a mouthful of old blood all over my face. Who do I complain to about that?" Heijio stared at the wine jug, visibly reluctant. But in the end he released his grip. "Tisk." Wu Liang grinned. "Well behaved, aren't you?" Heijio said coldly. "This old man is merely heeding the physician's advice for now." "Same thing." Wu Liang brought the jug over to his own side and poured himself a cup. Heijio watched him. "You can drink." "Obviously. I'm not sick." Wu Liang raised the cup and took a sip right in front of Heijio. Heijio's brow twitched. This brat was truly a piece of work. After the meal, Duan had the cold water prepared. The bucket was placed in Heijio's room. Duan had been about to ask whether she should add hot water, but Wu Liang waved her away. "That's enough, we don't need you here. Go get some rest." Duan glanced at Heijio, then at Wu Liang, and obediently nodded. "Yes, young master." Once Duan departed, the courtyard fell quiet. Wu Liang returned to the alchemy room and retrieved several medicinal ingredients. He placed the herbs into a mortar and ground them into a fine powder. Heijio stood at the doorway watching. What are you making now? Wu Liang did not look up. For your bath. Heizhou scoffed. Bathing with medicinal powder. Wu Liang replied, this bath of yours is exceptionally expensive, all precious herbs. An ordinary person couldn't afford to soak in it even if they wanted to. So don't be ungrateful. Heizhou said no more. Wu Liang finished grinding the powder, then carried the bowl into Heizhou's room. The wooden bucket was filled to the brim with cold water. Crystal clear to the bottom. Wu Liang walked over and slowly poured the powder into the water. The next moment the pristine water began to change color before their very eyes. First a pale red. Then it deepened rapidly. Within a few breaths the entire bucket had turned a vivid crimson like blood. A pungent sharp medicinal aroma spread through the air. Heizhou regarded the bucket of blood-like liquid without so much as a twitch of his brow. Wu Liang clapped his hands together. Get in. Heizhou glanced at him. Aren't you going to explain? Explain what? That thing doesn't look like it's meant for a person to soak in. Wu Liang said with a grin. Well, you don't look like a person right now either. Heizhou. Wu Liang pointed at the bucket. Enough talk. Get in. Heizhou asked no further questions. He simply untied his tattered robes and stepped into the bucket. The moment the cold water enveloped his body, his gaunt frame quivered slightly. But he steadied himself quickly. He sat cross-legged in the bucket and closed his eyes. The crimson medicinal water soaked into his skin. The sight was somewhat unsettling. Wu Liang moved behind him, rolled up his sleeves, and pressed both palms against his back. Don't move. Heizhou said calmly, this old man understands. Wu Liang took a deep breath and activated the eternal life art. Warm internal energy once again slowly flowed into Heizhou's body. As the internal energy of the Longevity Sutra entered his body, the chaotic forces within Heizhou immediately stirred, especially the residual thunderfire energy. As if drawn by the herbal bath and startled by Wu Liang's internal force, it began to surge in waves. Wu Liang clearly felt the temperature of Heizhou's back rising bit by bit. No, it wasn't the temperature rising. It was more like a furnace ready to explode hidden within his entire being. And this bucket of cold water and blood-red medicinal liquid was precisely meant to draw out that thunderfire little by little. At first, only tiny bubbles rose from the wooden bucket. Gurgle, gurgle, very faint. Wu Liang paid no attention and continued circulating his energy. The Longevity Sutra's inner energy protected Heizhou's heart meridian while cooperating with the medicinal power to slowly guide the thunderfire toward the body's surface. This task was even more exhausting than dissipating the Annihilation Death Chi earlier that afternoon. The Annihilation Death Chi was cold, sticky, and venomous like a snake. But the residual thunderfire energy was entirely different, fierce, violent, and prone to exploding at the slightest provocation. Each time Wu Liang drew out a wisp of thunderfire, he had to carefully wrap it with medicinal power and guide it into the herbal bath. Soon the bubbles in the bucket multiplied. Gurgle, gurgle. It was as if the water were boiling from beneath. Yet this was clearly a bucket of cold water. Heizhou remained with his eyes closed. His face showed little expression except for the faint bulging veins on his temples indicating that the process was far from pleasant. Wu Liang was also suffering. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead one after another. His clothes were soon soaked through. Old Wu Liang gritted his teeth. The thunderfire in your body is quite formidable. Heizhou closed his eyes and said, left by an old bastard. That Taoist. Wu Liang sneered. Did you kick over the ancestral tablet of his sect? He struck so viciously. Heizhou remained silent. Wu Liang curled his lip and said no more. Time passed. The originally blood-red medicinal water in the wooden bucket began to slowly fade in color. The pungent medicinal smell was also gradually depleted. Wu Liang could sense that the medicinal power was vanishing rapidly, not dissipating naturally, but being consumed by the thunderfire within Heizhou's body. That was somewhat alarming. He had added a considerable amount of medicinal powder this time. Normally, for an ordinary injury, soaking for a day would have sufficed. Yet after barely an hour, Heizhou had nearly exhausted the potency. After another moment, Wu Liang's palms trembled. His internal energy was nearly depleted. If he continued, he wouldn't be able to help Heizhou heal. He would be drained himself. Enough. Wu Liang slowly withdrew his energy and let out a long breath of turbid air. He looked down. The water in the wooden bucket, once blood-red, had now become completely clear and transparent. The pungent odor was also gone. But strangely, the water was bubbling with hot steam as if it had been boiled. Wu Liang raised an eyebrow. The thunderfire in your body is too overbearing. I already increased the dosage, but I didn't expect the medicinal power to be exhausted so quickly. He wiped his sweat and asked, how do you feel now? Can you hold on? Heizhou slowly opened his eyes. His complexion was still poor, but there was more vitality than before. Especially the fatigue in his eyes seemed to have dissipated a little. He was silent for a moment, then said, much better. At least that thunderfire is no longer rushing toward my heart meridian. Wu Liang nodded. That's good. Heizhou turned his head and looked at him. This time, there was less mockery in his gaze and more genuine scrutiny. Boy said, "Hey Gio, this old man believes you now." Wu Liang leaned back in a nearby chair, panting, "Believe what? That you might truly be able to save me." Wu Liang curled his lip. "What do you mean, might? Old Hey, you're still sitting in the bucket breathing only because of me. Show some respect to your master." Hey Gio let out a cold laugh. "Wait until you truly cure this old man before you put on airs as master." Wu Liang also laughed. "Fine, then you wait." He rested for a short while, and hearing the faint clatter from the alchemy room, immediately stood up. "It's about time." He turned and went to the alchemy room. The furnace fire was just right. Wu Liang opened the lid, and a warm medicinal fragrance wafted toward him. The pills in the furnace had formed perfectly round and full, slightly darker in color than the Jiaode Wuchang Dan, with a faint jade-like luster. 9 revolutions returning origin pill. This was the first furnace of pills he had specifically refined for Heijio. It replenished essence, protected the meridians, and stabilized the qi. It wouldn't cure the root cause, but it was just right for Heijio's current shattered body. Wu Liang took out the pills one by one and placed them in a porcelain bottle. 13 pills from one furnace. The quality was good. He poured out 2 and returned to Heijio's room. "Open your mouth." Heijio sat in the bucket staring coldly at him. "Are you feeding a dog?" Wu Liang directly handed the pills to him. "You're more trouble than a dog right now." Heijio took the pills, glanced at them, and sniffed. "Replenishing qi." Wu Liang raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Hey, you have some eyesight after all." "Of course," Heijio said proudly. Wu Liang made another judgment in his mind. This old fellow's knowledge was indeed considerable. Heijio swallowed the 2 pills. The pills dissolved quickly in his stomach. A gentle medicinal energy protected his heart meridian, bringing immediate relief to several meridians that had been tormented almost to breaking by the thunder fire and death qi. Wu Liang went to grind some more medicinal powder and directly poured it into the bucket. The clear water slowly turned red again. This time the color was deeper than before, a deep, deep red verging on black. His internal energy, now depleted, Wu Liang could no longer perform healing with his energy. He said, "Tonight you soak here. Don't move around and don't circulate your energy. This medicinal liquid can slowly protect your meridians. It's not as good as my direct energy work, but it's better than lying idle." Heijio closed his eyes. "Continue tomorrow. We'll see tomorrow." Wu Liang stretched, his whole body aching. "I need to catch my breath too." Heijio was quiet for a moment, then suddenly said, "Wu Liang." Wu Liang had already reached the door. He turned back at the call. "What?" Heijio said calmly, "Your pills are well refined." Wu Liang was taken aback. Then he grinned. "Oh, old Hey, you can actually praise someone." Heijio closed his eyes. "This old man is just speaking the truth. Then you should speak more truth from now on." Wu Liang laughed and closed the door. Back in the alchemy room, the lightness on his face gradually faded. Heijio's injuries were more troublesome than he had imagined. Today, just suppressing some of the thunder fire and dissolving a trace of death qi had nearly drained his internal energy. To truly save him would take more than a day or 2. However, the harder it was to cure old Heijio, the greater his value. An ordinary person had no right to suffer such an injury, nor the ability to survive it until now. Wu Liang looked at the herbs and porcelain bottles on the table. Next, it was time to get down to business. Drunken breeze. The preparations for the afternoon were nearly complete. Only the final few steps remained. If this step succeeded, he would truly have a trump card capable of overturning the table. Wu Liang took a deep breath and sat down again. "Let's see," he said. "Let me see how formidable this drunken breeze from the Qingnan cannon really is. Is it worthy of its reputation?" Inside the alchemy chamber, the charcoal fire glowed faintly. The night outside the window had grown deep. Even the chirping of insects in the small courtyard had become sparse. Wu Liang sat alone before the desk. The desk was cluttered with items. Fine porcelain bottles, medicinal powders, venomous liquids, sealing wax, and several already processed herbs. Among them, some looked utterly ordinary. But according to the Qingnan canon, once properly combined, they could transform into a colorless, odorless poison that evaporated like the wind. Drunken breeze. Wu Liang stared at the materials before him, his heartbeat involuntarily quickening. This thing. He had only seen the formula in the Qingnan canon before, but he had never actually concocted it. There was no choice. Several of the ingredients were too difficult to obtain. Things like 7-star begonia stamen, centennial bone-eating vine juice, and Snow Mountain jade toad molt were simply not available in ordinary pharmacies. If not for Yin Hai, the chief steward of the Prince Manor, offering his help, he would never have been able to gather them all. Moreover, this time some of the ingredients were aged even longer, making their potency only stronger. Wu Liang dared not be careless. He prepared each ingredient one by one. Those that needed grinding were ground, those that required filtering were filtered, those that must be sealed in porcelain bottles were sealed. Every step followed the record in the Qingnan canon. Time passed bit by bit. Sweat again seeped from Wu Liang's forehead. It was not from fatigue. It was from tension. This was no ordinary pill. This was poison, and a very vicious one at that. If he messed up, not only would he fail to knock someone else out, he might knock himself out first, and that would be a huge joke. The final step. Wu Liang dripped a single drop of transparent liquid into the porcelain bottle. The originally slightly turbid liquid suddenly became completely clear, as if washed by something. Colorless. Odorless. It looked just like ordinary water. Not even a hint of medicinal fragrance remained. Wu Liang stared at the bottle of liquid, his eyes gradually brightening. Did it work? He brought the bottle closer, held his breath, looked carefully, then quickly sealed the bottle, and also prepared an antidote. There were two types of antidote for drunken breeze. One was a liquid. If you smelled it after being poisoned, you would be cured. The other was a pill. Swallowing it would also detoxify. Wu Liang looked at the two antidotes, pondering for a moment. He had to test the poison. He couldn't skip it. After all, this was the first time he had concocted it. He needed to know exactly how potent it was, how fast it took effect, and whether the antidote worked. But testing poison had to be steady. As steady as an old dog to live a long life. Wu Liang placed the liquid antidote within reach, then took out a pill of the antidote and held it under his tongue. After thinking for a moment, he also loosened the stopper of the liquid antidote bottle a bit, ensuring he could open it with a single reach. Only after doing all this did he pick up the drunken breeze bottle. Should be fine, he muttered to himself. The Qingnan Cannon's product is trustworthy. Yet even as he said it, his hand still trembled a little. Wu Liang took a deep breath and pulled out the stopper. No smell. Still no smell at all. He brought it close and gently inhaled. No smell. Truly no smell. This made Wu Liang even more excited. The most feared thing about poison was having a scent. A scent would easily be detected by a master. But the most terrifying aspect of drunken breeze was that it was colorless and odorless, evaporating like mist, touching the face like a gentle breeze. By the time one realized something was wrong, the eyes and nose would already be tingling, the limbs would have gone weak, and the inner energy would have dispersed. Then it would be too late. Immediately he sealed the bottle back. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. At first he felt nothing at all. Wu Liang thought maybe the potency was insufficient. But soon his eyes suddenly stung. His nose also began to itch. The next moment tears streamed out uncontrollably. Snot also started to flow without control. Wu Liang's expression changed. It's here. Then his limbs grew limp as if his tendons had been pulled out. His inner energy vanished like a mud oxen into the sea. The longevity scripture inner energy that had been slowly recovering in his dantian just moments ago dissipated completely in an instant. Wu Liang's body tilted. With a thump he collapsed entirely onto the floor. He tried to lift his hand. Couldn't. He tried to open his mouth. His mouth wouldn't move either. But his mind remained clear, and his 5 senses still functioned. He could even clearly feel his tears and snot still flowing down. The symptoms matched exactly the description in the Qingnan Canon. Eyes and nose stinging and itching. Uncontrollable tears and snot. Limbs limp and weak. Inner energy completely dispersed. Unable to speak. Unable to move. A surge of ecstasy rose in Wu Liang's heart. It worked. It really worked. The potency was unbelievably fierce. In just a few breaths, even he who had taken precautions couldn't withstand it. If taken by surprise, not even an ordinary master, even a first-grade grandmaster, would fall. But this ecstasy didn't last long. Wu Liang suddenly realized a very serious problem. His tongue. His tongue was also immobile. The antidote pill was held under his tongue. Originally, he intended to use his tongue to push it after the poison took effect, letting the pill dissolve quickly. But now his tongue couldn't move at all. Wu Liang's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Screwed. He tried to move his tongue. Couldn't. Tried to bite the pill. Couldn't bite. Tried to reach for the liquid antidote beside him. But his entire body lay like a dead fish on the floor, tears and snot smeared all over his face. Wu Liang cursed inwardly like crazy. Steady as an old dog. Steady my ass. This was like lifting a rock to smash his own foot. But fortunately, although the pill couldn't be bitten immediately held under the tongue, it would still slowly dissolve in saliva. The only thing Wu Liang could do now was wait. Wait for saliva to gradually melt the pill. This waiting period was excruciating. It might have only been the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. But to Wu Liang it felt like a year. During that time, countless thoughts raced through his mind. What if the pill doesn't dissolve? What if the dosage is insufficient? What if he remained paralyzed the whole night, found by Duan in the morning crying and calling for help? Then where would he, the divine Dr. Wu, put his face? Fortunately, after a little while longer, the antidote pill under his tongue gradually dissolved, and the medicinal power flowed down his throat into his abdomen. A cool sensation spread slowly. First the stinging in his eyes and nose eased. Then his limbs gradually regained some sensation. Then the inner energy that had scattered in his dantian began to gather back bit by bit. Wu Liang could finally move. The first thing he did was turn over and sit up, wiping his tears and snot roughly with his sleeve. Damn it. He looked at the drunken breeze bottle with lingering fear. Almost capsized in a ditch. This thing was indeed formidable. So formidable that even he, the poison maker, had almost failed to handle it. Wu Liang took a few deep breaths and immediately began to review. The method of holding the antidote under the tongue was unstable. After the poison struck the tongue, couldn't move, so the pill couldn't be bitten, it could only rely on saliva to slowly dissolve. Too slow in critical moments. In the future, when using drunken breeze, the antidote must be prepared in advance. Either bite the antidote pill open a little beforehand, or sprinkle the liquid antidote on a handkerchief in advance and cover the mouth and nose, or simply make it into instant dissolving thin slices. In short, he couldn't do it this way again. Otherwise, if he really capsized one day, he would have no place to cry. Wu Liang gazed at the sealed bottles on the table, but his eyes grew brighter. Dangerous as it was, this thing was truly powerful. 3 bottles of drunken breeze. If used properly, they would be more than enough to give the North Young Prince Manor a good drink. He carefully sealed the drunken breeze, placed the antidotes separately, confirmed they would not be mixed up, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Outside, the night grew even deeper. Wu Liang stood up and opened the window to take a look. At that glance, his brow furrowed. It was already deep night. According to his original plan, he was supposed to go to Qiyun Courtyard tonight to treat Jiang Qinghuan's injuries. Last night, he had told the little girl that he would come tonight. But now, Wu Liang lowered his head and sensed the condition inside his body. Not much inner energy remained. This afternoon, he had dispelled the Nirvana death chi for He Jiao, and in the evening, he had given him a medicinal bath to draw out the thunder fire. Then he had been tormented by drunken breeze. Although he was not completely exhausted, he was definitely not in peak condition. If he forcibly sneaked into Qiyun Courtyard, he might run into hidden sentries or be detected by the Prince Manor's experts, and then escape would be difficult. Moreover, even if he managed to reach Jiang Qinghuan safely with his current inner energy, he wouldn't be able to treat her properly. Wu Liang was silent for a moment, then finally closed the window. I won't go tonight, he murmured to himself. Even if I go, it would be in vain. Better to just refine pills. He glanced once more toward Qiyun Courtyard, feeling a bit guilty. But only a bit. Life comes first. He could make it up tomorrow night. Jiang Qinghuan's injury was already mostly healed. Missing one session wouldn't cause major problems. Wu Liang quickly convinced himself. He sat back down in front of the furnace and began sorting the herbs. He wouldn't sleep tonight. Taking advantage of the quiet night, he would refine a few more batches of pills. He didn't know what would happen next, but the more medicine he had on him, the steadier he would feel. The furnace fire was rekindled. Wu Liang's silhouette was once again flickering dimly and brightly in the charcoal glow. The Qiyun Courtyard. The night was as dark as ink. Jiang Qinghuan sat by the bedside, draped in a robe, listening to the wind outside the window. The room was lit only by a dim lamp. A small lamp rested on the table, its weak flame casting the room in half light and half shadow. She had waited for a long time. From dusk until deep in the night. From the time when patrol footsteps could still be heard outside until the entire courtyard fell silent. Yet there was never any movement at the window. No light figures slipping through the casement. Nor that infuriating chuckle. Last night, Wu Liang had clearly said he would come again tonight. Jiang Qinghuan lifted her eyes to the window. The window was left ajar. Occasionally, a gust of wind blew through and the shadows of branches flickered on the paper window. At first, she told herself that Wu Liang was probably delayed by something. After all, he was not free in the prince's mansion either. The Yonghe Hall was heavily guarded, and Pei Xiao was no ordinary man. Perhaps he was trying to gather information. Or perhaps he was caught up in something. But as the night deepened, the calm in Jiang Qinghuan's heart began to slowly dissipate. Had something happened to him? Had he been discovered while sneaking around? Had he been captured by Pei Xiao's men? Once this thought emerged, Jiang Qinghuan's fingers unconsciously tightened on the corner of her robe. She frowned, trying to suppress this worry. That bastard had such a glib tongue and a tough life. He wouldn't die so easily. But another thought uncontrollably surfaced. Had he given up? After all, saving her was too troublesome. She was now trapped in the northern Yong prince's mansion with Prince Qing's usurpation behind her, Pei Xiao's forced marriage ahead, and countless hidden dangers outside. Although Wu Liang had spoken with unwavering determination. He said he would definitely take her away in 3 days. He said she would never become the consort. But when it came down to the critical moment, would he suddenly feel that it wasn't worth it? Jiang Qinghuan bit her lip. As soon as this thought appeared, it felt like something pricked her heart. Very lightly. Yet it hurt deeply. But then she shook her head slightly. She shouldn't think that way. At least Wu Liang had saved her many times. From Guyu City to northern Yong City, he had never abandoned her along the way. But now she knew nothing. She was confined in this small courtyard like a bird in a cage. No news from the outside could reach her. She could only wait. Waiting for a rogue to climb through the window. Waiting for him to bring a breath of the outside world. But tonight he did not come. Jiang Qinghuan suddenly felt a bit ridiculous. The 9th princess of the great Zhou dynasty actually losing sleep over a rogue physician who didn't keep his promise. She muttered a curse under her breath. Bastard. She wasn't sure if she was cursing Wu Liang or herself. The lamplight flickered gently. Jiang Qinghuan raised her hand and slowly pulled her robe tighter. The night was still long, but she had lost all desire to sleep. On the other side, Wu Liang had no idea that Jiang Qingwan was waiting for him. He had completely immersed himself back into alchemy. One batch of the surpassing impermanence pill. Success. A second batch of the surpassing impermanence pill. Also successful. The aroma of medicine filled the room, but he quickly opened the window crack to let it dissipate. In the latter half of the night, Wu Liang sat cross-legged to regulate his breath for a while, recovering some internal energy, then resumed refining. This batch, he was refining the 9 cycles restoration pill. Although it couldn't be taken recklessly, it could save lives in critical moments. Jiang Qingwan could use it, Black 9 could use it, and he himself could use it too. In short, he needed to have plenty on hand. The charcoal fire burned until the latter part of the night. Wu Liang's eyes were sore, but his concentration only grew sharper. In alchemy, the closer to the end, the less one could afford distraction. If the heat was off, all the previous effort would be wasted. As dawn approached, a soft sound finally came from the furnace. Wu Liang immediately opened his eyes. He opened the furnace. A richer fragrance of medicine spread out than before. The pills lay quietly inside, deep in color with a faint sheen on their surface. They were done. Wu Liang let out a long breath. This night had not been spent in vain. He gathered the pills one by one into a porcelain bottle, sealed it, and tidied up the items on the table. 2 batches of the surpassing impermanence pill, 2 batches of the 9 cycles restoration pill, 3 bottles of drunken breeze, and several doses of the antidote to drunken breeze. Wu Liang looked at these items, and his heart finally felt much more at ease. He had healing medicine, poison, and antidote. With goods in hand, there was no panic in his heart. Outside the window, the sky was beginning to show a faint fishbelly white. He had not slept all night. For an ordinary person, their vision would have turned black and their steps unsteady. But he was still fine. Although his eyes were sore and his head a little swollen, the internal energy in his dantian, which had been completely empty, had already replenished by more than half. He had to thank 1,000 miles in a day for that. For others, after exhausting their internal energy, once it would take at least 30 to 50 days of rest to recover. But for him, he had been refining pills all night, and in between he had merely circulated the longevity arts a few times, yet he had recovered a considerable amount. Wu Liang patted his dantian, quite satisfied. This trait was truly wonderful. If not for 1,000 miles in a day after being drained of most of his internal energy by that old fox Black 9 last night, he wouldn't have been able to continue treating injuries or even walk upright. Just then footsteps sounded in the courtyard. Without having to guess, it must be Yan Hai again. Physician Wu. Physician Wu, are you up? Wu Liang rubbed his face, put on an energetic expression, and pushed open the door. Yan Hai was already in the courtyard, followed by a servant carrying several bundles of herbs. The old man was dressed more neatly than yesterday, but his face clearly showed signs of busyness. Steward, Yin, good morning. Wu Liang smiled and cupped his hands. You look well rested. Did you sleep well last night? Yan Hai laughed heartily. Thanks to Physician Wu, I slept soundly last night. My head no longer feels heavy and my neck feels looser. He patted his head with a sincere smile. Physician Wu, your skill is truly miraculous. I'm glad it's effective. Wu Liang led him inside to sit down and took out his needle pouch as usual. Today's acupuncture for Yan Hai went faster than before. Yan Hai's migraine had already been suppressed, and combined with these days of acupuncture and the medicine prescribed by Wu Liang, it was no longer a major issue. Of course, Wu Liang wouldn't say out loud, "You're almost healed, so don't come anymore." This man was the mansion steward, kind, wealthy, and could serve as a pharmacy. He had to maintain the relationship. Needles inserted, twisted, and a gentle flow of internal energy infused. Yan Hai sat there, eyes closed, his brow completely relaxed with comfort. After about 2/4 of an hour, Wu Liang withdrew the needles. Done. After one more session today, the migraine will be basically under control. Then just follow my prescription, eat lightly, avoid overwork, and don't stay up late. Yan Hai gave a bitter smile. I'm afraid avoiding overwork is impossible. He sighed. Tomorrow is the heir's wedding, and the mansion is swamped with affairs. I'll be on my feet these 2 days without even a moment to sip tea. Wu Liang's heart stirred. Tomorrow is the wedding. That meant the time left for him was truly running out. But his expression remained unchanged, and he only said with a smile, Steward Yin, your health is paramount. No matter how many things there are, you must take care of yourself. Yan Hai nodded, touched. Physician Wu, rest assured, I have my limits. Wu Liang wrote him another prescription. This time the prescription was genuinely for Yan Hai's recuperation, without too many hidden extras. After all, one shouldn't shear the sheep bare. Yan Hai put away the prescription, exchanged a few more words, and then took his leave. Physician Wu, I'm truly swamped today, so I won't trouble you further. If you need anything, just have Duan come find me. Steward Yin, take care. Wu Liang escorted him to the courtyard gate, watching Yan Hai hurry away, and his smile gradually faded. Tomorrow is the wedding. Today he must prepare everything he can. Meanwhile, in the Qiyun courtyard, Jiang Qingwan had also not slept all night. She sat by the window watching the sky gradually brighten in the distance. There was a faint weariness in her eyes, and also a hint of disappointment she was unwilling to admit. Wu Liang after all had not come. She slowly lowered her eyes. Her voice was very soft, almost inaudible. Liar. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs came from the side room. Wu Liang glanced over. Right. There was a dying 3-year servant here. He stood up, stretched his stiff shoulders, picked up a bottle of 9 revolutions returning yuan pills, and walked toward the adjacent room. As soon as he pushed open the door, a wave of hot air rushed toward him. The water in the wooden tub was no longer crimson, yet it still retained a trace of warmth. Heijio sat in the tub, eyes closed. His complexion remained haggard. But he was a bit better than last night. At least he no longer looked like he might die at any moment. Wu Liang walked over, reached out, and felt his pulse. Heijio opened his eyes. Is it dawn? Wu Liang nodded. You didn't die? Congratulations. Heijio said coldly, you didn't die either. Wu Liang laughed. Of course I didn't die. This servant of mine hasn't even started working yet. How could I bear to die? Heijio ignored him. Wu Liang handed him a 9 revolutions returning yuan pill. Eat it. Heijio took it and swallowed without asking further. This small change pleased Wu Liang. At least this old curmudgeon now knew to follow doctor's orders. Don't run around today, Wu Liang instructed. Don't circulate your qi either, and definitely don't drink. Heijio lifted his eyes. You're going out. Obviously, Wu Liang yawned. I don't only take care of you, you know. Having said that, he suddenly thought of Jiang Qingwan. His heart skipped a beat. He hadn't gone last night. That little vixen must have waited all night, right? Probably not. With her proud tsundere nature, maybe she didn't care at all. Wu Liang touched his nose. Forget it. He'd explain tonight. At worst, he'd get a few dirty looks. After all, she probably couldn't beat him now. Thinking of this, Wu Liang's mood lightened a little. Meanwhile, Heijio had already climbed out of the wooden tub and changed into a set of clothes that Wu Liang had asked Duan to find. The clothes were not luxurious, but they were clean and tidy, far better than the rags he had worn yesterday. He sat on the couch, his face still pale and ashen, but at least he no longer looked like he had just been dug out of a grave. Wu Liang walked over and couldn't help teasing him. Old Hei, after a bath you actually look human. Heijio lifted his eyelids. Heijio. Fine, Heijio. Wu Liang sat down and extended his hand. Come, give me your hand. Heijio offered his wrist. Just as Wu Liang's 3 fingers rested on his pulse point. Ding. Daily good deed mission triggered. Accept decline mission. Cure, Mo. Mission reward gold inscription 1. Wu Liang froze completely. Mo. He nearly yanked his fingers off Heijio's pulse. Mo. The 8th under heaven. Lord of the Netherworld divine sect. Yuta demon lord. The demonic titan who once challenged the drunken sword immortal Gu Changzue, and could make children stop crying at the mere mention of his name in storytellers' tales. This foul-mouthed mad old man thrown out of Jishir Hall who had signed a 3-year servant contract was him. Wu Liang's mind buzzed, and he went numb all over. After the shock came ecstasy. Holy crap, what a huge score. This wasn't just picking up an old servant. This was picking up the 8th under heaven. But Wu Liang didn't let a shred of joy show on his face. He forcibly suppressed the storm inside him, continuing to act as if he knew nothing, even furrowing his brow, as if seriously diagnosing. Heijio glanced at him. What? Wu Liang steadied his mind and said calmly, nothing. Your pulse is still horribly messed up. Having said that, he silently recited in his heart. Accept. Mission accepted. The light screen faded. Wu Liang still felt a little lightheaded. He stole a glance at Heijio. The 8th under heaven. A 3-year servant. These 2 words side by side were absurd no matter how you looked at them. He couldn't help touching the contract in his bosom. Still there? Good. Heijio frowned. What are you touching? Wu Liang said seriously, checking if my 3-year servant still has room for appreciation. Heijio sneered. I'm worthless now. Wu Liang chuckled inwardly. Worthless? You're worth a fortune, you old bastard. But of course he wouldn't spill the beans. Why would he? If this old man was hiding his identity, the trouble behind it must be terrifying. Pretending not to know was the best way to keep taking advantage. Wu Liang continued examining his pulse and checking the changes from last night's medicinal bath. The condition was slightly better than yesterday, but only slightly. The thunder fire had been suppressed a little and the annihilation death chi had been loosened slightly by the longevity scripture, but the injuries in his meridians were still shocking. Especially the meridians that had been repeatedly torn by sword chi, thunder fire, and death chi. Many parts were ruined beyond recognition. Wu Liang frowned. Heijio said calmly, you see it. Even if I don't die, I'll only be a cripple from now on. Heijio's tone was flat, as if he were speaking about someone else. My meridians are severed, my cultivation dispersed, and multiple injuries are entangled with each other. That 3-year servant contract of yours probably isn't worth much. Wu Liang's heart sank. That wouldn't do. If you were just an ordinary Heijio, being crippled wouldn't matter. But your Mo. A crippled Mo was just a foul-mouthed old man. But a restored Mo was the 8th under heaven. The difference was immense. Wu Liang thought for a moment and asked tentatively, you must have seen a lot. Heijio looked at him. Wu Liang continued. Is there really no way in this world to reconnect severed meridians and restore ruined cultivation? He Jiao was silent for a moment. Then he shook his head. Never heard of it. Wu Liang frowned. Not even a little. At least I've never seen it. He Jiao said calmly. Once the meridians are severed and cultivation is wasted, the foundation is destroyed. There may be drugs to prolong life and methods to extend survival, but to reconnect meridians and gather cultivation for someone whose meridians are completely destroyed. He paused, his voice dropping slightly. It's as hard as reaching the sky. Wu Liang didn't speak, but he made a mental note of this. Nothing is impossible if you just keep climbing. He just didn't know where the path was yet. He patted He Jiao's shoulder. Don't lose heart. You have a foul mouth and a tough life. Maybe even the king of hell finds you annoying and won't take you. He Jiao said coldly. If I really recover, the first thing I'll do is break your legs. Wu Liang chuckled. I'm your master. You dare to kill your master. Afternoon. Wu Liang finally found the time to leave the prince's mansion and headed straight for the tavern in the city. Shangwan Na's acupuncture treatment still had one last session remaining. The Golden Word mission was also just one final push away. Although this cunning woman had a black heart and ruthless hands, always thinking of killing him and feeding him to the dogs, the mission reward was truly tempting. Before he could secure the Golden Word, Wu Liang truly couldn't break ties with her completely. He arrived at the tavern, climbed the familiar stairs, and as soon as he reached the private room's door, he sensed something was off. Standing at the door were not Shangwan Na's usual guards, but Bader. The burly man holding a saber blocked the entrance like a wall of flesh. When he saw Wu Liang approaching, he cast a cold glance. Dr. Wu. Wu Liang raised an eyebrow. Where is the princess? The princess is waiting for you at Suizhu Manor. Bader finished speaking, turned, and walked away. Follow me. Wu Liang stood still. Suizhu Manor. What kind of place was that? The previous 2 acupuncture sessions had been at the tavern. Why the sudden change of venue today? Bader took a few steps, noticed Wu Liang wasn't following, turned back with a frown. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, don't keep the princess waiting. Wu Liang gave a faint smile. Where exactly is this Suizhu Manor? Bader replied impatiently. You'll know when you get there. This attitude made Wu Liang even more wary. But he didn't immediately show his displeasure. Since Bader had come to fetch him, it meant Shangwan Na had surely prepared something. He was curious to see what this sly woman was up to. The two descended the stairs, mounted their horses, and rode off. They left Beiyang City behind, the city gates gradually receding into the distance. The road grew sparser with people, the wilderness more pronounced. Riding on horseback, Wu Liang's expression darkened little by little. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Today was the 3rd acupuncture session. He had previously told Shangwan Na that after 3 sessions her illness would be essentially cured. In other words, after today's treatment his value to Shangwan Na would plummet. Moreover, he had seen her body and knew her identity. He also knew the deadly secret that the northern tribes planned to invade while Beiyang was vulnerable. Today Shangwan Na suddenly changed the venue from the tavern to an estate outside the city. Hiss! Wu Liang drew a sharp breath. This woman. Could she really be planning to kill him after curing her illness? Beiyang City was Pei Zhao's territory. The grassland people wouldn't dare cause trouble there. But outside the city at this so-called Suizhu Manor, that would be her turf. If he foolishly followed, wouldn't he be walking straight into a trap? The more Wu Liang thought about it, the more likely it seemed. No, he absolutely couldn't go. He suddenly reined in his horse. Bader ahead also stopped and turned back with a frown. What's wrong? Wu Liang asked with a smile. Brother Bader, where exactly is Suizhu Manor? Bader's face darkened. You'll know when you get there. Why didn't the princess come to the tavern today? Bader grew impatient. The princess is of noble status. She goes where she pleases and stays away when she doesn't. Why are you wasting words? Hurry up and follow. The smile on Wu Liang's face slowly faded. Fine. This attitude was answer enough. He suddenly yanked the reins, turning his horse's head. The horse let out a long neigh and galloped straight back toward Beiyang City. Bader's expression changed. Wu Liang. He immediately spurred his horse in pursuit, drawing his curved saber with a clang and blocking the path. What do you think you're doing? Wu Liang sat on his horse, his smile faint. My legs are weak. I can't travel far. If the princess still wants treatment, she can come to the city to find me. With that he flicked his whip about to depart. Bader flew into a rage. How dare you? He spurred his horse forward, his curved saber slicing through the air straight at Wu Liang. This strike wasn't meant to kill, but it was far from gentle. If it landed solidly, an ordinary person would be crippled on one side. Wu Liang had already been on guard. The moment the blade flashed, he pushed off the stirrup, his body gliding like a swimming dragon. Startled swan, swimming dragon step. He slid half a foot sideways, brushing past the edge of the blade. The saber sliced through empty air, grazing his sleeve. A flicker of surprise crossed Bader's eyes. He hadn't expected Wu Liang's lightness skill to be so fast. But before he could retract his blade, Wu Liang was already at his side. Wu Liang didn't draw his sword. He didn't use any complex techniques. He simply clenched his fist. Inside him, the dragon elephant Prajna art thundered to life. The power of 5 dragons and 5 elephants exploded in that instant. His blood surged like a furnace, his bones and sinews like iron. A single punch shot out. Bang! The fist slammed into Bader's chest. The fury on Bader's face froze instantly. The next moment he and his saber were sent flying backward off the horse. Crack! The sound of breaking ribs was clear. PFF. Bader spat a mouthful of blood while still in midair. He crashed heavily onto the grassy roadside, rolling several times before barely stopping. His horse startled, neighed, and ran off to the side. Wu Liang himself was stunned. He looked down at his own fist. Damn! This strong. Bader was no ordinary guard. The man's blood energy was fierce, his saber technique steady. He was clearly a third-rank expert. Third rank. In the martial world, that was already a level where one could dominate a region. And yet, he had sent him flying with one punch. Wu Liang's heart surged with a mix of shock and joy. It seemed that 30 years of cultivation plus the 5th layer of the dragon elephant Prajna art were more formidable than he had imagined. He had never fought anyone before, so he hadn't had a direct sense of it. Today's punch had opened his eyes. It wasn't that Bader was weak. It was that Wu Liang himself now seemed terrifyingly strong. He couldn't help but wonder if that punch had hit the old villain Ghost Woe. Probably he still wouldn't be a match. After all, the man was a first-rank grandmaster. Bader clutched his chest, struggling to get up, but coughed up another mouthful of blood. The look in his eyes as he stared at Wu Liang was filled with shock and disbelief. Wu Liang withdrew his fist, his expression returning to composure. He couldn't get cocky. He couldn't act like it was his first time winning a fight. He stared coldly at Bader. Go back and tell your princess. If she doesn't come to the tavern within 2 hours, don't bother looking for me again. With that, Wu Liang turned his horse and cracked his whip, riding away. He re-entered Beiyang City. He didn't return to the prince's mansion. Instead, he went back to the tavern. He didn't want to break ties with Shangwan Na. Not before obtaining the Golden Word mission, at least. Entering the private room, he ordered a table of wine and dishes. Then he sat by the window drinking alone. Outwardly relaxed, but inwardly scheming. Shangwan Na, that sly woman, had probably intended to kill him today. But with his disruption, if she still wanted treatment, she would have to come to him. The initiative remained in his hands. About half an hour later, footsteps echoed outside the private room. The door was pushed open and Shangwan Na walked in. She was dressed in men's attire, as usual, a folding fan in her hand, her brows bright, and eyes sparkling, a smile playing on her lips. She looked nothing like someone whose subordinate had just been beaten up. Rather, she seemed to be attending a flower-viewing banquet. Ghost Worry Gui Jianshou followed behind her, eyelids drooping, his withered frame like an old tree branch. But his murky eyes swept over Wu Liang with a cold, sinister gleam. Wu Liang, holding his wine cup, rose with a smile. The princess has arrived. Shangwan Na let out a light laugh, half hiding her red lips behind the folding fan. Dr. Wu, you certainly keep a high air. I was kind enough to set up a banquet at Green Bamboo Villa to thank you. Beautiful mountains, clear waters, serene bamboo groves, even the wine and dishes were prepared in advance. But that fool Bartle failed to bring Dr. Wu here. She sighed softly, as if genuinely regretful. I was left waiting for nothing. Wu Liang sneered inwardly. Waiting for nothing. More like waiting to kill me. But he plastered a smile on his face. The princess jests. I'm a lowly man, unworthy of such fine scenery. I prefer the city. More people, more liveliness. Shangwan Na's eyes flickered. She understood. More people, more liveliness. Meaning it's not easy to make a move in the city. This fellow is indeed suspicious. But Shangwan Na's smile didn't fade, it even gained a touch of coy charm. Dr. Wu, you're not afraid I'll eat you, are you? Wu Liang gave her an appraising look and chuckled. The princess is a ravishing beauty. If you truly wanted to devour me, I wouldn't necessarily refuse. Shangwan Na's cheeks flushed slightly, and she spat lightly. Rogue. Wu Liang continued. I'm just afraid that at some banquets the guest might disappear mid-feast. As she spoke, her large eyes were dewy, bright, and innocent. If one didn't know the schemes brewing in her mind, one could easily be fooled by that look. Wu Liang clicked his tongue inwardly. This little wench. Clever, charming, sweet-tongued, and ruthless. He sat down with a smile. The princess naturally wouldn't harm me. I'm just a coward, afraid of stumbling on a long road. Shangwan Na sat opposite him, still smiling. Dr. Wu, a coward? I heard you punched Bartle so hard he flew back, vomiting blood with several ribs broken. Wu Liang looked utterly innocent. Misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Brother Bartel's saber skills were too superb. I got scared, and my hand slipped. Shangwan Na nearly laughed in anger. Hand slipped? You can break a third-rank expert's ribs with a slip. Her wariness of Wu Liang deepened. This man, not only was his medical skill extraordinary and his tongue sharp, but his martial arts were also formidable. No, not just formidable. Bartle might not be top tier at her side, but he was a genuine third-rank expert. Being sent flying by Wu Liang's single punch said a lot. But she didn't press further. Instead, she smiled and poured a cup of wine for Wu Liang. Enough. Bartle was rash and offended Dr. Wu. I'll punish him later. Today the most important thing is the treatment. Wu Liang took the cup, but didn't drink. He set it down and leisurely pulled out his needle pouch. Treating the illness is naturally no problem. But this is the third session. After this round of needles your condition should be fully eradicated. Shang Wanna's smile didn't waver. Then I truly must thank Dr. Wu. Wu Liang looked up at her. So before that, shouldn't we confirm something? Shang Wanna blinked as if puzzled. What is it? Wu Liang smiled. The princess must be forgetful. I cure your illness and you promised me 3 conditions. Those were your own words, princess. Shang Wanna seemed to just remember. She let out an "oh" and smiled brightly. Of course I remember. I am a woman of my word, surely Dr. Wu doesn't fear I'll renege. Wu Liang said with a grin, that's not it. With your status you wouldn't stoop to being a petty swindler. Shang Wanna smirked inwardly. A dead man. What conditions could he make? But on the surface her smile grew even sweeter. Rest assured, Dr. Wu. Once you cure me I'll honor those 3 conditions to the letter. Both of them harbored ulterior motives, yet their faces wore the most amiable smiles. The acupuncture began. Ghost Worry retreated behind the screen, as usual. Shang Wanna turned her back to Wu Liang, loosened her belt, and slipped off her garment. Though it wasn't the first time a flush crept across her cheeks. This time Wu Liang didn't make any crude remarks. He knew the atmosphere was different today. One by one the needles were inserted. The inner energy of the longevity art flowed gently through the silver needles. The residual cold and yin energy within Shang Wanna's body was gradually dispersed and warmed away. This time the effect was more thorough than the previous 2. After about half an hour Wu Liang withdrew the needles. The moment the last silver needle left her body, Shang Wanna let out a soft breath. The lingering cold and stabbing pain that had plagued her for years finally dissipated like snow under the spring sun. And at that moment, ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the daily good deed, resolving Nana Ulan 2 Bourgeon's dysmenorrhea and cold womb condition. Awarded gold trait Divine Illumination Scripture effect origin of the primordial divine illumination self-born pure and inexhaustible, reviving the dead, strengthening the foundation, O one who masters it is invincible under heaven. Wu Liang's fingers paused. Then a tidal wave rose in his heart. Divine Illumination Scripture. It's actually the Divine Illumination Scripture. Judging from the system's description, this was an internal cultivation technique exceptionally adept at healing, which reminded him of a novel he'd read before transmigrating, The Legend of the Deadly Sword. In that book, there was a miraculous skill called the Divine Illumination Scripture. Its core abilities were healing, prolonging life, breaking seals, and self-protection. Once mastered, one's inner energy would flow endlessly, ranking among the top in the world. Its most astonishing point was that it could reconnect severed meridians and restore damaged cultivation. In the book, Di Yun was framed by Wan Gui, had his collarbones pierced, tendons broken, bones shattered, and limbs severely injured. After being imprisoned, he hanged himself and was dead for half an hour. Despite his tragic state, Ding Dian used the Divine Illumination Scripture to pull Di Yun back from the brink of death, then helped reconnect his severed meridians and revive his muscles and bones. Before long, Di Yun was spry as ever, restored to normal. One could see how heaven-defying the Divine Illumination Scripture was. Reconnecting severed meridians. Restoring lost cultivation. Wu Liang immediately thought of Black 9. No, it should be Mogou. That morning Black 9 had said there was no method to reconnect broken meridians or restore wasted cultivation. Now here it was. It's here. Wu Liang's heart soared with joy. If he could only keep Mogou alive, he'd merely gain a sharp-tongued old servant. But if he could reconnect his severed meridians and restore his wasted cultivation, then he wouldn't just be an old servant. He'd be the world's 8th master. He'd be the demon lord of the nether capital. That was a living, untouchable power behind him. Wu Liang forcibly suppressed the corners of his mouth to keep from laughing out loud. Steady. Now wasn't the time to laugh. Shang Wanna had already dressed, tying her belt with her back to him. She turned slowly, still flushed from the acupuncture. Is my illness completely cured? Wu Liang snapped back to attention and nodded. It's cured. Shang Wanna's eyes brightened. It will never recur. Wu Liang's gaze flickered. When it came to healing, one shouldn't speak too absolutely. He had to leave some room for after-sales service. He smiled and said, as long as the princess avoids cold foods, refrains from cold water, and doesn't let cold energy invade your body again, it won't recur. Shang Wanna nodded with satisfaction. She looked toward the door, seemingly about to call someone, but Wu Liang spoke up at that moment. The princess is of noble birth. Surely you wouldn't stoop to being a shameless liar. Shang Wanna paused mid-motion. She turned her head, her smile cooling slightly. Dr. Wu, what do you mean by that? Wu Liang put away his needle pouch and said unhurriedly, I've decided on my first condition. Shang Wanna's gaze shifted slightly. She looked at Wu Liang, and a smile slowly crept back onto her face. Oh, so quickly you've made up your mind, Dr. Wu. A flicker of surprise passed through Shangwan Na's eyes. She asked with a smile so. Wu Liang looked up at her. I hope the princess will send some skilled experts to escort me safely to Luoan City. Shangwan Na's smile nearly froze. Escort him to Luoan. Then how could she kill him? She had planned to eliminate Wu Liang as soon as the acupuncture treatment ended and her illness was cured. This man had seen too much and had repeatedly taken liberties with her. Yet now he was voluntarily asking her to send guards. Many thoughts raced through Shangwan Na's mind, but her smile remained beautiful. Surely Dr. Wu is joking. You are the top secret agent of Dragon Guard Manor, the sharpest blade in Prince Qing's hand. For your trip to Luoan, do you really need my protection? Wu Liang sighed. Your Highness doesn't know this, but though I have some skills, I also fear trouble. Tomorrow is Pei Chang'an's wedding. If I accidentally ruin the ceremony and spoil Pei Zhao's grand plan, don't you think that old fox Pei Xiao will be desperate enough to stop at nothing to prevent me from leaving Beiyong alive? Shangwan Na narrowed her eyes. That was true. If Pei Zhao's marriage arrangement were truly ruined, he would be far more than desperate. He might turn the entire city of Beiyong upside down. Wu Liang continued. That's why I need an escort. And you, princess, happen to have many experts at your side, warriors as numerous as clouds and rain. Shangwan Na gently waved her fan, her tone soft and charming. Dr. Wu, your request is not simple. I am here in Beiyong already with many inconveniences. Where would I find so many experts to send you? Wu Liang smiled. Your words might fool others, but trying to fool me is pointless. Shangwan Na raised an eyebrow. What do you think I'm lying to you, Dr. Wu? Wu Liang glanced toward the door. Isn't ghost-repelling worry an expert? Moreover, everyone in the world knows that Prince Xuanning formed the Black Feather Platform, recruiting martial arts masters from all over to serve him. That's no secret. As the beloved daughter of Prince Xuanning, I don't believe you have no experts around you. Shangwan Na closed her folding fan and tapped it lightly on her palm. Even if I have some, I can't casually lend them to you. Dr. Wu, you know the situation in Beiyong is complicated, and I also need protection myself. Her voice softened with a hint of negotiation. How about this? Change your request. What do you think of vast wealths? You can have gold jewels estates or fine horses from beyond the border. I can give you any of those. Wu Liang shook his head. No. Shangwan Na continued to smile. Divine weapons or fine horses? No. Beautiful wives and concubines. This time Wu Liang did not immediately refuse. Instead, he raised his eyes and looked Shangwan Na up and down. The gaze was not overtly blatant, but it was certainly not pure. From her brows and eyes down to her waist, then slowly back up to her bright and enchanting face. Shangwan Na felt her anger rise under his scrutiny, her folding fan clenched tightly in her hand. This lecher. Wu Liang, she said coldly, what are you looking at? Wu Liang, as if not hearing the anger in her tone, sighed with all seriousness. Beautiful wives and concubines, well, that's not out of the question. Shangwan Na's eyes flickered. Wu Liang continued, but ordinary painted ladies would not interest me. Unless. He paused, his gaze landing on Shangwan Na's face again, his smile turning somewhat cheeky. Unless it's a beauty of heaven-given grace like yourself, princess. Shangwan Na's expression changed instantly, then she laughed in anger. Is that all? She opened her fan and said coldly, there are countless beauties in the world who surpass me. If Dr. Wu truly loves beauty, I as the princess can find several for you. No. Wu Liang shook his head. Looking at Shangwan Na, he suddenly dropped his flippant smile, and a look of seemingly sincere affection appeared on his face. But there is only one Shangwan Na. Shangwan Na was stunned for a moment. Then a light blush quickly spread across her cheeks. Not from embarrassment. It was from anger. How dare you? She snapped her fan shut with a sharp sound, her voice tinged with fury. Wu Liang, you have quite the audacity. Wu Liang, however, showed no panic. He looked at her calmly, even cupping his hands in a bow. A graceful maiden is a gentleman's good match. How can that be called audacity? Besides, you yourself asked if I wanted beautiful wives and concubines. I merely answered truthfully. Is telling the truth a crime now? Shangwan Na's teeth ground in fury. She had seen bold men, but never one so shameless. And he even had the audacity to look so righteous. It seemed as if he was turning the tables, making it seem she had provoked him. Shangwan Na let out a cold snort, her eyes slicing at him like daggers. Don't even think about it. Wu Liang sighed regretfully. Then there's no other way. Since you begrudge yourself, I'll have to ask for the expert escort. Shangwan Na stiffened and said coldly, Dr. Wu, you are putting me in a difficult position. Wu Liang shook his head. Not difficult. You personally promised 3 conditions at the start. My condition doesn't involve killing, arson, ceding territory, paying reparations, or betraying your country. It merely asks for a few people to escort me. Is that still too much? Shangwan Na gritted her teeth. This man was truly troublesome. She knew he was using words to trap her, yet she couldn't openly turn against him. Her illness had just been cured and the conditions had just been agreed upon. If she reneged immediately, it would indeed make her seem fickle, though she didn't care about her reputation. But she cared about having the upper hand. She smiled as if finally conceding. Fine. Since Dr. Wu insists, I will send 5 experts to escort you to Luoan in a few days. Wu Liang immediately asked, what kind of experts? Shangwan Na replied, naturally true experts. What rank? Dr. Wu, your demands are rather excessive. Wu Liang said seriously, this concerns my life, so of course I must be clear. Shangwan Na narrowed her eyes at him. What rank do you want? Wu Liang held up one finger. At the very least, a first-rank grandmaster. Shangwan Na burst into annoyed laughter. A first-rank grandmaster. Wu Liang, do you think a first-rank grandmaster is like roadside cabbage or a roast chicken at a tavern that you can just order up? Wu Liang spread his hands. But you are the princess of Deyuan. The black feather platform under Prince Xuaning has experts as numerous as clouds, masters as plentiful as rain. A few first-rank grandmasters might be as hard as climbing to heaven for others, but for you it's no more than a word. Shangwan Na felt choked by his words. This fellow had a silver tongue. With one princess of Deyuan and one black feather platform full of experts, he had hoisted her into the air. If she said she didn't have any, wouldn't that admit she was an incompetent princess? But if she said she did, then she would have to send them. Yet the next moment a thought suddenly occurred to Shangwan Na. Assign them. Why not assign them? A first-rank grandmaster to escort him to Luoan. Huh. Shangwan Na sneered inwardly. It would be more like escorting him to his death. Once they reached the desolate wilderness outside the city, killing a Wu Liang would be as easy as reaching into a pocket for a first-rank grandmaster. At this thought, the anger on Shangwan Na's face slowly dissipated. She reopened her folding fan, her smile radiant and charming. Fine. Wu Liang blinked. Agreed so quickly. Shangwan Na said with a playful smile, since you think so highly of me, I can't be stingy. 5 first-rank grandmasters are too many, mobilizing them would be troublesome. But 3 first-rank grandmasters I can manage to arrange. Wu Liang was also pleased. 3 first-rank grandmasters. Excellent. You think they're sent to kill me, but I'll use them against Pei Xiao. If used wisely, these 3 men could become crucial allies in his escape from Beiyang with Jiang Qingwan. The 2 exchanged a glance. One smiled sweetly. The other smiled sincerely. Both were cursing the other in their hearts. Wu Liang cupped his hands. You are truly generous, princess. Shangwan Na smiled sweetly. You deserve it, Dr. Wu. The terms were set. But as for the exact time to leave for Luoan, Wu Liang himself wasn't sure. He hadn't even figured out how to disrupt tomorrow's wedding, let alone think about going to Luoan. Princess, I'm not certain when I'll leave Beiyang. Tell me a place. I'll find your people there when I'm ready to go. Shangwan Na gently swayed her fan, her eyes flickering. She thought for a moment, then smiled. 30 li outside the city at Chicken Mountain, the Green Bamboo Manor. Wu Liang raised an eyebrow. Green Bamboo Manor again. Today this place was most likely a trap set for him. Now it has become the agreed meeting point for his escort. Interesting. He nodded. Good. I'll come to Green Bamboo Manor to find you then. Shangwan Na smiled. Make sure you remember, and don't claim your legs are weak and can't travel far. Wu Liang said seriously, that depends on whether you are truly grateful. If you still send a menacing thug to rush me like today, then my legs will naturally be weak. Shangwan Na snorted lightly. Bader is a rough man, ignorant of manners. I'll punish him later. Wu Liang asked curiously, how severe will the punishment be? Shangwan Na blinked, her smile lively. How severe do you want, Dr. Wu? Wu Liang thought for a moment. Make him compensate me with a horse. Shangwan Na was startled. Then she burst out laughing. In that laugh, there was a hint of girlish charm. You really don't suffer a single loss, do you? Wu Liang said with righteous indignation, he scared me. Gijianchu's eyelids twitched slightly. You broke the man's ribs with one punch, and he hasn't even complained about being scared. Shangwan Na laughed, even more heartily. Fine. I'll compensate you with a horse. But Dr. Wu, although Bader is coarse, he is still one of my people. You were a bit too harsh. Wu Liang shook his head. Princess, you wrong me. I am a kind-hearted man. It's just that Brother Bader drew his sword too fast, and in my fear, I couldn't control my strength. Shangwan Na gave a half-smile. You were afraid? Yes. I think you have a lot of courage, Dr. Wu. Wu Liang sighed. No matter how brave, I still fear you might kill the donkey after it finishes its work. Shangwan Na's eyes shifted. Are you talking about me? No. Wu Liang smiled innocently. I was just speaking casually. Shangwan Na stared at him for a moment, then suddenly laughed softly. Dr. Wu, you are truly an interesting person. Afraid of death as hell, yet daring to scheme against everyone. Full of nonsense, yet always hitting the right note. A physician by trade, but not like a physician at all. She rested her chin on her fan, smiling playfully. What kind of person are you? Wu Liang picked up his teacup and took a sip. An ordinary physician. Kind-hearted with a sacred hand and a compassionate heart. Shangwan Na rolled her eyes. In that gesture she shed some of her princessly airs, gaining a touch of lively charm. If you are kind-hearted, then there are no villains in the world. Wu Liang grinned. You flatter me, princess. That's not a compliment. I'll take it as one. Shangguan Na was left speechless. She suddenly felt that if she were to quarrel with Wu Liang, she might not gain much advantage. This man had a thick skin and a quick mind. She snorted softly, dropping the topic. Since the illness is cured and the terms are set, is there anything else, Dr. Wu Liang put away his needle pouch and stood up. Nothing for now. Then please take your leave. Shangguan Na smiled gently. Do take good care of yourself. Wu Liang cupped his hands. You too, princess. Avoid cold food and cold water. Especially don't go out into the cold wind when you're angry. A flicker passed through Shangguan Na's eyes. You seem to care about me. Wu Liang said earnestly. I'm afraid your illness will relapse, and you'll blame me again. Shangguan Na's smile froze. This rogue. She gritted her teeth, but maintained her smile. Rest assured I won't blame you. Wu Liang thought, that's not certain. Women's words, especially beautiful women's words, are too much to trust, even half. He turned and left the private room. Descending the stairs, the tavern was still bustling. Wu Liang walked out, looked up at the sky. The sun was already setting. He had gained much today. He had confirmed He Jiu's identity. He had also obtained a divine illumination scripture. And he had swindled 3 first-rank grandmasters for an escort. Of course there were plenty of troubles. Shangguan Na clearly still wanted to kill him. Behind He Jiu there was also bound to be a huge problem. Tomorrow's grand wedding of Pei Chang'an was a hard battle he couldn't avoid. Wu Liang rubbed his forehead. This life was getting more and more exciting. He glanced back at the second floor of the tavern. Green Bamboo Manor. Today you wanted to kill me there. Another day I'll use your people to escape from there. At this thought a smile curled at the corner of Wu Liang's mouth. Then he turned and walked toward the Bayong Prince's mansion. Inside the private room, Shangguan Na stood by the window watching Wu Liang's figure disappear into the crowd. The smile on her face gradually faded. Gijianshu said in a low voice, Princess, are you truly going to send 3 first-rank grandmasters to escort him? Shangguan Na gently waved her fan, her voice soft, but with a hint of coldness. Escort? Of course I will escort him. I am a princess of my word, how could I break it? Gijianshu said nothing. A glint of cunning flashed in Shangguan Na's eyes. But where I escort him to, and how I do it depends on my mood. He escorting him to the Yellow Springs is also escorting him, isn't it? She gently closed her fan and smiled. This time I'll see him off properly. Gijianshu bowed. Yes. Shangguan Na looked out the window again, a slight smile lifting the corners of her mouth. Wu Liang. You are truly interesting. What a pity. The more interesting a person is, the more fun it is to kill them. Dawn broke, and Qian courtyard became bustling with visitors. Outside, several ancient trees swayed gently in the wind, their scattered shadows dancing across the paper windows, stirring restless hearts. Jiang Qingwan had just finished breakfast, the dishes still not yet cleared, when footsteps came from outside. In an instant, several manor matrons led a procession of maidservants walking in. Each maidservant carried a cinnabar-lacquered tray beneath, which lay concealed crimson silk. The red was almost painfully vivid. The leading matron wore an oily smile as she approached Jiang Qingwan, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, tomorrow is the grand wedding day. His Highness the Prince has commanded that we come to assist your Highness in trying on the wedding gown, phoenix crown, and bridal shoes. Should there be any fitting issues, we can have them altered before tonight. Jiang Qingwan sat by the table cradling a teacup, yet did not speak immediately. The tea had already gone cold. She gazed downward at the single floating tea leaf in her cup, her expression tranquil to the point of cold indifference. Several maidservants stole glances at her. This princess was extraordinarily beautiful. Not that delicate, fragile beauty of ordinary young ladies. Her features were cold and clear, her stature tall and elegant. Sitting there silently, she possessed an ineffable aura of nobility that deterred casual approach. Your Highness, the matron ventured once more cautiously. Finally Jiang Qingwan set down her teacup. Very well, try them. Her voice was soft, betraying neither joy nor anger. The matron breathed a sigh of relief and hastened to have the maidservants bring the trays forward. The crimson silk was lifted. The phoenix crown, cloud cape, bridal gown, jade belt, and a pair of embroidered red bridal shoes with mandarin ducks and auspicious clouds appeared before Jiang Qingwan's eyes one by one. The embroidery on that gown was exquisite beyond compare. Gold and silver threads intertwined to form phoenix patterns, while the cuffs and hem were embroidered with layered auspicious clouds. A crimson jade belt at the waist rendered the entire garment both luxurious and dignified. An ordinary woman might have been overcome with joy at such sight. Yet Jiang Qingwan felt only weight, heavy enough to suffocate. How could this be called a wedding gown? It was clearly a shackle. A shackle Pei Xiao had clasped upon her, a blood-red outer garment the chaotic world had forced upon her. One layer of inner garment, one of outer robe, then the cloud cape draped over. The fabric was soft yet felt faintly cool against her skin. Jiang Qingwan let them arrange her as they wished, like a jade statue devoid of expression. But when the final layer of bridal gowns settled upon her, the room fell silent for a moment. Several maidservants paused in their movements. Beautiful. Overwhelmingly beautiful. The red was intense and vivid, easily capable of overwhelming the wearer. Yet draped upon Jiang Qingluan it held not a trace of vulgarity. Her skin had always been fair, her features cold and serene. In her usual plain attire she resembled a solitary cold moon atop a snowy peak. Now dressed in this crimson gown, that chilliness contrasted against the red revealed a breathtaking splendor. The red garments blazed like fire. Yet standing within that blaze, she seemed colder than the fire itself, yet brighter than it. The matron had prepared countless auspicious phrases. But gazing upon her now, she momentarily forgot to speak. The phoenix crown had yet to be placed upon her head. She simply stood there, yet caused all the light and shadows in the room to dim in comparison. How could this appear as a woman forced into marriage? She resembled nothing less than an empress compelled to don festive attire by the mortal world. A maidservant knelt to arrange her skirt, while another presented the bridal shoes. Those shoes had crimson soles with golden thread, their tips adorned with two tiny oriental pearls, exquisite beyond compare, not meant for walking, but for veneration. Jiang Qingluan lowered her gaze, watching as the maidservant gently cradled her foot and slipped the shoe on. The fit was perfect, yet she felt only absurdity. These shoes were meant to carry her step by step toward Pei Chang'an, toward the fate the Beiyong manor had arranged for her. But she knew in her heart, should opportunity arise, she would wear these very shoes to shatter this very marriage. The matron finally recovered her composure, her face alight with astonishment. Your Highness, in this bridal gown is truly a celestial beauty. When His Grace the young Marquis sees you tomorrow, he shall surely be so captivated he cannot divert his gaze. Captivated. Jiang Qingluan turned to the bronze mirror. In it a woman in phoenix crown and cloud cape, crimson garments blazing like fire, radiant beyond compare. Yet her gaze was ice cold. Ice cold, devoid of any newlywed bashfulness or joy. What concern was Pei Chang'an's delight to her? She knew what Pei Xiao intended. She also knew this marriage bore not a shred of genuine affection between man and woman. What Pei Chang'an sought to marry was not Jiang Qingluan. He sought to wed the Dezhou imperial lineage. He sought to wed a banner that could summon the realm under heaven. Should this marriage succeed, she would be firmly grasped within the clutches of the Beiyong manor. But what if it failed? Her father still dwelt in Luoan. The Qing prince ascended to the throne. The Dezhou kingdom hung by a thread. Could she die? No. Nor would she die? She was the 9th princess of Dezhou, also a second-rank minor master. To achieve second rank at the age of 20, how many women beneath the heavens could claim such? She could be imprisoned, could be utilized, could swallow this grievance. But she would never surrender to fate. If Wu Liang could escort her away, she would depart with him. If Wu Liang did not come, then, so be it, she would marry. As long as she survived. As long as her father retained even a sliver of hope. Even if Pei Xiao harbored treacherous designs, even if Pei Chang'an married her merely for prestige, she must endure to find opportunity for reversal. However, she gazed upon her reflection in the bronze mirror, her eyes wavering ever so slightly. Last night Wu Liang had not come. She had waited the entire night. That scoundrel who had clearly promised to come. Clearly promised to lead her from the Beiyong manor in 3 days. Clearly declared she could not be this young marquis's wife. Yet what of it? Outside the window silence reigned throughout the night. No figure vaulting through the window. No infuriating laughter. The fingers concealed within Jiang Qingluan's sleeves gradually clenched. Bitterness filled her heart along with an indescribable sense of loss. She refused to acknowledge that she had truly been waiting for him. Even more unwilling to admit that upon failing to find him, she had actually felt a flutter of panic. Worried he might have encountered trouble. Or worried he might have. Finally realized saving her was too troublesome and thus abandoned the endeavor. The moment this thought surfaced, Jiang Qingluan coldly suppressed it within herself. Do not think such thoughts. Jiang Qingluan, you cannot place all your hopes upon a rascal of a wandering physician. The matron continued attentively nearby. Your Highness, is the waist too tight? Do the shoes fit comfortably? Jiang Qingluan withdrew her gaze and replied composedly, everything fits well. The matron's smile broadened. Excellent, excellent. On the wedding day tomorrow, should your Highness simply stand thus, every guest in the hall shall be utterly entranced. Jiang Qingluan offered no reply. She merely gazed upon her crimson-clad reflection in the bronze mirror. After a long while she whispered within her heart, Wu Liang, you had better not be deceiving me. Otherwise, this palace shall never forgive you in this lifetime. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Wu Liang's first act was to close the door. Then he sat cross-legged, meticulously studying the newly acquired divine illumination true scripture. A sacred text for healing wounds, reconnecting severed meridians, restoring wasted cultivation, fortifying the root and nurturing the origin, rejuvenating vitality. Wu Liang stared at the description of the technique materializing in his mind, his eyes nearly glowing like lanterns. What a treasure. A true godsend. That old rogue Geo had said earlier that no one in the world had ever heard of a method to reconnect severed meridians or restore wasted cultivation. But then the system delivered it to him. Wasn't that a coincidence? No. It was as if it were tailor-made for Geo. More precisely, it was meant for Geo. Wu Liang's heart burned with excitement. He now knew Geo's true identity. Geo, the demon lord of Yudu, ranked 8th in the world. The terrifying powerhouse who had recently challenged the drunken sword immortal Gu Changzue. If Geo only managed to cling to life with all his martial arts crippled, he would just be a foul-mouthed, stubborn, and ill-tempered old servant. But what if Geo could recover his martial arts? That would be a completely different story. He was the 8th in the world, the true demon lord of the Nether sect. From then on, whoever dared to provoke him, he would just unleash old He. Thinking of this, Wu Liang almost laughed out loud. But soon he forcefully suppressed his excitement. Steady. Now was not the time for daydreaming. No matter how powerful the divine illumination true scripture was, he had to cultivate it correctly first. Internal energy was not a prescription. If a prescription was wrong, at most one would brew a batch of useless medicine. But messing up internal energy cultivation could truly be fatal. At best one would cough blood, at worst one would be consumed by inner demons. Although Wu Liang spoke recklessly, he cherished his life deeply. He closed his eyes and slowly circulated his internal energy according to the method of the divine illumination true scripture that appeared in his mind. At first it went smoothly. The internal energy of the longevity scripture was inherently rich in vitality, and it seemed to resonate with the principle of the divine illumination true scripture, seeking life in death regeneration at the broken. The longevity scripture was like spring rain, gentle, enduring, and everlasting. But the divine illumination true scripture was more like a highly refined medical energy circulation technique designed to guide that vitality precisely to the damaged spots to fortify, reconnect, and restore. Wu Liang initially thought the two techniques would blend perfectly, yet after truly circulating them for 2 minor cycles, his brow gradually furrowed. Something was wrong. The internal energy from his longevity scripture in his dantian was gentle and long-lasting, like flowing water or spring rain. It was best at spreading out, nourishing the whole body, moisturizing the meridians, and dissolving dead energy. But the energy produced by the divine illumination true scripture was completely different. It was fine, extremely fine, like invisible threads. It did not seek to be vast or expansive, but to condense into a beam targeting the broken and damaged spots, gradually stitching, connecting, and reconnecting the necrotic meridians. One sought to spread, the other sought to condense. One was like water, the other like a needle. If both energies occupied their own place in the dantian, they would instead interfere with each other. After only a short while of circulation, Wu Liang felt a slight swelling in his dantian and a faint stinging in his meridians. Hiss! He quickly stopped, not forcing through. Damn, that was close. Wu Liang opened his eyes and rubbed his brow. He had to solve this problem. He couldn't be stubborn. Cultivation was not fighting, it couldn't be done with brute force alone. He sat there rapidly reviewing the medical principles in the green bag scripture. In treating illness and prescribing medicine, one must consider the sovereign minister, assistant, and envoy. Even if 2 medicines were both good, putting them together might not make a good formula. If 2 sovereign medicines competed for supremacy, their properties would clash, potentially harming the patient. The same applied to internal energy. The longevity scripture was good. The divine illumination true scripture was also good. But they could not both be the sovereign. The dantian was only so big. How could it accommodate 2 tigers? Wu Liang pondered for a moment, and then his eyes gradually lit up. He understood. The longevity scripture was his foundation. The divine illumination true scripture should not be another furnace. It should be a technique. The longevity scripture as sovereign. The divine illumination true scripture as minister. In the dantian, only the true essence of the longevity scripture should reside. In daily cultivation, energy accumulation, and internal strength recovery, the longevity scripture was the foundation. When it was truly necessary to heal or reconnect meridians, he would draw a strand of postnatal vitality from the true essence of the longevity scripture and circulate it along the path of the divine illumination true scripture, condensing it into a fine tough thread of divine illumination energy. In this way, the internal energy remained the same. It was just a different application. Like the same water which could moisten fields and irrigate land on ordinary days, but in the hands of a physician could also be used to wash wounds, decoct medicine, and sustain life. Wu Liang's mind suddenly cleared. So that's it. He closed his eyes again. This time he no longer tried to cultivate a separate stream of divine illumination energy in his dantian. Instead, he first circulated the longevity scripture. That gentle vitality flowed slowly in his dantian. Then he separated only an extremely fine strand and guided it into the energy path of the divine illumination true scripture. That strand of vitality traversed the meridians, growing finer and softer. In the end, it truly became like an invisible thread coiling around his fingertip. Wu Liang raised his hand and looked at his finger. Though he could see nothing, he could clearly sense that strand of qi was extremely tough and brimming with hidden vitality. If the longevity scripture was the spring rain nourishing all things, then the divine illumination true scripture was using that spring rain to form a needle and thread, carefully stitching back the shattered pieces. Now that was right. A smile slowly curled at the corner of Wu Liang's mouth. Old hey. It seems your old life really does have hope. He set to work immediately. Wu Liang got up and went directly to the next room. Heijio was sitting cross-legged on the couch, breathing with closed eyes. Since the herbal bath last night, the old fellow's complexion had improved considerably. Of course, it was only not looking like he was about to die anymore. He still appeared withered and sickly. Hearing footsteps, Heijio did not even open his eyes. What now? Wu Liang said with a grin. Old Hei, I'll show you something good. Heijio opened his eyes, suspicion in his gaze. What good thing could you possibly have? You'll know in a moment. Wu Liang wasted no words. He moved behind Heijio and pressed both palms against the old man's back. Don't move. If you feel discomfort, bear it. Heijio sneered. What pain has this old man not endured? True. Wu Liang took a deep breath and first circulated the longevity scripture. The gentle, enduring internal energy slowly flowed into Heijio's body. This time he did not rush to touch the thunder fire or sword chi, nor did he first dissolve the deathly stillness. He first used the longevity scripture to protect Heijio's heart meridian. The condition inside Heijio's body was still as dire as ever. Residual sword chi sharp and cutting through the meridians. The power of thunder fire domineering and scorching the bones. The deathly stillness, energy insidious and eroding the sinews. The three forces were intertwined, ravaging Heijio's body like a crumbling temple. From the outside it seemed barely standing, but inside the walls were cracked, the beams broken, and the wind leaking everywhere. Wu Liang dared not be careless. He first used the vitality of the longevity scripture to barely protect Heijio's heart meridian and the area around his dantian. Then from the internal energy of the longevity scripture, he separated an extremely fine strand of vitality. This strand of vitality slowly circulated according to the method of the divine illumination true scripture. It grew finer and softer, eventually becoming like an invisible thread gently wrapping around a severed, scorched meridian inside Heijio's body. At first Heijio had no reaction. He thought Wu Liang was merely continuing to use that internal energy containing postnatal vitality to warm and nourish his meridians. But after a few breaths his expression suddenly changed. That strand of qi was different. Originally, Wu Liang's internal energy was like a spring breeze or fine rain capable of soothing deathly energy and nourishing injuries. But this time that strand of vitality had been condensed into an extremely fine, tough thread. It did not spread out, nor did it charge violently. Instead, it coiled around the two ends of that severed meridian, gradually connecting and stitching. Like a spring silkworm spinning silk or a skilled craftsman mending clothes. Under the guidance of that strand of qi, that nearly necrotic meridian showed a faint sign of reconnection. Very weak. So weak it was almost negligible. But for someone of Mo Jiuyo's caliber, his control and perception of his own body were incredibly sharp. He sensed it almost immediately. Heijio's eyes snapped open. What did you do? Startled by his sudden outburst, Wu Liang replied irritably, treating your illness. What else? Embroidery. Heijio ignored his glib tone. He stared fixedly ahead, his voice unusually deep. Old man's meridian. One of them seems to be reconnecting. Wu Liang stopped his technique, wiped the fine sweat from his brow, and smiled. Feels good, doesn't it? Heijio slowly turned his head, and for the first time his gaze toward Wu Liang truly changed. Before he had thought Wu Liang's medical skills were unusual, and his internal energy strange, perhaps enough to keep him alive. But now it was different. Meridian reconnection. Those 4 words to him were almost equivalent to defying fate. He had already resigned himself to the fact that even if he didn't die, he would likely become a cripple. After all, his meridians were severed and his cultivation scattered. What was the use of merely clinging to life? Was it Mo Jiuyo without martial arts still Mo Jiuyo? But at this moment he saw a path. A path to stand up again. Heijio was silent for a long time before slowly speaking. This method is not just simple nourishment. That strand of qi you used just now is clearly still your original vitality, internal energy. But the method of application is completely different. It's like condensing scattered spring breezes into a needle and thread, forcibly stitching the broken places together. As he spoke, his gaze deepened. This is no longer ordinary medicine. It nearly steals the power of creation from heaven and earth. Wu Liang was secretly thrilled by his words, but his expression remained calm. It's not bad. I'm a modest person. Heijio glared at him coldly. Modest? You, Wu Liang, have nothing to do with the word modest. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under his stare, Wu Liang quickly coughed. Don't look at me like that. I know I'm handsome and charming, but an old man staring at me like this still makes me a bit uneasy. Heijio, The complex emotions that had just arisen were half dispelled by this remark. Wu Liang sat down across from him, his expression suddenly turning serious. Old Hey, let's get this straight first. Saving your life is one thing, but helping you reconnect severed meridians and restore your wasted cultivation is another matter entirely. Hey Joe's eyelids twitched. Wu Liang raised his fingers and counted one by one. This matter costs medicine, effort, internal energy, and also my kind and fragile heart. You can't really expect me to do it for free, can you? Hey Joe said coldly. This old man has already signed a 3-year servant's contract. Wu Liang chuckled disdainfully. You yourself said that even if you don't die now you're a cripple. What's a crippled servant worth? If I just wanted an old man to fetch tea and water, I could buy a dozen at the slave market for 3 taels of silver, and every one of them would be more obedient than you. Hey Joe's face darkened instantly. Those words were too cutting, but unfortunately they were the truth. Wu Liang leaned forward, grinning at him. So old Hey, bring out some real benefits. Don't keep drawing empty pictures. This master doesn't eat empty promises. Hey Joe fell silent. The room was quiet for a while. After a long time he slowly spoke. Boy, this old man can give you a great fortune. Wu Liang's eyes lit up. Hey Joe stared at him, his voice low. But I'm afraid you don't have the guts to take it. Wu Liang laughed. Old Hey, you're back to your bragging ways again. Yesterday you were begging for medicine money at the gate of the Jishir Hall, and today you're offering me a great fortune. Is this fortune on credit? Hey Joe snorted. If you accept this fortune, countless people in the world will want to kill you. If you make a single misstep, it will be eternal damnation. Wu Liang laughed carelessly. Risk and opportunity go hand in hand. That's normal. Hey Joe asked, you're not afraid? Wu Liang slapped the table. Afraid my ass. There's nothing in this world that I Wu Liang don't dare to do. He spoke with heroic boldness. Of course, he silently added in his heart, as long as the benefits were big enough. Hey Joe stared at him for a long time. This kid was shameless, sharp-tongued, greedy, clever, and surprisingly at such a young age his internal energy was extraordinarily abundant. If he wasn't mistaken, this kid was already at the second-rank little grandmaster realm. At this age, with such cultivation, medical skills, and shrewdness. Hey Joe said slowly, at such a young age you have such abundant internal energy. If this old man is not mistaken, you are already at the second-rank little grandmaster realm. Wu Liang raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, so I'm already a second-rank little grandmaster. That impressive. Hey Joe continued, with talent like yours you are worthy of it. Wu Liang asked, puzzled, worthy of what? Hey Joe was silent for a moment, then slowly uttered 4 words. My inheritance. Your inheritance? Wu Liang's heart stirred. Could it be that this old fox was about to reveal his identity? Wu Liang put on a puzzled expression. Inheritance? What kind of inheritance could a decrepit old man like you have? Short-sighted. Do you know the Netherworld Divine Sect? The Netherworld Divine Sect. Wu Liang rubbed his chin, pretending to be thoughtful. The foremost demonic sect within the Great Zhou, the supreme leader of the world's demonic path. Of course I've heard of it. Hey Joe let out a snicker. Demonic sect. What is demonic? What is righteous? His voice was hoarse, yet carried an indescribable sarcasm. The world is full of fools, and even more of those who deceive the world and steal fame. Some so-called righteous ones preach benevolence and morality with their lips, but behind the scenes they are thieves and whores. Not even as good as my Netherworld Divine Sect. At least we are forthright, daring to act, and bear responsibility. Wu Liang nodded. I agree with that. Some people wear human skin, yet their deeds are worse than ghosts. Hey Joe glanced at him. In that glance there was a trace of satisfaction. Though this brat was a rascal, he was not one of those pedantic fools who prattled on about righteousness and evil. That was quite good. He said in a deep voice, if you cure me I can pass on to you that Songheng's sacred order. Wu Liang blinked. Songheng's sacred order? What kind of thing is that? Hey Joe said, that Songheng's sacred order, also called the Nine Nether Order, is the token of successive sect leaders of the Netherworld Divine Sect. He who holds this order can command the Netherworld Divine Sect. The left and right sacred envoys, the 4 protector Dharma kings, the 5 halls. Yellow Spring, impermanence, forgetfulness, helplessness, and Sunluo. And all branches across the world upon seeing this order shall obey, as if seeing the sect leader himself. This time Wu Liang was truly shocked. He knew that He Jio was Mo Jioyo, and he had guessed that this old fellow must have something good on him. But he never expected He Jio to come out with something so grand. This was not just some benefit, it was practically handing him the Netherworld Divine Sect. The #1 demonic sect under heaven. The left and right sacred envoys. The 4 protector Dharma kings. The 5 halls. All branches in the world. Wu Liang felt his breathing quicken twofold, but he forcibly suppressed it, and put on a suspicious expression. Old Black, isn't this pie you're drawing a bit too big? Are you just blowing smoke? What does blowing smoke mean? Hey Joe asked, puzzled. Ahem. Wu Liang cleared his throat. It means to boast wildly. Blow as in exaggerate, smoke as in bullshit. Anyway, who exactly are you? Hey Joe was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. I am Ojuyo. Wu Liang opened his eyes appropriately wide. Ojuyo, the Nether Demon Lord, the eighth under heaven. Heijio watched his reaction and his expression finally eased a little. Not bad. At least he knew to be shocked. But then Wu Liang rubbed his chin and added, still there are billions of common people in this world and countless martial artists. Haven't you heard that masters lurk among the common folk? In my opinion, the ranking list of the Wind and Rain Pavilion can only be taken as a reference. Heijio was taken aback. He had originally expected Wu Liang to be shocked, awed, and even immediately flatter him. He hadn't expected this brat to come out with such a speech. Heijio pondered for a moment and actually nodded. I didn't expect you to have such insight. Not bad. There are plenty of experts in this world, and plenty who are not on the list. The Wind and Rain Pavilion's list is, after all, just one opinion. Wu Liang smiled, secretly relieved in his heart. His act was still holding up. No slip-ups. Then he frowned and asked, since you are Ojuyo, how did you end up in this state? And the Songheng sacred order you mentioned, I'm afraid it's not that easy to obtain, is it? Ojuyo did not deny it. Naturally, it's not easy. He looked out the window, his gaze gradually turning deep. Then he began to speak. Of the Netherworld Divine Sect. He spoke of the Nether Capital. Of the previous generation demon, Lord Su Chun. Of Yinchangya. Of Su Zhaoying. Of the 9 Nether Order Ascension Ceremony. Of the pulse-corroding nether fragrance. Although Wu Liang had already learned Heijio's true name from the system, and vaguely guessed that this old fellow had a huge trouble behind him, hearing it directly from Ojuyo's mouth was still a different feeling. Ojuyo's voice was not loud, but it seemed to be cutting open old wounds with each word. Back then Yinchangya and he were both disciples of Su Chun. Yinchangya was extremely gifted and also deeply scheming. He loved Su Zhaoying, but Su Zhaoying loved Ojuyo. To win Su Zhaoying, and also to seize the sect leader position, Yinchangya secretly administered the pulse-corroding nether fragrance during the Netherworld Order Ascension Ceremony. Ojuyo's poison activated during the martial contest, causing him to lose. But Su Chun saw through the trick and in a rage publicly stripped Yinchangya of his candidacy and appointed Ojuyo as the next sect leader. Yinchangya outwardly endured but secretly colluded with Su Chun's mortal enemy, the vice grandmaster of the Zhengyang Palace Pure Mystery Real Man Yutsangshiong. He leaked the location of Su Chun's seclusion. Working from within and without, they killed Su Chun. After the incident, Yinchangya betrayed the sect and fled, changed his appearance, and defected to Prince Qing, becoming the current Mr. Knight by the prince's side. Later, Ojuyo succeeded as sect leader and married Su Zhaoying. At this point, Ojuyo's voice paused. Wu Liang keenly noticed that beneath his eyes lay intense killing intent as well as pain. This revolt in the Nether Capital was launched by Yinchangya after Ojuyo was severely injured in his challenge to the wine immortal Gu Changzue. The Right's sacred envoy leaked his whereabouts in advance. Yinchangya and Yutsangshiong led experts from Zhengyang Palace, experts under Prince Qing, and a large army to besiege the Nether Capital, along with those so-called righteous sects who came under the banner of assisting in exorcising demons. Traitors opened the passage to the Nether Capital. The righteous experts charged straight at Ojuyo, who was in seclusion healing. His son, Ojuyo, died. His wife, Su Zhaoying, also died. Ojuyo ordered the left sacred envoy to take his daughter and flee, while he himself fought desperately to carve a bloody path and leaped off a cliff to escape. After much wandering, he ended up in Beiyang City. After hearing this, Wu Liang was silent for a while. Tragic. Truly tragic. Troublesome. Truly troublesome. Yinchangya, Prince Qing, Yutsangshiong of Zhengyang Palace. Traitors of the Netherworld Divine Sect. A bunch of so-called righteous sects, and the remnants of the Netherworld Divine Sect already under Yinchangya's control. This Songheng Sacred Order was indeed a heaven-sending fortune, but also a heaven-sent hot potato. Whoever took it would get burned. Ojuyo looked at Wu Liang. Now you know how great this fortune is, and you should also know how dangerous it is. Do you still dare to take it? As his words fell, a system sound suddenly rang in Wu Liang's mind. Ding. Daily good deed mission triggered. Accept decline mission. Ascend to the position of the Netherworld Divine Sect leader. Reward golden trait. To Wu Liang's eyes sharpened slightly. Ojuyo was still watching him. The room fell into a terrifying silence. Wu Liang did not answer immediately. He was weighing the matter. Was this venture risky? Yes. Risky beyond measure. Yinchangya, Prince Qing, Yutsangshiong of Zhengyang Palace, the traitors of the Yuming divine cult, and those self-proclaimed righteous sects who touted their mission to vanquish demons and uphold justice. Any one of them alone was not to be trifled with. Zhengyang Palace in particular was the foremost sect within the great Zhou, the paragon of the righteous path, with countless masters among its ranks, its power so vast that few in the entire world could rival it. This was a veritable leviathan. Moreover, practically all of these factions now harbored grudges against Ojuyo. If he accepted that Songhing's sacred token, he would be dragging all this murky trouble upon himself. But what of the rewards? They were equally immense. The Yuming divine cult, the foremost demonic organization within the Great Zhou. The Huangquan Hall governed protection. The Wuchang Hall handled bounty assassinations. The Wangchuan Hall managed intelligence. The Naiha Hall controlled the finances. The Sinluo Hall enforced punishment. There were also the left and right envoys, the four Dharma kings of the cult and branch halls throughout the realm. If he could truly command such a force, Wu Liang would no longer be just a small-time physician exploiting every opportunity. He would have his own blade, his own wealth, his own intelligence network, his own influence in the Jianghu. In the future, helping Jiang Qingwan purge Prince Qing's remnants and even aiding her ascension to the throne would no longer be empty rhetoric. What did he lack now? People. Influence. A true trump card that belonged solely to him. The Yuming divine cult possessed all of these. With this thought, Wu Liang quickly arrived at a decision. Afraid. Afraid of what? Fortune favors the bold. Besides, he was already embroiled in this chaotic situation. To extricate himself now, that was far from easy. Wu Liang raised his head, looked at Mo Jioyo, and grinned. This boundless fortune, I'll take it. Simultaneously, he silently thought to himself. Claim. Quest claimed. Mo Jioyo looked at him, a strange glint in his eyes. You truly aren't afraid. Wu Liang waved his hand. Being afraid wouldn't help anyway. Besides, risk and opportunity go hand in hand. I, Wu Liang, have always enjoyed a good challenge. His words sounded impressive. Of course, the real reason was simple. The system quest had been triggered, and it offered 2 golden tier rewards. Not accepted. Wouldn't that be utterly idiotic? Mo Jioyo slowly nodded. Very well. Once this old man's wounds heal, I shall pass that Songhing sacred token to you. Hearing this, Wu Liang's eyes darted around. He suddenly changed the subject. However, Old Black, I have one more question. Mo Jioyo frowned. Speak. Wu Liang looked serious. Does your Yuming divine cult have many beautiful women? Mo Jioyo. He thought he must have misheard. What? Wu Liang repeated himself. Beautiful women. I heard your demonic cult acts wantonly without regard for conventions. Surely there are quite a few beauties within its ranks. Holy maidens, enchantresses, female assassins, female guardians. Any of those? Mo Jioyo's face darkened. A lecherous scoundrel with no ambition. Wu Liang was displeased. What kind of talk is that? A grand organization like the Yuming divine cult. Surely it can't lack a few beautiful women. I'm taking such a huge risk here. If there aren't even any beautiful women, then why would I bother being this lousy cult master? Mo Jioyo retorted angrily. The pursuit of women is but a trivial path. Why are you so short-sighted? Wu Liang shook his head, his expression rarely solemn. No. If one cannot delight in the company of beauty, then even being an emperor would be utterly meaningless. In this one life, be it power or martial prowess, what is the ultimate goal? Isn't it simply to seek pleasure? He looked at Mo Jioyo, speaking with complete conviction. Just tell me, are there beautiful women, and are there many of them? If there aren't many beauties, then I really need to reconsider taking on this lousy cult master position. Without beautiful women, taking on such great risk would make me nothing but a fool. Mo Jioyo was nearly enraged to the point of vomiting blood. He had just thought this young man was bold, had vision, and possessed talent, barely worthy of the Songhing sacred token. Yet the next moment, this brat started asking about beautiful women. Truly a leopard cannot change its spots. Mo Jioyo's face darkened as he said coldly, this old man has a daughter. Wu Liang's eyes lit up. Mo Jioyo continued, her appearance is passable. She can be given to you. Wu Liang's eyes, which had just brightened, immediately took on a hint of suspicion. Just passable. Old Black, you're not taking me for a fool, are you? My standards are quite high, you know. An ordinary appearance won't catch my eye. Let's get things straight now, lest we have conflicts later. That wouldn't be good. Mo Jioyo gave a cold snort. The record of grace and elegance of the 9 provinces, my daughter's name, is on that list. Wu Liang sat bolt upright. The record of grace and elegance of the 9 provinces. He knew this. It was also a ranking compiled by the Pavilion of Wind and Rain, except this one did not rank martial arts, but rather assessed the beauty and allure of the realm's fairest maidens. Issued once every 3 years with 10 entrants per edition, unranked. Those who made it onto the record were all peerless beauties of the realm. Each one elegant, radiant, stunningly gorgeous, with looks that could topple cities and nations. The storytellers in the tea houses never tired of telling tales about it. Jiang Qingwan had been on the record of grace and elegance of the 9 provinces for 2 consecutive editions, a full 6 years. It was precisely for this reason that her reputation as the 9th princess of the Great Zhou, peerlessly elegant and beautiful, was renowned not only in the imperial court, but also throughout the Jianghu. And Mo Jioyo's daughter was actually on the record as well, and he called that merely passable. The old fox was being modest. Wu Liang was overjoyed. Without a second word, he rose immediately and bowed deeply to Mo Jioyo. Father-in-law, please accept this son-in-law's respect. Mo Jioyo was completely stunned. He had only said she could be given to him, not that she was already given. Nor had he granted permission for Wu Liang to call him father-in-law right away. How could this brat be so shameless? But Wu Liang had already made his bow. Mo Jioyo's mouth twitched, and in the end he did not dodge. He accepted the bow. Wu Liang raised his head, his grin radiant as if he had just discovered a mountain of gold. Father-in-law, may I ask my wife's name? Mo Jioyo was silent for a long moment before slowly uttering 2 words. Wanwan. Wu Liang's eyes shone even brighter. Mo Wanwan. What a beautiful name. Just hearing it one knows she must be a breathtaking beauty. Mo Jioyo looked at him coldly. If you ever dare to wrong her, even if it costs me every last strand of my meridians and all my cultivation, I will take your worthless life. Wu Liang thumped his chest confidently. Rest assured, father-in-law, I Wu Liang am the most devoted and tender-hearted man. Mo Jioyo looked at his face. He did not believe a single word. Wu Liang chuckled, gleefully rolling up his sleeves with great enthusiasm. Father-in-law, let this son-in-law continue treating your wounds. Outside, darkness gradually descended. Deep within the prince's residence, lamps were lit one by one. Wu Liang suddenly remembered his main business. He needed to go see Jiang Qingwan at Qiyun Pavilion tonight. He had already missed last night. If he missed again tonight, that little vixen would surely curse him to oblivion. He slowly withdrew his energy, stood up, and straightened his robes. All right, old black, you rest well. I'm going out to handle some matters. Mo Jioyo glanced at him. Chasing after women. Wu Liang put on a stern expression. What do you mean chasing after women? I'm saving someone. Mo Jioyo sneered. For someone like you, saving someone and chasing women are probably one and the same. Wu Liang couldn't be bothered to argue, turned and walked out the door. The night deepened. Lamps flickered in the depths of the prince's residence. Wu Liang glanced toward the direction of Qiyun Pavilion, then with a subtle shift of his feet, his silhouette silently vanished into the darkness.